Chapter 1, Yang. If it is said that danger is always accompanied by opportunity, it is a big bowl of chicken soup that is fed to practitioners under the framework of success, then Yang has reason to believe that sooner or later he will be killed by chicken soup, because danger is shown in his body incisively and vividly. Yang is an electrician, the kind of high-voltage live operation. For his profession, Yang doesn't like it. The salary is not bad. He can be regarded as the high-income group in the eyes of others, but he is the only one who works hard. Just know. In recent days, there has been heavy snowfall throughout the country, and many power grids in mountainous areas have become hardest-hit areas. Early this morning, Yang's team was instructed to immediately carry out emergency repairs to the power grid that was crushed by snow in the mountainous area. There was no way to refuse this job. Once the instructions came out, they had to be in place, so Yang rushed to the scene early in the morning and devoted himself to the intense repairs. He climbed the tower together with his workmates, stepped on the insulator string, and performed the last link of dredging. On the freezing high-voltage iron tower, the cold wind of hunting swept the goose feathers and the heavy snow roared, blowing on the face as if a knife was cutting forcefully. Every movement required a lot of physical strength. Yang waved his sore arms and took off the frosty mask to catch his breath. Suddenly a strong wind hit, Yang's feet were empty, and then under the influence of gravity, he fell down. The sharp angle iron cut off the safety rope and seat belt fastened to his body. Even with double insurance, he couldn't stand the call of death. The whole world began to spin around. At the moment his consciousness disappeared, countless numbers from small to large flashed in his mind. Picture. Dim and lonely, this is a monotonous and desperate place. The cold, biting pain pierces through the nerves, making people reluctant to stay here for a moment. Suddenly, a spider web-like light tore through the sky, and Yang woke up from his sleep. Where is this place? Yang suddenly woke up, pressed his forehead and sat up, and found that he was lying on a spacious wooden bed, covered with a thin quilt of poor fabric. It was as rough as linen, and it was uncomfortable to cover him. This is a small bungalow. A dozen flat rooms are equipped with tables, chairs, bed cabinets, and other simple living utensils. Apart from that, there is no other furniture. The white walls have not been modified in any way, and the exposed wooden pillars and beams are quite primitive at first glance. Of course, no electrified equipment was found. This is the second, something similar to a desk calendar caught his attention, but the years and months on it stunned him. The year that I have never seen before. Wait, I obviously fell off the iron tower, so I don't need to be in the hospital. Why did he appear here? With his years of experience in reading novels, encountering such a situation, the possibility of crossing is extremely high. Moreover, looking at the surrounding environment, in all likelihood, I have traveled to a world with less developed technology. Lightly patted his chest with his hand. Hey, this hand is so small, with small arms and legs. Yes, his body has shrunk, he looks only 12 or 13 years old. If you still had doubts before, you can now be 100% sure that you are indeed crossing. Recalling the countless passages I've seen before, scenes flashed through my mind like a movie. The protagonist, whom I love to hear, was majestic, and the sense of anticipation of killing the quartet did not appear. In addition to being at a loss, there was only confusion. Surrounded by family members, this development seems to be different from what I thought. Just when Yang was immersed in his own memories, he squeaked, the wooden door of the room was pushed open, and a black shadow rushed in from outside the house like a squirrel, and arrived at Yang in the blink of an eye. In front of Yang only felt a flower in front of him, and before he could react, his hand was held by another small hand, cool and delicate. Brother, you are awake, my father and I are worried to death. The pleasant voice was full of joy. Soon, a delicate little face leaned in front of Yang. That is a very cute girl, her dark green hair is slightly curly, and her hair is just covering her ear flaps. She is delicate and cute. The end of her hair is tied with a ribbon. The white face is delicate and small, and the eyebrows are curved like willow leaves. His eyes were twinkling, full of spirituality, and those pupils were also aquamarine, and they looked young, only 11 or 12 years old. Baby. Yang looked at the girl in front of her, blurting out her habitual name. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. Who is this girl and why would he call her baby? Yang frowned, subconsciously seemed to know the girl in front of him. Could it be the memory of this body itself? Mexia heard Yang's address to herself, and her mouth turned up in dissatisfaction. Brother, I said you don't use other people's nicknames, why did you call them again? Sorry. Yang said sorry, but doubts surfaced in his heart. He needs to spend a little time to sort out his thoughts. Brother, does your body matter? Seeing that Yang hadn't made a sound for a long time, Mejia yelled again worriedly, lying on the side of the bed, with a small face looking at him with great concern. It's okay, I'm still a little dizzy. Yang waved his hand, not knowing what he should say, but fortunately, the little girl didn't seem to think much before her, and she was just shunned by Yang's reasons. After through the side-click chat, Yang finally understood his current identity. It turned out that his current name is Yang, 13 years old, a big disciple of a martial arts genre called Tianxinliu, and the little girl in front of him is his junior sister Mejia, 2 years younger than herself. Just over my 11th birthday. Speaking of this Tianxinliu, it is considered to be a middle school in the martial arts world. It is said that it has been brilliant for several generations, but as the times change, a generation of newcomers have replaced the old ones. Now it has declined, and the real beginner students count. He only looks like a dozen people. It can be seen that Mejia is very proud of Tianxinliu, and her words are not without boasting. In her description, Tianxinliu is a big genre with more than a dozen beginner disciples. The current leader is her father. But from the description of only a dozen beginner disciples, Yang knew that this was just a declining genre. There is not much useful information obtained from Mejia. Because Mejia is still young, he knows not much information. Therefore, for the current world pattern, how many strong people are there, and the population is roughly divided into, Yang has no way of knowing how many countries are. Father said long ago, don't overdo it when you practice, but you just don't listen. Mejia had a stern face and looked like a small adult, but as her eyes rolled, her mind changed again. By the way, I'm going to tell my father this news. You have already done a lot of homework these days. You suffer. The little girl came fast and went fast. Yang wanted to ask her more about other things. She was like a flexible kitten blinking out of the gate. Because the speed was too fast, the wooden door at the entrance was still creaking and swinging. Yang stared at Mejia's fast distance back, taking a deep breath. What a fast speed! This speed, even track and field athletes in previous lives can't match it. Could it be that I was wrong? This Tianxinliu with only a dozen beginner disciples is actually a hidden martial art? This world seems to be a world where there is martial arts. Looking at Mejia's flexible appearance just now, people in this world are probably not weak. Yang compiled the limited information obtained from Mejia. A trace of worry flashed in his eyes, but he quickly returned to calm. Getting off the bed, Yang walked out of the room and found that it was actually a small yard outside. The yard is about 50 square meters. On one side of the open space, a row of wood is piled up, and there is an open-air single-port stove on the side, which is covered by a mat. A group of stone piers of various sizes are arranged in the center, which are not small in size, as if they are used to exercise. The ground is very compact, but there are a dozen large pits more than 30 centimeters wide, which are scattered by the stone pier. The predecessor is a diligent person. Yang thoughtfully approached the stone piers, and then picked one of the medium-sized ones, ready to test his strength. Now that he has come to this world, he must ensure that he has the ability to protect himself before he is familiar with the world. Hold down the raised handle of the stone pier, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com pressed hard, then a trace of surprise appeared on his face. It's not that it's heavy, but it's unexpectedly light. Muiyang's eyes lit up, and then he tried harder. Actually raised the whole stone pier with one hand. Looking at the size of the stone pier, it's 40 or 50 caddies to say less. He actually raised it with one hand. Could it be that the physical fitness of children in this world is so good? Muiyang wondered secretly, and a storm surged in his heart. Try again. He put his palm against the stone pier, and then increased his strength. The blue veins on the back of his hand were exposed, and then he slammed it upwards, and he saw that the 70 or 80 caddies heavy stone was easily lifted up by him. After flying to a height of more than 10 meters, it began to fall under the action of gravity. With a bang, the big rock happened to fall in a large pit not far away, and suddenly a cloud of smoke was raised. Muiyang stared at this scene blankly, a surprise rolling in his heart. Judging from the impact caused by the falling of the stone pier, the gravity of the stone pier is real. Not the kind that looks heavy but actually very light. This body of mine has so much strength. Muiyang was very surprised. He knew that he had not exerted his full strength just now, and his strength still had some reservations, but even so, the strength just now still easily lifted a large stone weighing 40 or 50 caddies. This is he couldn't even think of it before. Sure enough, his body is not ordinary. Is this the effect of martial arts training in this world? In other words, people in this world have particularly high physical fitness? This may be a very powerful martial arts genre. No, thinking that these are all superfluous now, he must obtain more information in order to make a correct judgment. Chapter 2, Feel Like Flying. In the next period of time, Muiyang continued to test his speed and explosive power, and the data he got surprised him. Although he was not very proficient in manipulating this body, his physical fitness was far exceeding his previous life. This result has made him very satisfied. In short, the physical quality of this body is really scary. Muiyang thought happily. Hey! Suddenly, his brow furrowed, a sharp sting began to spread, and his brain seemed to be a broken paste. After, it was as if he was in a whirlpool, the memories of the two worlds were mixed in his brain, and the fragmentary pictures converged into different fragments, flashing in his consciousness. This is the memory of this body. Muiyang, Tianxinliu, Daqingshan. Tianxinliu is located on the edge of the Daqingshan mountain range, and further into it is a majestic mountain range that stretches for hundreds of kilometers, including some very dangerous wild animals. After spending some time sorting out his thoughts, Muiyang gradually calmed down. There is no doubt that he did pass through, but whether it is a soul-piercing or reincarnation, he has not yet figured out. In short, most of the memories of this body have been received by him, but these memories are usually buried very deep and messy. He needs to explore further. Just like before blurting out that Mejia is called baby, it is a subconscious conditioned reflex. After wandering around in this courtyard for a while, Muiyang returned to the house, then rummaged through the cabinets, trying to find something that would trigger his own memory. But it's a pity that the room is so simple that Muiyang didn't find anything useful. When he opened the drawer, he asked him to find a mirror. Judging from the workmanship of this mirror, he judged that he did not live in ancient times at least. It's better not to be in ancient times. For him who is accustomed to modern life, he cannot accept the inconvenience of ancient times. Made an expression at the mirror, Muiyang grinned and laughed. Muiyang's face appeared in the mirror, with black hair and eyes, and his facial features were clean and clear, that is, his face was thin and his spirit was slightly sluggish. This is because of his initial recovery from a serious illness, but it does not affect his handsome appearance. If you take care of it, if so, a handsome guy with a standard. He looks pretty handsome. Muiyang nodded in the mirror. he was extremely satisfied with his current situation. She has good skills, looks handsome, and is a big disciple of a genre. He has a status. With such conditions, Mu Yang feels that this wave is stable, and a proper one is a good starting point. Even if it's not the protagonist's treatment, as long as you don't encounter the massacre of killing the door, or set into the villain mode to die and be the enemy of the protagonist, there is no problem with eating and waiting for death. But how could Mu Yang only have such a little ambition? As a traverser, I am sorry for my identity if I don't do anything, right? However, all of these have to wait for him to figure out the structure of the world, and then it will be time for him to show his ambitions. Brother. Just as Mu Yang was dreaming of a better life in the future, a long and crisp voice of the Oriole came from far and near. Mu Yang heard the sound and walked to the yard. After a while, Mexia's small figure appeared in front of him again, and there was a burly man beside her. The man has a beard on his face, his hair is messy, and his clothes are very simple, but he exudes a compelling aura, especially his piercing eyes, which makes people afraid to look straight like a falcon. The moment he saw the person in front of him, Mu Yang's mind immediately recalled the identity of the other person. He is the head of the Tianxinliu martial arts school, and Mahia's father, Isuf, is also the teacher of Mu Yang's current body. Teacher. Mu Yang bent down slightly and greeted him sincerely. Aishafo nodded towards Mu Yang, and asked concerned, "How is it? You just woke up, is there any part of your body uncomfortable?" Mu Yang shook his head. Seeing this, Isuf pressed different positions on Mu Yang's body with his hands. After confirming that there was no major problem, he exhorted, "The body is no longer a major problem, but the overdraft was severe before, so remember to take good care of it, and remember it when you practice martial arts. Don't work so hard anymore." Our Tianxinliu pays attention to solid cultivation of vitality, and the vitality of the body is the foundation of the body. You will only go against the main goal if you practice so random. This time your luck only caused a physical loss. Next time you won't have such good luck. Mu Yang certainly couldn't remember the meaning of Tianxinliu, but he couldn't show it in front of Isafar, so he nodded hurriedly. "In the future, I will let Mejia supervise your cultivation. There are not many people in our genre, and we have to rely on you to pass on it. As a senior, we must lead by example." The disciple knows. Mu Yang could only nod his head again, obediently training, while Mejia smiled idiotically. After seeing him, Isuf told him to take a good rest, and then left. Tianxinliu was supported by Isuf. He had several other disciples who needed guidance, so there was no time to delay here. After Isufar left, Mu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Although Isufar just stopped there, the intense pressure still made him feel flustered. This is probably the aura of the warrior. Raised his eyebrows, Mu Yang bit his lower lip, and looked back and saw Mejia, who was smirking with her mouth tilted. "You seem to be very happy, baby." "Where? I didn't laugh, brother, you must be looking at the flowers." Mejia immediately put away his smile and said solemnly. Mu Yang glanced at her a few times, but did not speak, and immediately made Mejia a little discouraged. "Well, I just laughed for a while." Mu Yang hummed twice, and stopped looking for Mexia's problems. In the next 10 days, Mu Yang slowly adjusted his body under Mexia's care. Finally, when he was well taken care of, he also relearned the Tianxinliu cultivation method from Mexia. Because of the scattered memories in his brain, Mu Yang, who on the road again, quickly mastered the method of Tianxin flow. So far, Mu Yang and Mejia are still cultivating very basic things. According to Isuf, the early practice of Tianxinliu is to lay the foundation. After the physical training is completed, you can only come into contact with it later. More advanced content, in short, is a method that is difficult before easy. Benefited from the foundation laid by the body, after Mu Yang took over, he didn't have much effort, and he quickly integrated what he had learned before. 1 month later, Mu Yang, who was thoroughly familiar with his physical condition, began his normal practice. Tianxinliu is a martial arts school, and all its disciples live a semi-reclusive life. They are located in the Green Mountains, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world. And behind the big green mountain lies the primitive mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. The primitive mountain range has no specific name, but there are countless dangerous creatures hidden in it. The edge can be used as a place of experience. Reading www.yunshu.com, but without the guidance of a teacher, Tianxinliu disciples were ordered not to go deep into the primitive mountains. One day, the sun is shining, the wind is beautiful. In the small courtyard, Mu Yang sweats and beats his boxing technique, constantly practicing basic movements, punching and closing his fists, raising his legs and kicking, and in constant movements, he adjusts the strength of his body muscles. Every time he practiced, he felt a reborn feeling, and the progress visible to the naked eye made Mu Yang happy. Drops of sweat dripped from the bridge of the nose, and countless cyclones were triggered between the body's whirlpools. These cyclones rubbed against the air currents in the air, and suddenly there was a shock of peng, peng, and peng. Mu Yang's body moved extremely fast. He turned his body quickly, and there were a few more vague afterimages in the air, just like Mahia's speed that day, but compared to Mahia, Mu Yang the speed of Yang seems to be even faster. After a while, Mu Yang calmed down the airflow and stood in place to adjust the breath in the body. The early practice of Tianxin flow gave him a feeling as if he was practicing martial arts secrets. He was obsessed with this, and a warm airflow gradually formed in his body. This airflow is said to be the vitality cultivated by Tianxinliu martial arts. It has the effect of nurturing the body and breaking potential. Mu Yang does not know how much of it is true, but from the current performance, it is clear that Tianxinliu martial arts is indeed quite unique. If it were to travel to the world of martial arts, with his current strength, he would be no worse than the martial artist of the innate realm. This is only the result of his training for more than a month, and it will definitely be even more powerful in the future. Involuntarily, a gleam of light flashed in Mu Yang's eyes, and his eyes became more determined. He felt like he was about to fly. Chapter 3, Fuck, it's Dragon Ball World. There are white clouds on the horizon, and the blue sky is like sea water. It is as clear as if it has been washed. Mu Yang's small courtyard is located on a small hill in Daking Mountain. There are several similar mountains nearby. Those are the places where other disciples of Tianxinliu live. In order not to affect each other's practice, each disciple has a relatively independent environment so that the disciples can practice on their own. And the place where these disciples live is only a few insignificant places in Daking Shan. On this day, Mu Yang was dressed neatly, wearing a relatively crudely crafted cloth and wearing shoes. After feeling the backwardness of the times, he hurried down the mountain. Today is the time for teacher Isof and a few elders to teach martial arts to his disciples. Such teaching will happen every 7 days. Of course, Mu Yang will not miss such a good opportunity. Walking on the road, as the road gradually opened up, from time to time, he would encounter some disciples who gathered from other trails. When he saw Mu Yang, these disciples greeted him very enthusiastically, and Mu Yang smiled back. The closer you are to the martial arts building of Tianxinliu, the more people gather, and some older children gradually appear in the crowd. Some of them seem to have grown up. In fact, these older people are not real disciples of Tianxinliu. It's the practitioners in the nearby villages. As the most famous martial arts genre in Shili Baxiang, Tianxinliu has a very high prestige. There are countless practitioners here, but there are not many people inside Tianxinliu. Including teacher Isif and several elders, there are only 16 real disciples. Below that big green hill is a village where people gather. Although Tianxinliu is a martial arts genre, it is impossible to be aloof and far away from the world. The daily expenses of so many people in a sect need to be purchased from nearby villages. Therefore, under the mountain, Tianxinliu still has a restaurant for ordinary people. Budokan. In addition to purchasing some daily necessities for the disciples, this martial arts hall also teaches some simple martial arts to the villagers and recruits some potential disciples. Clang! 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 With the sound of the gong, all the disciples who rushed into the building. There was a loud voice in the bright building, but soon it all quieted down, waiting for the teacher to appear. Mu Yang sat in the front of all the disciples reluctantly. Next to him was Mejia, who had always been very skinny, and was constantly scratching Mu Yang's arm with his little hand. "Be quiet," whispered. Mexia flattened her mouth and rolled his eyes unhappily. Mu Yang was speechless. This girl is always frivolous. She must have been accustomed to her in the past, so she developed her current problem. Later, I saw her alone in a daze, looking up at the bright light source on the ceiling of the building. It is an electric light, which needs a kind of energy called electric energy to drive. It is very magical. It is said to be the latest technology developed by the outside world. Budo building can have electric lights, thanks to an elder who brought generators and cables from outside. Looking at the bright and dazzling light bulb, the soft light is not as smoky and hot as a candle burning. Which makes the disciples from nearby villages who saw this item for the first time exclaimed from time to time. Only Mu Yang sat on the ground, keeping calm. He has seen a lot of electric lights in his previous life, but being able to see electric lights in this world also makes him feel gratified, at least it shows that the world he lives in is not too backward. But the other disciples didn't know the inside story. Seeing that the big brother was so indifferent, I was very impressed. After waiting for a while, the teacher Aishafu and several elders walked out from the back hall. Mu Yang was sitting in full face and looked at the elders in front very seriously. There are not many old people in the previous generation of Tianxinliu, only 6, and the number of inheritance is very small. Even in the Mu Yang generation, new disciples have increased, but the entire Tianxinliu has only reached 16 people. It's not that I don't want to increase the number of disciples, but the resources consumed by cultivating disciples are really scary. This is also what makes Tianxinliu different from other schools. Other schools only need to teach martial arts to train their disciples, and then they can hone them on their own, and to what extent depends on the potential of the disciples. However, Tianxinliu is different. The reason is that the inheritance of Tianxinliu is relatively old, and the concept of practice is very different from other schools. It does not require disciples to fight fiercely and cultivate strong power. Instead, it pays attention to nurturing the body and nurturing vitality, continuous blood. The result is that in addition to looking at the potential of the disciples, the resources invested in the early stage are also very amazing, especially for one-to-one teaching. The limited faculty cannot support a large number of disciples, so I can only choose the elite route. After the teaching of Budo training is over. Brother, is the outside world really the same as Uncle Carl said? Everyone lives in a big village called city. Mejia twittered like a yellow oriole, constantly asking Mu Yang's outside world things. What big village? That is a city. Mu Yang stopped and replied. Aren't there many people living together? What's the difference from the village? Mejia tilted her head, wondering the difference between the village and the city. You think it is a big village? Mu Yang thought for a while, but really didn't know how to explain to Mejia. As if there is no way to explain nuclear energy to the ancients, there is no such concept in my mind. Mexia is still young, unlike Mu Yang, who has memories from the earth, and it is normal to not understand the difference between cities and villages. According to the news brought by Isof's younger brother, Uncle Carl, the outside world is undergoing vigorous changes. A power called technology is gradually awakening, and the power of technology has been felt in many places. By the way, brother, do you still go to the primitive mountain range in the afternoon to practice? Yet. Mu Yang nodded, insisting on practicing cultivation every day is a habit that Mu Yang has developed after coming into this world. Although the primordial mountains are full of beasts, the beasts in the outer areas are generally not strong, but they are excellent places for trials. Mahia's eyes were immediately bent into crescent shapes after confirmation. And he laughed and said, "I want to go together. If you want to come, baby, of course welcome. Don't call me baby." Mahia lunged forward with her teeth and claws. "Then I will call you Z baby." Muyang moved a few steps sideways, avoided Mahia's attack, and laughed. He is so advanced that Mahia can no longer defeat him. "Hey! I'm not happy anymore." Mahia suffocated his feet, and floated up dissatisfiedly. He was half a meter away from the ground, and turned his head and said, "Brother, don't forget to wait for me this afternoon. I found a beautiful one yesterday. Crystal ball, if you enter the mountain without waiting for me, I won't show it to you." After finishing speaking, Mahia flew straight towards the bushes in the forest, and the little figure sank into the forest. "This guy actually flies again." Looking at the direction of Mahia's disappearance, Muyang laughed out loud. He didn't expect that besides being able to martial arts, Mahia was also a supernatural power. He remembered seeing Mahia flying in the air for the first time. When he was floating in the air, it really shocked him. Martial arts, special abilities, and the initial budding power of science and technology, this world seems very colorful. In the afternoon, in the place where the sun did not reach in the pristine mountains, reading www.uukavenchu.com was still covered with a light vapor. At the entrance to the periphery of the primitive mountain range, Muyang had been waiting there for a long time. He hadn't seen Mahia appear, so he practiced basic movements on the spot, and suddenly his muscles began to tighten. After a long while, Mahia arrived late and flew from a distance. Her dark green hair was blown by the wind, and her simple gown rustled in the air. "Brother, I'm here, look at this is the crystal ball I picked up yesterday, isn't it very beautiful?" Mexia fell on the ground, and seeing Muyang waiting for her as promised, he excitedly handed him an orange-red glass ball. The glass ball is only the size of a fist, and it is full of colored glaze. It is a warm orange-red color, with 6 bronzing bright red stars arranged in sequence, very beautiful. "Hey, let me wipe it." When Muyang saw the round crystal ball handed by Mahia, the whole person suddenly seemed to be struck by a flash of lightning, and he was stunned. "Why is this in your hands?" Muyang asked quickly. "I picked it up by the stream yesterday." Mahia looked complacent, and immediately replied triumphantly when he saw the brother's gaffe. Listening to the innocent answer, Muyang's eyes suddenly burst, and the whole person is not good. "Fuck," Mahia showed him a dragon ball. Receiving the glass ball from Mahia, Muyang's eyes were fixed on the pattern on it, as if sparks were about to appear in his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there are 6 stars, 6 planets. Hell, he has long felt that this world is extraordinary, but he never thought that this world is actually the Dragon Ball world. At this moment, Muyang thought a lot and felt that the whole world made a joke with him. Chapter 4, Primitive Mountains. To talk about the dangers of the Dragon Ball world, it actually depends on where it is. The universe is not without a paradise-like planet, but there is no doubt that as the hometown of the Dragon Ball warriors, the Earth is absolutely dangerous, even more so for ordinary people. Can't escape the fate of cannon fodder. Looking at the 6-star Dragon Ball in front of him, Muyang has confirmed that this is the Earth that has not run away. Because only the Earth has such a small and exquisite Dragon Ball. At this moment, Muyang only felt his scalp numb, as if he had overturned a 5-flavored bottle, and all kinds of flavors poured into his heart. If you look at it from the expression, his expression must be very wonderful at this time. Calm down. But, how can life be a matter of calm down? Dragon Ball world is not a joke. In this world, destroying a planet is as simple as popping a balloon. Maybe one day a certain grate is upset, breathe out, and a planet disappears from the universe. Hundreds of millions of lives were buried there, and there was no place to reason. Before, he thought he had come to a wonderful world, and he could learn the power that he could not touch in his previous life, but now he envisioned the future too beautifully. Although there are also various opportunities here, he may not be able to digest them. In the Dragon Ball world, with his small body, I am afraid he can only make soy sauce. But fortunately, judging from the current situation, the power of science and technology on the Earth has just begun to sprout, and there should be a long time before the original plot begins. The early stage of Dragon Ball is relatively stable, and there will be no destruction of the world. Then first determine the age you are in. Mu Yang told himself in his heart. Mexia watched the changing face of her senior brother now, blinked and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you? Is there anything wrong with this crystal ball?" Took another deep look at the 6-star Dragon Ball, Mu Yang calmed down, stuffed the Dragon Ball back into Mahia's arms, shook his head and said, "It's okay, you put this thing away first, don't lose it. Is this crystal ball very important, or let it be with my brother?" Mahia was in a hurry, for fear of doing something wrong. Mu Yang shook his head and said, "It's okay, just leave it to you. Although this thing has a bit of magic, it's not very useful for us now. There is no Dragon Ball radar, just a Dragon Ball is really just a decoration. Moreover, for a foreseeable long period of time, this so-called 6-star Dragon Ball will not come in handy. Okay Mahia, let's enter the primitive mountain range for practice. After entering, we must obey my instructions. Although we are only entering the periphery of the mountain range, we can't take it lightly." Putting down the troubles temporarily, Mu Yang told Mahia. Mahia nodded vigorously, her white face showed a serious expression, and she waved her fists to express her determination. Mu Yang met, and finally showed a smile on his sad face, and then nodded to Mahia, and the two of them walked towards the field of the primitive mountain range. The primitive mountain range spreads for hundreds of kilometers, surrounded by mountains, lush green, full of countless beasts and monsters, and I don't know how many years it has stood there. The towering mountain peaks and the beasts in it are like natural barriers, blocking the footsteps of human beings, making human footprints only move in the periphery, rarely going deep into the hinterland. Mu Yang and Mahia did not walk fast, but the surrounding scenery changed as they stepped in. Soon, the surroundings became depressed. The dark green branches obscured the sky and blocked the sun. It was as dark as deep into a crypt, and the roar of wild beasts to deter the intruder came from my ears. Roar! The low roar rang through the forest, and the roar suddenly disturbed the surroundings, yelling up a large swarm of birds. "Be careful, a beast is coming." Mu Yang stopped, his expression became serious, and his eyes kept flashing. "Ah!" Mahia's eyes lit up, flexing her hands, standing side by side with Mu Yang, carefully examining her surroundings. Soon a behemoth painted with spots appeared in front of them. It had sharp teeth and fangs, and a hideous appearance. It was a very common leopard beast on the periphery of primitive mountains. The giant beast came to Mu Yang and the others, stepped on its forefoot, and shoveled the soil with its sharp claws. A pit suddenly appeared on the ground. Then it swooped down and suddenly attacked Mu Yang and them. Looking for death. Mu Yang's eyes flashed coldly, he quickly stepped forward, stretched out his fist, and rushed towards the giant beast. Pang! The hard fist collided with the head of the giant beast. Yu reading www.yuuconchu.com. Mu Yang grinned, his arms were a little numb, his body couldn't help but backed up a few steps, and the giant beast was uncomfortable, and he staggered a little. "Hey!" With a grin, Mu Yang nodded, satisfied with his attack. If the combat power of an ordinary adult is between 3 and 4, then Mu Yang's current strength should have reached a value of 15. Yes, 15 combat power. Looks very shabby, but it is Mu Yang's rough estimate of himself. The behemoth in front of me looks very strong, but it can handle it. Mexia, you go to practice your hand too. Mu Yang didn't just care about herself, he didn't forget to call Mexia to let her exercise too. Mejia was cheering now, yelling like a wild cat with fried fur. She squinted her eyes, her dark green eyes revealed a trace of fierceness, and then raised her delicate arms. At this moment, she emitted a gleam of green light, and then she turned her wrist, and her fingers seemed to be grasping. As if staying in something, he twisted it hard and slammed it towards the towering tree in the distance. Woo! The giant tree shook, and the scattered leaves were flying all over the sky, and then heard the scream of Woof, the giant beast that was so high slapped directly on the trunk of the towering giant tree, and had already given half its life when it fell on the ground. Read power. Seeing the practical effects of Messia's superpowers, Mu Yang's half-squinted eyes suddenly opened, frowning, and said, Messia, when you practice, you must concentrate on it. If you use superpowers, where is there opportunity to exercise? Mexia's thinking power is a bit similar to Dumpling's superpowers, but superpowers are powerful, and they have no effect on the practice of Tianxinliu. Mu Yang had to warn Mexia. Chapter 5, 1 year. Understood. Mexia nodded, but her little nose wrinkled disapprovingly. I'm afraid only the ghost knows how much it is. Mu Yang muttered in his heart, knowing that the other party didn't take his words to heart, but he couldn't control her at any time, so he didn't say anything more, and led Mexia to continue walking towards other places in the primitive mountain range. The primitive mountain range is indeed a restricted area for countless years of human footsteps. Soon afterwards, the two encountered other different beasts in succession, but they were overcome one by one in front of the powerful strength of the brothers and sisters. Time flies, and the stars change. The sun slanted west, leaving a blood-red setting sun on the horizon. In a blink of an eye, most of the day passed, and in the evening, the forest became even more gloomy. After a long time of training, Mu Yang and Mejia walked out of the primitive mountains in ragged clothes. At this time, they were already hungry and hurried back to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. After having dinner and saying goodbye to Mejia, Mu Yang returned to his hut. His body was soaked in the warm pool water, as if all of his fatigue was washed away. At this moment, he finally had the mind to consider the situation. The current world has been confirmed to be the Dragon Ball world. After experiencing the initial shock and unbelievable, his heart gradually calmed down. If I buy a lottery ticket, I can win the jackpot. Mu Yang muttered with both hands on the edge of the pool. Traveling to the Dragon Ball world was something he had never thought of before. Here, only powerful races have the opportunity to show their hearts to their hearts. Ordinary races don't even have the qualifications to serve as green leaves to set off flowers. It can be said that the order of the Dragon Ball world is naked. Strength is the respect, the strong is king. Sion, Namek, Frisia clan, Majin Buu. Which one is not a ruthless character who destroys the world? Thinking of this, Mu Yang felt a dull pain in his brain. The only good thing is that the early stage of Dragon Ball world is fairly stable, at least before the Sion's attack, the safety of the Earth will not be affected by foreign powerful enemies. But with the development of the subsequent plot, especially in the later stages, various powerful enemies continue to emerge, and the Earth is like a gunpowder keg, suddenly becoming a more dangerous place than any planet in the universe. At that time, in addition to Scions with strong bloodlines who are eligible to continue to be active on the battle arena, everyone else, even if the protagonist team in the early stage, is strong among the elites of the Earth people like Klin and Leaping, they can only reluctantly reduced to the role of soy sauce. Obviously, Mu Yang is now an ordinary Earthling, without any other blood. Can it really only become a foil? To be honest, as a traverser, Mu Yang would never be reconciled to this. Why do you want to do so much? I don't know how many years have passed since the beginning of the plot. Maybe I will be in my 70s by the time the plot begins. Whether I can see that scene is not certain. Mu Yang recovered and shook his head somewhat self-deprecatingly. According to the news brought by Uncle Carl in the school, the technological innovation of the outside city is just beginning. Obviously, it is still very early to the advanced era of jet aircraft in the original work. It is too early to think so much now. Don't even start the plot, you will die of old age first. That would be a joke. Then set a goal first, live to the beginning of the plot. Of course, Mu Yang's so-called surviving until the beginning of the plot definitely does not mean lingering, but healthy keeping the body at its peak. Before that, he needs to be strong and keep his peak period. This requires strong support. Like Immortal Turtle, Immortal Crane, and Tao Bibai, they are still alive and healthy even in 200 to 300 years. Starting from tomorrow, I must practice more seriously. Now that I have come to the Dragon Ball world, and the identity of the race has been fixed and cannot be changed, then I will spend more time accumulating. If there are limits to the human body on Earth, then just break the limit. I don't believe that people on Earth cannot really become stronger. Mu Yang made the first plan. Fortunately, the Tianxinliu martial arts genre he is currently in is most concerned about nurturing the body. Although the power of the genre may not be as powerful as the Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu, the inheritance method is what Mu Yang currently needs most. As a major disciple of Tianxinliu, he is qualified to be exposed to the most core practice. Step by step, first lay a solid foundation, and wait for the future to become stronger before exploring other places of practice on the earth. There are many cultivation places on the earth, such as the Holy Land of Kailan, the Five Elements Mountain, and even the temple suspended above the sky. Those places full of mystery will be the places where Mu Yang needs to step on the summit. But for the current Mu Yang, it is too early to consider so much. Thinking about it, the temperature in the pool became cold, and Mu Yang stepped out of the pool, turned wet and walked into the bedroom. The night is faintly cool, and the starry light flickers on the other side of the galaxy. With many thoughts, Mu Yang gradually enters sleep. The next day, Mu Yang got up early. Before the sky turned bright, he set up basic movements in the yard and began to practice. As the muscles gradually became sore, he knew that continuing to practice would not only help but also hurt his body. Mu Yang sat down, thinking about the problem of practice. Hurry is not enough. Mu Yang always remembers what happened to his body before waking up. Time has passed like a white horse, and a year has passed in a blink of an eye. During this period of time, Mu Yang methodically practiced according to teacher Isuf's instructions, and his physical strength continued to increase. In a year's time, Mu Yang was already 14 years old at this time, and it was the golden age of physical development. Mu Yang, who is 14 years old this year, seems to be taller than his peers due to his cultivation and adequate nutritional supplements. Although he is still not strong, every muscle in his body contains amazing explosive power. The strength has almost doubled compared to a year ago. Even his teacher Aisha Fu praised again and again, thinking that Mu Yang might reach the upper realm rare in their genre. But even if his strength increased greatly, Mu Yang was still so humble. It's no good if he is not humble. What is his strength? Mao estimated that more than 30 points of combat power. The real strong breath is enough to destroy him. You must know that Monkey King had 120 combat effectiveness when he was 12 years old. Even if he didn't compare with Monkey King, Klin also had 113 combat effectiveness at the same time. In such a comparison, he really felt that there was nothing to be proud of. P.S. The new book is uploaded, please bookmark it and vote for it. 2 chapters in the new book period. Chapter 6, Extreme Practice. In the early morning, the brilliance of the morning light shone on the earth, and the hazy fog was still filling the depths of the Daking mountain. In the col formed by 2 mountain peaks, the green branches sway with the wind, and the leaves rustle in the air. In this open field of vision, any disputes seem insignificant. Crackling, like the sound of frying beans, broke the silence, accompanied by a burst of low and broken air. The tranquility of nature also became a little bit fine. I saw in a clearing in the woods, a tall young man was supporting his feet on the ground with full strength. He was half bowed, supporting with difficulty, and seemed to be under some kind of huge pressure. The sound like that came from the hard ground under the feet of the boy. In front of the boy, a girl with dark green hair floated over 3 meters above the ground. Her hair was slightly curled, and her beautiful face was still a little childish. At this time, the girl's whole body was shining with crystal clear green light, and the pressure on the boy came from the emerald green light. Mexia, continue to increase the pressure. Mu Yang took a breath, his expression firmly instructed Mexia. Mexia looked at Mu Yang sweating profusely, his small face hesitated for a while, and he whispered softly, "Brother, it's almost that way. It's okay, increase the pressure." The voice is still so firm. Oh! Seeing that he couldn't persuade her brother, Mejia pouted, raised her hand and continued to exert pressure on Mu Yang, as Mejia's whole body exuded a faint green light. The pressure on Mu Yang's body suddenly became stronger. The tremendous pressure passed, Mu Yang's body suddenly sank, his mouth was trembling, and his legs trembled. Reluctantly, "I can bear it." Mu Yang held a tremendous force, but he was still able to hold it. In this era of underdeveloped technology, if you don't take a little practical approach, then even if it takes a few years, the growth rate will not necessarily be so obvious. Mu Yang has a clear understanding of his aptitude, which should be considered good among the people on Earth, but he is far from reaching the level of genius. In addition, the potential of the people on Earth cannot be compared with those powerful cosmic races. If you don't rush to practice, you will sooner or later disappear in the trend of the times. So since a year ago, he has consciously tied weights to practice. Later, after he discovered that Mejia's superpowers were actually the motivation for reading, he ingeniously asked the other party to use superpowers on him. Using superpowers as a means, it also achieves the purpose of increasing the pressure on oneself. Relying on the patience of dripping water through the stone, it strengthens the body little by little. Although this method seems to him to be primitive, it is more reliable, because there are almost no shortcuts to polishing the body. As for whether the developing body will be encouraged by excessive external oppression, he was a little worried at first, but he always has to be a little adventurous in doing things, and he wants to succeed without taking any risks. Where is the world? Is there such a cheap thing? Judging from the original plot of Monkey King and Clin's practice of tying sandbags at a young age, it does not seem to have caused any adverse effects. I think about it carefully. It seems that Clin was very short in the end. I don't know if it was due to heredity or being squashed during development. Isn't the Earth people suitable for this kind of oversqueezing cultivation method? Anyway, Monkey King, who has scion blood, doesn't have this problem. Mu Yang thinks it over clearly, so takes some time to try it first. If there is an adverse reaction, he will stop decisively. He didn't want his handsome body to be less than 1.6 meters in the end. As a result, after a few months, Mu Yang found that in addition to his appetite greatly increased, he was growing up in his adolescence, and he was not affected by the weight at all, which made him put his worry into his stomach. Then I entered a more extreme practice. Hey! He let out a long breath, feeling the soreness coming from all over the body. Mu Yang took a look at Mejia, and he is here today. He naturally understands the truth that he can't pass it. It is obviously an arrogant performance to be an iron hit, and it may really break the body. Then signaled that the other party could stop. Mexia was instructed and immediately removed her superpowers, and as the green gloom dissipated, the anti-gravity hair was also scattered. Mu Yang stood on the spot to regulate his breathing. After a while, the soreness disappeared little by little. He turned his head back with a smile, and said to the greatest hero, "Thanks for your hard work today, what reward do you want?" Mejia smiled, and said in a crisp voice, "Really, then I want my brother to prepare a barbecue for me. There are so many delicious things." Thinking of the meat that was roasted golden and crispy, and the unknowing seasoning sprinkled on it, Mejia felt that her belly was protesting, and her saliva flowed down. Is really a simple little guy. Yang glanced at Mexia, and readily agreed. Okay, today, the brother himself will barbecue for you and let you have enough. Mum. Mejia smiled with narrowed eyes. At this time, on the other side, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mejia's father Isif was hidden behind a sea of forest. He quietly watched Yang and Mejia's practice, nodding his head with a relieved smile from time to time. Then his body flashed and disappeared quickly. In the martial arts building of Tianxinliu, several elders of Tianxinliu are getting together to discuss the cultivation of disciples. There are not many medicinal materials in the inventory. If people are not arranged to enter the primitive mountains to collect them as soon as possible, the children's medicated baths will be interrupted starting next month. Was talking about a middle-aged woman with black hair, who looked about 40 years old. She is one of the 6 Tianxinliu disciples in Isif's generation, responsible for the allocation of resources within the genre. It's gone so soon. The man next to him was surprised. A dozen disciples are consumed together, can it be slow? The middle-aged woman retorted with her eyes widened. The man stuck his throat and stopped talking in a jealous manner. This is where their genre is different from other genres, and the consumption of resources is too fast. But again, the benefits of doing so are also obvious, and it can lay a more solid foundation for the disciples. Yura, how many days can the remaining resources last? As the head of Tianxinliu, Ishav asked. A middle-aged woman named Yula opened the warehouse records and said, if you save a little, you can last 10 days. But the pressure behind is a bit heavy, and more than half of the resources will be cut off after a month. After listening to this, Isif gently tapped his fingers, and said in a deep voice, the cultivation of the children can't be stopped, so let's go. Sith and Karl will work hard for 2 days. You will lead the team into the depths of the original mountains and add new resources. As he said, Isif glanced at Sis and Karl on the side. Chapter 7, Qigong Practice Methods. Row. Yes. Sis and Karl glanced at each other and agreed without hesitation. These children are our future. Don't delay them because of resource issues. All the remaining people have no objections. They are all managers of the genre. If the head of the middle genre like them speaks, then things are basically settled. Okay, let's talk about another thing next. After discussing simple things, Isif's expression became serious. Regarding the cultivation of disciples, I think that Yang can get in touch with Qigong in some schools in advance. Practiced. Brother Isif, you mean, let Yang get in touch with Qigong in advance? Hearing what he said, the other personnel couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although they got together today and discussed the inheritance of the martial art is an important reason, they did not expect that Isifar had the idea of letting Yang get in touch with Qigong in advance. The inheritance of sect is very important. Although Tianxinliu can only be regarded as a middle school in the martial arts world, it can't care about the inheritance at all. The cultivation method of Qigong is the core inheritance of a genre. It can be said that only after learning Qigong practice can you become the mainstay of Tianxinliu, but it is a pity that for several generations, not many disciples of Tianxinliu have achieved some accomplishments in Qigong practice. Naturally, this mainstay has fallen by half. Let Yang get in touch with Qigong practice now, will it be a bit early? The man named Sith paused, he is only 14 years old. Qigong requires extremely high physical fitness, and his body can bear it. Live. The early stage of is all about laying the foundation for the later Qigong practice. Only the more solid the foundation, the more effective Qigong practice will be afterwards. These people like them all started to practice Qigong after their 30s, because without a strong body, it is impossible to condense the Qigong in the body at all, and they will even be hurt by the unique energy of Qigong. So he was a little worried about Isif's idea that he wanted to teach the inheritance of Yang Qigong. It's not early, Yang's physical foundation is very solid, I don't think there is a problem. Isafar expressed his meaning clearly. For his disciple, Isaf was very satisfied, tenacious, unyielding, coupled with fairly good talents. Mu Yang's performance during this period of time, he looked at him, and he regarded him as a true heir. Especially Mu Yang's progress in the past year has allowed him to see the rise of a martial arts genius. Since Elsa 4 thinks it is okay, I have no opinion. Carl said. Mu Yang, this kid is very good, I agree. Yula said. Yes. Agree. The rest of the people all expressed their opinions. Without exception, they agreed to let Mu Yang get into the Qigong practice of the genre now. Seeing that everyone agreed, Sis shrugged and said helplessly, well, I also agreed. Tisk tisk, at the age of 14, he was exposed to the inheritance of Qigong. This is the earliest in record. The 6 elders passed unanimously. Then it will be so, we will arrange a time tomorrow to officially teach Mu Yang our genre of Qigong. After the matter was settled, Isaf had a smile on his face. By the way, there is also something about Mejia. I just received a reply from the Southern Superpower Academy. Oh? How about it, did you pass it? When Isafar received a reply from the Southern Superpower Academy, Carl and others looked curious. Superpower Academy is a very mysterious place on the earth. It has existed for many years. It is said to be the cradle of superpowers. There is also a transformation kindergarten attached to it, which is also very famous. When Messiah awakened his superpowers, Isafar was thinking about contacting the Superpower Academy for her, and now he finally has a reply. Passed. Isafar looked at the expressions of everyone and nodded with a smile. From the second half of the year, Mejia has been a student of the Super Academy. Okay, 2 geniuses will emerge from our genre all at once. When Yang and Mejia grow up, we might be able to reach the peak again. Who said no? At this time, whether it's Eula or Sith, they are in a very good mood. They seem to have seen the rise of their own genre. The next day, Mu Yang came to the teacher's house early in the morning after receiving the teacher's notice. At this time, Isaf had just used it too early, and was regaining his spirit in the backyard. And Mejia washes up under the urging of her mother Alice. Yuyuganshu.com saw Mu Yang coming, and Mejia washed her face in 2s or 2s. She ran out before she even dried her hair. There were drops of water hanging from the ends of her dark green hair, and her hair was as white as fat. Like cheeks. Brother, you are here. Mejia was elated. Yet. Mu Yang smiled and nodded. After wiping off the droplets of hair for her, he turned to say hello to his wife. Although Shi Niang Alice is an ordinary person who does not know martial arts, she usually helps take care of the diet of several disciples, so all the disciples also respect her very much. Madam, where is the teacher? Alice walked over with a smile. Your teacher is in the backyard, you are here for a while, I will call him now. After finishing talking, Alice put down her hand and lived to the backyard to call Isaf. Soon Isaf came over and saw the teacher coming. Mu Yang was about to greet him. When he glanced over, he suddenly felt a tremor all over his body. Today's teacher is a little different. Compared to usual, there is a bitter breath everywhere. Mu Yang kept his eyes intent, and looked at Isaf full of confusion. Isafo laughed loudly, nodded appreciatively, and called out, Go, let's go to the martial arts training ground in Dakingshan. Several of your elders are already waiting there. He glanced at his daughter Mejia and said, Mejia, follow along, too. It's good to have a long experience. Dakingshan's martial arts field. Mu Yang was startled, not knowing what medicine the teacher sold in the gourd, but he still nodded. Mejia asked recently, does the brother know what father is going to do? Mu Yang shook his head, you don't know, how could I know? Mexia also thought about it. Following Isaf and Mu Yang's side, the 3 of them walked towards the back of the Daking mountain together. Chapter 8, Qi is the sublimation of martial arts. The Dakingshan martial arts ground that Isof said is located in a remote canyon behind Dakingshan. I remember that Muyang went to it several times when he was young, and knew that it was originally a fault zone formed by mountain rock fractures. It was slightly modified by man. Later, a huge flat land was introduced as a place for practice. There has always been a place for the elders of the school to practice. Following in the footsteps of Isuf, the three of them gradually walked to the back of the Daking mountain and came to this secluded place for practice. As the field of vision widens, the strangely shaped peaks come into view. It is a tall, but very narrow. The top is dark green, with light green and dark green mountains in the middle. It looks like an upside-down parabola, protruding from the ground. The towering peaks are like stalagmites, with a very vertical drop. Disparity. According to the common sense of the previous life, Mu Yang could not understand how these peaks were formed under natural conditions, but in the Dragon Ball world, such weird peaks can be seen everywhere. Here. Isafar stopped, a deep voice rang in his ears. This is it. Mu Yang settled down and looked around. At this moment they have arrived at their destination. There is an open flat land in front of them, but the edges are piled up with all kinds of strange stones. Looking down like an abyss, they will be crushed if they are not careful. Muyang, you are here, oh, even Messiah is here, so please come and have a look. Isof, Yura, Sis, Carl, Clarissa, Biaros, these 6 are the elders of Tianxinliu, and they are all here now. How many uncles are? Mu Yang hurriedly stepped forward to salute. Haha, you're welcome, you're welcome. Carl and others with a hearty personality laughed loudly, without any elders' pretensions. Mu Yang smiled, and after giving the ceremony, he stepped aside. Seeing all the elders arrived, he even felt that things were unusual today, so he stood quietly and waited for the teacher to announce the news. On to Eula, what's the matter? Here, Mejia is not as polite as Muyang is. She went up to hug Eula's arm, hung up and kept her face close to each other, acting like a cat. Eula stroked Mejia's soft hair and stared, don't make trouble, today's protagonist is Mu Yang, you are just here to watch. Mejia, oh. Then she stopped making trouble, and happily stepped aside. Isafar looked at his daughter who seemed to be not growing up, and shook his head secretly, but when he saw Mu Yang, who was on the edge of him, he smiled again. Without contrast, there would be no harm. His daughter seemed to be on the road of martial arts. Some have been disabled, but fortunately, Muyang, a disciple, is not bad, and he is very satisfied in all aspects. I am afraid that the burden of the flow of the sky in the future will fall on his shoulders. 3 years old look old, 7 years old look old. With his current performance, I believe that everyone will not be disappointed. Thinking of today's purpose, Isof coughed lightly and waved to Muyang. Muyang, I have come to you today. I have something important to tell you. Teacher, please tell me. Yet. What Isof admired most was Mu Yang's humble attitude. He smiled and said, this matter is very important to you. After discussing with your uncles, I decided to follow today. We will officially teach you the ultimate mystery of our Tianxinliu martial arts, the practice of Qigong. The practice method of Qigong. As soon as I heard Isof's words, Mu Yang was startled for a while, and then reacted. Qigong. What a familiar name, isn't this the most famous and representative power in the Dragon Ball world? On the earth, there are not many martial arts schools that have the inheritance of Qigong practice. The most famous ones are Gaixian and Hexian Liu. The earliest sources of Qigong for Gaixian and Hexian come from a generation of martial arts masters Wu Taidu. It can be said that only the top genres can possess the mystery of Qigong practice. Muyang did not expect that the Tianxinliu he was in, a medium-scale martial arts genre, actually had the inheritance of Qigong practice inside. You know, when he discovered that the world he was in was the Dragon Ball world, he had already decided that if he had a chance to go out in the future, he would definitely learn the practice of Qigong, but he didn't expect to wait for himself to go out. Isa Fu and the others gave Mu Yang a big surprise. My own school actually has Qigong practice methods, which is of course the best. Dad, what is Qigong? Is it different from what we usually practice? Mahia's eyes brightened when he heard that it was the ultimate mystery of this genre of martial arts. Isafar looked at his daughter with a serious face, and said seriously, of course it's not the same. The past practice, whether it is boxing or tricks, is actually laying the foundation. At best, it is a relatively smart fighting technique. In fact, it is to prepare for later cultivation. But Qigong is different. It is the sublimation of martial arts and the real road to martial arts. When it comes to this, the corner of Isaf's mouth rises, unavoidably a little proud. I tell you that in the whole martial arts world, there are only a few schools of Qigong inheritance, and our Tianxinliu is one of them. Don't look at the small number of Tianxinliu, and the low level, but he masters the envy of many schools. Originally, at Mu Yang's age, he shouldn't be exposed to Qigong practice so early, but seeing that Mu Yang's body has been polished to perfection and he is very persistent in his practice, Isaf and others decided to make an exception for him. So amazing! Mahia was dumbfounded, and then she straightened her chest very proudly. Although she still doesn't know the true meaning of Qigong, it does not prevent her from raising her little tail. Said that his genre is very powerful. Look, there are no other genres yet. She has made up her mind. Later, when her father teaches senior Qigong practice, she must study hard and learn the secrets of this genre. Eula and several other elders saw her reacting like this, and they didn't know what she was thinking, so they couldn't help but shook their heads and laughed. Qigong is a practice without a special cultivation method, and it is impossible to figure out the way by simply watching it. If Qigong is so easy to learn, it will not become a legendary trick in the martial arts world and enjoy such a high reputation. So when they brought Muyang over, Isafar and the others didn't mind Mahia coming over to watch together, because they didn't understand, but they were two things. Besides, Mahia was far from being able to condense Qigong. Isaf and the others did not know that, in fact, outside of the earth, pure energy attacks such as Qigong waves are also the most mainstream in the universe. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com even said that as long as they are powerful people with a little name, energy attacks are easy to come by. Is only for the rich to see the quality, the poor to see the quality. The local tyrants' attack methods and application methods are very rough. There are only people on the earth. Martial artists like Gaixianren need to go through decades of unremitting practice to develop a little Qigong, and then they can use the situation to study the limited Qigong waves so thoroughly. I can't wait for every bit to be able to play tricks. Compared with other planets in the universe, the level of the Earth is still too low, and the qualifications of the people on the Earth are not good. Shenlong cannot be raised in shallow water, but it can develop efficient loach. This is the reason. As the ultimate mystery of Tianxinliu, the cultivation method of Tianxin Qigong has always been the highest secret of our Tianxinliu, so remember not to disclose it. Your juniors and sisters have not yet reached the requirements for cultivation. If you rashly teach them, it will only harm them. You have to keep this in mind. Ai Seifu exhorted Muyang with a serious face. Qigong practice is invisible and intangible, and it is most taboo to practice indiscriminately. You must know that even Isaf himself cannot say that he has mastered Qigong to a very skilled level. My disciple knows. Mu Yang responded loudly, his eyes shining brightly. Isaf looked at the disciple's reaction with great satisfaction, turned his head and nodded to several seniors. No matter how much it is better to see it with your own eyes. It is better to let you truly feel the power of Qigong and deepen your impression. The name of our Qigong Tianxinliu is Tianxin Qigong. You have to watch it carefully. After finishing speaking, Isaf withdrew a few steps backwards, opened a distance of more than 10 meters from Mu Yang, then closed his eyes and adjusted his breath. Chapter 9, That Blooming Light. It's starting, brother is ready to gather his breath. He, depending on the posture of the brother, he has become stronger than before. The brothers such as Sith and Carl talked openly and watched seriously. This is a rare opportunity, Mu Yang, you have to take a closer look, and Mejia can also take a closer look. Clarissa, another female elder among the 6 elders besides Eula, said. Okay. Don't need to remind me of this, Mu Yang will also watch attentively. Was finally about to come into contact with Qigong. Facing the most famous attack technique in the Dragon Ball world, Mu Yang was excited and excited. Not far away, after a period of adjustment, Issaphar's brewing breath was gradually completed. As he continued to brew, Issaphar's powerful physique showed up, and every muscle in his sturdy body began to tremble. The solid muscles propped up the martial arts suit, and every tremor seemed to be the emergence of strength. Compared to just now, Issafar at this time is like a beast that will explode at any time, with a ferocious aura lingering all over his body. Because he was not far away, Mu Yang could clearly feel the changes in the teacher's body. The strong sense of oppression was like an aura covering him, feeling very depressed. This is the deterrent power of Qigong. It's really daunting. The trembling that really showed him made him awe, but also a strong yearning. At the same time, as Isoph was slowly brewing a wave of Qigong, Mu Yang couldn't help but emerge in the original work of the image of the immortal turtle destroying the entire mountain when he first demonstrated the tortoise school Qigong. Compared with the Gaixianren at that time, the current Issapher naturally does not have that powerful aura, but it does not prevent Mu Yang from still watching with relish. Sweat dripped from his cheeks, and Issapar roared. The aura on his body continued to increase. The blue veins were exposed on the surface of the skin and he was entangled. At this time, Issapar had already raised the active value of all the energy in his body. At the top, I saw several seniors nodding their heads. That's right, I'm ashamed to be senior brother Isoph, who has become more and more adept at the Tianxin Qigong. Seeing Isoph's posture, Sith couldn't help but sigh. When I wait for a while, I'm afraid the power is incredible. Carl also looked at it seriously. Why don't you say it is a brother, this skill, we may not be able to catch up even if we practice for a few years. Eula glanced at a few people, and they were still a lot worse than Isoph. Look at it, brother Isoph's Qigong attack is about to come out. Muang, Mejia, look carefully. With a rough roar of Isoph, all the energy in his body was concentrated on the right arm, and then the left hand was pressed on the right shoulder to stabilize the energy. The arm was erected, and the of the right hand formed a sword. The cyclone of Wu began to flow between the fingers, and the strong breath gathered and began to heat up. At this point, the preparatory work has been completed, and I saw that Isoph's right hand slowly moved to the position of his chest, which was the final accumulation of strength. At this time, the energy between the fingers has gathered more and more, finally shining with a bright blue light. It's about to appear. When that bright light burst out, the emotions of everyone present were mobilized. And their expressions became excited. Qigong Bo. Mu Yang was shocked, staring blankly. It actually shines. Mejia opened her mouth and her cute eyes widened. Sith and other Muang elders suddenly reacted at this moment. Ha ha ha, yes, this is the Tianxin Qigong that has been handed down by Shimin for a long time. It is worthy of being senior brother Isoph. This kind of energy is rare in the world. Seeing this brightness makes me feel surging. Yes, this momentum, perhaps only the legendary teacher Wu Tian's Turtle Qigong can be compared with it. Shimin can have such a strong inheritance, and these fellow brothers and Urangian look proud. At this moment, Issafar, who had been brewing for a long time, was ready to go, only to hear his voice roaring loudly. Tianxin Qigong. Accompanied by this roar, the curved arm suddenly stretched out at this moment. The direction pointed by the is the direction of the attack. It is a smooth rock cliff, which has stood there after the wind and rain. How many years, today has reached the time when it shattered. I saw a beam of energy shining with azure blue luster blasting from the tip of the finger. Shattered, like a laser flying out, the awe-inspiring energy instantly penetrated the air, hitting the rocky cliffs in the distance, and suddenly produced a power that could only be exploded when bombarded. Rumbling, gusty wind roaring, smoke and dust, the earth rumbling, huge tremors, deafening noise piercing the eardrum. The dense smoke and sand brought the flying gravel and shot out like bullets. When the smoke gradually dissipated, what appeared to be a mess, I saw that the cliff suddenly exploded into a pit the size of a basin, deep approximately 1 foot. It is good. This kind of power is simply rare in the world. It really taught me passion, but unfortunately I still can't exert such power. Bursts of cheers rang in my ears. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com has a shocking feeling. Yang looked at the big hole exploded by teacher Isif with complicated eyes, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Such power! To be honest, it did not achieve the effect that Yang had expected. Not to mention the comparison with the tortoise Qigong and Dong Dongbo of Monkey King and others, it is nothing compared to the power of the Gaixian to destroy a large mountain, but the elders by Zhou seem to have applauded it. But it's also right. The Gaixian at this time has the reputation of the god of martial arts on the earth. There are very few masters who have reached his level, and he can count it with a slap. How can I take my own teacher and the Gaixian Ren? Go to compare. In this age when the level of science and technology has not yet awakened, it is enough to dig into the mountains and gravel with personal power to show the power of a cannon, which is enough to be breathtaking and moving. At this time, Isafar, who had released a Qigong wave, was obviously already exhausted, and his body was staggering. If it weren't for Karl on the side to step forward and hold him, I'm afraid Isafar would fall to the ground. "Brother, take a break first," Karl said. "Hey, the release of Qigong consumes too much physical strength." Ishav took 2 breaths, and his pale face returned to blood. "If it is me, I am afraid I can't support it at all." Karl shook his head. "Look at it clearly, this is the secret skill of the teacher Tianxin Qigong. If you are willing to practice for decades, you can achieve this power." Isafar turned his head and said to Yang. "Practice for decades." Yang's eyelids twitched, but he didn't know what to say, so he could only nod in embarrassment but politely. Chapter 10, Teach. Seeing Yang seemed a little stunned, Aisha Fu smiled slightly, and couldn't help but recall the way he was when he first witnessed Tianxin Qigong. "When I recall the past, I know how moving the past is. Time is like an elegant dancer, performing all kinds of things in the world. Unconsciously, I have too many things worth remembering. At that time, I was young. Isn't it just like Yang now? I was deterred by the power of Qigong Bo. There is such a powerful attack method in the world, can you believe it? Really horrible. Haha, Yang, your qualifications are good, maybe it won't take decades, more than 10 years will be enough." Uncle Karl said heartily. Isaver nodded slightly, agreeing. "What can I say?" At this time, Yang really didn't know how he should express his feelings. He knew before that it is extremely difficult for people on Earth to release Qigong waves, but if it takes decades or more than 10 years to release, as teacher Isif said, then wait for him to master Qigong waves, the day lilies are cold. Haha, decades later, I am afraid that the plot will have already begun by then. At that time, even if he has mastered the use of Qigong wave, what is the use? To put it mildly, it's just a slightly larger grasshopper, and it's for others to kill. For Yang, who is familiar with the future plot, this is obviously unacceptable. Since Klin can quickly master the release of Qigong waves in the original work within a few years, Yang has reason to believe that there must be some key tricks that Isifo and others do not know. This is like understanding and summarizing a certain physical phenomenon. There are differences in the understanding of Qi between schools, and the methods of releasing Qigong waves are definitely different. At this point, Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu are undoubtedly ahead of all schools. Of course, theory is only the cornerstone. The success of releasing the Qigong wave in the end depends not on how much theoretical knowledge you have, but on your strength. Overfilling overflows. Strength is the prerequisite for everything. People in the universe don't have so many twists and turns. Their understanding of Qi may be very crude, but it does not prevent them from taking Qigong waves with each hand, pulling the wind and swaying. This kind of powerful racial talent can only be said, can't be offended, can't be offended. It seems that after you learn the principles of Qigong wave release, you have to go out and have a look as soon as possible. Only when you walk a lot and have more knowledge can you become stronger. The so-called jade from other mountains can be used to attack stones. Mu Yang made a secret decision in his heart, intending to go to Kailan Holy Land after completing his studies, to see if he can break through faster. After taking a short rest, Isuf's expression has recovered a lot. At this moment, seeing Mu Yang had recovered after a short error, he couldn't help but nod secretly. He glanced at Eula, motioned to the other party to distract Mexia, and then began to teach Mu Yang the release principle of Tianxin Qigong alone. Mu Yang, after so many years of cultivation, your body has been polished to perfection. Next, you have to learn to mobilize the energy in your body. We call this energy Qi. We have no way of knowing the specific source of Qi. It may come from the internal organs of the human body, or from every cell in the body. Our Tianxin Liu believes that Qi is the combination of spirit, Qi, and mental power plus the body. Strength, the essence produced after refining is Qi. Chakra. After hearing Isuf's description, Mu Yang's mind flashed for the first time as the source of power for the protagonists in the Naruto world to screw the ball's chakra. If they are all products of island cartoonists, it doesn't seem surprising that some things have similar settings. But this is the Dragon Ball world, and Qi, as a manifestation of energy in this world, still has more connotations. Over there, see Mu Yang listening to the lecture carefully, he continued. Because Qi is a combination of spirit and power, the first stage of cultivating Qi is to sit still, and use spiritual power to perceive the Qi in the body. When you can feel the Qi, then the first stage is over, and then you start to try to make it run in your body. This process will be very difficult at the beginning, and even accompanied by severe mental tingling. This all are normal, indicating that Qi has begun to grow in the body. After this stage, the next step is complete. At this time, the Qi in the body will condense into clusters and distribute in every part of the body. It will continue to conceive and grow. When the total amount reaches a certain level, at a certain you can release Qigong waves like a teacher. Of course, every school has different understanding of Qi, so the cultivation methods are also different, but they should be basically the same. Isafar explained Tianxin Liu's understanding of Qi seriously. Mu Yang also listened very carefully, comparing Tianxin Liu's understanding of Qi with his own understanding. Obviously, there is no mention of spiritual power when practicing Qi in the original work. It seems that neither Gaixian Liu nor Hexian Liu has such a requirement. Even generally speaking, in the entire Dragon Ball world, Qi is equivalent to power. As long as you know how to release it. Simple and rude. Mu Yang didn't know that Tianxin Liu's over-understanding of Qi had taken a crooked path. He kept improving so much that he got stuck in a narrow alley and found faults. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com couldn't help himself? Or is this the difference between it and other genres? Which is better or worse? Mu Yang hasn't the ability to judge, so he keeps everything in mind, and he is ready to wait until the future to do in-depth research. After roughly explaining the key points of Tianxin Liu Qigong practice, Isafar stopped, leaving Mu Yang enough time to think. Looking at his disciple Mu Yang's thoughtful appearance, Isafar nodded in satisfaction, and continued to explain after a long while. About an hour later, Isafar finished describing the cultivation method of Qi. Okay, you have all the points in mind. After you go back, you will have a good understanding and strive to extract the first qi in your body as soon as possible. Everything is difficult at the beginning. After this stage, it will be all right later. Isof smiled. Looking at Mu Yang, he estimated that it would take at least a month for him, the first disciple, to extract the first breath. Paused, and said with relief, "But you don't need to be too anxious. Compared with other schools, our body has been moisturized by countless medicinal materials, and it is relatively easier to produce the first breath." "Teacher, I took it down. After I go back, I will definitely practice harder," Mu Yang said seriously. Aisha Fo laughed, patted Mu Yang on the shoulder, and said with great relief, "It's enough to stop, everything has a degree, you are still very young, and you don't need to push yourself too tightly." Yet, Mu Yang nodded in compliance, but he was already planning the next practice in his heart. After being exposed to higher levels of cultivation, Mu Yang knew that he would be busy in the next days. Tianzin Liu's understanding and cultivation of qi opened a brand new door for him, allowing him to enter a new stage of cultivation. Chapter 11, respectively. When Isafar taught Mu Yang Qigong inheritance alone, Mahia's elders, including Eula, were also telling her about the Southern Superpower Academy. When she learned that she was going to study in a place called Superpower Academy soon, Mahia opened her mouth, and she didn't know what to say except for looking forward to the future. Soon, the rising sun has risen to the top of the mountain, and the sun's rays shone on the human body and heat has been generated. After the training method of qi was finished, a few people dispersed in a hurry. Next, due to insufficient inventory materials, Sith and Carl will team up into the depths of the primitive mountain range to find resources. This is a very dangerous action. Isof and the others will prepare for this matter. On the way back, Mu Yang and Mehia walked side by side. Perhaps because of the great impact today, Mehia, who is usually very excited, also seemed a little restrained. Waiting until the road branched off, Mehia stopped suddenly, and two eyes that were green like a lake looked at Mu Yang. "Senior brother, Aunt Eula said that I will go to the superpower school in the southern region to study next, and it will take a long time to leave." "Superpower Academy, what is that place?" Mu Yang was taken aback, and stopped. "I don't know, I heard that it is a place to exercise superpowers." Mu Yang nodded slightly, confirming that the name had not been heard before, and he asked, "How long will it take?" "I don't know either." Mehia shook her head, her expression somewhat low. For Mehia, who had never walked out of the nearby villages since she was a child, suddenly heading to the unfamiliar southern region obviously made her feel terrified. Mu Yang didn't know what to say at this time, although he didn't know exactly what this superpower academy came from, but since it was a place to exercise superpower, it evoked part of his memory. In the original work, it seems like Oolong they studied in a superpower school when they were young, but later I didn't know if it was because of insufficient qualifications or other reasons. In the end, they didn't enter the department, but graduated from the affiliated transformation kindergarten. Then left directly. The decision to send Mehia to the Superpower Academy was made by teacher Isif. Mu Yang is not qualified to be pecked. Perhaps for Mehia, who has superpowers, studying there can better strengthen her ability of the body. It was just that, Mexia was about to leave for a long time, which suddenly disrupted Mu Yang's established practice plan. Pop! The crisp applause suddenly sounded, making Mehia, who was depressed, come back to his senses. I saw Mu Yang patted his palm vigorously, then put his hand on Mehia's dark green hair, and patted her head. "This is a rare opportunity. Brother, I just got the method to practice Qigong, and you have to enter the Superpower Academy to study. We might as well compare and see who will be more powerful in the future. Don't beat me by then." Cry nose. "No way." Mexia gave Mu Yang a blank look, opened the hand that Mu Yang placed on her head, and said proudly, "I will definitely become better than the brother." Not always. Looking at the little girl's cute face, Mu Yang shook his head confidently. I definitely won, just like now, if I use superpowers, brother is not my opponent at all. After speaking, Mejia waved his fist very proudly. Mu Yang was speechless for a while. What she said was so reasonable that people couldn't refute it. It's true. Mejia is not his opponent when she is usually fighting Kung Fu, but once she uses her superpowers, Mu Yang will be helpless. Mexia's superpower is the same as the motivation to read dumplings, and at this stage he can't get rid of it. This topic was a bit slapped, and Mu Yang didn't go on talking anymore. In the following days, Mu Yang went in and out. In addition to paying attention to the news that the two elders of Sith and Karl had entered the depths of the primitive mountains, Mu Yang turned a blind eye to outside affairs and stayed on his own hill to condense his body. Breath. Finally, the emperor paid off. When the seventh day of cultivation, Mu Yang faintly sensed a warm airflow in his chest. This is more than 20 days ahead of Isuf's expectation of a month. It seems that I am not bad. The first step is basically completed. The next step is to let this breath grow slowly according to the main points of practice. Mu Yang thought happily, closing his eyes to sense the breath. Pump. It was like a hollow tremor resounding in the body, and the breath that had just been generated unexpectedly rushed in the body uncontrollably. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mu Yang's face suddenly turned pale, and he almost didn't catch his breath, and finally managed to suppress the pressure. Hi, this chi is too difficult to control. It seems that it will take some time to control it. This may be the difficulty of Qigong practice. Mu Yang sat cross-legged, slowly adapting to the sudden heat rise in his body. Then he stood up, leaped and ran down the mountain. Today is the day when Mejia leaves Daqingshan to study in the Superpower Academy in the southern region. Aunt Clarissa, among the 6 elders, will personally her to the academy. Mexia is very close to herself, and Mu Yang feels that at this time she should see her off. On this day, on the mountainside of Daqingshan, all the disciples of Tianxinliu came. Looking at all the people who saw her off, Mejia looked back after 3 steps, like an abandoned kitten, reluctantly waved, and then left Daqingshan under the drag of Aunt Clarissa. Looking at the figure becoming more and more blurred, Mu Yang suddenly sighed in melancholy. Mexia's departure suddenly lost one of the little guys who accompanied her to practice. Without the whispering voice in her ear, Mu Yang was still a little uncomfortable for a while, mainly because she lacked a partner for training. Because Mexia's superpowers have the effect of increasing stress, Mu Yang doesn't need to tie weights to herself for training. Now that Mexia is gone, he can only find another way. But soon he discovered that even if he tied sandbags on his hands and feet, it would be difficult to achieve the effect on the whole body before. After practicing several times, the result was not very satisfactory. Relieved the load on his body, bang bang bang, several sandbags fell on the ground, but Mu Yang was a little worried. Chapter 12, Mysterious Place. These sandbags are big and awkward. At this stage, they can't play an auxiliary role at all. It seems that I have to go to the mountain to get me to build a few sets of wrist guards that specifically increase the weight. Mu Yang stared at the sandbags thrown on the ground, and remembered the scene of Monkey King strapping a huge weight on the King Star to practice. He currently doesn't have that good equipment, so he has to take a step back and replace it with steel. Although the technology of this world has just started, and even electricity is not even popular in many places, there should be wrought iron technology. A few days later, a whole set of dark metal equipment appeared in Mu Yang's hands. Together, these metal equipment amounted to hundreds of kilograms, enough for Mu Yang's current practice. Putting on these props, Mu Yang quickly devoted himself to a comprehensive practice. Henjiu, punched, bent down, stretched his legs. Mu Yang kept sweating in his courtyard. Cultivation is a boring thing. If you can't make fun in hardship and find the pleasure in it, then this must be a very painful process, but Mu Yang is happy in it, because he knows that the so-called strong it's all forced out. In this powerful Dragon Ball world, if there is no extraordinary great perseverance, he will never have the opportunity to make a head start in his life. And as the practice continues, he can feel his own changes every day, his body strength is constantly improving, and his strength is constantly increasing. The tiny qi in the body has also changed from the original thinness. It has grown a little bit, and now it can converge into the thickness of chopsticks in the body. Although there are not many, it is a good start. Today's cultivation is still going on, and before I know it, that little earthworm-like qi began to flow through Mu Yang's body. The breath set off from the heart, bypassed the internal organs, and then rushed towards the brain along a small passage that seemed like nothing. Everything seemed normal, but just then, something unexpected happened. When the breath swam to the position of the brain, it suddenly seemed to feel the call of some kind of power, and it suddenly walked out of the veins, entered the cerebral cortex, and settled in consciousness. Oops, something went wrong. An anxious sting came from deep in his consciousness, and Mu Yang's body shook suddenly, awakening from the training. At this time, the breath was no longer under his control. Bang! 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 It was like a heart beating, but the sound was definitely not from the heart, but from the depths of consciousness. Mu Yang's face was shocked, and then his complexion turned from red to white, and finally turned blue again, as if he was suffocating. He tried his best to control the qi in his body, but it had no effect anymore. The qi clings to his consciousness and took roots like a sapling, and the qi that was as thin as a hairline wandered in the sea of consciousness, gradually getting rid of it. Boom! The violent explosion seemed to break the ground. It seemed that something had been broken through, and it seemed that nothing happened. The violent shocks caused Mu Yang's eyes to show the stars, and almost shattered the sea of consciousness. When he came back to his senses, Mu Yang struck a spirit, and he discovered that his consciousness had appeared in a grey-white space. This is a peculiar space, the visibility around it is very low, and it is invisible from 10 meters away. Where is this place? Mu Yang stared at the scene in front of him dumbfounded. He didn't know why he appeared here. Could it be that when he was practicing, he suddenly shattered into the void? It doesn't make sense. I pinch my arm hard, it hurts. Wait, there seems to be something wrong. Mu Yang suddenly thought of something. Could it be that what is coming in now is not his own consciousness, but his true body? And here is also a real space? He was busy confirming his body, and finally came to the conclusion that his body really entered. He can still distinguish the difference between the conscious body and the true body. What exactly is going on? As a veteran Dragon Ball fan, he knows very well that in the Dragon Ball world, there is no setting in this regard. Mu Yang decided to find out. He looked around in this small space. Because the space itself was extremely small, Mu Yang came to the end without taking a few steps. At a distance of 5 or 6 meters away, there was an invisible barrier blocking it, no matter what Mu Yang did. With hard work, I couldn't move any further. It seems that the size of this space is only 10 meters in radius. Mu Yang thought secretly as his palm was against the wall of the space. You must find a way to leave as soon as possible, or you will be trapped here, but how can you leave? Mu Yang sat on the ground in distress. This pocket of small space is full of grey and white colors. Reading www.uuganshu.com is empty. Besides that, it looks empty like a grey box. It is very similar to the spiritual time house, but it is not exactly the same as the spiritual time house. It is more dead here. Obviously there will be nothing of supplies. This 10-meter space is clearly a cage, and I am locked in it. Damn! When the protagonists in other novels encounter this situation, most of them are signs of the appearance of gold fingers. How come they have changed? Time passed by every minute and every second, and this grey-white space remained unchanged like the ancient starry sky. Soon, after 6 or 7 hours, Yang still couldn't find a way to leave. But the strange thing is that after so long, he didn't feel any hunger. It's as if the body's consumption is in a completely stopped state. No, to be precise, it wasn't that his physical consumption had stopped. Yang could feel that all his functions were normal. The reason is that this space is full of free air in this space, which is constantly replenishing his body's consumption. The eyes are bright. If you can come and go freely, this is an excellent place for cultivation. Oh! Yang sighed deeply, thinking about what's the use of so much. For so long, he has determined that this space will not automatically send him away, and the grandpa with him, the system or something, does not exist. Fortunately, he will not feel hungry here, at least he will not starve to death. Since there is no life worry, and he can't get out for a while, Yang simply started practicing here. Maybe with the increase of his strength, he can break the confinement here and return to the original world. Chapter 13, Acceleration Space. Thinking like this, Yang's mental outlook became different. He began to calm down, then set up a posture and practiced his fists and kicks in accordance with the routine of Tianxin Lu. Not to mention, the effect of training here is really leveraged. With if there is no gas attached to the surface of the body, he is practicing almost without any loss. After practicing the martial arts of Tianxin Liu for a long time, Yang felt that all his hands and feet were moving, and then he began to practice Qigong again. Naturally, practicing here is twice the result with half the effort. If the external cultivation effect is 5, then here, it is at least 15. 3 times the effect. Good place, really good place, the only drawback is that I don't know how to leave. Sighed regretfully, Yang continued to condense the qi in his body. At this time, another warm airflow rushed through his body. It first walked around the internal organs of the body, and then entered every bone of the body along the veins. Only a crisp sound was heard. Every muscle in Yang trembled slightly. Next, the breath left the musculoskeletal area and returned to the internal organs, and then settled down like a swallow that had returned to the nest, moisturizing every cell in the body with rhyme. And Yang was also immersed in this wonderful feeling, and the energy in his body increased a little bit. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed in my heart. Yang suddenly thought he entered this mysterious space because the qi in his body stimulated the deep consciousness in the brain during cultivation, thus opening up this space. As to whether this space is his own consciousness space, he doesn't need to care about it. If you follow this line of thinking, then you will use qi to stimulate the depths of your consciousness again in this space, and you will never open up another space. Thinking of this, Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was a strong light in his eyes. Although this kind of action is a bit risky, it is better than being trapped here. Take a risk. Yang just did it. He immediately sat cross-legged, adjusted his mentality, carefully controlled a ray of energy to imitate the previous process, and rolled it towards his brain. Pang! When the qi controlled by Yang rushed into the consciousness space, it was as if a solid projectile suddenly smashed through a thick wall. The mysterious space in which his body was now was suddenly distorted. The dark crack appeared out of thin air, with a powerful swallowing force, directly sucking Yang's body into it. Once again, Yang found himself back in his home in Daqingshan. Really came back. I can enter and leave that space by myself. Yang clenched his fists, feeling so excited that he really wanted to shout out. Immediately, a deep exhaustion swept over him suddenly, making him pale, and he collapsed to the ground almost weakly. What happened? Obviously the body is strong, why do you feel so tired? Yang was horrified, and he understood in a flash. Although no physical energy was consumed in that space, it was his mental energy. In his state, I'm afraid I can't stay in the space for too long. Otherwise, you will feel like your body is hollowed out. What? At this time, he glanced at the color of the sky. In the dark night, the stars were shining, and the bright stars hung in the night sky, like beautiful pearls. It's actually night here. Yang remembered that it was morning when he entered that mysterious space, and then he was trapped in that space for a total of more than 20 hours. If you counted by time, it would never be night when he came out. Is the time flow in the two spaces different, just like a spiritual time house? Suddenly such a guess occurred in his brain, which made Yang feel itchy and unbearable, forgetting his fatigue for a while. If the time flow of the mysterious space in his consciousness is really different from the outside world, then he has a lot of room for manipulation. Yang felt that he should test the same, but not now. Now he has to take a nap and replenish his energy. Sleep immediately after touching the pillow, no dreams all night. Early the next morning, no, it was early the third day to be exact. It turned out that Yang actually slept for 2 consecutive days when he lay down. Fortunately, Mexia is not here. Otherwise, in the posture that she will come to visit every day, seeing Yang sleepless, I am afraid that she will cause restlessness again. Early that day, the morning sun rose, and Yang found 2 tall incense sticks of the same length from the room, and then lit them. One stick was inserted into the crack in the stone on the ground, and the other stick was held in his hand. Then he was silent and concentrating, and after a little brewing, he opened the passage into the mysterious space again. He only heard a wheeze. Yang's body disappeared suddenly, and then about half an incense time passed, his body reappeared, but at this time, the gaussiang he held in his hand had burned out. Yang took the 2 incense sticks and compared them, glanced at the high incense stick with only 1 incense stick left in his hand, and then looked at the half-burning stick on the ground. His eyes couldn't help but burst into gratifying light. The flow of time on both sides is really different. The mysterious space at the other end of consciousness is twice that of the outside world. Twice the time flow, and to a certain extent, people can practice in it without feeling tired. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is simply a holy place for cultivation. If Yang, who had just arrived, had a little doubt about whether he could gain a foothold in the Dragon Ball world, then now that there is room for acceleration, Yang is completely confident to break into a world here. Haha, first give that piece of space a name and call it acceleration space. Yang smiled and chose a name for the space, which was concise and clear, and time accelerated. In fact, in the bottom of Yang's heart, I faintly feel that the utility of that space should be more than that. The function similar to the spiritual time house may be just a trivial function of it. In the following days, Yang would still stay in Dakingshan during the day to hone his fists and feet, but at night, he would enter the acceleration space, using the effect of the acceleration space to wash away the fatigue of the body, and he would take it seriously. Really continue to practice. Through testing, Yang found that with his current mental state, he can continue to open the acceleration space for about 3 hours, that is, 6 hours inside. Excessive time will cause mental depression, making him feel like stepping on cotton, but instead the gain is not worth the loss. Generally, the martial arts masters in this world usually spend only a few hours during the day for practice. Those who are more diligent may borrow a little time at night, but adequate rest is essential. But Yang is different. With the help of the acceleration space, he can not only practice during the day, but also open a small stove at night. It should be said that reasonable use of the acceleration space for cultivation under the condition of spiritual power permits. In fact, to a certain extent, it is equivalent to resting. After coming and going like this, Yang's real cultivation time is more than twice that of ordinary people. Chapter 14, The Expectations of the Elders. July, the blue sky, the wispy clouds are not stained, the vast green hills, the verdant greenery, and the distant mountains with daisies. In the Tianxinliu Budo building, Isof and several elders of Tianxinliu are drinking tea leisurely. Sith and Karl are also here. They have returned from the original mountain range. This time it took 10 days to enter the mountain. After surmounting dozens of mountains, the two brought back enough medicinal bath materials. I worry about medicinal materials again. Putting the raw materials away, a few people sat together, listening to Sis and Carl talking about the situation of the mountain. This time, there was a burst of laughter from time to time. A complete tea set is placed in the center. With Alice's skillful tea-making skills, the small spoonful of freshly fried green tea is soaked in the clear spring water. After a while, the camellia disperses, and a breath of quietness is emitted with the heat. Tea fragrance. Count the time, Mejia should have almost arrived at the Super Academy. Receiving a cup of tea from his wife, Isafar began to miss his lovely daughter. Alice glanced at the calendar on the wall. It's almost here. I don't know how she is now, whether she has entered the advanced class. Mejia is so smart, it must be possible. Biaros, a handsome blonde man, said with a smile at this time. I hope. Alice smiled slightly. Super Ability Academy is divided into elementary class, intermediate class, and advanced class. There are different training procedures for super ability people with different potentials. If you can enter the advanced class, the starting point is one level higher than others, not to mention the certificate at graduation. Similarly, it is also an opportunity for the superpowers themselves, at least extremely beneficial to the development of superpowers. As a mother, Alice certainly hopes that her daughter can enter the advanced class, but she does not force it. After all, she is backed by Tianxin Lu. Even if her daughter is just an ordinary woman like her, she will not be bullied in the future. Don't worry about the two of you, Clarissa should hear back and forth soon. Seeing the worried look of Isafar and Alice, Sith smiled and took a sip of tea. He can understand the feelings of Isafar and Alice. After all, the children are out, so how can parents not worry about them? Clarissa followed, but there was nothing to worry about. The topic of several people moved away from Mexia, and gradually turned to several disciples of the school, commenting on their strengths and weaknesses one by one. In Tianxinliu, in theory, all disciples are disciples of the head, but in fact, each elder will specifically point out one or two disciples. Although these disciples in them do not have the name of a master or apprentice, they have the real sense of master and apprentice. These disciples also know best. It is a long-standing principle to communicate on the condition of the disciples at regular intervals. Through these exchanges, the follow-up training program can be formulated more accurately. When talking about Mu Yang, everyone sighed. More than 10 minutes ago, Mu Yang just came here and asked them a few problems encountered in the process of cultivation. Mu Yang's progress is so great, I thought it would take him a few years to ask those questions, but I didn't expect to ask them now. Carl glanced at everyone. His tone a little sorrowful. Eula nodded, looking at his appearance. He should have already touched the secret of Tianxin Qigong. Maybe in the near future, our Tianxinliu will give birth to the youngest disciple who has mastered Tianxin Qigong. While speaking, looking at Isaf, Yura smiled and said, "Congratulations to Isaf is here. Isaf is quite useful. His disciple is promising, and he feels bright on his face. To be honest, my own disciple seems to have changed over the past few days, making progress every day. Unknowingly he has already thrown off several other disciples. As a big disciple, this is indeed a good example. For the genre, it is also very beneficial." Aisha Fo nodded with a smile, and praised, "According to Mu Yang's current progress, there may be hope to participate in the 11th World Martial Arts Conference in 3 years, and he will be able to enter the top 8 at his age. If you can enter the top 8, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, our Tianxinliu will be considered proud." Biaros took the conversation with excitement. The world's #1 Budo Club is a competition jointly launched by various martial arts schools in the world, held every 5 years. At this time, the world's #1 Budo Club was not officially organized by the Earth government as in the original work, but was organized by well-known martial arts schools in turn. In previous years, Tianzin participated in the world's #1 Budokai not many times. First, because Tianzin has few disciples, it is impossible to screen out the players who meet the conditions of the competition. Although the world's #1 Budo club does not set an upper age limit, in actual operation, rookies of various sects are often participating. The future of the sect lies in the new generation. The older generations of martial arts of various sects are embarrassed to be shy with the younger generation. Taiwan Sports. Secondly, in the final analysis, it is still a matter of strength. Even if suitable disciples happen to be able to participate, most of Tianzin Liu's results are not ideal. Speaking of which, he has not entered the quarterfinals for several sessions. In fact, as Biaros said, being able to enter the quarterfinals is to some extent a reputation for his own school. Aishifu valued Muyang this disciple very much, otherwise he would not have taught him the practice of Qigong early, but Aishifu also knew that there are people outside the world and the truth outside the sky. You need to know that it is the world's #1 martial arts conference, which will bring together the most outstanding martial arts masters from all over the world. Even if Isov participates by himself, he may not be able to achieve the best results. Let Mu Yang participate in the world's #1 martial arts conference. At his age, it is extremely difficult to achieve the top 8 results. Of course, Mu Yang didn't know what Isov was thinking. At this time, Mu Yang was doing exercises alone in the training ground in the back mountain. Chapter 15, Wreckage of the Fallen Spaceship. Time flies, passing away quietly. At this time, it has been a month since Muyang discovered the acceleration space. Thanks to the assistance of the acceleration space this month, the qi in Muyang's body is growing, and gradually it has the thickness of a thumb. This is a very rare progress, because according to the normal speed of cultivation, it will take at least 3 or 4 months of hard work to achieve this level. Even though this qi is weaker than his teacher Isuf, it has greatly increased Mu Yang's confidence in the future, and he has become more diligent in his cultivation. On this day, as the aura in his body increased, Mu Yang was able to sense the heat flow in his body. So he tried to imitate Isuf's movements to release the Qigong of Tianzin Liu. I saw Mu Yang's solemn expression, holding his breath, arranging a posture, using his to form a sword, exhausting all his strength to gather the heat in his body between the index finger and of his right hand. Tianzin Qigong. These energies gathered together and gradually generated a high temperature. Seeing a burst of light from the fingertips, the Qigong wave was about to be released. With a snoring, a weak air current flew out from the fingertips, but only flew out. After half a meter, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Dud! Muyang looked awkwardly at the mist in front of him. Fortunately, no one saw it, otherwise his debut would be embarrassing. The release of Qigong wave emphasizes with the momentum of overwhelming, and it bursts into a cathartic opening and sweeps it like a bamboo. The Qigong wave that Muyang released just now is condensed and unreal, and the quality is not good. Neither explosive nor penetrating power can reach the standard. This is because the qi in Muyang's body is not strong enough. However, although he failed to release the Qigong wave this time, Mu Yang silently remembered it in his heart, but he did not feel discouraged, so he practiced more carefully. Pristine mountain range, inner circle. The primordial mountain range stretches for hundreds of kilometers as a whole, and it is too big inside. What is there in the deepest part? Even the ancestors who have been rooted near the primordial mountain range for many years, after wave of exploration, did not bring the whole explore the circle field thoroughly. At this time, in the depths of the original mountain range, where the inner circle and the outer circle meet, Mu Yang is wandering aimlessly here. The forest in the distance is lush, with thick trees towering up to the sky, blocking the line of sight. With the ups and downs of the terrain, these giant trees also up and down regularly. Shattered, a black figure quickly passed by, disappearing into the forest like a floating light. Muyang has been in this vast forest for some days. Combined with the results of recent cultivation, Muyang alone enters the small-scale activities in the inner circle of the primitive mountain range. As long as you pay attention, you don't have to worry too much about safety. Here, Muyang's spirit is always highly concentrated, because the threat level of the inner circle is different from that of the outer circle. He can behave with ease outside, but he can't do it here. After all, Muyang did not have the strength of Isif and others, so when walking, his eyes and ears were constantly paying attention to the movement around him. Once there was any disturbance, his body needed to respond immediately. This process continued for several days. Muyang only walked at the junction of the inner circle and the outer circle. In this way, as the terrain changed, an open valley gradually appeared in front of him. This valley presents half-moon-shaped undulations, with high and convex peaks on both sides, spreading out to the sides, and the entire crescent-shaped valley seems to be smashed out by force. Continued along the long gorge in front of me. Suddenly, an empty rocky beach appeared in front of him. Crushed rocks on the ground were rugged. Near the rocky beach, some shiny things caught Muyang's attention. Those are some scattered metal blocks. These metal blocks are relatively large, and they are already covered with blue moss, and the mottled rust is faintly visible. It looks very old. Hey, the metal blocks here are not like things on Earth. With a slight exclamation in his heart, Muyang strode forward, and within a few steps he came to the vicinity of the big parts. Leaned down to take a closer look. Muyang determined that this was a part of a large-scale mechanical equipment. According to this mottled rust, it had existed here for at least a few hundred years and was definitely not a product of the Earth. This thing came from outer space, Muyang basically judged it, and then looked for it along this area. Fortunately, this crescent-shaped gorge is not too big. It took Muyang a little time. Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com finally found a flying vehicle half buried under the soil near a stream. It's actually a spaceship. Muyang came to the aircraft and stared carefully. It's a pity that the overall structure has been severely oxidized and corroded for some years, and there is no possibility of repair. This aircraft is about 7 or 8 meters in length, half of which is buried under the soil. Perhaps the impact it suffered when it fell was too great. The spacecraft's shell itself has fallen apart, coupled with the relentless erosion of years, it has become like rotten iron, completely losing the possibility of repair. And even if there is a chance to repair it, it is impossible to repair it well with Earth's technology. Look at what's useful in it. Although he knew that the possibility of harvest was not great, he saw the spaceship in front of him with his own eyes and left without digging out something useful. He was always unwilling. The spaceship is impossible to repair, but if you look for it carefully, you may find something useful. Upon seeing this, Muyang looked around, found a long metal crowbar, and then began to dig down until he dug down 2 or 3 meters deep before he dug a metal box from the wreckage of the spacecraft. Packaged items. Opened the metal box and placed 3 lens-like objects inside. What? Muyang was a little surprised, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tilt upwards. The moment he saw the lens-shaped object, he judged that it was probably something similar to an energy detector. As for whether it was an energy detector, he was not sure. I took a lens in my hand, and it should work. Muyang can't guarantee the shelf life of the shape technology. I don't know how many years have passed, and I don't know if it can be used. P.S. For the new book issue, please vote for the recommendation votes in your hand. And thank you book friends for their rewards. Chapter 16, Energy Detector. Muyang soon knew that his worries were unnecessary, and even what he really should be worried about was not this. When he took the lens-shaped object in his hand and looked at it, suddenly, there was a beep. When the lens-shaped object touched the skin, it seemed to be automatically charged, and the light green lens was unexpectedly charged. It shows a series of symbols that do not know the meaning. Muyang was taken aback, looking at the activated detector, his expression changed and his heart shook. You must know that many of the alien detectors have communication functions. Now that the lens-shaped detector is activated, will it expose the location of the Earth? Although the location of the Earth is not a secret in the universe, it is not a good thing to send a signal rashly, and it would be bad if an alien provokes it. With the current combat power of the Earth, it should not be able to resist aliens. But speaking of it, it is worthy of alien high-tech. It hasn't been bad for so many years. Yang sighed in his heart, took the lens and looked at it again, and found that the readings on it had not changed after turning it on. Looking at the character carefully, it was only a short line. There are not many digits for the symbol, only 4 digits, and apart from the lens and the bracket worn, no antenna was found. After thinking about it, Yang didn't care whether he could understand the symbol displayed on the lens, and he took the lens back into the metal box, and then continued to search in the spacecraft for a while, making sure that he couldn't find other useful things. Later, Yang picked up the box and left the crescent-shaped canyon directly. Hurried all the way, avoiding the gaze of countless beasts, and Yang rushed back quickly. The moon is like a silver plate, and the sky is full of stars. Yang returned to his residence. Under the dim candlelight, he opened the metal iron box again and picked up one of the lenses. Beep! 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 As a result of sensing some heat energy on the skin, the lens automatically operated again, and a series of data soon appeared. Same as the previous reading, the data volume is very small, only a string of characters. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, because Yang roughly calculated that this should be something similar to an energy detector. The data displayed always has a certain pattern, whether it is decimal or binary, at least there is a pattern. Carefully observe the data on the lens, Yang pointed it at himself, and then continuously increased the energy in the body, and sure enough, the symbol at the end of the data changed. And as the data jumped, the data above showed a certain regular reciprocation phenomenon. Yang excerpted these symbols one by one on the paper, and then carefully studied it, and soon discovered that these characters were actually divided into 4 sections, and each section should represent a carry. So far, the first 2 have not changed. Fortunately, Yang used to be an electrician and learned the principles of digital circuits, which at least gave him a clue to cracking it. No matter what the base is, it can be calculated based on the fluctuation of the data. After repeated trials, Yang confirmed that there are a total of 16 changes in the last digit of the lens, which means that the lens displayed on the lens is likely to be a hexadecimal data. After comparing the characters displayed on the lens with the hexadecimal system he knew, Yang aimed at himself and measured the maximum energy data. Beep! A string of data is displayed on the lens. Replace these characters with the hexadecimal number on the Earth, which is 002F. Is converted to decimal 47. In other words, Yang's current energy number or combat power is 47 points. This data is not bad, at least not low among people on Earth. Yang looked at the data and smashed his mouth. You should know that when Yang just crossed over a year ago, the combat power was estimated to have not even been 15%, and it was almost tripled in 1 year, which was not easy. It's all right now. With specific data comparison, it becomes more clear in practice. I just don't know if this data is consistent with the universal combat power calculation method in the universe. It should be similar. Compared with the energy detectors of the Frisia forces in the original work, this one in Yang's hands lacks the geolocation function, and judging from the monotonous character display, it should not have the communication function. Obviously this is only a pure energy detector. That's it, but correspondingly, its detection range seems to be wider, the 4-digit hexadecimal system is all filled, and the upper limit can almost detect 65,000 combat power. Ashamed, at present Yang can only make the last 2 detectors beating slightly. Immediately, Yang smiled lightly, enthusiasm in his heart. This is a quantitative comparison. I used to know that I am growing every day, but how much I have grown is very vague. With this energy detector, it's like playing a game and watching my level continue to rise. This intuitive the performance made Mu Yang feel more motivated. In the Budo building, Isof and Mu Yang sat face to face. After the 7-day instruction, Mu Yang was left alone by Isuf. Teacher. Mu Yang nodded slightly to Isuf. Previously, he used the detector to test the elders such as Isuf. In the daily state, the data of Isuf and others are between 60 and 70. Among them, the data of teacher Isuf is the highest, reaching 74, but Deep Mu Yang, who knew the characteristics of the Earth Martial Arts School, would not think that this was their highest combat effectiveness. If he really broke out with all his strength, Ishav's combat power might exceed 80. Did you encounter difficulties during cultivation during this period of time? Isof asked with a smile. The disciple feels very good so far and has not encountered a bottleneck. Mu Yang replied. Yet. Isafar nodded. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com then said solemnly and seriously, Mu Yang, in about 3 years, there will be a grand martial arts convention on Maple Leaf Island in the south. Experts from all over the world will gather there. This is a rare exercise opportunity. What the teacher meant is that I hope you can participate on behalf of Tien Xin Lu. A martial arts conference that gathers masters from all over the world. Mu Yang's heart suddenly fluctuated when he heard that. Wouldn't it be the best martial arts club in the world? Teacher, please tell me the details of the martial arts club. Mu Yang said quickly. Isof chuckled slightly, and said, even if you don't ask, I'll talk to you carefully. He looked at Mu Yang with a light smile and moistened his throat. Speaking of the Martial Arts Society. Its full name is the World's Best Martial Arts Society. In fact, it has been held for many times. It was only a private exchange meeting between top schools. However, with the continuous expansion of the scope of exchanges over the years, the Martial Arts Society it has also become more and more grand, and now it is mainly held by those well-known genres, but the participating members have expanded to the entire martial arts world. 3 years later, the 11th World Budokai will be held. Because of our weak strength in the past, we did not send disciples to participate. You are the best performer in our new generation. So the teacher hopes that you can represent Tianxinliu in the competition. It doesn't matter whether you can get good results. It's an opportunity to exercise. Isafar explained patiently. According to his estimation, if Mu Yang can practice seriously in the next 3 years, it should not be difficult to achieve good results in the world's #1 martial arts club. But it is too difficult to win the championship. Isaf is not very demanding, as long as he can get to the top 8, it's good, but Isaf doesn't know, his position on Mu Yang is actually underestimated. Chapter 17, 3 years. 3 years later. The 11th World Budokai. Mu Yang's eyes couldn't help but shine. This was the first time he had figured out the world of Dragon Ball he was in. Before, due to the backward technology of the Earth, the news was blocked, and there was no accurate reference point. Mu Yang had not figured out how many years before the beginning of the plot of his era for a long time. Now the news about the #1 Budokai in the world brought by Isafar has allowed him to find a reference point. At the beginning of the original work, Sun Wukong participated in the 21st World's #1 Budokai, and he himself was 10 times earlier than Sun Wukong. If one is counted in 3 years, it is 30 years. No, Mu Yang shook his head. The time interval before the 21st World #1 Budokai was 5 years, not 3 years. The 10th session is 50 years, plus the next 3 years, that is to say, there are at least 53 years before the plot begins. In this way, the time he traveled to the Dragon Ball world is actually 54 years before the plot began. Mu Yang couldn't help but be speechless. It was really long enough. For 54 years, when the plot began, he was in his 60s and 70s, and he was a bad old man. After learning the news of the world's #1 martial arts club from teacher Isaf, Mu Yang left and returned to his hut, thinking about the martial arts club in his heart. After confirming the time period he was in, Mu Yang's heart settled down instead. Looking at the energy detector placed in the metal box, Mu Yang's mouth slightly raised. I will not consider things more than 50 years later. I will practice Kung Fu first, then the next martial arts meeting will be my first step to show off in this world. In the original work, the immortal turtle who has lived for more than 300 years is still alive until the beginning of the plot, and is known as the god of martial arts and is active on the historical stage. It can be seen that when the power is strong to a certain extent, using certain means can definitely extend the life. According to legend, the reason why the turtle immortal can live so long is because he took the elixir, while another rumor is that the turtle immortal has eaten the undead grass in the undead forest. Which one is reliable? Mu Yang is not sure about the specific situation, but like the turtle immortal, the crane immortal, the Tao Bibai, and the divining mother who have lived for hundreds of years, one or two can be said to be miracles, but all of a sudden there must be 4 reasons. As long as this cause is on the earth, then based on the understanding of the Dragon Ball world, Mu Yang believes that he also has the opportunity to obtain it. Thinking about it this way, the small goal of to live to the beginning of the plot seems not difficult to achieve. Of course, Mu Yang's goal is definitely not like the turtle immortal and crane immortal. When the plot begins, he is already an old man. He must not only live, but also maintain a good physical condition. In the early morning, the scenery is quiet. The wind blew the leaves and rustled in the ears, the frogs on the ridge were croaking, the grass in the distance was covered with dew, and the sound of insects and birds were heard from time to time in the quiet forest. On the hill, a young man is gathering energy in his body. Suddenly, the young man tightened his body as if he was facing an enemy. And the hot energy converged on his fingertips with a blue light. With a majestic call, his arm suddenly straightened, and a burst of surging energy shot out from between his fingers. Tianxin Qigong. It is like a laser beam sweeping quickly, the slender beam of light accompanied by the surrounding whirlwind, hitting a stone weighing more than 70 kilograms in the distance. Only a loud rumbling sound was heard, the rock burst into cracks, scattered into small particles and splashed, and at the same time a thick layer of dust rose on the spot to block the line of sight. When the smoke cleared, Mu Yang gasped slightly, and his eyes showed a satisfied look. His Qigong wave finally reached the level of Teacher Isuf. It has been 3 years since Mu Yang got the energy detector. Day after day, for 3 full years, Mu Yang is already 17 years old, and the original boy has grown into a handsome youth. In the past 3 years, Mu Yang's strength has been growing. After such a long time of training, Mu Yang's body has been strengthened a lot. The physical constitution of the Earthlings cannot be compared with the Scions, so he cannot be like Monkey King, carrying out various extreme challenges without hesitation, but thanks to the effect of accelerating space, now Mu Yang's combat effectiveness has reached 85. This value is not high, it can't be compared with the Monkey King and others at the same time, but for the people on Earth now, it is already considered a master. In recent years, Mu Yang has not deliberately improved his combat effectiveness. His time in the acceleration space is spent more on the perception of basic martial arts, striving to evolve every trick into endless changes, and then integrate and optimize. Because Mu Yang knew that the Earth was just a low-level planet, which meant that the ceiling was very low. The lower level means that when he reaches the top in the future, no one will give him pointers. Everything must be explored on his own. Therefore, for future development, Mu Yang has been in this limited growth zone in the early days. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is consciously honing my understanding. Actually, even Mu Yang's teacher, Aisha Fu, didn't know that, unknowingly, his apprentice already had the ability to fight him. Until now, even every time he punches, Mu Yang can feel his strength increasing. One day 3 years later, there is still a month left before the world's #1 Budokai is held. Due to the backward traffic, it took a lot of time to rush from Dakingshan in the northern hemisphere to Maple Island in the south. So on this day, Mu Yang packed his bags and, accompanied by Master Sith, started the journey to Maple Leaf Island. Mu Yang, perform well and get good grades, of course the best, even if you don't, you can get exercise. At the time of parting, Isof pressed his rough palm on Mu Yang's shoulder and encouraged. Teacher, please rest assured. Mu Yang has a clear look and a confident tone. It's good to have this mental state. When I saw this, Ishav smiled and nodded slightly. Mu Yang has a faint smile on his face, he has the source of confidence in his own skill. The surrounding juniors also poked their necks one by one, looking at Mu Yang in the field very enviously. As expected to be a big brother, I have the opportunity to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. It would be great if I was so good. The world's #1 martial arts club, I really want to see it with my own eyes. Yes, we will definitely be able to participate in the next edition. So, under the gaze of all the elders and peers, Mu Yang casually raised his hand and waved, carrying his suitcase and Sith, and walked down the mountain. The journey to Maple Leaf Island requires the help of a steam locomotive, and the nearest railway station is nearly 100 kilometers away from Daking Mountain. Chapter 18, Encounter on the Train. The red setting sun hung on the horizon, and the falling clouds dyed the horizon red. When Yang and Zisi quickened their pace and walked into the only nearby town with a train station, a whole day has passed. The small town is named Chongshan Town. It is named after the ridges and the landless primitive mountains. It is the only transportation route from nearby villages to the outside world. Compared with the villages at the foot of the Daking Mountain, it is obviously more prosperous. The existence of the railway station has played a key role in the development of Zhongshan Town. Walking on the street, there are various shops on both sides, and merchants are standing at the door shouting and selling items. It has begun to have a modern feel, and there is a feeling of returning to the early 20th century. Taking advantage of the sunset, Mu Yang and Sith walked towards the train station with their bags on their backs, and then lined up to buy tickets. Soon Sith bought the tickets and handed one of them to Mu Yang. The long-distance train to the south only runs every 2 days, while the train that passes through the destination is half a month. The nearest train will depart tomorrow evening, so Mu Yang and the others will be in this small town. Stay on for a day. There is still some time before the train departs. We need to find a place to stay. Sith often went out and led Mu Yang to stay in a hotel next to the train station, and then explained to Mu Yang methodically, we will take the train for half a month on this journey. While you are free tomorrow, you will go to buy some things for daily use. Okay, I know. Mu Yang followed Sith. For him, who was accustomed to the rural appearance, the small town in front of him finally gave him a sense of past life, which was an understatement, but it seemed like a life away. It cannot be said to be unfamiliar, but there is a sense of freshness. At night, Mu Yang once again entered the acceleration space practice, which was a habit he developed. No words for a night. The next day, Mu Yang walked alone on the streets of the small town. Considering that he needed to spend half a month on the train, Mu Yang bought some simple daily necessities. This is the first time after Mu Yang came to Dragon Ball World, he left Daking Shan and came to a town so far away. Although the scene before him is not the same as the image of the floating spaceship in his impression, the power of technology still brings the town. The earth-shaking changes made him feel novel. After buying everything, Mu Yang was walking on the town of Chongshan with large and small packages. At this time, he couldn't help but sigh that Brives, who invented the universal capsule technology, was really a super genius. No wonder the Universal Capsule Company could become the largest in the world. The company, because the Universal Capsule is too convenient for travelers, it almost pulled an era. But now, you don't need to think about the Universal Capsule. Maybe Dr. Brives was born not long ago. A white martial arts uniform swayed in the wind. Mu Yang walked on the street, attracting people around him from time to time. In the current era, martial arts are highly regarded, but because of traffic jams, not many people have actually seen martial arts with their own eyes. Even apprentices are very eye-catching. Therefore, when Yang wore a martial arts uniform, when on the street, the rate of return is extremely high. Back to the hotel where he was staying, after packing his bags, when it was almost time, Yang and Sith went to the train station in advance. People traveling around also carried large and small bags of luggage, rushing one by one, as if they were afraid of not being able to catch the traveling train. Beside the platform, the steam locomotive was steaming hot, and the entire platform looked smoky. After checking the ticket, board the train and find his car. Throwing his luggage on the shelf in the private room, Yang sat on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Yang's carriage is a large private room that can accommodate 6 people. In addition to Yang and Sith, there are 2 passengers who look like businessmen. They smiled and greeted them, and Yang began to sit quietly. Whoa! As the steam locomotive honked the whistle, the heavy train began to roar and roar. When the wheels are crushing the railroad tracks, the sound reverberates in my ears, and the scenery on both sides keeps retreating backwards. To be honest, the speed of steam locomotives is not fast, the speed of 70 or 80 km per hour, if Yang uses all his strength, is faster than it, but there is no such thing as a train. Maple Leaf Island is located in a sea area outside the southern area, so when the train arrives at the station, it will take a ferry to reach it. The steam train drove over the mountains, from the plain to the hills, and from the hills to the mountains. The sky gradually dimmed, and the light of stars began to shine through the clouds. The train continued on the road after stopping several platforms along the way. 10 days passed quickly. Yu reading www.udugonshu.com. At this time, the passenger side of the bed opposite Yang had already changed passengers. The 2 merchant-like passengers had got off the bus. The new arrival was a well-dressed young couple with a daughter, about 5 years old, a fan. Carved jade, very cute, from the clothing, family status is very generous. Once, when Yang was sitting and practicing, suddenly he felt a chill on his cheeks. When he opened his eyes, he saw a little brown-haired girl staring at him with her watery eyes fluttering. April, don't disturb this big brother doing exercises. It was the little girl's mother who was talking. The young lady was very courteous, looked at Yang apologetically, and hugged her daughter. Don't apologize to your big brother yet. After finishing speaking, the young mother said to Yang, sorry, this kid disturbed you. It doesn't matter. Yang smiled and shook his head. Brother, I'm sorry. At this moment, the brunette little girl glanced at her mother, flatly apologized, reached out and took out a sugar bowl from her arms and took out a few candies. Big brother, these candies are for you. It's sweet. Looking at the little girl with a reluctant look, Yang smiled dumbly, shook his head and did not accept. It's okay, you can save these candies for yourself. Well, April loves candy the most. The little girl April immediately opened her eyes and smiled, her azure blue pupils showed joy, and she carefully peeled a candy and stuffed it into her mouth. Sister, I want to. April's sister, a blonde-haired little girl, said grimly. Give you. Really a sensible little girl. Yang chuckled as she looked at April, who peeled out a candy and sent it to her sister. Chapter 19, Maple Island. Glug. A brown-haired April laughed crisply, and young children seemed to be happy when they saw everything. Seeing April's playful and cute look, Yang's mind flashed Mahia's shadow. That guy hasn't returned for a long time since he went to the Superpower Academy, and it happened that the Superpower Academy was also there. In the southern region, this time I came here to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. Would you like to stop by to see her? Well, let's talk about it when we finish participating in the world's #1 martial arts club. Give her a surprise then, Yang thought to herself. In the chat after, Mu Yang learned that the young couple in front of him were named Claren and Fimi Ya, who were researchers at a comprehensive research institute. This trip is to take the children home to visit relatives during the holiday. Their two children are called April and Cipril. Except for the sapphire blue eyes, their hair color is inherited. One of their parents is brown and one is golden. Said that innocent children are the most likable. Mu Yang didn't believe it before, but after seeing April and Cipril, Mu Yang believed them. These two children are so cute and cute. They are really cute. The train drove on the rails for a few more days. As the surrounding climate changed significantly, it also indicated that the train had entered the southern region. At this time, the northern hemisphere is still in the summer, while the southern hemisphere is in the cold winter, so the airflow when getting off the car is full of air mass. Brother Muang, I wish you good results in the martial arts meeting. The young man Claren put on a top hat and pulled up his suitcase to get off the car. Accept your good words. Mu Yang smiled in return. Mr. Muang, Mr. Sith, goodbye. If you are destined, we are very happy this journey. If we have not arranged the itinerary, we really want to go and experience the style of martial arts. Goodbye, big brother. April waved her arm vigorously, and then took her mother's clothes corner and walked toward the outside of the busy platform. Goodbye. Mu Yang also smiled. This ordinary journey was a bit of fun because of this innocent little girl. I hope there is still a chance to meet, although Mu Yang knows that this possibility is very low. At this time, Sith also took his luggage and watched quietly. After the Clarens and the children left, he said to Muang, "Let's go, we must hurry up, here is a straight from Maple Leaf Island. After we leave the train station, we have to change to a ferry." "I know Uncle Sith, let's set off." Mu Yang smiled and nodded, feeling the inconvenience of transportation in this era. No wonder the world's #1 Budokai is held every 5 years, because it takes a long time to spend on the road. Of course, if you have the power of Monkey King, you can swim around half a circle of the earth, but Muang doesn't have that ability yet. Maple Leaf Island is separated from the vast southern area by a straight tens of kilometers. On this day, Maple Leaf Island is very lively, ushering in the world's #1 martial arts club once every 5 years. As the time of the martial arts club is approaching, the strong men from various martial arts genres from all over the world have gathered from all over the world, making the entire island extremely lively. Unlike the #1 Budokai in the original book, the No.1 Budokai at this time is only an exchange meeting between various genres. The organizer is a very high-ranking martial arts world without being officially organized by the Earth government. The genre of fame. The name of the organizer of the 11th World's #1 Budo Club is Maple Leaf, and Maple Leaf Island is their genre. Although Maple Leaf Stream is not as powerful and famous as Gaixian Lu and Hexian Lu, it is in the current martial arts world. It is also a very outstanding martial arts genre. Let's find a place to stay. The martial arts club will be held in 3 days. There will be a total of 2 days. After the game, there will be a 3-day exchange meeting. Sith took Mu Yang to the small town under the mountain of Maple Leaf Island. Go up, explain while walking. So everyone has to live in this small town. Looking at the pedestrians around Ruzi, Mu Yang wondered if this small town could accommodate so many foreigners. Sith nodded and said, according to previous traditions, the organizer will arrange accommodation for the top 50 players in the last competition. At the same time, the genres and disciples of the top 8 players will also receive special reception. Maple Leaf Stream is a big genre, so they have enough rooms to arrange contestants to live in Maple Leaf Stream. But like Artiang Xinliu, there were no disciples who won the top 8 in the last competition. At the same time, the contestants in this year did not have the top 50 places in the previous year. Accommodation needs to be solved by yourself. Mu Yang nodded clearly after listening. Martial arts preferential treatment, players preferential treatment, the strong will surely get preferential treatment wherever they go. Calculated in his heart, This way about half of the people will be diverted, and the hotel in the town should be able to live. While talking, Sith took Mu Yang to find a hotel. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com entered the guest room in the warm reception of the clerk. After that, he had a simple meal. Mu Yang started to open the world's #1 Budokai 3 days later. Get ready. The daily meditation practice was not abandoned, but considering the new arrival, Mu Yang did not enter the acceleration space. While he was practicing, Sith opened the door and walked in. Mu Yang, do you want to take a walk outside and get familiar with the environment here? Well, good. It's like getting acquainted with the examination room environment in advance during the college entrance examination. Mu Yang thought for a while, and simply ended today's practice and wandered around the town with Sith. Hey, these are martial arts masters on Earth, and the number of them is not small. Mu Yang followed Sith and looked around. As the participants continued to gather, there were already about 100 people in front of Mu Yang. Most of these were young disciples of various genres, wearing uniform martial arts uniforms, and some were the same as Sith. The leading teacher. With Mu Yang's current strength, it is not yet possible to use Qi to perceive the opponent's strength, but the general threat still has a certain sensitivity. Mu Yang spread out his mental power, but he didn't feel the aura that threatened him, which meant that the hundreds of people in front of him were actually not his opponents. Come on, let's sign up at the Budokan first. Sith didn't know that Mu Yang was scanning these martial arts experts in secret, and led the Mu Yang Dynasty Martial Arts Association to the registration office. As he walked, he said, the contestants just now were only players from the middle or even small genres, so the strength is not strong. The really powerful genres have good results in the past, so there are Maple Leaf disciples personally. Welcome, they will be led all the way to rest in the Budokan when they arrive at the dock. Mu Yang nodded. Sith had already told him about this before. Chapter 20, World First Budokai. Things are gathered by kind, and people are divided by groups. Even in the martial arts world, there are high and low strengths. This is a realistic topic. Between people, genres, and genres, it is possible to unite because of the same martial arts concept, or to invisibly divide different gradients due to the strength of the strength. There is no equal treatment. The more powerful the genre, the more attention is paid to the presentation of etiquette, but this etiquette is actually based on strength. The strength is not equal. The etiquette given may be only symbolic and polite. Only when the strength is equal can each other truly show sufficient respect. Is like the attitude towards the seed players and disciples of the big schools of the previous martial arts clubs. The organizer will arrange the disciples to welcome them early. This is the strength to speak. Only some ordinary genres that are not taken seriously need to go up the mountain by themselves. The most famous genres in the martial arts world today include Gaixian Liu, Cranaxian Liu, Duelan Temple, Maple Leaf Liu, Qunhe Liu, Crossfist, Monster Group, and the legendary Guardian of the Holy Land. The Sith treasured these genres, and shook his head to Mu Yang. It's just that the Gaixian Liu and Hexian Liu have basically disappeared in these years. It is said that there are family rules in the Guardian line, and they will not easily leave the Kailan Holy Land. So in this martial arts world, Duelan Temple, Maple Leaf Stream, Qunhe Stream, etc. are considered to be the strongest schools in recent decades. Speaking of the current pattern of the martial arts world, Mu Yang could hear the sadness from Sith's tone. This is not to say that the masters of the famous genres are stronger than other genres. Small genres also have great masters. For example, Mu Yang's teacher Isif is definitely a strong, but because the overall scale of Tianxin Liu is not large, it ranks in the middle school. Those major schools have many disciples, and the overall quality is naturally stronger than other schools. In addition to these masters, there is a group of relatively special masters on the earth, that is, monsters that can speak human words. They generally have the appearance of beasts, but because of their wisdom, it is not appropriate to classify them as beasts. Maple Leaf Island is an island with a convex middle and low surroundings. Like many islands, the temperature on Maple Leaf Island is very pleasant. Even in the cold winter season in the southern region, the island is blowing with a gentle breeze. There is a main peak in the middle of island, called Fenjai Peak. On the halfway of Fenjai Peak, there is a magnificent martial arts hall. That is the Budokan of Maple Leaf Stream, where this world's #1 Budokai was held. The winding path leading to the foot of the mountain, the forest is green and the trees are beautiful, the birds are quiet on the mountain, and the blue stone path is densely forested on both sides. Looking into the distance through the pass of the mountainside, the clear water greets the eye, presenting a beautiful sparkling scenery. The breeze is blowing, you can smell the sea water. Entering the Budokan, there are more and more martial artists gathered around. Muiyang probably glanced around, and saw many people wearing Maple Leaf Liao Taoist uniforms leading a group of people around. Muiyang judged that those were disciples of the big school. "Muiyang, come here soon!" Sis yelled from the side, and Muiyang hurriedly walked over, and then wrote his name at the registration office. Heaven's heart flow, Muiyang. The staff read it again and handed over a number plate after confirming that it was correct. "This is your number. At that time, draw lots directly and participate in the competition based on the number." "Thank you." Muiyang politely thanked him, then looked at the number 241 on the number, and carefully put away the number plate. Because the Budokai at this time is not an entertainment game for spectators, the rules of the game are somewhat different from those in later generations. In the arena here, there will be no qualifiers to increase the viewing experience. Every game is played directly in front of the masters of the major genres. Firstly, the level of the players is very different from that of later generations, and no selection is required. Secondly, professional viewers have sharper eyesight. When you play in front of them, you can see more advantages and disadvantages, which is for every player. A grind. Of course, this kind of competition system also leads to increased pressure. It can be said that in every game, the contestants must go all out to avoid shame on their genre. After signed up, he visited the Budokan under the leadership of Fenjai Liu disciples. Then Muiyang sat in the shade of a tree not far from the registration point, quietly watching the contestants who came to sign up. At this time, the sunset is hanging diagonally across the sky, and seagulls in the distance are crying there. After checking the time, the staff in charge of the registration began to close the stall. Muiyang and Zisi did not stay and returned to the hotel where they were staying. 3 days passed in a flash. When the registration was closed, Muiyang learned from the competition office that a total of 315 contestants had signed up for this competition. This number is a lot more than the number of the 21st Budokai in the original book. It can be seen that the current martial arts practice is actually very prosperous. However, in the later period, due to the rise of technology and martial arts will become more entertaining, many genres have chosen to hide, and professional contestants will gradually decrease. This is a historical trend, and it is impossible. This morning, the world's #1 Budokai finally opened. Maple Leaf Liao Wadaogwan, crowded. Ah, look there! That's Master Ziyulan from Duolin Temple. The one next to him is his disciple, right? An exclamation sounded in my ears. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, the whole Budokan immediately boiled. Muiyang turned his head, and saw from a distance the old monk wearing a yellow monk robe walked into the martial arts hall accompanied by Fenjai Liu disciples, and was followed by a delicate young monk. Dolan Temple. Isn't that the place where Kellen hadn't worshipped Immortal Turtle as a teacher? Muiyang narrowed his eyes, and from the old monk, Muiyang felt a grand aura. Quietly took out the energy detector for a probe, and the data obtained was 105. 105 combat power, which is already extremely powerful among the people on Earth. You need to know that the Turtle Immortal in the Dragon Ball Z period had a combat power of only 139. It is a genre with a long heritage, and the background is really deep. Sith looked at the direction of the Duelan Temple player, wondering whether it was envy or admiration. "Uncle Sith, I won't lose them either," Mu Yang said. "Then you have to come on." Sith smiled, and patted Mu Yang on the shoulder encouragingly. For him, as long as Mu Yang can achieve the top 8 results in the martial arts club, he is already very satisfied. As for competing with celebrities such as Duelan Temple, forget it. Seeing that Sith hadn't taken his words seriously, Mu Yang grinned and said nothing. This Uncle Sith obviously has no confidence in him, but it is not surprising that Tianxinliu has been weak for a long time. Compared with other genres, it is normal not to be favored. I don't know when I show it. What kind of expression will he look like when he is strong? Today's martial arts club, the older generation of martial arts are basically on the sidelines, and the younger generation is the mainstay. The master named Ziyulan, Mu Yang thought he was not his opponent, but other people, he had the urge to fight. Chapter 21, First Show. Oh, this time Gui Xianliu's disciples didn't participate. When passing by the rostrum, Mu Yang heard such a sigh. There is no way, it is said that teacher Wu Tian has not accepted disciples for many years. Another person said. Mu Yang walked over from the side, his ears pricked up, and he thought to himself, there are still 50 years before the plot begins. By this time, the turtle immortal should have accepted Sun Wufan as a disciple, and he has not let him come to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club. I think it is unnecessary. The Sun Gohan is the most outstanding disciple of the turtle immortal, and his final achievement is even higher than that of the turtle immortal. It is 50 years before the plot. The youthful Monkey King is definitely in the golden age of rapid growth. I am afraid that he is not far from being dominant. Participating in the best martial arts in the world will not make much sense to him. Mu Yang, the game is about to begin. You must go all out in a while and don't underestimate any opponents. Sith warned. In the past, Mu Yang only battled wild beasts in the primitive mountains and had no experience of fighting against people. Sith, fearing that Mu Yang could not get used to it for a while, he patiently asked. Don't worry, Uncle Sith. Mu Yang nodded seriously and solemnly, then tied the belt around his waist, as if going all out. On the rostrum, the head of Maple Leaf Lu began to explain the rules of the game. The audience immediately burst into enthusiastic applause. After the applause, there was a deafening gong, and the game officially began. Mu Yang is below, constantly scanning the senior above with the energy detector. 105, 110, 98, 103, 118. These are all resounding characters. Except for the older generations, the younger generations are much weaker. Mu Yang didn't test it, but the outstanding ones should only have 60 or 70 combat power, which is a certain gap between him. Soon, the game began. In accordance with the order of the lottery, the disciples of the major genres are divided into 8 major competition areas for hegemony competitions, and each competition area decides a most powerful player to enter the quarterfinals. There is no prior strength test, and there is no so-called resurrection mechanism. The whole process is a tough competition of strength. Except for the last 8 finalists who were seated in 8 divisions, everything was so simple and rude. Mu Yang's blood is boiling, this is the game he wants. Standing in the candidate area, he can already feel the excitement in his heart. This mood is even comparable to when he took the college entrance examination. On the ring, the first contest of different divisions has begun, and disciples of all major genres are fighting hard. There are already some bad luck players who have been eliminated because of opponents with very different strengths, and they can only sigh. This result also caused a sigh from the audience in the audience, but luck is also part of the strength. All the martial arts masters are present. After a little regret for the players with good strength, their attention will soon be devoted to the next game. At this time, Mu Yang was also paying attention to the game on stage. Although the movements of these martial arts practitioners on the stage are fast and swift, but in his eyes, they seem to slow down the camera. Every move is not only slow, but full of loopholes. Come to join the world's #1 Budokai at this level? Yang felt that if he changed to himself, he could knock them down by just shaking his fist. This was already a very obvious gap. At this moment, Yang decided that he would definitely achieve good results in this competition. Contestant number 241, please go to the 13th ring, the staff shouted in a loud voice. It's my turn to play. Yang nodded lightly, a trace of calm flashed in his eyes, and then walked to the target ring, leaped gently, and landed on the ring very lightly. At this time, Sith shouted from the audience, Yang puts his heart in peace, don't put too much pressure. I know. Throwing a confident smile at Sith, Yang looked at his opponent. Opposite him was a young man who was not a burly figure. He was wearing a blue martial arts uniform. When he saw him, Yang smiled, I met Feng Yeliu's disciple in the first game, hey, then let me see now, how strong are the disciples of the big schools? Yang got serious. He didn't use the energy detector to test, but relied on his own feelings. By doing this, he is exercising his chi perception. Maple Leaf Lu, Cane. The Maple Leaf disciple on the opposite side folded his hands together and bends over politely. Yang followed in reply, Heaven Flow, Yang. Immediately, the two of them set up their postures and slightly estimated the strength of their opponents. In the end, the Maple Leaf disciple named Cane took the lead in attacking. Yang's eyes moved slightly, and the whole person's aura changed accordingly. His eyes continued to move with the opponent's movements. Because it was the first time to participate in a formal competition, Yang did not intend to keep his hands from the beginning. When the opponent's fists and feet were about to touch him, Yang screamed www.readaloud.com, his body swayed, and then moved with his body, unknowingly behind Cane. Facts have proved that there is still a big gap between this player named Cane and Yang. With his feet changing his pace, Yang has found the opportunity. So fast, when did you come behind me? Facing the sudden appearance of Yang, Cane was shocked in a cold sweat, but he was a disciple of the big genre. Cane obviously had good skills. His body was short, and his hands were folded at the same time, which made him escape dangerously. Played back and forth for several rounds, Yang roughly figured out the opponent's level. Then speed up the tempo to end this game, so Yang grinned, his thoughts moved, and the speed in his hands suddenly increased a few points. Cane didn't expect that Yang's movements would be so fast, he couldn't help but become dull, and the simple attack had already caused him to fall into the wind, so he had to dodge his edge temporarily and dodge to the side. Bang! Yang's fist hit the ground heavily, making a muffled sound, and the stone slabs of the martial arts platform were slightly loosened, cracking a few cracks. Seeing Yang's sudden power, Cane kept backing down while he was shocked, and an unstoppable momentum rushed toward his face. Wow! A vague black shadow suddenly passed in front of Cane's eyes. At this moment Cane really couldn't hide, so he could only hold his fists in his hands to resist. A huge pressure like a rock wall fell on him. Cane shook his body and slid out a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Cane gave a wry smile. And decided in his heart. Wait a minute, I will admit defeat in this game. After that, Cane walked out of the ring with regret. Then, under the announcement of the staff, Yang naturally won the game. Chapter 22, Who is that young man? Outside the field, the spectators watching the game on the 13th ring were surprised after Cane took the initiative to step down the ring. Maple Leaf Liu's Cane actually lost. It seems that the player named Yang needs to pay attention. This game didn't last long, but because of this it reflected the gap between the two. Throughout the whole process, Yang pressed Cane to fight, and Cane did not get any benefits from Yang in a limited number of attacks. The gap seemed to be a bit big. The wonderful performance also made the audience remember the other contestants. The player named Mu Yang lived. His strength should not be underestimated. Kane was eliminated so quickly. The person who knew Kane was a little surprised after receiving the news. He thought he could survive at least a few games, but he didn't expect to lose in the first place. The players who have witnessed this game cast their solemn gazes toward Mu Yang, and added a name to the list that they need to pay attention to. Brother Kane, it's really a pity. A disciple walked up. He saw Kane's face turned pale. Brother, don't you mind? Kane waved his hand and said, it's okay, just rest for a while. The force of the punch just now is really uncomfortable. Ah, is that person so good? That junior was both astonished and regretted for senior brother Kane. You must know that senior brother Kane's strength is definitely outstanding among the many disciples of Maple Leaf Lu. Even he can't take a punch from the other party. Is that person better than the Maple Leaf Lu? Is his disciple stronger? Don't be careless, the opponent's true strength may be even stronger than we thought. Kane said with a serious face that only when he really played against Mu Yang did he know Mu Yang's strength. In the previous battle, the opponent had definitely not resorted to the strongest means. Maybe this year's Worlds no. Tianxin Liu, why haven't you heard of it before? At the same time, he was very aggrieved and was annoyed by his luck. But anyway, under the absolute power gap, he was convinced that he lost. On the other side, Mu Yang returned to the rest area after finishing the game, and then played several games one after another. The result was obvious, and Mu Yang had all won. This also makes other players in the same region feel more threatened and pay more attention to it. Pang! The attack was swift and violent, and the opposite person flew out of the field. In another match, Mu Yang defeated an elite disciple in a martial arts dojo, and then returned to the ring very smartly. Uncle Sith, I roughly know the level of the Budo Club. Sith's face was a little red, and he was also very surprised. It's a good thing, but he has defeated the elite disciples of the big schools in succession. Keep it well, and strive to achieve better results. Before, Sith was very optimistic about Mu Yang, thinking that he has the hope of winning the quarterfinals, but in fact, entering the quarterfinals is only a vision, or a goal, and it is not certain whether he can really get it. But now, with Mu Yang's current performance, the quarterfinals can basically be locked. He moved into the foot when he reached an inch. Now he is a little hopeful that Mu Yang can achieve better results. Hey, if he can win the championship, he will definitely shock the whole martial arts world. Ah, thinking far away, thinking far away. Things that have disappeared, but I still can't help thinking about it. If Brother Isof knew about Mu Yang's performance in the martial arts meeting, he would definitely be very happy. Mu Yang smiled at Sith, convinced in his heart that when the older generation of martial artists were not playing, he was afraid that there would be few opponents among the new generation. The number of participants in this Budokai is the same as the previous ones, but a lot of elites have emerged. The game was in full swing, and a female elder from Chizuru said in the stand on the second floor of the Budokan. Ha ha ha, Elder Nalai, I heard that you have a good seedling in the younger generation of Kunhiliu. The head of Fenjai Liu smiled, and then pointed to the side of the competition arena. It is the one on the second ring. That little girl. Elder Nari smiled and said happily, Lizzie is indeed a good seedling, but I think your maple leaf flowing Arlo is also very good. Vote me as a peach, and repay me with a Li, staged a realistic version of commercial exchange. This made Fenjai Liu's head very comfortable, and he nodded very usefully, turned his head to look at Master Ziyulan at Duolin Temple, but saw the other party half closed his eyes, sitting there with his eyes closed. Master Ziyulan sees it broadly. The head of Feng Yeliu chuckled. That's because the master is sure of winning in his heart. Elder Nari said. At this moment, there was a burst of exclamation from the other side of the martial arts stadium. Several seniors were looking for reputation, but they saw a young man in a white martial arts uniform pressing a monk on a stone-paved arena. Attack, and that monk is an elite disciple of Duolin Temple. At this time, Master Ziyulan opened his eyes, and his face no longer had the calmness of honor and disgrace. Who is the young man in the white robe, can actually beat Wu Ting? The accompanying staff panicked. Yu reading www.yukanshu.com hurriedly flipped through the roster, found the corresponding number and said, that person's name is Muiyang, from a sect called Tiangxinliu. Tiangxinliu, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Master Ziyulan frowned, his grey beard shook, but he never remembered it. Elder Nari said, this Tiangxinliu seems to be a very old genre, but it has not been famous. It turned out to be from an ancient school. Sure enough, there are many people in this world. This time, Wu Ting has encountered an opponent. Master Ziyulan lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly said with a smile. No matter how famous the ancient genre is, it must be able to pass on for such a long time, it must have its advantages. It seems that Wu Ting did not come in vain this time. Master Ziyulan actually looked at the results of the competition very openly, winning or losing is not important. Today's Duolin Temple no longer needs these icing on the cake. He only hopes that through this competition, his disciples can grow up. It's easy to fight, but not easy for a good opponent. Others guessed Master Ziyulan's thoughts and nodded. Hey, my disciple Cain, he actually lost in that person's hands. The head of Maple Leaf Lu looked at the chart of the competition so far, and was surprised to find that Muiyang actually defeated Cain. Although Cain is not the number 1 seed of Maple Leaf Lu, he is also a disciple of Maple Leaf Liu's head. I thought that his opponent would be Wu Ting in the same division, but he had already been eliminated. It seems we need to pay attention to the young man named Muiyang. Several seniors began to take heart, and teased each other. Young martial artists continue to emerge, and the martial arts world will become more prosperous, and these seniors are naturally happy to see it. Chapter 23, Like a Broken Bamboo. On the second floor stand of the Budokan, the head of Maple Leaf Lu and others continued to communicate. The changes on the arena are changing rapidly. At this time, Muiyang and the disciple of Duolin Temple called Wu Ting have already exploded with powerful forces. I saw that you come and I are constantly impacting, and a series of vague remnants gradually appeared on the ring. Shadow, many actions have exceeded the limit that ordinary people can capture with the naked eye. Hey! Muiyang and Wu Ting launched a confrontation, their palms hit each other, making a loud bang. Awesome! Muiyang panted slightly, he couldn't help but withdrew a few steps, then stepped on the ground, and the stone slab under his foot broke into serpentine cracks. After that, the body suddenly bounced, and the explosive force penetrated from the soles of the feet, causing the broken stones to bounce up and splashing out in all directions. Muiyang's body quickly popped out, as if a cannonball from the chamber swooped over. Tiangxin Qigong. Muiyang narrowed his eyes slightly, raised his right hand falsely, his fingers formed into a sword, and a shocking aura emerged from his body. There was a cold light between his bright eyes, and a bright blue light was generated between his fingers. Hula la, straight Qigong waves shot out like lasers, surrounded by several whirlwinds, like a wild beast from ancient times, with a ferocious and bloodthirsty aura, rushed towards Wu Ting. Feeling the vigorous aura erupting from Muiyang, as well as the raging wave of Qigong, the elder Feng Yeliu and others stood up suddenly, with incredible expressions on their faces. This is Qigong wave, but it is not far from the old martial arts school. I didn't expect to reach such a realm at a young age. Several seniors in the martial arts world looked at the scene before them in shock, and couldn't help exclaiming. Muiyang's Qigong is already so strong. Sith wiped his eyes in disbelief. Tiangxin Qigong, even he couldn't release it at will, but Muiyang actually used it during the competition. See him with ease. He was a little envious. At this time, Sith realized that the power of his nephew might already be above him. At the same time, all the audience on the spot was boiling. No. Did he use Qigong wave? A player who can use Qigong Wave, and his opponent is Wu Ting, the outcome is really hard to predict. Whether it's the audience or the players, they all watched blankly. Take my attack! Mu Yang shouted to Wu Ting from the air. At this time, Mu Yang's aura rose again and again, and his mighty spirit crushed over, and the cold aura even made people lose resistance. In the face of Mu Yang's extremely powerful attack, even the elite disciples of Duolin Temple could not help but their expressions changed suddenly, but Mu Yang's attack was already in sight, and the slightest difference between the masters could decide the outcome, and at this time Wu Ting had already losing the first opportunity. There is only one way to rush to deal with defeat. Pang! Qigongbo's tremendous attack power fell on Wu Ting's body, and his face turned pale, his body flew like a kite with a broken line, and fell heavily outside the ring. Tianxin Lu Muiyang won and entered the quarterfinals. With a whistle, the dust settled. Mu Yang defeated the seeded player of Duolin Temple in a powerful manner to advance to the quarterfinals. Accepted. Mu Yang saluted calmly. Then Wu Ting wiped off the blood stains from the corners of his mouth and folded his hands in return. Wu Ting actually lost. Qinheliu Elder Nalai snorted and said silently. It's normal. With the courage that you just showed, maybe it won't take a few years to reach our state. Is it possible? He is so young. Alas, the younger generation has come out in large numbers. This failure is also a good thing for Wu Ting. Master Xiulin recited the scriptures silently. Cain and Wu Ting both lost to the young man. I don't know how much Arlo and Liz can win. The head of Maple Leaf Lu asked with interest. Hope is not great. Elder Nari shook his head. Lazy is not that person's opponent. Among the newcomers of the major genres, Wu Ting of Duolin Temple is one of the best, even he lost to the other side. Others may not have much hope of winning. Maple Leaf Liu's head nodded. Yes, he can release powerful Qigong waves at a young age, which is very rare in the martial arts world today, so in his mind he has roughly determined the champion of this martial arts conference, that is, Mu Yang. Ha ha ha, Mu Yang is amazing. If Brother Aishafo knows that you have defeated the elite disciples of Duolin Temple, you will definitely come over with excitement. Unfortunately, Daking Shan is far from Maple Island, and Brother Aishafo has no chance to see you have swept the surrounding scene. As soon as Mu Yang stepped off the stage, Sith walked over with a look of excitement and praised Mu Yang. Mu Yang smiled modestly and said, Uncle Sith, I just made the quarterfinals, and the game is not over yet. Sith shook his head repeatedly, different. Entering the quarterfinals and defeating Wu Ting are completely two concepts. Originally in the heart of Sith, Mu Yang had already completed the mission as long as he could get the place in the top 8 martial arts club in the world. To know so many genres, how many can win the quarterfinals? It has been very satisfying. But judging from his current performance, it seems that he will not stop there. Although they are both in the quarterfinals, the meaning is completely different. We must know that Wu Ting is not only an elite disciple of Duolin Temple, but also a popular candidate for the champion of the world's #1 Budokai. If Mu Yang can defeat him, will he also have a chance to win the position of that champion? If Mu Yang were to win the championship, then Tianxin Liu would be a big show. Even now, even if Mu Yang immediately admits defeat and does not participate in the subsequent competitions, Sith, who has seen the power of Mu Yang Qigong waves, knows that Mu Yang's name must have been started through this conference, and the entire martial arts world has the ability to release Qigong waves. There are only a few martial artists, and Mu Yang is one of them. This is a glorious thing. The next few games don't need to be too stressful, just relax. Anyway, the top 8 places have been locked, and every next win is an improvement. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Sith patted Mu Yang's shoulder excitedly, and immediately saw that Mu Yang's face was a little pale, and he asked concerned, You just released the Qigong wave, can your body get rid of it? Mu Yang shook his head and said that it was okay, my body is okay, just rest for a while. Then you have a good rest. Sith nodded and said no more, staying aside and letting him rest quietly. While Muiyang was sitting in meditation and recuperating, several other arenas were still fighting each other. The 315 contestants from all over the world are all motivated to compete for the chance to qualify. Crackling, an invisible afterimage flashes on the ring. From time to time, accompanied by the shouts of the players, several large and small holes suddenly appeared on the ground. Fragmented stones splashed around, and sparks burst out when they rubbed the ground. Chai Zuralizi won and entered the quarterfinals. Maple Leaf Stream Arlo won and entered the quarterfinals. Crossfist Barney won and entered the quarterfinals. Jiro won in the Western Pula village and entered the quarterfinals. As the competition continues, the top 8 places have been created one after another. Together with Muiyang, the 8 strongest players in this conference have all been decided. Muiyang glanced at the list and noticed that the players who entered the quarterfinals, except for himself and a player named Pula, the other 6 were all disciples of the big genre. I have to admit that the big schools do have a hand in cultivating disciples. No wonder that after these big schools choose to hide in the world, the martial arts level on the earth has suddenly dropped a level. After a short break, after verifying that all the results are valid, as the gong sounded again, today's schedule is over. The quarterfinals are scheduled to be held the next day, with one night's rest. Chapter 24, Gillo. When Muiyang and Sis returned to the hotel, they realized that they had become celebrities. Many disciples of the middle and small genres came forward to greet them accompanied by the leading teacher. The warm attitude made Muiyang feel the enthusiasm of this world for the first time. Haha, you young people talk by yourself, I won't participate. Sis laughed, and with a contented face, went to drink with the leading teachers of other genres. Muiyang, who stayed behind, seemed rather helpless, but fortunately, taking this opportunity to meet some friends. Just like the Monkey King in the original book, didn't he get to know a large group of companions through the world's #1 martial arts club? People are from strangers to slowly familiar. In a class, it may not be easy for poor students to take the initiative to strike up a conversation with the top students, but the top students take the initiative to lower their stature and strike up a conversation with poor students. The effect is absolutely different. This is the same as the goddess chasing boys. But what Muiyang didn't expect was that when he was having a good chat with a group of bad students, Wu Ting unexpectedly joined him. Wu Ting's figure is relatively burly, a bit like Jura, one of the 10 great wizards in Monster Tale, but he looks younger and more delicate than Jura. The two hit it off, and found that each other's values and the knowledge of martial arts were in a strange match. If it is unclear whether the monk at Duolin Temple can drink, Muiyang wants to stay drunk with him. Early in the morning of the next day, the top 8 of the world's #1 Budo Club officially began. If the previous 8 competitions are just appetizers, then the quarterfinals are the core of gathering the best Budokai in the world. Out of the importance of each match of the quarterfinals, starting from the quarterfinals, everyone moved to the big arena in a unified manner, and each match no longer went in parallel. Through the on-site drawing, the opponent and the order of the match are determined, which is the same as that of later generations. Muiyang finished the lottery and came to the stand in the contestants' area. This stand was specially prepared for the quarterfinals contestants and their divisions, with a broader vision. The first thing that started is Lizzie of Chai Zurariu versus Barney of the cross-fist genre. This is a close match, full of spectators. Barney of the cross-fist genre is a strong man with a height of 1.8 meters. He is good at cross-fist, opens and closes with one move, and is very explosive. Lizzie of Kyunhiliu is a small and exquisite beauty. She is less than 1.6 meters tall, has a flexible and agile body, and has long hair fluttering. She is good at avoiding dodge and inch. The two are rigid and the other soft, one tall and the other petite, and staged a realistic beauty and beast. Everyone in the room cheered. Muiyang and Sith watched carefully in the audience, and when they were making comments, they did not forget to think seriously. If they were themselves, how should they respond? Yang took it very seriously, of course not because the lazy contestant was beautiful, but because he wanted to absorb the strengths of others bit by bit and use it to perfect his martial arts. The martial arts need to keep forging ahead. Any complacency or slackness may cause one to stand still and even lag behind others. Compared with other people on Earth, Yang knew better how terrifying this world was. In the universe, there are not a few ruthless characters who destroy the world and even use planets as marbles. The potential of the people on Earth is not outstanding. If you don't work hard to catch up with it, you will really have to be slaughtered in the future. This point can only be experienced when you personally enter the Dragon Ball world. It is not as interesting as you see on TV or CD-ROM. In fact, if a person lives on a planet that may be destroyed at any time, and he knows this, then he can't be interesting, and some may only be under heavy pressure, and then practice harder. There is nothing more lashing effect than a life-critical crisis. The next game was one after another, and it was Yang's turn once again. His opponent is Ji Luo from Pingfen Mountain Village. This is a dark-skinned teenager. He may not be as old as Yang. It is said that he has not received formal martial arts instruction, but he can reach the top 8 of the world's #1 martial arts club. It shows that the strength is not weak. After taking the stage, Yang looked at the opponent earnestly. He didn't accept formal guidance, but he was able to get into the quarterfinals by exploring on his own. It seems that his talent is very good. This Ji Luo may be an Archeolobite character. In fact, since the draw was Ji Luo, the others felt that Yang had good luck, and the game was basically won. Game start. As the initial whistle sounded, Yang and Ji Luo on the opposite side all looked straight, and each assumed an attacking posture. This is a game without much suspense. Yang's combat power is much higher than Ji Luo. It didn't take long for Ji Luo to fall under the wind in Yang's offensive, and he was finally defeated. Thank you, this game gave me a lot of experience. www.readaloud.com. After the game, a sincere voice came from Gillo. Yang looked at Ji Luo unexpectedly, and his affection for him suddenly increased. No thanks, if you can receive formal guidance, you can become stronger. Are you interested in joining a certain major martial arts genre? Ji Luo shook his head and said, no, at least not yet. I want to work hard with my own efforts and don't want to be bound by the framework of the predecessors. Yang was startled when he heard the words, and looked at him differently. This Gillo seems to be someone like himself, and he has his own pursuit. But without the guidance of predecessors, there will be more chances of entering the misunderstanding, and eventually may be able to get out of the misunderstanding, but it will waste a lot of time. A good teacher can make people avoid a lot of detours, and the experience of the predecessors is also worth learning. But then again, experience depends on people. If you meet a teacher with a low level, then experience is harmful and it will take you deeper into your mistakes. Seeing the firm belief in Ji Luo's eyes, Yang nodded and jumped off the ring to say nothing. Sith watched from the edge of the ring, with admiration on his face. This Ji Luo is a good martial artist. Although I don't agree with his point of view, this persistence deserves our respect. Yes, but this is a road that is destined to be difficult. Yang also said with emotion, but he also brought this sentence to himself in his heart. According to the memory brought by the previous life, Yang can ensure that he will not take too many detours in the early stage of cultivation, but once it reaches the later stage, the level of the earth will not keep up with his own development. At that time, he may have to like Ji Luo, he opened up a path with his own understanding. That is also destined to be a difficult road. Chapter 25, Dominate the Young. Ji Luo's choice made Yang a little bit emotional, but then he shook his head, discarded this sentimental sentiment, and set his sights on the next game. The next game was Maple Leaf Flow Arlo against the 4-piece Booker. Yang paid close attention to this game, because the name Sishin Lu made him feel a little familiar, and he woke up when the player named Booker turned to 4 skills in public use of the genre. Is actually a 4-body punch. No wonder the name is so familiar. It turns out that these 4-body punches are the skills used by Tianjin Fan in the 23rd World No. 1 Budokai in the original book. Awesome, it turned into 4 at once, and Arlo's pressure has become very strong now. Seeing this unexpected trick, Sith's eyes were staring. Maybe, the 4-body boxing may be a killer for ordinary martial artists, but it is not necessarily used to deal with masters. This trick has a fatal weakness. Seeing you and me fighting each other on the field, Mu Yang said lightly. Sith was taken aback for a moment, and asked in surprise, "You said there is any weakness?" Mu Yang smiled lightly. If everyone is at a relatively low level, then 4 people besieging 1 person is of course easy to gain an advantage, because although everyone's speed is different, the difference will not be unacceptable. On the contrary, there are many enemies, which is easy. Regarding this and losing the other, I have hit the opponent's move. But if the same technique is used to deal with a high-level martial artist, the effect may not be necessary. You mean that dividing a person's power into 4 parts is not just a weak point such as a decrease in strength, but no matter how good the skill is, it is useless to not hit the enemy. After listening, Sith was silent. Muiyang nodded. Well, speed and strength have different emphasis at different stages. The master confrontation lies in the slightest. Look, Uncle Sith, that Arlo will fight back. Muiyang finished speaking to the Sith, and then looked at the top of the ring again. Sure enough, Arlo had also been relieved from the siege of the 4 Bookers, and he sensed the weakness of his opponent. That Booker's speed has slowed down. Sith said in surprise. That's it. Mu Yang shrugged. You can see it all at once. Sith's eyes widened. Well. Nodding lightly, Mu Yang did not say that he knew the weakness of Sishinquan in advance because he had read the original. His Sith took a cold breath. When did Mu Yang have such good eyesight and judgment? This is not as simple as seeing the weaknesses of the tricks, but the focus is on the transformation of combat concepts between different levels. With Muiyang, Jiluo, Arlo, and other young talents constantly pouring out, Sith suddenly wondered if he was old. On the ring, the game continued. Sure enough, Arlo had mastered the rhythm of the battle, and there was not much suspense until he won the game. After a while, with his opponent Booker exhausted, Arlo seized the gap and won the game. At this time, the top 4 have already been decided. They are Lizzie, Muiyang, Arlo, and a disciple from a big school. After a short break, they will go to the semi-finals. In the subsequent games, Mu Yang has always been calm. In fact, at this time, the head of Maple Leaf Lu and the elders of Kunhiliu Ali already knew the candidates for the champion. As expected, Mu Yang calmly defeated Lizzie in the semi-finals. And Al Luo also advanced to the final in the following games. The last game is now, the championship and runner-up will be announced soon. Maple Leaf Lu said with a light smile. Who wins and who loses actually has a shadow. I am optimistic about the player named Mu Yang. Elder Nari laughed. This is not to sing against Feng Yeliu's head, but it's that Mu Yang has a bigger winning side. Master Ziyulan also dialed the rosary at this time, and said softly, if there is no accident, the champion will be Mu Yang's. I think so. Mu Yang, who is in the heart of heaven, will win. Others have roughly this opinion, because Mu Yang performed too well in the previous quarter-finals, and there are only a handful of young people who can make Qigong waves. In the Sith and other generations who do not play. Under circumstances, it is really difficult for anyone to beat it. You guys. Seeing that no one is optimistic about his disciple, the head of Maple Leaf Lu trembles with trembling lips, and he is so angry that he has a good home court advantage. Why does no one consider this? But thinking of the previous game, the head of Maple Leaf Lu couldn't help but shook his head. Hee, since everyone has this opinion, then just watch it. Tianxin has such a talented person, except for the legendary Gaixian Lu and Hexian Liu, I am afraid that no one among his peers can beat him. Let's wait and see. Haha. Peace of mind. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Mind, since the opponent is too good, it is not a shame to lose. It's not without backing anyway. Looked at other genres, the head of Maple Leaf Lu had a smile on his mouth. Not far from the stand, Sis was also nervous at this time. The whispers of the people around made him ecstatic, and his face flushed and excitedly shouted, "Come on, Muiyang, go all out! Muiyang and Arlo in the final, please come on stage." As soon as the voice of the staff fell, Muiyang and Arlo, who were in the audience, looked straight, and jumped onto the ring, and then looked at each other under everyone's eyes. This is the most exciting moment of this martial arts club, and there seems to be a stale confrontation in the air. At this time, whether it was the contestant or the teacher leading the team, all their faces were serious and staring seriously. Game start. Following the referee's order, all players on both sides straightened, and every muscle on their bodies trembles. With a squeak, Muiyang took the initiative and instantly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from everyone's sight. When appeared again, the crackling and fierce fighting sound began to continue. 3 days later, on the cruise ship at the ferry, Sith was leaning on the case and writing quickly, writing the results of the world's #1 Budo Club as a letter and sending it back to the place of the Daking Shan sect. The tip of the pen fell, and when he wrote the final result of the game, Sith still couldn't bear the excitement in his heart. The 11th World #1 Budo Club, Muiyang is the champion. Although this champion contained a certain amount of moisture when the older generation of martial arts masters had not participated in the competition, it was certain to become a leader of the younger generation. Muiyang was also considered to have officially made an appearance in the martial arts world. Chapter 26, Find a Superpower School. Fold the letter and seal the opening with glue. Sis carefully put the letter into the mailbox. There is a special line at the post office, and this letter will appear in Isuf's hands in about 7 or 8 days. After all this, Sis walked out of the room, and the ferry was about to dock. When passing by the restaurant, I saw Muiyang eating inside, and looked at the sky that was gradually darkening. It seemed that it was about to rain. "Muiyang, will you come back to Daking Shan with me after the ferry docks, or are you going to travel outside alone?" Sis sat next to Muiyang and ordered some snacks casually. "Let's travel outside for a while. I plan to take advantage of this free time to see the outside world before going back. This game gave me a deep insight, and there is room for improvement in many places." Muiyang put down his chopsticks and said straightforwardly, but Sith's face had such an expression. He nodded and said, "Well, it's okay to increase your knowledge outside. To be honest, your skill is already very good. Compared with us, the only difference is your experience. Knowing more about the outside is good for you. You can grasp these for yourself, we can't teach you anything." Judging from the results of this world's #1 martial arts club, Muiyang's performance was beyond his expectations. The only thing lacking was the improvement in fighting skills. Perhaps because of his lack of combat experience, Muiyang showed his performance in dealing with opponents. It was still a little messy, it was easier to win, but it took a lot of time. If it weren't for the strength to surpass the opponent, the final victory or defeat would still be difficult to say. In low-level contests, the importance of skills is self-evident. Even in high-level battles where the strength is increased in the later stage, combat skills also play an important role. Neither the Sith nor Isuf can teach him, he can only realize it by himself. This requires experience. Through this world's #1 martial arts club, Muiyang not only broadened his horizons, but also truly integrated into this world full of martial arts. At the same time, he also discovered his own shortcomings. For example, in the finals, if it weren't for his strength to be stronger than Arlo, maybe the final result would have to be rewritten. The final winner was Maple Leaf's Arlo. History is written by the victor, even if it is not written by the victor himself, isn't the written history affirming the victor? Yang is the champion of this conference, so in the exchange meeting after the game, all genres touted this suddenly emerging dark horse and set him as an example. But Yang under the spotlight also knew that he still had very obvious shortcomings. At best, it is considered good among the same age. If you become airy when you are touted, what else can you achieve? Web. Flog. The polite flattery is sugar-coated cannonballs. Let's eat the sugar-coated and spit out cannonballs. So after the exchange meeting after the game ended, Yang planned to practice outside like Monkey King, and was not in a hurry to return to Dakingshan with Sith. Furthermore, since he has already arrived in the southern region, he should take time to go to the Superpower Academy to take a look at Mahia's situation. Otherwise, if she knows that he is here but does not visit her, who knows that she will complain about it. What it looks like? I casually ate some snacks, when it was already pouring rain outside. The rain fell on the blue sea, and a layer of misty water vapor appeared. At the same time, the wind and rain aggravated the waves on the sea surface, and the ferry had to slow down the sailing speed. An hour later, the pattering rain gradually stopped, and the ferry that had been delayed by the heavy rain finally landed in the afternoon. Yang, then I'll go back first, pay attention to safety when you travel outside, and go back when you are almost done. I know. Take care. Sith smiled and waved. He knew that with Yang's current strength, there would be no danger even if a person was outside, so he didn't tell him anything else. After telling him a lot, he said goodbye, and took his luggage alone and walked towards the train station. Looking at the back of Sith disappearing into the crowd, Yang cheered up, then turned around and walked to the other side, and soon disappeared in the crowd. The site of Superpower Academy is located in a quiet, deep mountain and old forest in the southern region. The exact time of the establishment of this academy is no longer verifiable. It already existed a long time ago anyway. Its mystery is the same as the Kylan Tower in Kylan Holy Land. The local people are full of various magical legends. It is said that students will be recruited every few years, and admission points will be set up in nearby cities, but the exact location of the school is never revealed to outsiders. In the quiet old forest, the sound of birds singing croaked. Suddenly, a azure blue light pierced the forest straightly, and the big tree hit by it fell down. Rumbling, a huge sound echoed in the sky, the earth was shaking, the birds fluttered and flew, accompanied by the sturdy tree crashing down in the green smoke. A road was opened in the primeval forest. Yang has been wandering in this forest for several days, and the dry food on his body has long been exhausted, so when he is hungry, he will hunt some wild animals to fill his stomach, and when he is sleepy, he will find a big tree. Jumped onto the trunk and fell asleep. A few days later, he hasn't even seen the shadow of the Superpower School. It should be near here. Yang wandered through the forest, stepping on the green ground, savagely opening the road. Surrounded by mountains and green trees, there is an abnormal silence, and there is no trace of civilization. Yang frowned slightly, his mental power spread out to the surroundings, but he still didn't find anything unusual. It's quite difficult to find www.readaloud.com, Yang muttered in his heart, but he didn't feel surprised. If this Superpower Academy is really a place to cultivate superpowers, then by the other parties means, I want to find it naturally. It is not easy. If you can't find it anymore, there will be no chance to see Mahia this time. Yang sighed lightly, feeling a little regretful. But now that he came here, Yang didn't plan to leave easily. Even if he couldn't find the Superpower School, he was ready to practice here for a while. After thinking about it, Yang found a pool nearby, and then found a relatively empty area nearby. The Qigong wave in his hand was spread out in several sections, rumbling, dusty, and he actually opened up an open space. Then found wood to build a simple hut. Hands-on ability max. The environment here is very good. and it can be used as a place for retreat temporarily. Looking at the clean and leisurely scenery around, Mu Yang nodded with satisfaction, planning to stay here temporarily. Next, he cleared the barrier between the water pool and the hut, then moved the stone to build a stove, set up the wooden frame for barbecue, and completed the simple living facilities. It's okay. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, Mu Yang patted his palms, and then went looking for food. Mu Yang turned into a black shadow and rushed into the dense forest, and soon came back carrying a rabbit. Peel and remove the internal organs, then put it on a rack and use a small fire to roast it until the blood-red meat slowly turns brown under the flames, and the transparent grease drips down the wooden rack, and the whole forest is immediately filled with rich meat fragrance. After eating the barbecue satisfactorily, Mu Yang's physical strength was replenished, and then he was about to enter the acceleration space to practice. Chapter 27, Air Dance. Sat quietly for a while, Mu Yang mobilized the energy in his body, and then he entered into an accelerating space with gray and white as the main tone. The time flow rate here is twice that of the outside. With Mu Yang's current state, the acceleration space can be continuously opened for 3 hours, that is, 6 hours inside. Exceeding time will cause mental depression. Cultivation in the acceleration space not only has the two benefits of doubling time and replenishing the body's consumption, the acceleration space also has the effect of calming the mind and calming qi, where you can practice without distractions, and it is easier to enter into the feelings. After experiencing the world's #1 martial arts society, Mu Yang has a more detailed understanding of the levels of the Earth martial arts world. In general, there are still many masters in the Earth martial arts world, like the head of Maple Leaf Stream and Duolin Temple. Master Ziyulan, Elder Nari of Kyunhiliu, these are all first-class masters. Compared with them, Mu Yang still lacks a lot. This is the accumulation of age and experience, and it is impossible to equalize in a short time. But in terms of combat effectiveness, Mu Yang believes that he will catch up with them soon. It's white and empty. In the acceleration space, a strong and agile figure is doing basic exercises. He jumped hard, almost touching the ceiling above his head with every jump. 9,997, 9,998, 9,999, 10,000. Mu Yang kicked and jumped up for more than 10,000 times. He didn't stop until his legs showed soreness, wiped off the sweat from his face, his eyes revealed determination, and then he started punching again. Hey! Hey! The thin air oscillated in the impact with the fist, and the violently oscillating air squeezed each other and made a dull boom sound. It's a pity that Mu Yang didn't have any weight-bearing equipment on his body, otherwise his cultivation could achieve better results. Took out the energy detector and carried out some tests with him. The data displayed on the lens made him full of motivation. 97. My combat effectiveness has reached 97. This is the highest figure under a complete explosion. At this point, the follow-up combat effectiveness growth has slowed down. Looking at the data displayed on the lens, Mu Yang sighed. After testing for several days, he found that his combat effectiveness was slowing down. When the combat power reached close to 100, the limit of the people on Earth had already begun to appear. 100 combat power was a sky trench. Very few people successfully crossed this hurdle, and each one was a great martial artist. That is not something that can be broken by just physical exercise. But for Mu Yang, this hurdle must be passed. Only 100 combat power is not enough, he wants to become stronger. Okay. Suddenly a tingling pain came from the spirit. Mu Yang knew that the training time in the acceleration space had reached the limit, so he calmed down to adjust the aura in the body, and with a scream, his body disappeared from the white acceleration space. Back to the outside world, the deep mental exhaustion made him grin more than the soreness of long-term muscle exercise. With a bang, he fell asleep, and Mu Yang woke up about 6 or 7 hours later. The mental fatigue has been wiped out. Next, he will start to practice qi. Mu Yang is still very rough in the use of qi. Because he has not yet come into contact with more advanced Qigong practitioners. Maybe I should go to the Kailan Tower to break through, Mu Yang pondered. But before that, he thought he still had something to do. Kailan Tower is thousands of miles away in the northern hemisphere. If you rely on your feet, you don't know how long it will take. At this time, physical exercises are no longer necessary. Therefore, Mu Yang wants to study the dance technique, if it can soar. As far as the sky is concerned, his speed can be increased a lot. Sky dance is a secret skill of Crane Immortal Flow, but it is not a clever skill to put it bluntly. Its principle is very simple, mainly for the use of qi in the body, but it is very difficult to master. The qi in the body is condensed and formed, and then emitted in the form of palms or fingers. It is a Qigong wave. Change your mind to release the qi in the body through the solace of your feet a little bit, so that it surrounds your body and counteracts the effect of gravity, which can overcome the gravity of the earth. The attraction makes the body float. The high-speed flying air dance technique is similar to the wave rider technology on the earth in the previous life. By delicately controlling the shock wave surface, stronger power can be obtained. Yang recalled the picture in the original book where Sun Wufan instructed Baidalai to practice air dance. Compared with Baidalai, Yang's foundation is obviously much more solid. What's bad is that the original book doesn't reveal the details, he needs to explore it himself. After several failed attempts, it didn't take long for a slight breath to flow along the thighs toward the solace of the feet, and then evenly release through the solace of the feet. During the release of, Yang's body really began to float a little bit. When he floated to 4 or 5 meters above the ground, he looked down on the green ground from a high altitude, and Yang's heart became abnormally calm. Then carefully adjusted his posture, and flew to a higher place steadily. At this time, the blue sky is as flawless as a mirror, and underneath is a lush virgin forest, the mountains and rivers are beautiful, the ancient trees are jagged, and an ethereal and vast mood emerges spontaneously. Floating is just the most basic part of air dance. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Next is flying. It needs to diffuse qi in all parts of the body. Compared to simple floating, the difficulty has risen by a step. While flying at high speed, it is more necessary to precisely control the shape of the shock wave surface, so that resistance becomes a potential power. Yang gradually imitated the practice method of Vitalai in the original book. 2 days later, he could really fly in the sky as he pleased. Dancing Kongshu is considered to be completed, and then I will go to Kailan Holy Land. Yang estimated that if he could climb the Kailan Tower and accept the guidance of the Cat Fairy, then his strength should be able to get a great leap, enough to cross the first sky in front of him. Of course, this trip to Kailan Holy Land, in addition to learning more advanced cultivation methods from the Cat Fairy, there is also to obtain the Earth's healing medicine fairy beans. In the early days of Dragon Ball world, there were many strange things on the Earth, and fairy beans were one of them. Xiandu did not show much value in the early stage of Dragon Ball. But it can make people feel hungry, but in the later stage, it is a well-deserved life-saving magic weapon, not only can quickly recover physical strength, but also can instantly heal any injuries. It's a pity that in the late Dragon Ball stage, the output of fairy beans dropped sharply, making a fairy bean like a treasure, which can only be used on the blade. But now Xiandu has not been ruined by Yakilobe, there is still a lot of stock in the Cat Fairy. Gone. Flew into the air with a long roar, Mu Yang raised his height, and as his vision became wider and wider, when he was about to fly toward the north, a distant paradise-like area attracted his attention. Mu Yang's expression became a bit stunned, and he chuckled, "It turns out that it's far away in the sky, and I've been looking for a place for so long, but it's there." Chapter 28, School Location. The sky is high and the clouds are light, and the breeze is blowing. The warm sun shone down, sprinkling bright spots in the woods through the leaves. Not far from Yang, there was a rustle in the large forest. Some slender animals were frightened and fled to the depths of the forest. Sayatan, your instructor asked you to patrol around the academy, why are you lying here and lazy? An angry voice came, and a young man in a blue uniform flew to Shaitan's side with hesitation on his face. The man named Shaitan sat up in a jealous manner, smirked, and said nonchalantly, Sammy, what are you doing so carelessly? I'm just being lazy, so I need to be so angry. Seeing the other party Rumo with a face that became gloomy, Shaitan's voice became smaller and smaller. Sammy stared at Shaitan dissatisfiedly, you also said that the instructor asked you to patrol, you are fine. Yes, you're right, but this is a superpower academy, and it's not a random place. Anyone can come. And isn't there a dean? She doesn't know anything, she needs it. Let us patrol. Shaitan responded casually, but he got up from the ground quite honestly. Idiot, do you know this is practice? Sammy looked at Shaitan angrily. Okay, I won't fight with you, so I will patrol. Shaitan was too lazy to argue with Sammy, used his superpowers to hold his body up, and lightly patrolled in the big forest where the school was located. Oh, this guy. Sammy shook his head and followed behind on patrol. Superpower Academy is a place dedicated to cultivating superpowers. It has existed for many years since ancient times. Like Kylan Holy Land, it is a relatively detached place. The students here mainly come from two sources, one is the superpowers imported from the outside world, such as Mehia, the other is the children cultivated by several superpower kindergartens attached to the superpower school. Sammy and Shaitan graduated from superpower kindergarten and went to school. In the original book, both Oolong and Pool studied in the Southern Transformation Kindergarten, but Oolong was expelled for stealing the female teacher's underwear. Pool didn't know the reason, anyway, he didn't enter the Super Academy. The Earth is a magical place. In some unknown remote areas, there are still passages leading to the Devil World, Yellow Springs, and other incredible places. In ancient times, monsters that disrupted human life often appeared from these channels. At this time, superpowers and martial artists became the main force against these external threats because of their incredible powers. However, with the rapid development of modern science and technology, superpowers and martial arts have gradually disappeared from the world. Just as Sammy and Shaitan bumped and patrolled a relatively open territory, a black spot suddenly flew from the sky. As the distance got closer, the black spot began to grow larger and gradually took on a humanoid appearance. Sammy and Shaitan noticed the figure. Shaitan touched each other with his arm and said, Sammy, who would you say that would be? I don't know, anyway, pay attention. Sammy also looked at the figure, his expression became serious, and he floated up to stop him. Stop, this is the territory of the Superpower Academy. If there is nothing to do, please leave immediately. The young man flying in the sky that day was Mu Yang. He was about to go to the Holy Land of Kylan. When he rose to a certain height, he realized that there was a place that looked like a paradise not far from him. Flew over and saw that it was indeed the superpower school he was looking for. This friend, if this is a superpower academy, that's right. My name is Muyang, from the martial arts school Tianxinliu. This time I came to visit my junior sister Mexia. I wonder if you can tell me. Let Mehia come over. Muyang opened the door straight to the point, showing his identity so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. When Sammy heard it, his expression was not as guarded as before. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. It turns out that I came to visit Mehia. Wait a minute, I'll let someone inform her. Sammy smiled and stopped Mu Yang, then gave Shaitan a wink and asked him to go back to the academy to confirm. There are not many students in the Superpower Academy, and even if they are not familiar with each other, they generally know each other. Shaitan was stunned for a moment, and then flew in the direction of the academy. Muyang watched the two of them communicate with each other in their eyes, naturally knowing that there was still wariness in the other's heart. chuckled lightly like a spring breeze, and then landed on the ground to wait quietly. After all, this is the territory of the Super Academy, and Mejia is also studying here. Just wait, he doesn't need to cause trouble. How do you call this? Mu Yang asked. You can call me Sammy. Sammy said with a good attitude and said beside a big tree. Sammy, you should have been in the school for a long time, right? For many years, I came up from a super kindergarten. Superpower kindergarten? I heard that the transformation kindergarten, where there are transformation skills, have you learned it? Mu Yang asked with bright eyes when he heard a place of interest. Sammy glanced at Mu Yang in surprise and nodded. The transformation kindergarten is also one of the kindergartens under the Superpower Academy. I have learned the transformation technique, but my level is not good. The transformation time can only last for 10 minutes. Mu Yang nodded, thinking it was pretty good. You must know that the transformation time of Oolong and Pool in the original work can only last for 5 minutes, and you need to rest for 1 minute to continue the transformation. But to get back to the topic, the Southern Transformation Kindergarten teaches some simple and basic super skills, such as transformation skills. In fact, it does not enhance the learner's own strength, but it is very good to confuse people. Chapter 29, Mejia. Mu Yang and Sammy chatted without a word. About 10 minutes later, Shay Eden returned from the direction of the Superpower School, and behind him was a slender figure. Bright eyes and white teeth, Ping Ting is delicate and soft, that dark green hair just covers the ear flaps. It is Mejia that has not been seen for many years. At this time, Mejia was 15 years old, her body was already stretched out, and she had grown a lot taller. Her slender body already had the appearance of a cardamom girl. When she saw Mu Yang from a distance, Mejia had a pair of blue pupils. A glimmer of joy flashed in the middle, and then there was a cheer, a light green fluorescence shone on his body, and a green tornado whirlwind rushed towards Mu Yang. Brother, why did you come to see me? Mejia's crisp voice surrounded her ears. Mu Yang caught Mexia's body, the soft touch and the fresh fragrance made him startled for a moment, and he wondered if the beautiful girl in front of him was the Mexia who always dangled behind him. Is wearing a black long-sleeved loose academic gown, the collar is raised high, and the hem is scattered like a windbreaker. If you wear a pair of sunglasses, don't mention how astringent it is. But this is so powerful. He muttered to himself and looked at the girl in front of him. I haven't missed you for a few years, so I will come and see you. Mexia chuckled lightly, and gave Mu Yang a white glance. Who are you, Litu? I don't believe it. Forget it if you don't believe it. Mu Yang shrugged. Mejia has not returned home for these years. It is said that this is an internal regulation of the Super Ability Academy. It seems that only when he reaches the upper limit of school age or his own ability reaches a certain standard can he graduate and leave the school. It is said that this is done to protect the beginners and also to hide the location of the school. Stroking the girl's shaggy dark green hair, Mu Yang turned his head and said to Sammy and Shaydun, I have been missing for a long time with Mejia, and I want to take her out for a walk. The two are free. Sammy smiled lightly. My mentor knows that you are coming, brother, she gave me a day off. Mei Xia took Mu Yang's hand with interest, her white hands were cold, as gentle as jasper. Brother, I haven't had a long time see you, tell me about the martial arts. Okay. Mu Yang smiled and nodded and said okay, and took Mejia's hand and walked towards the temporary residence he built. The surface of the water pool is rippling with blue waves, the water is gurgling, and the surrounding birds and flowers are scented, and the quiet scenery is as beautiful as a dream. Mu Yang and Mejia sat on the floor, chatting about interesting things they had encountered in recent years. Speaking of coming to participate in the world's #1 martial arts club this time, and winning the championship, Mu Yang glanced at Mexia triumphantly, and saw that she was looking surprised. Immediately Mu Yang felt even more proud. Brother, you're so good in just over 3 years. Mejia's eyes flashed bright, and she was chattering with excitement. Not really. Muiyang's mouth raised slightly. When facing the innocent girl Mexia, Muiyang was relaxed like never before. The troubles that had been buried in his heart suddenly disappeared, and his mood became particularly refreshed. At this time, all scions and freezes disappeared. Then the next martial arts meeting, I will also participate, then I will defeat you. Mejia said seriously. I think this is very difficult. Muiyang smiled, palms pressed her head, suddenly remembered something, took out a lens-like thing from his arms and handed it to Mejia. Mejia, this is for you. It is an energy detector. He didn't tell Mejia except for the acceleration of the space, and he did not hide the discovery of the alien spacecraft. Taking the detector, Mejia looked at the lens-like thing curiously, and said, "This is what you called the energy detector, alien technology." "Yes, there are only 3 copies on the Earth, so you have to put them away." Muiyang smiled and looked at her. When he was digging the wreckage of the spacecraft, he found 3 measuring detectors in the iron box. One was given to Mejia. "Oh, I see." Mejia was very happy, and she was about to come over and peck Muiyang on the cheek. Muiyang was waiting, but Mejia hesitated for a while, looking at the expectant Muiyang. He laughed, and instead of moving his mouth, he stretched out his hand, bending his index finger and thumb slightly, and snapped his index finger. On Muiyang's face. Ahem. Old and strange. The script should not be developed like this. Such a beautiful day and 2 little guesses, shouldn't you take a bite before talking? Touching the place where Mejia had played, Muiyang gave a light cough. He didn't have lorry control. The girl in front of me is no longer a loli. At best, it's still a bit small. But it doesn't matter if it is small, it will grow up after a few years. Then teach Mejia how to use this energy detector. This energy detector uses hexadecimal system, and Muiyang needs to teach her how to convert hexadecimal system to decimal system, but Mejia has a very flexible head and quickly learned it. After Mejia learned it, I couldn't wait to test it against myself, and the displayed reading was converted to 41. 41 combat power. How come there is only this point? Is it high or low? Mexia raised her head, looking at Muiyang with clear eyes. Muiyang smiled and said, "It's already pretty good. 41 combat power, this is the energy in Mejia's body, this result is certainly not bad. The source of superpowers is also energy, but this kind of energy is more restrained, not a pure bursting power, and when it is cast, it will have different effects due to the type of superpower. But there is one thing in common. The greater the energy value, the more effective the combat effect. If Mexia used superpowers at this time, even the current Muiyang would not be able to break free for a while. Brother, what is your combat power?" 97. Hey, so much difference. Mexia suddenly felt a little frustrated. She originally thought that she would not be so different from her senior, but now she doesn't even have half of his combat power. So he curled his lips and threw Muiyang down on the grass with his teeth and claws. www.readaloud.com. Don't make trouble, your combat effectiveness is really good, and the other brothers in Daking Shan are only 2 to 3. 10 combat power only. Really? Do not lie to you. Gilagilo. It was noisy for a while, until the sound of protest came from my stomach. I'm hungry. Mejia touched her stomach. Mejia, let you taste the craftsmanship of brother today. Okay. Mexia yelled happily. Muiyang was also in a good mood. The two seemed to have returned to their childhood, carefree. With a touch of warmth in their hearts. Muiyang found firewood and lit the cooking smoke. Mejia called the prey, and then Muiyang was responsible for cleaning the prey, adding a grill, and after a while, the food that was roasted brown and dripping with grease was prepared and sprinkled the necessary condiments. The brothers and sisters feasted and enjoyed themselves. Happy time is always short, time passed inadvertently, and soon it was time to part. When left, Mejia was reluctant to leave, tears streaming down. Brother, I am going back, and I will come to see me often in the future. It will definitely come. I will be angry if I don't come. Mei wrinkled her little nose. I see. Mu Yang looked at her pitiful appearance and smiled suddenly. After receiving Mu Yang's promise, Mei reluctantly flew towards the school. Seeing Mei's gradually shrinking back, Mu Yang stayed there for a while, adjusting his mood. Raised his head and looked at the clear and flawless sky. Mu Yang's eyes gradually became firm. Then he flew into the air, whizzed, flew towards the horizon, and quickly disappeared into the boundless sky. Chapter 30, Kailan Shrine. Karan, the martial arts holy land, is said to be the birthplace of earth martial arts. It is located on a vast plain in the northern hemisphere of the earth. It is backed by a towering mountain range covered with snow and ice all year round. The mountain range rises from south to north, because most of the water vapor from the western ocean is blocked by the mountain. On the other side, the Kailan Holy Land near the sea will not become a rainforest with excessive rain. The whole of Kailan Sanctuary is a large basin that is sunken downwards. It is more than 100 kilometers wide and covered with dense forest. From a distance, it looks like a green wave, constantly swaying under the blowing of the wind. In the very center of Kailan Holy Land, there is a Kailan Tower connected to the heavens. According to the legend, only when you climb the Kailan Tower with your bare hands, you can see the immortals living on the Kailan Tower and accept the guidance of the fairy. More than 200 years ago, when the martial arts on the earth was extremely prosperous, there was an endless stream of martial artists who came to challenge Kailan Tat, but as a catastrophe spread to the world 250 years ago, the martial arts school suffered heavy losses and has not been relieved to this day, so the people who came to challenge Kailan Tat are not as good as before. But today, a figure is approaching at a rapid speed towards the location of Kailan Tower. Bang! A flash of light passing through several snow-capped mountains, a flat skyline appeared in the line of sight. Mu Yang flew over the forest of Kailan Holy Land, and saw a long tower soaring into the sky. The long tower was rooted on the horizon and penetrated into the sky above, and was blocked by white clouds. Finally arrived at Kailan Holy Land, that slender line should be Kailan Tower, it is so slender. Mu Yang looked at the Kailan Tower in the distance in surprise, and really saw the Kailan Tower, which was far more shocking than imagined. Then he lowered his height and gradually approached Kailan Tower. The base of the Kailan Tower is about 2 meters wide and deeply rooted on the ground. The ivory tower is only 1 meter thick. I don't know what material it is made of. It is carved with various totem patterns. Flowers and birds have human faces and animal faces. These totems may be a belief of ancient humans in nature. Both feet landed on the ground. Mu Yang raised his head and looked up at the tower whose apex was invisible, then moved his lower body on the spot, preparing to formally challenge Kailan Tower. It should be said that it is indeed the world of Dragon Ball, only to find the right way of practice that conforms to the rules. Even if it is a human being on Earth, it also has a powerful force. This should be due to the rules of the world. Anyway, Mu Yang knew that in his original world, he would definitely not be able to cultivate the power that appeared in this body, probably because of a force field called Qi pervading the universe. Now, he is about to challenge Kailan Tat. Suddenly, an arrow flew towards him, and the cold tip was shining with cold light. Mu Yang immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed the arrow in his hand. This is not the way of hospitality. Stuck the arrow on the ground, Mu Yang said in a cold voice. Stop, what are you doing here? A man's voice came from behind, whoosh. And 6 or 7 Indians with stripes on their faces came out of the forest with their quiver on their backs. These Indians dress very much like the Pala in the original work, holding spears and sharp arrows, and wearing a beast tooth necklace around their necks, all looking at Mu Yang with guard. The guardian of Kailan Holy Land. Mu Yang raised his eyebrows and recognized the identities of these people at a glance. Strictly speaking, not everyone is qualified to challenge the Kailan Tower, because the Kailan Tower towers high into the sky, and challenging it is dangerous. These guardians live in the large forest of the Holy Land all year round and take the responsibility of protecting the large forest. It is the first level before the challenge to Kylan Tower. Stranger, your skill is very good. Tell me who you are. The Indian who walked in the front stepped forward with a spear. Muiyang, from Tianxinliu, came today to challenge Kylan Pagoda. Muiyang said solemnly. The Indian was surprised after hearing this, and said unexpectedly, "You are Muiyang, the champion of this world's #1 Budokai." Muiyang was surprised. He didn't expect that the guardian living in Kylan sacred land actually knew the information of the world's #1 Budokai, and immediately thought that this is not the state of martial arts seclusion in later generations, and the exchanges between schools are still very frequent. Then nodded, "Yes, I am Muiyang." Hearing Muiyang's confirmation of his identity, the attitude of those Indians obviously became enthusiastic. "I was offended just now, my name is OS, the guardian of Kylan Tat." The headed Indian named OSS expressed his apologies, waved his hand to let the tribe behind them put down their weapons, and then sighed with emotion, "You said you were here to challenge Kylan Tat? After so many years, someone has finally come to challenge. To tell you the truth, this is not an easy task, and you will lose your life if you are not careful. My people tried too, but they all failed. Are you sure you want to challenge Kylan Tat? There are not many people who guard the clan." Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Only the most outstanding fighters are qualified to live near the Kylan Tower. But even they failed. One can imagine how difficult it is to challenge Kylan Tat. Muiyang said, "Thank you for your concern, I'm already mentally prepared." Seeing that the other person's attitude is firm, OSS nodded, "I think you have rushed here for a long distance. It's better to adjust your body and wait until this time tomorrow to challenge." "No, I'm in a good state, now I plan to challenge." Muiyang shook his head and rejected OSS's kindness. In fact, he had already adjusted his body when he flew over. He didn't have to wait until tomorrow. As for the Indian's kindness, he understood. OSS glanced at Muiyang stunnedly, then let go, "In that case, I wish you good luck." "Thank you." After speaking, Muiyang faced Kylan Tower, and then his leg muscles suddenly exerted force, and a whirlwind was suddenly rolled up on the ground. With this explosive force, Muiyang shuttled toward the sky at lightning speed. When he went, his toes lightly stepped on the raised node of Kylan Tower, which turned into a black spot 3 or 2 times and disappeared from everyone's sight. Below, the Indian guardian stared dumbfounded at the sky that had lost Muiyang's trail, and was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the other party to have such a powerful strength. After a long time, OSS closed his mouth, looked at his tribe, and said incredulously, "That young man is so strong, maybe he can really see Kylan Ferry. Yes, you deserve to be the champion of the world's #1 Budokai." Others praised. "No, he is much better than previous champions." OSS shook his head, and looked at Kylan Tower, which had penetrated into the clouds again. Chapter 31, Kylan Tower Top. White clouds stretched high in the sky, and the ivory-colored tower traversed between the sky and the earth. As the height gradually increased, the horizon showed a curved arc. Here the air becomes thin and the temperature starts to drop. Muiyang climbed up 10 kilometers in a hurry, then hugged a bulge on the surface of the Kylan Tower and began to rest. This kind of outward bulge was one every 7 or 8 meters, like it was specially designed for challengers to rest. Of course, not all challengers have the ability to borrow these bumps, and they must have certain strength. I don't know how this Kylan Tower was built. It hasn't reached the top yet. Lifted his head and looked up, Kylan Tat, who was out of sight, disappeared into the boundless sky, and the surroundings had begun to enter the troposphere. It is reasonable to say that the oxygen here should be very thin, but Muiyang accidentally discovered that the concentration of oxygen did drop, but it was enough to maintain the minimum life requirement. Go on. After resting for about 10 minutes, Mu Yang rallied and continued to climb higher. In the process of challenging the Kylin Tower, Mu Yang never used the dance technique, because the significance of climbing the Kylin Tower is to exercise his patience. Legend has it that there is a kind of magical spring water called super holy water on the Kylin Tower. You can increase your strength by just one sip, but it is just ordinary spring water. What really improves your strength is the entire process of challenging Kylin Tower. Even if it is a super water that has the effect of discovering potential, it is a bet with life. Super water is a highly poisonous thing. If you are not careful, you will be poisoned to death and you will really see the king of Yama. Of course, when it comes to super divine water, Mu Yang has some doubts. In the original work, Monkey King drank super divine water and his strength increased. Whether super divine water really played a role or was it activated by the dying Monkey King with the blood of science, this is impossible to know. But Mu Yang knew that without the blessing of blood, there is no shortcut to practice, and every step must be down to earth. Just like this, Mu Yang stopped and went and spent 3 days on the Kylin Tower. Seeing that the dry food on his body is about to run out, but I still can't see the top of the tower when I raise my head. This process is very grueling. If you are not strong enough, I am afraid that you will give up long ago. At the beginning of the plot, it took Sun Wukong 1 day and 1 night to climb the Kylin Tower. My strength is not as good as the Monkey King at that time. I must take more time, but it should be almost there. Mu Yang grabbed a bump and thought inwardly. Then I tied a temporary protective cover with a belt I carried, and used certain safety measures when I stopped and rested. This is not a foul. I gnawed a bun hastily, and then put away the protective cover and continued climbing. After another night, just when Mu Yang was about to run out of ammunition and food, and even nearly fell off the Kylin Tower several times, a spheroidal black shadow finally appeared in the blurred vision. That is the top of Kylin Tower. In 4 days, he finally climbed to the top. At this time, the morning sun had just risen, and the surrounding clouds and Kylin Tower were sacred. Mu Yang's spirit suddenly cheered up. He speeded up and sprinted upwards and got in through one of the 4 entrances below the top of the tower. Finally climbed up. Mu Yang was so tired that he was panting, and finally fell to the ground after climbing the Kylin Tower. After resting for a while, the soreness in the thighs gradually subsided, and Mu Yang had the strength to look at the surrounding environment. This is a fairly spacious area, surrounded by oval skylights. In addition to the 4 entrance channels where the tower is connected in the middle, there are also several water tanks arranged in an orderly manner. There is a bathtub and small bed for sleeping. This is where the cat fairy lives and lives. The cat immortal is not here, so it should be on it. There was no sight of the cat immortal. Mu Yang concluded that it should be on the 2nd floor, so he walked along the stairs to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor of the Kylin Tower is obviously much wider than the 1st floor. Except for a stone platform with a water bottle in the middle, there is no extra furnishings in the area of more than 100 square meters. The view here is wide and there is no wall. There are only 12 relief stone pillars between the upper and lower floors. Mu Yang noticed that above the stone platform where the kettle was placed, there was a huge crystal ball floating. The crystal ball was more than 80 centimeters in diameter, round and bright, and the whole body was crystal clear and clean. It seemed that a magical force was supporting it to float in mid-air. For this crystal ball, Mu Yang really didn't know before, and he didn't pay attention to whether there was such a crystal ball in the original work. The crystal ball was motionless at this time, seeming to stabilize the entire Kylin Tower. In general, the structure on the top of the Kylin Tower is a flat spherical building. The lowest floor area is the smallest, only more than 30 square meters. The middle floor is the most spacious. The area of more than 100 square meters is for the cat fairy training martial artist. From the structure point of view, the training ground is only the middle part of the top of the tower, and there seems to be some structure above it, but it is hidden. It's pretty good. I climbed here, you kid is amazing. The white-haired cat fairy stood in front of Mu Yang with a cane, and quietly concealed Mu Yang's perception. When did it appear? Mu Yang didn't feel when the cat fairy appeared. www.readaloud.com. While secretly surprised, he also looked at the other party. Is worthy of being an immortal who has lived for more than 800 years. On the surface, it can't be seen at all. Are you Kylan fairy? Mu Yang pretended not to know the identity of the cat fairy. The cat fairy washed the bottom with his paw. Yes, young people, no one has climbed up for many years. Are you here to drink super holy water? Seeing Mu Yang nodded, the cat fairy narrowed his eyes. It's not easy, the super holy water is not for you to drink for nothing. The cat fairy twisted his fat body and used a cane to prop up the super holy water on the central stone platform. If you want to drink it, you must grab it from my hand. Sure enough, it was training to grab a kettle. Mu Yang had been prepared for a long time, knowing that this was the way of training the Taoist cat. So solemnly performed a martial arts courtesy, left a good impression on the opponent. And then began to snatch. Kylan fairy, I'm going to start. Yet. The cat fairy nodded secretly to Mu Yang's behavior of knowing etiquette. When facing the opponent's body that flew over, the cat fairy slightly changed his body posture, and cleverly avoided Mu Yang's pounce. Young man, brute force alone is not enough. You are a disciple of Tianxinliu. You won't forget the most basic things of your genre. The cat fairy shook his head. Most of the martial arts on the earth came from Kylan. It was spread out on the tower that the cat fairy lived more than 800 years old, and any tricks were so rough in its eyes. The fairy actually knows the flow of the sky. Hey, I know a lot. Tianxinliu was also very good before, but it was a pity later. P.S. The book is currently in the recommendation period, so please ask for a recommendation ticket. Chapter 32, The Training of the Cat Fairy. Your name is Mu Yang, right? You can see that you have put a lot of effort into physical foundation. Few martial arts masters in the lower realm can train the foundation to be as stable as you. The cat fairy dodged, while speaking plainly. With many years of experience, it can see through Mu Yang's foundation at a glance, and there is a hint of surprise in its heart, but it also sees what he lacks. He shook his head and said, although the foundation is polished perfectly, you still can't make good use of your qi. Because you don't know how to converge, the qi in your body is like fireflies in the dark night, exposing your behavior and intentions from afar. Well, this may be the reason for the overall decline of the lower realm martial arts level, but you are not to blame. The cat fairy walks in the courtyard, making a sharp assessment. Mu Yang stopped and looked at the cat fairy carefully, expressing amazement at its evaluation. As the cat fairy said, the following world is very scarce. Even the genre that knows how to practice Qigong, how can you perfectly converge your breath? However, this question is not unsolvable. The naive cat fairy in front of him is undoubtedly a mentor and helpful friend in this regard, so he is unpretentious and said, please teach me how to restrain my breath. Hey, this is not anxious. When you know how to use the qi in your body, convergence is naturally a matter of course. The cat fairy yawned, wandered around Mu Yang and nodded. To be honest, your Tianxinliu Qigong is unique. After all, it is a secret method passed down in ancient times. It is somewhat different from the current one, but you haven't practiced it at home. You are climbing up the Kylan Tower all the way up from below. You must be a little tired. Take a good rest and figure it out for yourself. Starting tomorrow, I will officially teach you how to practice. After speaking, the cat fairy waved his hand and walked downstairs with his cane. Mu Yang stared blankly, watching the cat fairy walk downstairs. Obviously, through the simple test just now, the cat fairy has got his pulse, and the formal practice will begin tomorrow. This made him a little excited, and after the excitement, exhaustion swept over him, and he simply lay on the ground and fell asleep, snoring lightly after a while. Frankly speaking, he is really tired. The sky cleared the next day. The cat fairy took out a bag of dry flour from his inventory, and asked Muyang to eat a little bit of spring water indiscriminately, before he officially started practicing. Chewing on the sticky and tasteless dough balls, Muyang's entire face became bitter. Although these flour can fill his stomach, it is really hard to swallow. I don't know how Gaixian ran under such difficult conditions. Spent 3 years. From this point, we still have to admire the turtle fairy. Barely filling his stomach, Muyang walked to the cat fairy when he was full of energy. The cat fairy looked at him. "Oh, I've eaten it, so let's start practicing now. Please enlighten me," Muyang said seriously. "Hee, you're welcome." The cat fairy narrowed his eyes, as if smiling. "I studied your experience last night, so I plan to divide your cultivation into 3 steps." As he said, he raised his 3 fingers. "The first is to address your mistakes in the tricks, because there were no clever teachers before. And you have many extra flaws and too many unnecessary actions. Fortunately, it is relatively easy to make up for this now. When the roots are deeply rooted, it will not be easy to change." The cat fairy talked. Muyang listened carefully and agreed. At least he had read the original work. He knew that unnecessary movements would definitely become the subjects that the cat fairy would focus on correcting. In this regard, Muyang was prepared from the beginning. In fact, the practice of martial arts must be a process from complicated to simple. To reduce unnecessary consumption in battle, Muyang has always been aware of this, but he has never encountered a good guide that can effectively guide him. Teacher only. Although Isafar is a good warrior and a well-known martial artist, his guidance is still far behind the real Big Brother Cat Immortal. It should be said that on the entire earth, few people have the knowledge of the cat fairy. Secondly, Qigong practice. Tiang Xinliu's Qigong is very good and quite ingenious, but you have not yet brought out its essence, so you have to make up for this part of the shortcomings. When the Qigong practice is perfect, then your strength will also greatly increase. Third, the convergence of the breath. This is a fairly general concept. What is considered to be the convergence of the breath also varies from person to person. Different people have different sensitivity to the breath. Perhaps you think that the breath has been converged. But in the eyes of some people, it is still completely exposed. I will not force you in this regard. No, please train me with the strictest requirements of Kailan Fairy. Muyang earnestly pleaded. If even the highest requirements of the cat fairy cannot be met, how can we say that we stand on top of the strong in the future? His combat effectiveness has never been able to break through the 100 mark. It must be because of lack of practice. This deficiency will not be due to movement, but a special requirement. The development of the body temporarily reaches its limit, so does the cultivation or control of the breath allow the cultivator to enter a completely different realm. Tian Xinliu's cultivation method was different from Gui Xianliu's from the very beginning. He couldn't just copy the original work just because he knew the original work. Muyang hoped to be promoted in Mao Xianren. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in the eyes of the cat fairy, stroking his beard and nodding. Okay, then I will train you with the strictest requirements as you promised, but if you say that, my training is quite difficult. I'm ready, please don't worry, Kailan Fairy. Well. The cat fairy nodded and looked at the determined young man in front of him. He took out a bell from nowhere and tied it to his body. After doing all this, the cat fairy picked up the water bottle on the stone platform with a cane like yesterday. The next thing you have to do is the water bottle I hung on the stick, whether it's while I'm asleep or when I am distracted. It's okay. Any method can be used. As long as you grab a kettle from my place, you will pass. Because it is the first stage, I will attach a bell to my body, and I will not take this bell off. When you can this kettle from my hand, you can proceed to the second stage. Training, when the time comes, take off the bell and grab the kettle from my place again. And proceed to the third stage after completion. As for how to practice in the third stage, wait until the second stage is completed. Maybe just the first 2 stages will take a long time. Mu Yang stunned slightly. This is different from the time when the Cat Fairy trained Monkey King. In the original work, when Monkey King snatched the kettle, the Cat Fairy didn't wear a bell on his body. Perhaps it is because his strength has not reached the level of Monkey King in the original work, so the Cat Fairy reduced the difficulty of training during training. The first stage did not appear in the original work, and the second stage is the training method of Monkey King in the original work. Fairy Kylan, let's start. After understanding Cat Xianren's plan, Mu Yang nodded towards Cat Xianren, and then prepared to the kettle. Chapter 33, Sealing. Bell. 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 Facing Mu Yang Fei's pounce, the Cat Fairy squinted his eyes and dodged around. It didn't deliberately hide its breath, so as it swayed around, the little bell made a bell, bell, bell sound. Mu Yang looked for the sound to change the trajectory of his pounce. Many times he was about to catch the kettle, but when the Cat Fairy shrank his palm, the wooden stick in his hand picked up the kettle and slid to another place. The air was thin at the top of Kylan Tower, and it didn't take long for Mu Yang to start panting. The Cat Fairy stopped with a cane. The environment on the Kylan Tower is different from the one below. The air here is only half of the bottom. If you don't control and reduce the excess movement, your body will quickly become unbearable. I got it. Mu Yang panted, shouted loudly, and took the opportunity to jump up. The Cat Fairy laughed, and whenever he was about to touch the kettle, his body shook, and the kettle brushed past Mu Yang again. Listen to the sound of the bell, and don't be disturbed by my movements. The voice of the Cat Fairy suddenly rang in his ears, which frightened Mu Yang. Looking closely, an enlarged cat face suddenly appeared in front of him. The Cat Fairy grinned at Mu Yang, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Mu Yang just stretched out his hand, the cat's face in front of him turned into an afterimage and was torn. You have to reduce your loss to find the best way to fly, and at the same time exercise a good pair of eyesight. You don't need to pay attention to all the actions of the other person in the fight. As long as you learn to grasp the key point, sometimes a simple blow can be effective. The decisive role, just like this. The Cat Fairy just finished speaking, his eyes narrowed into a line. The dodge movement suddenly changed. The Cat Immortal left a few shadows on the spot, and straightly stretched out the wooden staff a little bit forward. The wooden staff slammed into Mu Yang's chest, and Mu Yang twitched. A huge explosive force exploded in his chest, and he fell to the ground and lost his ability to resist. The attack just now is a test of your eyesight and determination. Amazing! Mu Yang scowled his teeth and got up, rubbing his chest, but his eyes were full of strong desire to become stronger. Ha ha ha, it's a piece of cake, you take a break, and when you figure it out, then continue to practice. The Cat Fairy laughed heartily, then hit a hatch, and lay on the bench beside him to sleep. Up! Mu Yang watched silently, and took the words of the Cat Fairy in his heart. On the way to practice, he can get guidance from a wise person, and he can avoid many detours. Although he knew the truth of what the Cat Fairy said before, practice is the best teacher. He only listens without practicing the fake pose, and he listens while practicing, which has an unparalleled effect. After a flash, 8 or 9 days passed. In the past few days, Mu Yang is like a sponge that can absorb water. During training, he has continuously absorbed the martial arts principles taught by the Cat Fairy, which has made him significantly improve his understanding and control of power. Although Mu Yang's energy value has remained in place in the past few days and has not broken the 100 mark, he feels that he has gained a great deal, which is far more exciting than the increase in combat effectiveness. On the 10th day, Mu Yang's ineffective moves had been reduced a lot, and the flaws had become fewer and fewer, and he had begun to show his own style when he played the game of grabbing the kettle with the Cat Fairy again. Seeing all these cats and immortals, he nodded inwardly. Finally, on the 18th day, Mu Yang successfully grabbed the water bottle from the cat fairy, and the cat fairy told the truth about the super holy water. In fact, there is no super holy water in this world. It's just ordinary spring water. The real practice is the process of capturing the kettle. You can give it a try, you are already much stronger than before. The strength mentioned by the cat fairy does not only refer to combat effectiveness, but comprehensive strength. For martial artists on Earth, because energy is generally not high, they value comprehensive strength. The combat effectiveness detected by instruments alone is not a decision. The key to the final victory. Combat power is the power of a single blow, while the overall strength is whether it can hit the opponent. Callan Fairy, I already understand. Just get it. The cat fairy nodded and took off the small bell from his body. Come on, I won't let you water anymore now. Please. Mu Yang was so proud and serious, and then began to adjust his body's breath. Mu Yang took the lead in attacking. His movements were as fast as gusts of wind and lightning. A white light and shadow flashed in mid-air, appeared in front of the cat fairy in the blink of an eye, and then changed direction and moved towards it. The cane on the cane attacked. But after removing the bell, the action of the cat fairy became more mysterious than before. The cat fairy smiled, posing very casually, and immediately deceived Mu Yang. He only heard the sound but did not see him. Mu Yang's speed had already accelerated to the limit, but the cat fairy seemed to move faster. Only two blurred lights and shadows flashed continuously in the more than 100 square meter training ground, and the strong wind was blowing toward the outside of Kailan Tower. Mu Yang's eyeballs kept moving with the movements of the cat fairy, but the cat fairy's movements were full of confusing, the true and the false were unpredictable, and the eyes seemed to be insufficient. Reading www.yunsha.com. Although redundant actions are unnecessary, actions that confuse opponents are not redundant. Cracked, the cat fairy leaped slightly, the wooden stick drew a beautiful arc in the void, and then lifted it upwards, and the kettle fell steadily on the central stone platform. Okay, today's training is here. Tonight, continue to think about today's training. The cat fairy waved his hand and went to rest again. Watching the back of the cat fairy walking down the stairs, Mu Yang panted and wiped the sweat off his face, and sat down on the ground. When he was almost resting, Mu Yang began to adjust the aura in his body, and then squeezed into the acceleration space. The acceleration space at this time is still a 10-meter radius, but it is already very different from before. Along with Mu Yang's power constantly approaching 100 combat power, a thick layer of clouds is now accumulated on the pale sky, and those clouds continue to roll, like a physical wall covering the sky. Especially after he climbed the Kailan Tower, the accumulation of clouds and fog continued to accelerate, and the ceiling became lower and lower. If this continues, after a while, the ceiling of this space will be suppressed. Looking at the dense cloud layer, there was a feeling of black clouds pressing down on the city and wanting to destroy the city, but Mu Yang had an urge to crush it. It seems that as long as the ceiling is broken, a smooth road will appear in front of him. Come slowly, with the current progress, it may not be long before this space of acceleration will be transformed. Mu Yang still doesn't understand the origin of this acceleration space, so he has to attribute it to the accessory that he passed through, so he is also careful in handling this space. Chapter 34, Break, the First Limit. Time passed. In the second month after Mu Yang ascended the Kailan Tower, the ceiling of the acceleration space had reached the level of approaching the ground. If this continues, it will seriously affect the function of the acceleration space. At this time, Mu Yang was also ready to make a desperate move and exhausted all his strength to defeat it. 2 months of practice gave him confidence in this area. One night, the stars are shining, and the moon is like a disc. While the cat fairy returned to sleep downstairs, Mu Yang quietly entered the acceleration space. Raised his head and glanced at the actual cloud layer. The cloud layer is only more than 3 meters above the head, and it has really become the ceiling. Mu Yang adjusted his breath, making final preparations. A powerful breath came out vigorously accompanied by a scolding sound. Mu Yang's face was firm, and he stared at the sky with a serious face. The energy in his body gathered between his hands, and a bright blue light suddenly flickered. In the narrow claustrophobic space, it is like a star, blooming with brilliance. Success or failure in one fell swoop. Tianxin Qigong. With a long roar from up to the sky, Mu Yang swung his fingers forward, a bright beam of energy shot straight out, the blue energy rustled, and it rubbed against the air to make a sharp crackling sound, and then penetrated through the layers of clouds and mist, directed at the thickest area in the center of the cloud shot away. Rumbling. The azure blue energy beam hit the core of the ceiling, and then collided, erupting into an earth-shattering explosion. Mu Yang's Qigong wave at this time is more solid than a few months ago, and its penetrating power and destructive power have doubled. Based on these, the Qigong wave released by Mu Yang is very scary. The horror scene produced by the collision between the two is as fierce and mighty as the world. The whirlpool rotates, the airflow is scattered, and the center rises high, like an inverted trumpet flower. Snap it! It's like the sound of glass breaking. At this moment, the sky broke and the earth cracked, and the endless clouds suddenly seemed to have lost the cover of the lid. At this moment, all of them exploded, and the entire space was shaking violently, as if it was about to break apart. There was nothing to stop the tearing force of the explosion, and the space began to expand. Mu Yang himself was exhausted after releasing the Qigong wave, but strangely, the terrifying energy did not harm him. On the contrary, a piece of crystal-clear fragments fell in the sky, which actually fell on him, and then all were absorbed by him. Time passed, when all the dust fell and the earth returned to calm, the dim vision became bright again. The picture that appeared before his eyes shocked Mu Yang. The sky has become higher and the ground has become wider. The original range of 10 meters has been expanded to 1,000 meters, which is enough to accommodate the next small mountain peak. At the same time, just as the acceleration space scope was constantly expanding, Mu Yang vaguely felt that the shackles that had originally been tied to him seemed to have disappeared, and the road ahead seemed to be flattened, feeling completely different from before. It was an experience of the prisoner breaking free from the cage and regaining his freedom. It made him scream, his body and mind surging. And he felt very happy. Used an energy detector to detect himself. Beep. 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 A string of data was displayed on the lens. 121 combat power. In an instant, his combat effectiveness increased by more than 20 points, reaching the level after Monkey King participated in the 21st World Martial Arts Conference. It's really a big breakthrough. This acceleration space is really closely related to my strength. Is the ceiling that blocks the sky because of my physical limitations? The ceiling is approaching the ground, which means that the distance limit is getting closer and closer, and breaking it with one effort is to break the limit. All the changes made Mu Yang have to think more about it. Normally, the limit of ordinary Earthlings is 100 combat power, and very few Earthlings have successfully broken through this limit, and the accelerated space where Mu Yang's consciousness communicates seems able to realize their limits. Realize the invisible limit, and then apply a substantial attack to break the limit. What a wonderful existence is this! After an ordinary person breaks through the limit, the increase in combat effectiveness has to be accumulated a little bit. Simply put, after 100 is 101, then 102, and he, breakthrough also absorbed the energy of the breakthrough, reaching 121 in one breath. Having figured this out, Mu Yang couldn't help but cheer up. If the facts are really what he imagined, then he would be too dominant. This means that I don't have to worry about the innate gap between earthly people and cosmic people. Scions and cosmic people can be so strong, what does it depend on? Isn't it because their potential is strong enough? Being weak on earth is weak, but as long as you work hard enough, it is not impossible to break through multiple limits. Compared with this point, the time acceleration function of accelerating space is just a trivial pediatrics. This is the real golden finger. Of course, this is only Mu Yang's own guess, no one knows what the specific situation is. And even if Mu Yang's guess is correct, the acceleration space can really show the limits of the body. If you want to break the limit like just now, it is uncertain whether you can succeed. After all, for the people on Earth, the limit of 100 combat power is not impossible to break through. The hard part is 1000 combat power, 10,000 combat power. Whether it can really continue to break through indefinitely, in the final analysis, it still depends on the racial talent. But at least for now, this gave Mu Yang some thoughts. After leaving the acceleration space, Mu Yang's heart was slow to calm down. After his test www.readaloud.com, the time flow between the acceleration space and the outside world, as he broke the first limit, the ratio of the two sides also changed from the original 2. Compared to 1, it became 4 to 1. In other words, the flow of time in the acceleration space is now 4 times that of the outside world. At the same time, the acceleration space also has an additional storage function. Simply put things in the acceleration space, which is simple and easy. Even if there is no universal capsule, he doesn't have to worry about the things that cannot be released, and because of the energy that is free in the space. Don't worry about the deterioration of the contents, it's a must-have for home travel. This is my biggest gain in recent time. Mu Yang was so happy that he was laughing while sleeping. The next day, when the cat fairy saw Mu Yang again, he obviously felt the changes in him. After not seeing him for one night, the mental appearance of Mu Yang seemed to be different. This is only one night, your changes are quite big. The cat fairy was puzzled. Mu Yang is like a spring breeze, with a gentle smile. I figured out some things last night, and I feel that the whole person is different. Oh, you have an insight, you have broken the shackles of the martial arts. The cat fairy nodded, and the epiphany is very mysterious, but the cat fairy has not seen it for 800 years. It was a chance, and the cat fairy was also happy for Mu Yang. Mu Yang nodded. His method of breaking the restrictions in the acceleration space is really similar to the epiphany mentioned by the cat fairy. The cat fairy said, "Since your strength has improved greatly, then the next practice will have to make a little change. Today, you will spend time familiarizing yourself with the power of growth, and when you are able to retract and release it freely, I will treat you, give pointers." Mu Yang nodded, "Thank you, Kylin Fairy." Chapter 35, April. Just as Mu Yang was practicing on the Kylin Pagoda, it was on a certain island on the east side of the earth. Tut. The sound of guns broke the tranquility on the island. A dozen speedboats patrolled around the island, with heavily armed teams standing on them, all dressed in earthy grey uniforms, looking like both an army and a robber. "Boss Lusha, the team sent out has returned. They haven't found Claren's whereabouts." A soldier-like figure took off the radio microphone from his ear and reported to their officer. The officer took a puff of cigarette, spit out a choking white smoke, glanced at the soldier fiercely, and cursed fiercely, "If you can't find anyone, won't you send more people? The commander has given a dead order and must be found Claren, even if he is dead, take his things back." The soldier shuddered, and hurriedly responded, "Yes, I will immediately send more people to the island. I can't go down yet." Chief Lusha waved his hand impatiently, and then sat there and continued to vomit. "Commander Wian is really true, just a little researcher, what exactly is in his hand worth looking for with such a big fanfare? Forget it, Lao Tzu is only in charge of the task, and can't take care of the affairs of the upper class." Lu Sha squeeze out the cigar in his hand and report the situation here to the headquarters. Actually got an order from the headquarters to find it at all costs. Hey, these officials will only give orders, and it is not our subordinates who are doing things. After hanging up the phone, Lu Sha spit out sullenly. I felt uncomfortable thinking that the frontline commander of the Serpentman army had to personally take charge of such a trivial task. At this time on the island, a blonde-haired man arched his waist, holding a child in his arms, hiding in a small wood. If Mu Yang were here, he would recognize that this blonde man was one of the young couples who met on the train to Maple Leaf Island a few months ago. The child in his arms is a little girl named April. At this time, Claren had a hole in his chest, and the scarlet blood had wetted his shirt. Cough cough. Claren arched and coughed, and the tiny movements twitched the wounds in his lungs, making him look very painful. Woo, Daddy, are you okay? April misses her mother and sister. The little girl April was sobbing with her mouth closed with tears in her eyes. Don't cry April, Mommy and Cipril will be fine. Claren wiped April's tears with a trace of sadness in his eyes. April raised her head, but the cruise ship we took has sunk, and my mother and sister have never come up. Wow, they can't come back. Claren's expression stiffened for a while, and what he wanted to say finally swallowed in his throat, unable to say anything. At this moment, the mopping sound came from the grove, and Claren quickly covered April's small mouth. After the mopping crew moved away, Claren made up his mind. He made a thick drawing. And 3 black stones as black as ink were stuffed into the small school bag behind April. April, keep these things well, this is my father's research data. A trace of grief flashed in Claren's eyes. If it weren't for these things, the family might not have suffered such a disaster. Dad. April felt something, calling out nervously. Claren is a researcher at a comprehensive research institute, and he is engaged in robotics research. As for what the 3 black rocks are, he doesn't know what they are. He stripped them from a meteorite in outer space. Claren did not expect that his research results would cause the high officials of the Snakeman Corps to be coveted. Their cruise ship was attacked by the other party during the voyage. His wife and little daughter fell into the sea and never appeared again. I am afraid that it has been more and more fortunate. He put his palm on April's head. Observe, there is a small cave over there, you hide in it, don't come out without my cry. Yet. She whispered softly, and April's tears slipped down. Take it, this is your favorite candy, eat one if you're sad, save a little bit. Claren looked at her daughter, peeled a candy into her mouth with difficulty, and then stored her daughter's snacks. Tucked her sugar bowl into her little bag. After doing this, Claren dragged his weak body gradually away. Remember, don't leave that cave for 2 days. April replied crying. Claren stared deeply at his daughter for the last time, turned and walked out of the grove. Only when he led away all the enemies, April would have a chance to live. After Claren left, there was a sound of tuk-tuk gun firing in the forest. The sky gradually darkened, and a thin mist rose in the forest. April was hiding in a small cave waiting for her father to return, but after waiting for 2 or 3 days, Claren hadn't come back. The hungry April couldn't help but eat a candy, and then carefully cover the sugar bowl and put it in the school bag, and April drags her thin body out of the cave. The cold wind was whistling, coldly with a faint sadness, and gradually moved farther and farther away. April shrank and hobbled towards the people on the island. Chapter 36, Fairy Beans. Kylan Tower. Since he broke through the first limit, Mu Yang was like a different person. He used to lose his shackles, and his speed of cultivation was the same as when he was on a plane. It changed every day. In the 3rd month, Mu Yang grabbed the water bottle from the cat fairy. Oh, when did your kid become so powerful? After Mu Yang snatched the water bottle, the cat fairy looked at him in surprise. The growth of this teenager shocked him. It took only 3 months. He snatched the kettle from his hands. You know that the last turtle immortal who grabbed the kettle took 3 full years, and that was pretty fast. Where, Kylan Fairy passed the award, this is what you taught. Hey, don't put a hi-hat on me. The cat fairy glanced at Mu Yang, swaying his fat body. The basics I can teach you have been taught to you. The next third stage, the convergence and perception of qi, are more profound things. In terms of stage, you can only learn the convergence of qi. As for perception, that is beyond the martial arts stage. Yang listened carefully. Qi convergence is far easier than perception. You only need to comprehend the realm of the heart as stopping water, and the perception of qi involves deeper mysteries, and the fluctuation of breath needs to be controlled to the smallest degree. That is the stage of the temple practitioner. The cat fairy can only learn the convergence of qi. If you want to learn to use qi to perceive your opponent, you must either comprehend it yourself or get the approval of the cat fairy, get the token leading to the temple, and go to heaven to practice. So now, Yang is still following the cat fairy to learn the control of breath. Time is like fine sand, passing by inadvertently. In a blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Under the guidance of the cat fairy, Yang has been growing rapidly. While constantly absorbing the essence of the cat fairy's martial arts, Yang has gradually mastered the connotation of qi. At this time, his aura can be restrained, and finally he is no longer as sharp as before. Oh, I have nothing to teach you. The cat fairy looked at Yang like a monster. This kid is simply a monster. It only took more than 3 months to make himself unlearnable. This talent is definitely one of the best among the people on earth. However, the cat fairy didn't know that all this was because Yang had a cheating device called acceleration space. Yang accepted all the compliments of the cat fairy. He smiled and said, "I have troubled the fairy during this time." The cat fairy held his beard and nodded, "It's not troublesome. The purpose of Kailanta's existence is to cultivate excellent martial arts masters, but it's a pity that no one can climb up every year. By the way, Fairy Kailan, I think you have been eating a kind of dried lentils these days. Can that stuff fill your stomach?" The cat fairy glanced at Yang. "Oh, that's a fairy bean. You can eat one without eating for 10 days. Yang's eyes were bright. Of course he knew that it was the fairy bean, which was very precious in the late Dragon Ball stage, but now it only serves to fill the stomach, and does not reflect its value. "Oh, Fairy Kailan, there are such good things, why do you still let me eat flour every day? This is too much." "Ah, that is a kind of practice for you, martial arts practitioners must endure hardship. Eating flour is a tradition handed down in ancient times." A look of contempt was swept towards him. Even the cat fairy himself. "I am embarrassed to continue, there is no way. The output of fairy beans is not high. The annual output is only about 60 pieces. I have to consume about 40 pieces each year. The amount is really not much." "Well, Kailan fairy, let's discuss it, or I'll go down and bring you a batch of aquatic products. I think the fairy's ability can definitely keep the aquatic products fresh. I will use these aquatic products to exchange fairy beans for you. What do you think?" Yang squinted his eyes, thinking of his little abacus in his heart. The Kailan Tower can store flour on it, but it is unreasonable that it cannot store other things. Since the role of fairy beans is only to satisfy hunger, what does it matter if it is replaced by water products? Besides, Xiandu has no taste when eaten. How can there be so much aquatic products? If you open a small stove, is there any fragrance every day? Aquatic products. Sure enough, when Yang was about to exchange water products for immortal beans, the cat fairy's eyes suddenly widened, and his pupils almost shone. But in order to maintain the immortal's reservation, it pretended to be calm and said, "This idea is good. It is not convenient for me to leave the Kailan Tower. If you are willing to do it for me, it is not unreasonable. It's done." Yang shouted in his heart, as if he saw a large number of fairy beans waving at him. "Fairy Kailan, how many fairy beans do you plan to change?" Yang asked cautiously. "Of course, the more the better, I can keep a little bit for myself, and replace the rest. You wait a minute, I'll see how many fairy beans there are." said that the cat fairy walked to the bottom of the Kylan tower and began to search through the boxes and cabinets, and finally found a large brown clay pot in the innermost part, with the word Zyandu pasted in red. After it is opened, it is full of emerald green dried beans. As a rough estimate, I am afraid it looks like 15,000 to 6,000. There are so many. At this time, Mu Yang couldn't help but hate it. How many fairy beans did the fat man Yakilo ruin before the later Monkey King and the others wanted to eat one of them? That's the only thing that I have survived for more than 800 years. Now the output of fairy beans is getting lower and lower. I want to keep a few thousand for preparation. All the rest will be replaced with aquatic products. Speaking of this, cat fairy stopped www.readaloud.com. Her ears flicked and said, "Of course, the fairy beans are full, your aquatic products." Enough. Mu Yang did not hesitate. Well, then there is no problem. The cat fairy nodded in satisfaction, and a fairy bean was enough to hold a meal for 10 days. If the aquatic products in exchange could not last 10 days, then the deal would be unfair. Taking out an empty clay pot from the side, the cat fairy put the fairy beans in it, and said, "In fact, this fairy beans is much better than the food on the ground. It is very suitable for use after martial arts practitioners practice, and it is also against the enemy. It can also play its role at the time of the event. Do you know why? Because it works quickly. It can quickly restore strength." Mu Yang answered truthfully. The hunger-filling function of the fairy bean alone is a very good weapon, not to mention that it also has a healing function. But the cat fairy may not have been injured, I don't know it. Not bad. Mao Xianren glanced back at him and found that Mu Yang was very good at grasping the key to the problem. He could not help but nodded secretly and sighed, "Speaking of which, aquatic products don't have such good functions." The cat's claw was a meal, and Mu Yang felt anxious. He calmly said, "What the fairy said makes sense. I thought about it and it seemed to be the case, but I can provide more aquatic products to ensure that the fairy is satisfied. And we also have a stove on the ground that can bake a variety of flavors. I will bring one to the fairy when I go down." "Hehe, it's rare for you to have this intention, then bring me one." The cat fairy squinted and smiled. Seeing the cat's claws began to fill the clay pot with celestial beans, Mu Yang wiped his sweat, and thought to himself that the cat fairy is really not good with his generation, but he knows how to bargain. But fortunately, the world's business is not successful, mainly money not in place. When the money is in place, the business is done. Chapter 37, 3-port cylinder. More than 10,000 fairy beans. Watching the cat fairy put thousands of fairy beans into another clay pot, Mu Yang only felt his lips were dry, and his eyes were shining straight. At this moment, it was like an underwhelmed pauper who suddenly saw the gold in the house. Full of burning desire, Mu Yang swallowed, and tremblingly took the clay pot full of fairy beans from the cat fairy. Fairy beans did not show much value in the early stage of Dragon Ball. They were only used as food to satisfy hunger, but in the later stage they are a real life-saving magic weapon. Not only can they quickly recover physical strength, but also instantly heal various injuries. At this time, fairy beans it hasn't been ruined by Yaki Lube, and most of them have been taken into the bag by Mu Yang. "Try one first." Mu Yang thought about taking out a dried lentil from the clay pot and threw it into his mouth to chew. Crack made a crisp sound, and it did not taste much dry, but the next moment, a strong vitality suddenly filled the mouth, and then this vitality flowed all over the body. With this warm feeling flowing, Mu Yang's mental state instantly recovered to its peak. "Good baby, these are life-saving babies." Mu Yang's eyes glowed, and he praised again and again. Carefully arrange the earthenware pot, close the lid, and collect it carefully as if holding a holy thing bestowed by the gods. Each of these 10,000 fairy beans must be carefully calculated and used on the blade. Oh, the thousands of immortal cats are wasted, and they will be ruined by Yaki Lube sooner or later. Mu Yang moved into the inch, even the thousands of immortal beans reserved in the hands of the cat immortal wanted to obtain. But in the end he gave up. Forget it, it's not easy to get most of it, things can't be perfect. Thinking like this in his heart, Mu Yang also felt better. At this moment, he saw the 3 large water tanks next to him. These 3 water tanks were placed independently and separated from the other water tanks in the corner. Fairy Kylan, how can those water tanks be so open? He vaguely guessed the role of the water tanks. It is said that the 3 water tanks can see the past, present and future respectively. Oh, that's what I use to observe the lower realm. The energy of these 3 water tanks is connected to the crystal ball upstairs. It is a handed down from ancient times. The cat fairy swayed his fat body and opened one of them. The lid on the top of the water tank reveals clear spring water. Oh! Mu Yang stepped forward with interest and looked at the clear spring water. He didn't know, the water in these 3 jars was blended together, and there was a name he knew well. That is super water. Super Shen Shui can trigger the human body's potential, and it is also a highly toxic substance. If the body does not have enough potential for triggering, the Super Shen Shui will overdraw the human body's vitality and poison the user to death. According to rumors, 14 powerful earthlings once drank it, but none of them survived. Therefore, Mu Yang respected and stayed away from Super Shen Shui, and he was not blessed to accept this. Just as Mu Yang was staring at the water tank to observe, suddenly ripples appeared in the spring water, and a group of strange images appeared in Mu Yang's sight. It was a sunny day. A little girl with dark green hair and a teenager with black hair appeared in the picture. At this time, the 2 were practicing tricks very seriously, and their faces were covered with glittering sweat. Mu Yang recognized that it was the scene of himself and Mejia when they were young, so what he saw in this jar represented the past. Then he opened the lid of the middle tank again, and saw another picture. In the big green mountains, the picture of Master Alice cooking food in the kitchen, while in the living room, Isuf is reading with a newspaper, which represents the present. Opened the last jar, the picture that appeared was different. It was a crowded conference hall, and it was very lively. The scene seemed to be a match. At this time, there was a man and a woman in the ring. The male Mu Yang recognized him as himself, his body was dignified, and he was very elegant and graceful. Looks more mature than it is now, but it should not be a few years away. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. A woman with black hair and waist was standing opposite him. The woman was well proportioned, and her appearance was a little fuzzy. Judging from the curvaceous and graceful curves, she should be in her 20s, with a different aura. What attracted Mu Yang's special attention was that the black-haired woman's eyes were as clear as spring water. At this time, the 2 were in a match, and the black-haired woman was awe-inspiring and constantly attacking the future Mu Yang. This should be a picture of the future. It seems that Mu Yang is still playing against someone. Then suddenly the picture changed, and the previous fragment disappeared, replaced by a deep starry sky. Is also a battle scene, but instead it is an 11 or 12-year-old girl. The girl also had black hair, and her opponent was Mu Yang. At this time, the girl had a delicate face, her eyes were full of arrogance, and then she snorted, and her golden pupils actually sparkled with a beautiful brilliance. But her opponent is not simple, and has never gained an advantage. Mu Yang frowned and looked at the picture of the future. This picture of the future was boring. What surprised him was that he could not even see how the 2 sides acted. Judging from this picture, Mu Yang felt that he would still be very good in the future. He asked, "Fairy Kylan, what does this picture of the future mean?" The cat fairy licked his palm and said, "It doesn't make much sense, because no one knows what will happen in the future. This tank is only showing one of the possibilities, and everyone will see a different picture when they see it. Go and care." I didn't think about it if I couldn't think of it. Mu Yang wouldn't be mediocre, but on the whole, he saw what was good for him. Chapter 38, Robbery. Hey, Mu Yang, you have taken the fairy beans. When will you cash out the aquatic products you said? The cat fairy had been thinking about the deal with Muyang, and saw that he was no longer entangled in what he saw in the 3-sip water tank. Picture, hurriedly urged. Hearing the words, Muyang smiled. It seems that the cat fairy has lived on the Kylan Tower for a long time and cares about the aquatic products. Fairy Kylan, please don't worry, I will bring you aquatic products as soon as I say it. Yeah, as soon as possible. The cat fairy stroked his beard, no longer anxious. After conditioning on the Kylan Tower for a while, Muyang waved his hand to the cat fairy and said goodbye. Fairy Kylan, I will go down first and wait for my good news. After finishing speaking, he stepped out with his feet and jumped directly from Kylan Tower. When the strong wind blows, Muyang seems to have become a flying swallow, splitting the storm, all the way down. It is much easier to leave the Kylan Tower than to climb the Kylan Tower. Feeling the harsh wind blowing on his cheeks, Muyang narrowed his eyes, falling faster and faster. The blink of an eye has penetrated through patches of clouds, and the horizon has gradually changed from a curved state to a level. Looking at the magnificent scenery in the distance, I can't help but feel the heroic feeling of flying in the sky. A black shadow broke through the atmosphere, holding up a long wake. Muyang began to approach the ground, and in less than 10 minutes, the dense forest below gradually became clear. It took 4 days to climb the Kylan Tower, but it only took a few minutes to get down. I have already seen the big forest. With a grin, Muyang braked when he was about to land. Wukong stopped the speed of falling, and then turned 90 degrees, with a squeak, moving towards the horizontal angle. Flew away from the direction of Kylan Holy Land. Like all sacred sites, the existence of Kylan Holy Land is also very weird. It seems that there is a mysterious power that makes those who want to climb Kylan Tower effective only by climbing from the bottom, or even if they use high technology, they cannot climb. Kylan Tat, of course, when it came down, it was similar. Hey, did some shadow fly over just now? Does it look like a person? At the edge of the Holy Land, the Indian guarding the Kylan Tower saw Muyang leaving behind, and one of them asked suspiciously. Your eyes are blurred, how can people be so fast? The nearby companion sneered. Maybe I read it wrong. The man was taken aback, then smiled. Hey, the two over there, earnestly exercise your hunting skills. If you want to become guardians of the Holy Land, take me more seriously. The elder-like Indians whispered and scolded when they saw two people hunting. Guardians like them are usually distributed throughout the Holy Land of Kylan, living in the form of a tribe. Only the strong in the tribe, after being selected, are qualified to serve as guardians next to Kylan Tower. Muyang didn't know that his behavior of running through the Kylan Holy Land attracted the attention of the Indians. At this time, he had already flown out of the Kylan Holy Land, but he was thinking about how to get aquatic products for the cat fairy. This is not a big problem. Muyang can go to the seaport to buy it. There are many kinds of marine fish, which are guaranteed to satisfy the cat fairy. But the problem is, now he has no money on his body, and the fishmonger will definitely not sell it to him. Can't grab it. Muyang knew that there was a seabed treasure house in the original work, which contained all kinds of gold and silver treasures. He remembered that when Monkey King was against the Red Ribbon Legion, he was hunted by General Bruce once and accidentally entered the treasure house. But it is a pity that Muyang does not know the exact location of the treasure, and it is still decades away from the time that the plot happened. The treasure may not exist now. At this time, he had an idea and thought of Lan Chi and Le Ping in the original work. They started out by robbing them in their early years. Maybe I can also grab it. The order on the earth is stable, but in many remote corners, there are still gangs that specialize in illegal activities. To rob them, Muyang will not feel a little uneasy, just take it as it is. Robbing the rich and helping the poor, help me solve my immediate emergency. Of course, the place where the robbers exist is either a remote mountainous area, or a place where trade exchanges must pass, and it must be a primitive and barren place that cannot be controlled by the police. Obviously, the latter must be able to catch predators better than the former. Thinking of this in his heart, Mu Yang had an idea, and he began to look for a place where the robbers were doing activities. After flying for more than an hour, Mu Yang came to a place where there was no shop in front of the village and no shop in the back. It was connected to the two cities and was a must for merchants. The surroundings were also very deserted, which was a good place to rob houses. He flew in the sky and searched for a while, and soon found an old-fashioned motorcycle driving fast in the wilderness. The rider wears a red hat scarf, a dark scarf around his neck, a large patterned jacket, and a long knife across his waist, for fear that others will not know that he is a robber. Followed all the way, Mu Yang soon found a cave at the bottom of a rock shelf piled up by Lois, in which a group of robbers gathered. "You are the one you are looking for." Finally found the target, Mu Yang's eyes lit up, so he stopped hiding, and walked to the band of robbers swaggeringly. "You people, hand over all the valuable things in your hands." The sudden voice frightened the robbers who were gathering for a drink inside, but when he saw that a young-looking teenager came in, his shock suddenly turned into a joke. "Ha ha ha, I'm all robbing others. It's strange today. Where did you guys come from? I didn't even bother to find out what the place was. I didn't know how to rob my uncle." The robber leader looked fierce. Kong Dang dropped the pottery bowl in his hand. "You reading www.youcanshu.com lights up a cold lighted machete. At the same time, stepping on the half of the skull exposed in the sand, the bandit leader grinned. "Little ones, don't take out the guys and show them to this kid. When it comes to killing people, we are professional." "Hey, what the boss said. I don't know how to live or die." When the other boys saw this, they all showed cruel smiles and drew out their machetes. The entire band of more than 20 robbers lived a life of licking blood. In their eyes, there was no such thing as mercy. It would be normal to kill people and overtake goods. There is no more money-making business. Over the years, the number of innocent people who died by their swords has long been unknown. Even if you add this young man in front of you, it is not too many. Mu Yang looked around and found a lot of bones scattered in the cave. Seeing the robbers drawing their swords and forcing them one by one, the corners of his mouth couldn't help showing a trace of coldness. "Are all desperados? No wonder you are so courageous. But they don't seem to understand, who is robbing whom today. Since you don't cooperate, don't blame me, and don't be so evil in your next life." After finishing speaking, he slightly used some power. Suddenly, a huge force rose from under his feet, and immediately countless after-images flashed in the cave. At this time, Mu Yang turned into Ashura and started a crazy killing. Facing Mu Yang, these robbers didn't have time to react. After a while, he returned to the place, as if the scene had never happened before. Jingle bells rang, and the sound of the metal falling on the ground sounded. The robbers opened their eyes wide, and their eyeballs were full of bloodshot eyes. But the next second these robbers all fell to the ground with incredible expressions on their faces. "Death is not a pity." Mu Yang's voice was extremely indifferent, and he looked forward with cold eyes. Chapter 39, Snakeman Army. "Ah, don't kill me. Forgive me, I don't dare to offend you anymore, forgive me." Seeing that the surrounding boys were all killed by the demon in front of him, the robber leader's psychological defense finally collapsed, kneeling on the ground and constantly kowtow. Mu Yang looked at him coldly, and said with a gloomy face, "If you don't kill you, can you keep you doing evil?" From the time he stared at the bandits, he didn't intend to let them go. Especially the skeletal remains scattered around made him even more unlikely to let them go. "No. I will give you all the treasures, please spare me." The bandit leader was terrified, and kept staggering back, but how could Mu Yang easily let him go and saw an afterimage flash by? The bandit leader screamed and ended his life. The one who is in trouble, even in the underworld, he will go to hell. Looking at the corpses of these robbers, Mu Yang's expression was cold. Killing you can be regarded as killing the people. As for the treasure, it is not big here. Wouldn't I find it myself? Randomly glanced at the corpses, Mu Yang looked away, then rummaged in the cave, and finally found a big treasure chest in the innermost corner of the cave, and opened the chain of the treasure chest, which was filled with glittering golden lights. Kind of gold, gems, and jewelry. These robbers robbed homes and robbed their houses, ransacked people's lives, and sacked the wealth, which was packed with a treasure chest. Just looking at these treasures, you know that they do not kill people less often. Sighed secretly the behavior of these bandits, Mu Yang took the whole box and packed these treasures into his acceleration space. This acceleration space has been used for storage since Mu Yang broke through the first limit, but it takes a while to brew each time it is turned on. So overall, the acceleration space can only be an auxiliary tool and cannot be used in combat. Bring convenience to Mu Yang. Glanced at the empty treasury, Mu Yang nodded. These robbers had been busy for many years and even took their lives in, and finally they all made wedding clothes for themselves. Walking out of the cave, Mu Yang raised his hand and threw a wave of qigong at the cave. Accompanied by the loud noise of rumble, the cave collapsed. After doing this, without looking back, Fanfiction rushed to the nearby city. Before purchasing aquatic products, he had to convert part of the gold into currency. At the same time, a mountain range in the east of the earth. This is the headquarters of the Snake Husband Corps. The towering buildings are like castles, with independent towers magnificent, and the dazzling blue tiles, which are particularly gorgeous in the sunlight. There are 3 steps and 1 sentry here. The guard is tight. Every soldier wears a uniform and patrols the corners of the tower. Tang! 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 A propeller plane hovered and slowly landed on the tarmac. Chief Lusha and his entourage jumped off the plane and then walked into the castle with the guide. In a luxuriously decorated hall, Chief Lusha met their commander. That was a burly orc with cyan hair, sharp-mouthed fangs, and extremely ferocious. That was the highest commander of the Ophiuchus army, Commander Win. At this time, Commander Wian bit the meat in his hand, swallowed with 1 bite, and then slammed into the next bottle of wine. Commander Wian. Chief Lusha stood respectfully and saluted. Commander Wian glanced at Chief Lusha lightly. How are things I told you about? What about those design drawings? Chief Lusha was sweating profusely. Commander, the drawing was not found. I didn't find it. What are you doing when you come back? Don't you hurry to find it. Commander Wian looked at Lusha coldly. His eyes, like the eyes of a demon, were terrifying, and he actually gave Lusha a feeling of facing death. Commander Wian asked with a sullen face, where is that Clarin now? It's dead. Liu Sha said bitterly. Commander Wian smashed the bottle in his hand fiercely, and suddenly blood-red wine splashed all over the floor. What's going on? I ask you to give me this result at all costs. Do you know how important the drawings in his hands are? www.readaloud.com. That is the design of the robot. Just get that with drawings. Our Snake Husband Corps can continuously produce robots and form a powerful combat legion. When that happens, let alone the United Kingdom, the whole world will depend on our faces. That Clarin is very cunning. When he was sent to hunt down by his subordinates, he was shot and killed by a soldier. Lusha said cautiously. Take that soldier away, it's a bastard. A sullen flicker flashed in the Wind Commander's beast eyes, and Chief Lusha's face sank when he heard the words, and a cold sweat broke out behind his back. Still following a girl? Maybe the drawing is on that girl. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find it. Lusha, I'll give you another chance to get the drawing back, or if you know it. Yes. Chief Lusha shuddered, replied repeatedly, and then retired from the hall respectfully. After leaving the hall, Liu Sha felt a chill behind her back, and sweat had soaked her clothes. Boss, what shall we do now? The entourage by his side paled, and every time he met with the commander-in-chief of Wuyan, he felt a sense of parting. What else can we do? Hurry up and use all our strength. We must find the blueprints. Lusha spit out, and said with a sigh of relief, there is also the soldier who is not doing well, who made him shoot. Really want to kill him? The entourage swallowed. If you don't kill him, I and you will both be shot. Chief Lusha said fiercely. This is his last chance. There is no favor in the Snake Husband Legion. If he can't get the drawing back, he believes that the commander will never let him go. Chapter 40, Stray Girl. The sea breeze is blowing, and the beautiful seascape is in front of your eyes. As the sand gulls quack across the water, spread their wings and fly, the islands on the far sea enter a new day. Early in the morning, the fog is churning. The farmers on the island get up early, carrying hoes, driving cattle and horses in the fields. Although the earth has begun to enter the age of science and technology, most places are still not covered by science and technology, and they are still in a very primitive age of farming. Work basically depends on physical strength. By the side of a murmur stream, a thin figure squatted by the stream carrying a school bag, carefully washing her sugar bowl with water. April has been wandering on this island for more than a month, and the neat clothes have become stained with stains because of the long wearing time, and even broken holes in some places. Guru Guru, the voice coming from her belly indicated that she was very hungry. Touching her belly, April pursed her lips and looked aggrieved. Because she was still young and ignorant and weak, she couldn't find food and could only rely relief life of residence on the island. Held the small sugar bowl in her arms tightly, there was nothing in it, and the last candy was eaten by her the other day. Dad, Mom, Cipril. April called helplessly, tears rolling in her eyes, then she opened her school bag and carefully put the sugar bowl in. Seeing the dazzling smoke rising in the distance, she we ran towards the village. Ko. A farmhouse heard the knock on the door. The old woman opened the door and saw a timid little girl standing in front of her. Grandma, I'm so hungry, can you give me something to eat? April blushed and twisted the corners of her clothes. The old woman saw that the little girl in pink and jade dress was embarrassed, as if she had suffered a catastrophe. She suddenly felt compassion, led April into the house, and served her a plate of not-so-rich meals. The food in the countryside was so rough that it couldn't taste as good as the food in the city, but April was so hungry that she ate it hungrily, and when she choked, she hammered her chest hard. What a poor child, how can you be alone, your parents? The old woman asked, looking at April in a pitiful manner. There are so many bad people chasing them, and they are gone. April said as she ate, she couldn't help crying when she was sad. Oh, the old woman sighed and heard from the little girl's words that her parents might no longer be there. This is how this world is. Although the United Kingdom has been established for more than 100 years, there are still many places where rebellion exists. Power. Grandma, do you have any candy here? I want candy. April lowered her head, her face very blushing. But when she thinks of the sweetness of candy, she seems to recall the warmth of being with her family, remembering that after eating candy the other day, she saw her parents in her dream. The old woman was taken aback for a moment and said, "We are in a rural area, unlike the city where there are candies for sale, but we have honey here, or you can try it." "Thank you." April thanked politely. The old woman smiled and took out a jar of honey from the hut empathetically. It was all wild honey with high nutritional value. "Come on, you have a taste." "Oh, it's so sweet." A drop of it was put in his mouth. And April's eyes lit up. "If you like, these will be given to you." "Really?" April was so happy, she took out the small sugar bowl from her school bag, then carefully poured honey into the sugar bowl, and then closed the lid. "Thank you, Grandma." She politely thanked. Yet, the old woman looked at the little girl's cute appearance, and could not help but gave birth to the idea of wanting to adopt, but April shook her head. She didn't want to stay on this island. Oh, what a cute little guy. Looking at April, who bowed to herself and left, the old woman said with emotion. On the other side, after April filled her stomach, she ignorantly walked towards the port, listening to the yelling from near the port. She flashed her eyes and lowered her head and mixed in a merchant ship. On the other side, after grabbing all the gold and silver treasures of the bandits, Mu Yang flew all the way to a nearby city, and found an exchange in the city, and exchanged part of the gold and silver treasures into common currency. Sir, you brought a total of 0.2 tons of gold and 120 pieces of jewelry, which is 110 million global coins converted into currency. Do you want cash or a savings card? After completing the calculation, the exchange boss wiped his sweat and trembles. Quote the price. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Mu Yang smiled faintly, but he didn't expect that the little gold and silver treasure he took out could be exchanged for so much currency, which shows how many people the bandit had robbed. Exchange 2 million earth coins for me, and all the rest is in the card. Yes, yes, I'll handle it for you right away. The boss replied repeatedly, wiped his sweat and asked the staff to assist in fetching 2 million cash from the vault. Such a large customer should be taken care of. Mu Yang smiled and took the savings card and a tin box full of cash, and then waved. This earth currency was issued by the United Kingdom and universally used. Its purchasing power is similar to that of the previous renminbi. With this money, he does not need to worry about money. Sure enough, the most profitable industries are written in the criminal law. After leaving the exchange, Mu Yang thought about it and went to the seafood market, planning to buy hundreds of tons of marine fish for the Moxian. After all, he took more than 10,000 fairy beans from the cat fairy and always wanted to show it. Generously throwing out a stack of banknotes, the fishmongers immediately enthusiastically collected 180 tons of seafood for him. This transaction almost swept the fresh goods on the market, and then they were packed in large baskets and transported to him. A remote alley. There, Mu Yang opened the acceleration space and loaded all the marine fish in it. The cat fairy should be satisfied this time. Hey, these sea fishes exchanged more than 10,000 fairy beans, which is a huge profit. This is the benefit of information asymmetry. If it is in the era after the beginning of the plot, Monkey King, and they all know the importance of fairy beans, even if he spends a lot of money, don't even think of getting a fairy bean. Humming a little tune happily, Mu Yang went to the market to purchase a stove and some fuel, then vacated into the air, and hurried towards Kylan Tower. Chapter 41, Gift for Cat Fairy. The surrounding scenery swept back quickly. Mu Yang kept flying at a high speed. A biting storm swept across the forest, and the slender tower of Kylan Tower appeared in the line of sight. Approaching the Kylan Pagoda, Mu Yang began to lower his speed and landed at the bottom of the Kylan Pagoda. Take out the sea fish first, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the cat fairy with your bare hands. Thinking in his heart, Mu Yang opened the acceleration space, and suddenly 180 baskets of sea fish appeared on the open space, a stream of seafood. The unique smell passed. Suddenly, Mu Yang felt that many people gathered around him. It was the Indians who guarded the Kylan Tower, and it was OSS who was headed by them. Hey, you are the young man who challenged Kylan Ta before, Mu Yang who has flowed from heaven. OSS looked at him with doubts, especially the sea fishes around him that exudes a strong flavor. What is the situation? Shouldn't he be challenging Kylan Ta? What does it mean to bring so many sea fishes? Mu Yang chow OSS and they nodded. Long time no see. These fish. Mu Yang smiled and said, this is a gift for the Kylan fairy. It just so happens that you are also here. Can you take care of me? I'll come as soon as I go. A gift for Kylan Immortal. OSS listened for a while, and then he reacted after a while, and trembled. Could it be that you have already seen Kylan Immortal? Smiling and nodding, Mu Yang said calmly, yes, I climbed to the top of the tower, and I was fortunate to accept the guidance of the fairy Kylan. Congratulations, you actually climbed the Kylan Tower. Legend has it that no one has succeeded for 100 years. OSS was in awe, and at this time he had completely regarded Mu Yang as a legendary martial artist. When OSS was talking with Mu Yang, the guardians behind him all stared and whispered. Really, it was a success. This boy is really extraordinary. I don't know what Kylan Immortal looks like, but unfortunately we are not qualified to meet. These Indians, as the guardians of the Holy Land, grew up listening to the fairy Kylan legend since they were young. Due to their limited strength, they have been unable to see the Kylan fairy as they wished. At this moment, I heard that the young man in front of him actually climbed the Kylan Tower. Seeing Kylan fairy, they all showed expressions of surprise. Muiyang smiled secretly. Of course he wouldn't tell the story that Kylan was a big white cat, that would be too ridiculous. Everyone has dreams in their hearts, and puts the best expectations in the softest place in their hearts. Whether it is a person or a thing, or some memories, it will become more beautiful after the precipitation of time. Maybe these things are no longer true and objective, but they have too many emotions, and it is very immoral to say the truth rashly to break the fantasy of others. Muiyang thought for a moment, and preached, Kylan Immortal is a very wise immortal. Under his guidance, my strength has grown by leaps and bounds. OSS really nodded his head like that, then pointed at the marine fish and asked, how do you plan to move these? It is already very difficult to climb the Kylan Tower. If you bring these baskets of sea fish, the difficulty will become even greater. This is also a practice, isn't it? After speaking, Muiyang walked to the basket. And the eyes picked up one of them. The weight of about a ton came from his arm. Muiyang frowned. It was not because of the weight, but the strong fishy coming from the basket. Taste. After a tiptoe, bang! A rough impact force rose from the soles of his feet, and Muiyang flew up alone with this force, straight up along the edge of the Kylan Tower, and quickly disappeared into the vast sky. Below, OS and others were dumbfounded, looking stupidly at the sky that was split by a whirlwind. After a while, he recovered and said dryly, as expected, the person who successfully challenged Kylan Ta is too strong. His strength is even stronger than last time. Someone said so, and the others realized it. Yeah, they weren't so good when they climbed the Kylan Tower a few months ago. It has only been more than 3 months, and it's not the same. Is this the ability of Kylan Fairy? Thinking of this, these guardians were all envious. They also had a strong expectation for the climb to the Kylan Tower. The top of Kylan Tower. The cat fairy was lying on a small reclining chair for a sleep, and suddenly he felt something. One turned over and got down from the recliner, put on a walking stick and came to the entrance to the top of Kylan Tower. After a while, he saw Muiyang carrying a large basket of marine fish. Coming up. These marine fish, there are so many. The cat fairy's nose is very sensitive, and he can quickly tell that it is a fish in the sea. His claws grabbed one of them and put it in front of his nose to smell it, and immediately showed an intoxicated expression. The fishy smell that others felt uncomfortable turned into a delicacy here in Moxianren. Muiyang smiled and said, Kylan Fairy, this is only a small part of it, there are still 179 such fish under the Kylan Tower. The cat fairy's eyes lit up when he heard the words, well, Muiyang, you really keep your promise. It's just Fairy Kylan, how do you plan to store these fish? www.readaloud.com. This is a small problem, you come with me. The cat fairy caught a fish and put it in the water tank, then took the remaining fish to the martial arts training ground on the 2nd floor, and stopped at the crystal ball in the center. He pointed to the crystal ball and said, look at that crystal ball. It is a treasure handed down from ancient times, and the stability of Kylan Tower depends on it. As he said, the cat fairy jumped up and touched the surface of the crystal ball. The crystal ball suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, all the marine fish on the ground disappeared. The cat fairy squinted his eyes and said, "This crystal ball has the function of storing things, and things will not deteriorate when placed inside." "Really, good baby?" Mu Yang looked at in surprise, "Speaking of which, there are so many treasures on the earth. Just above the Kylan Tower, there are fairy beans, super magic water, crystal ball, somersault cloud, and wishful stick." "Wait, but now the wishful stick has been given by the cat fairy to the turtle fairy." "Hey, Mu Yang, hurry up and move the fish under the Kylan Tower. This is also a practice." Mu Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes, but he nodded and jumped off the Kylan Tower, carrying hundreds of times back and forth. When he brought all the marine fish up, it was already noon the next day. Up. But there is one point that the cat fairy is right. This process is indeed a kind of cultivation. He feels that after these few rounds, his strength has improved a little, and his combat effectiveness has increased from 128 to 132. Although it is just a few trivial combat powers, but as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it is meat, and the words are not rough. P.S. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's meat. Do you have a book list? Add a book. Also, are there any author friends? Let's push it. Chapter 42, Elixir of Life. Well, it's great, your kid is pretty reliable, I'm very satisfied. After storing all the aquatic products in the crystal ball contentedly, the cat fairy blinked at Mu Yang mysteriously. "For the sake of your potential, I can give you a promise." "What promise?" Mu Yang asked curiously. "Haha, my promise is not light." The cat fairy narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "If you can persevere and continue to practice, when I think it is appropriate, I will take you to a more advanced place. Let me tell you, that place is not even qualified to go to Gaixian." The cat immortal looked at Mu Yang, afraid that he would not know who the turtle immortal was, and then explained, "The turtle immortal I am talking about is Wu Tian, and he is called the of martial arts by you below." "Teacher Wu Tian?" Mu Yang repeated. "At the same time, I understand that the mysterious place that the cat fairy is talking about is the temple." "Yes, that's him, even he is not qualified to go. For the martial artist, that is the real Holy Land. Do you want to go? As long as I get my approval, you can let you go." Cat fairy patted Mu Yang's shoulder. "If there is such a place, of course I would like to go." His white teeth were bared heartily, and Mu Yang expressed his attitude. To say that the most powerful place on earth, the temple is definitely ranked first. Zheng Xiao didn't know how to talk to the cat fairy about the temple, and now the cat fairy mentioned it actively, of course he would not miss this opportunity. Here, the cat fairy also figured out Mu Yang's attitude, and couldn't help but smile. From Mu Yang's perspective, he hoped that the cat fairy would recommend him to the temple one day in the future, and the cat fairy also had the consideration of recommending talents to enter the temple. Hundreds of years ago, he thought that the turtle fairy had this qualification, but unfortunately he finally failed to make it. It has been a long time since the earth has been on the temple, and it must be a pity. "Fairy Kylan, when do you think I can reach the level that you recognize?" Mu Yang asked. The cat fairy said, "This is not good, it depends on your next efforts." "Hey, I don't think this day will be too far away," Mu Yang said seriously. "You are quite confident?" The cat fairy looked at Mu Yang. "Doesn't the practitioner just want to have confidence in himself? It's quite a posture that I pretend to be coercive, so why explain it to you?" The cat fairy was stunned, and nodded, "Yes, it's a good thing to be aggressive and enterprising. I hope you don't let me wait too long." The cat fairy has learned about Mu Yang's monster-like speed of cultivation. If anyone on the earth can get its approval, then Mu Yang is definitely one. Turned around and returned to the bottom of the Kylan Tower. The cat fairy set up a bonfire in a corner, and then set up a few marine fish, intending to make a delicious meal to reward himself. Soon, the fishy smell of sea fish gradually dissipated during the barbecue, followed by a seductive fragrance. Smelling the scent, the cat fairy narrowed his eyes intoxicated, grabbed one of the fish, and ate it in 2 bites. It smells so good. The cat fairy scented his lips and teeth, licked his palm, and grabbed another one. By the way, Fairy Kylan, I heard that the reason why Wu Tian is called the god of martial arts is not only because of his high martial arts, but also because of rumors that he has lived for more than 200 years. Can you live that long? Mu Yang, who was sitting on the ground and eating grilled fish, asked while eating. In fact, Mu Yang has been thinking about how to improve his lifespan. The cat fairy ate the grilled fish in his mouth, and said vaguely, the turtle fairy has indeed lived a little longer, but ordinary humans cannot live that age. Then why the turtle fairy can live so long? Not only for the previous 200 years, Mu Yang knows that the turtle immortal can continue to live longer, even if the whole Dragon Ball plot ends. When the Bulma in the original work is wrinkled, the turtle immortal still looks like an old man. He looked like he would enter the soil at any time, but his body was actually great. Mu Yang suspected that even if all the Dragon Ball warriors died, he would be able to live well. There must be a reason why he can live so long. The cat fairy put down the fish in his hand and said, that's because the turtle fairy has taken the elixir of life. Is there really an elixir in this world? Mu Yang asked in surprise, thinking that the rumors of the elixir were just nonsense, but he didn't expect that the immortal turtle would actually eat it. It was there before, and I have also eaten it. This is an elixir specially prepared for the immortals who are stationed in the Kylan Tower. 1 pill can prolong life for 400 years. At the beginning, the turtle immortals stayed on the Kylan Tower and begged me to death. I couldn't help but gave him 4, which made me out of stock here. Speaking of this, the cat fairy faintly regretted. At the beginning, he shouldn't be so generous to give 4 Gaixianren. It is very difficult to make the elixir of life, and a very special herb is needed, but that herb is very scarce, and the cat fairy can't make a new batch of elixir for a while. After hearing Moxianren's explanation, Muiyang had figured it out in many places. That's right. After the immortal turtle got the elixir of life, the immortal turtle must have divided equally with the immortal crane. At that time, the immortal turtle and the immortal crane had not fallen out. Each of their brothers divided 2 pills, and the immortal turtle left them for themselves. One and the other were given to his sister's divination mother-in-law, and the crane immortal also gave one of them to Tao Bibai www.readaloud.com. So turtle fairy, crane immortal, divining mother-in-law, Tao Bibai, each one, 4 individuals have lived for so many years. Fairy Kylan, how is this kind of elixir made? Mu Yang asked. It seems that Mu Yang is very interested in the elixir. Cat Xianren continued, although this elixir can prolong life, it looks very tempting, but it has a great flaw in itself. He has taken the elixir. After that, the potential of the body will be exhausted, and it is basically difficult to improve the skill. Mu Yang, you are still young and your potential is very good. There is no need to consider these. And even if you want it, there is no elixir here for me. The elixir of life is for immortals after all, and the level is actually not high, but the cat immortal hopes that Mu Yang can put his mind on martial arts, maybe he can reach a higher level in the future. Mu Yang couldn't help but nodded, and had some understanding of the effects of the elixir. Similar to the effect of super sacred water squeezing the potential to obtain powerful power, the elixir is to deplete the potential power in the body in exchange for a long life. After taking the elixir, it does not mean that the skill will never increase, but it is compared to the previous it became difficult. According to this estimate, the Gaixian should not take the elixir on the spot, but wait until the body begins to age. Mu Yang also accepted the advice of the cat fairy. He smiled and said, the Kylan fairy is right, these are not my considerations. Before opening the acceleration space, Mu Yang may still covet the effects of the elixir, but with the acceleration space, there is a greater prospect in front of him. How could he choose the sesame seeds and lose the watermelon? Things. Chapter 43, Go Away. Seeing that Muyang hadn't questioned the elixir of life, the cat fairy nodded, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. He told the other party about the elixir of life so frankly, it would be impossible to say that without temptation. After all, immortality is something that many people dream of wanting to achieve. If you want to go to the temple, you must first pass the approval of the cat fairy. When the cat fairy recommends candidates, the most important thing is that the other party has a strong will and can withstand all kinds of temptations. Otherwise, if the recommended person can't stand the temptation, only bad things. The immortal turtle had lost the opportunity to go to the temple because he had not resisted the temptation of the elixir of life. For Muyang's calm performance at this moment, the cat fairy had already noted in his heart that as long as his strength met his requirements, he would recommend him to enter the heaven. Oh right, although I promise you that I will recommend you to more advanced places in the future, but there is one thing I think you need to pay attention to. Cat fairy, please tell me. The cat fairy coughed softly, and said, recently, your strength seems to have grown a bit faster. This is not necessarily a bad thing, but it is not entirely a good thing. I suggest that you can slow down and grasp the existing strength first. Don't rush to break through. In the eyes of the cat fairy, the growth of power is a good thing, but if it grows too fast, it will generally become vain. For the cat fairy who is obsessed with grasping every breath of his body, it must be pointed out. Muyang fell silent. He believed in the eyesight of the cat fairy. Of course, the reason why the cat fairy said so was that the martial arts concept was more at stake. However, after thinking about it, he finally adopted the cat fairy's suggestion. I understand. In the near future, I will take a good solid foundation. Since his family knew about their own affairs, and since breaking the first limit of 100 combat power, Muyang felt that his body had opened the gate, and he basically did not encounter his neck during cultivation. The martial arts concept of the earth is not necessarily so brilliant in the universe. This is determined by the level. For example, the martial arts of the earth certainly do not have the wisdom of the gods, and the gods do not have the profound knowledge of the realm kings. This is because they are in different positions and stand high. It's always right to see far. But the martial art of the earth has its unique features after long-term exploration, such as the meticulous mastery of power at low level, which is worthy of recognition. This kind of control allows practitioners to explode even more powerful combat effectiveness in times of crisis. Anyway, he wouldn't touch his neck for a while, and there were no enemies on Earth that needed to be watched. Muyang decided to follow the fine traditions of the Earth's martial arts, first slowly, and master his own power. When it is completely mastered, it may have unexpected effects if it will be extended in the future. Yes, it should be like this. The foundation is very important. The cat fairy is in a good mood, and there is nothing happier than meeting someone who can listen to his advice. Fairy Kylan, I've been here long enough, it's time to leave. I hope I can meet your requirements when I meet next time. Practice well, I am very optimistic about you. The cat fairy stood up, suddenly remembering something, and said, by the way, I have a golden cloud here that can be used to transport. Do you want me to give you one? The cat immortal wanted to give Muyang somersault, and only those with a pure heart and no evil thoughts could sit on it. At first, Gaixianren couldn't sit on it by himself, but he shamelessly took one. Muyang knew the characteristics of somersault cloud. He waved his hand quickly, and declined, no, I think Wukong technique is more important than foreign objects. It is also a practice without the help of external force. In fact, what is more important is that he thinks it is useless to get it, and he may not be able to sit on it. If the cat fairy finds out, his personal design will collapse. Fairy Kylan, I'm leaving. After speaking, Muyang leaped from the top of the Kylan tower. In the misty white clouds, Muyang's figure gradually disappeared and left the Kylan tower. What a good young man who is obsessed with practice. Looking at the blue sky, only white clouds drifting underneath, there is no comparison and I don't know the gap. Compared with Muyang, the turtle immortal was a stubborn stone, shameless and nasty. The cat immortal was silent. What did I do? Give him the wishful stick and the elixir of life. Shaking his head, thinking of the large quantities of seafood that Muyang had reserved for him, the cat fairy turned around leisurely. Thousands of kilometers away from the Kylin Tower, the blue water was magnificent, and waves were surging under the wind. At this time, a merchant ship was sailing on this vast ocean. The small cabin was constantly shaking with the waves. In the gloomy light, April held her beloved sugar bowl and curled up in a certain corner. The clothes on her body were wrinkled and had lost her luster. There is also her little school bag that is already a little worn. Well, it's so sweet, it's so delicious. April pecked her fingers, with a pitiful smile on her face, eating something delicious in her dream. On the other side, after leaving the headquarters of the Snakeman Corps, Chief Lusha mobilized all the horses under his command overnight, and then launched a carpet search centered on the original island, vowing to find the information of Claren's daughter and the drawings. In the command hall, Lu Sha was biting a cigarette on his mouth, staring at a sea area map on the wall, and constantly making marks toward it. You can see that several nearby islands have been marked with red crosses. Boss, we have searched more than a dozen islands here, but we still haven't found the trace of that little girl. Do you think she will not be on the island at all? The younger brother next to him moved his throat. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com whispered. Have all the residents on the island checked it out? Lusha settled his hand holding the pen, turned his head and asked fiercely. The younger brother replied, I have asked about it, but I haven't found anything. With a pop, Lu Sha put the cigarette on the ground, stepped on 2 feet, and shouted, Didn't anyone see Claren running away with his daughter? How could I not find it? What are you doing? I will continue to send more people to expand the scope, and look for them one by one. I don't believe I can't find them. Yes, yes. Hearing the angry roar of the boss, the little brother turned pale. And was so scared that he stumbled and ran out. Asshole, where did that little girl hide? Lusha was in a bad mood. If he didn't find the design drawings as soon as possible, the Commander-in-Chief Wian at the headquarters would never let him go, thinking of the bloodthirsty Commander Win. Lu Sha couldn't help but shiver in her eyes. No, more severe methods must be used, otherwise Lao Tzu will really be over. The strong desire to survive urged Lu Sha to change his methods. Chapter 44, Disaster on the Island. Time passed quietly, and more than 2 months had passed since Muyang left Kylin Ta. During this period of time, Muyang stopped and walked around the earth, practicing in a way he knew, and at the same time, combined with the knowledge taught by Tianxinliu and the Moxian, he constantly improved his martial arts. This aspect is not simply a use of fists, but more theoretical research. As he continued to confirm the concepts of the 2 martial arts, Muyang was surprised to find that Tianxinliu and Kylin Ta's martial arts overlapped with each other. Although the 2 are different, they can be integrated in the general direction, and their founding ideas are surprisingly consistent. Tianxinliu martial arts focuses on nurturing the body with vitality, using the body as a foundation to exert combat power, and then achieves the purpose of controlling and using every trace of vitality. It is a way of strengthening the foundation and nurturing the vitality, while Kylin Ta martial arts is changed by the flexible use of breath. The behavior of the body should focus on the control of the body and reduce redundant movements. At first glance, there is no connection between the 2, and there are even some contradictions. For example, Tianxinliu emphasizes the role of the body in the process of luck, while Kylin Ta martial arts emphasizes the withdrawal of the body, but if you study carefully, you will find that the 2 overlap. The parts are exactly the same, they are all used as efficiently as possible, while the remaining parts just complement each other. This is strange. Although there have been rumors that Kailantat is the birthplace of all martial arts on the earth, Tianxinliu martial arts are obviously not born out of the former, they should exist in parallel. Mu Yang realized the similarities between the two, but couldn't understand why this happened. These are obviously two systems, which should have been developed according to their respective cultivation trees, but he faintly felt that the flow of the heavenly heart was like internal strength. Kailantat is like a foreign skill, each has its own strengths, and the combination of the two is the truly powerful martial arts concept. At this time, he deeply realized the disadvantage of lack of knowledge. If his vision was higher, what he encountered might not be a problem. This question can't be answered now, maybe it can only be solved after entering the temple to practice. He shook his head and said to himself in his heart, people who are not far-sighted must have near worries, and more consideration will give more opportunities. It is true that there is a temple above the Kailan Tower, where there are more advanced martial arts, but that is temporarily out of contact with Mu Yang, so he needs to think on his own. Was troubled by this problem along the way, when he recovered, he had already unknowingly came to a vast ocean. Puff! A few large fish jumped out of the sea, and went back with a snap, splashing a large fragment of waves. Looking at the vast ocean, Mu Yang's mood stretched a lot. This ocean is a good place to live a stable life. Mu Yang smiled lightly, looking from a distance, you can also see looming boats casting nets and fishing there. In this era, being able to drive a fishing boat to fish abroad is already very advanced. It's only a few hundred kilometers away from Daking Mountain. But besides the last time he took part in the world's #1 martial arts club, Mu Yang has not really experienced the vastness of the ocean. Now that he is here, he will feel it. So, Mu Yang stopped making stops, and flew straight to a nice-looking island. Facing the huge waves of the sea, the vast and majestic energy always makes one feel humble. An island by the sea. The environment here is beautiful, the air is pleasant, and the small islands are densely covered with many small hills. Originally, it was a paradise-like scene, but the brutal behavior that happened at this moment broke the tranquility here. A group of men in uniform drove a yacht to board the island, and then entered the residential area. Suddenly, a scene of chicken flying and dog jumping appeared on the island. Every time this group comes, it is a disaster for the people on the island. Boom! Someone violently kicked the door of a family home, and then the angle of view fell, and rudely shouted at a farm couple inside, "Hey, it's time to pay this month's offering. This uncle, can you give me a few days of grace, we really can't get anything here." The peasant man wearing a peasant hat begged. "Bah, how can I explain to the leader if you don't pay? Honestly, hand over your valuables," the officer spit, but saw that the other party really couldn't afford the finances, so he had no choice but to fight. Broken bowls and chopsticks, took some things that seemed to be worth some money from the house. This kind of scene was staged in every household. The old man on the island couldn't stand to come forward to argue, but was beaten to the ground by the opponent. Ouch! Old Bones better be honest, we are not bandits, as long as we honestly follow our rules, I promise not to hurt you. You, the laws of the kingdom will not let you go. The old man almost vomited blood with anger. Although these decent guys were not bandits, they did nothing different from bandits. However, the other party had guns in his hands, and the villagers were unable to resist. "Hey, the law of the United Kingdom doesn't work in the territory of our Serpentman army." The officer of the Snakeman's army sneered, with a mocking look on his face. The United Kingdom has its own law enforcement agency, but the earth is too big, and many places are controlled by earth snakes. The strength of the United Kingdom is beyond its reach. The Snake Husband army is the biggest resistance force. The laws of the kingdom in the place it occupies www.readaloud.com are just a few pieces of waste paper, which have no effect. Asshole! The residents of the island looked at the arrogant faces of the Snakeman Legion, all furious. "I'm fighting with you. Seeing that his food was removed by them, the old man yelled in grief and raised his weak fist to attack the opponent. Hey, shamelessly! The officer of the snake husband army saw that the old man dared to resist, his face immediately became gloomy, and he was so tired of his life. Winning a wink, the soldier on the side immediately strode forward, slammed the old man away, and pointed his rifle at the old man to shoot. Stop it! The villagers yelled violently. Don't shoot! Pang! A half-inch long fiery snake shot out of the barrel. Everyone closed their eyes unbearably, but after a long time, the screams did not sound. They opened their eyes, but saw a tall man standing in front of the old man. The man with black hair and sharp eyes pierced everyone's hearts like a knife. At this moment, he put one hand on the old man's shoulder, and the other hand stretched forward, still holding something in his hand. Ting bell! When the metal fell to the ground, a clear sound rang. Was actually a hot bullet, and at this moment, there was still green smoke on the surface of the bullet. Bullet was taken by the hand. Everyone's eyes widened. They couldn't believe it. How could human power grab the bullet from the gun with bare hands? Old man, are you okay? A gentle voice sounded, and Mu Yang calmly looked at the old man next to him. No. Nothing, thank you. The old man was in shock and still didn't know what happened. Chapter 45, April and the Little Blue Dragon. This is impossible. The member of the Snake Husband Corps who shot the gun yelled in disbelief. After being panicked, he fired several shots at Mu Yang continuously. There were fierce gunshots, and sections of fire snakes spewed out. I thought that this would definitely kill the opponent, but his pride did not last long, and his expression quickly became more panic. Because after he fired a series of bullets, the man on the opposite side was so calm, he didn't pay attention to his shooting at all. The man stretched out his hand and shook his palm a few times in the air, and all the bullets were stopped. Jingle, the clear sound of a dozen bullets hitting the hearts of everyone in the Ophiuchus army. Monster! I don't know who shouted first, and the atmosphere of fear suddenly spread among the soldiers of the Ophiuchus Corps. Everyone opened fire and killed him. In panic, the people of the Ophiuchus Corps were stern. Shouting, they set up their muskets in a hurry, and fired at Mu Yang. Looking for death. The repeated provocations made Mu Yang's expression gloomy. Since the other party has killing intent, then he has no need to show mercy. Suddenly, Mu Yang's body moved, and with a sound, countless phantoms flashed like ghosts, shuttled among the soldiers of the Snakeman's army, and then there was a crackling sound. In just a few seconds, all the members of the Snakeman's army fell. Land has lost his life. All dead. The residents on the island stared at the scene in disbelief. It's really dead, those got retribution. The others yelled in relief. At this time, the older man remembered the legend he had heard before, and he tremblingly came to Mu Yang. Are you are the legendary martial artist? Mu Yang nodded and admitted, yes, I am a martial arts practitioner. Ah, the rumor that the martial arts school possesses power that ordinary people can't match, it really is true. The old man choked with excitement. Old man, who are these people, and why do these people dominate the island? Mu Yang frowned and asked. As far as he knew, the earth now has entered the period of the United Kingdom governance long ago. It shouldn't be so disorderly. The old man sighed and said, oh, they are members of the Snakeman's army. This Snakeman's army is a very domineering armed organization. They rule a large area nearby, and dominate it, even the United Kingdom's military strength. It can't contain them. After what the old man said, Mu Yang almost knew the nature of the snake husbandry army. It should be similar to the Red Ribbon Legion in the original book, and is a surviving armed organization under the rule of the United Kingdom. The Earth is too big. Although nominally it is under the governance of the United Kingdom, there are actually many places beyond the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom. It's just that compared to the later generations of the Red Ribbon Legion, the current Serpents Legion is obviously more arrogant. If the Red Ribbon Legion is a private armed group hidden under the governance of the United Kingdom, then the Serpents Legion is more like a separatist place. The armed forces have their own ruling territory. Damn, there seems to be a problem with the governance of the United Kingdom. Old man, what are you going to do next? Mu Yang looked at the dead body in one place, and suddenly had a headache. Before, the people on the island could swallow their breath and live under the rule of the Snakeman army. Now these guys have been killed on the island by themselves, which means there is no room for relaxation. Oh, I can't live this day. The old man sighed faintly and shook his head. In fact, we considered leaving here, but in the end we still feel a little bit reluctant. It's just that if something like this happened today, there is nothing we can do if we don't want to. Muiyang nodded. Although he sympathized with the old man and the residents of the island, he did not feel guilty for killing the snake husbands. In this matter, he has no guilt in all fairness. I don't kill Boran, but Boran died because of me. The feelings of the motherland of I don't kill Boran, but Boran died because of me seemed to him a bit nonsense. It's just the right thing to think it's right. Fortunately, none of the residents on the island were white-eyed wolves, and they did not blame Mu Yang for killing the Ophiuchus army for the reason that caused them to leave. Maybe they have long thought of leaving here. In the next time, the residents of the island began to pack their bags and prepare to leave their hometown, while Mu Yang got a lot of information from the old man about the Snakeman army and jumped up to say goodbye to them. April was struggling to carry her school bag, and her thin body was walking on the gravel path. As she went deeper and deeper, the surrounding vegetation gradually became scarce. April looked blankly at the road under her feet. At this moment, she recovered, and she seemed to have lost her way. Looking around, the colors around her have turned into khaki, and she has entered a vast flat plain area. I seem to have taken the wrong place. April shrieked, her brown hair stuck to her face, which became very messy because it was not cleaned. 2 months ago, she secretly boarded a merchant ship and entered the mainland. After getting off the merchant ship, April was looking for the vague memory in her mind to go home, but the memory of a 5-year-old girl was accurate, so she went away. The more biased, now I don't even know where I am. Roar. There was a roar of a beast in the distance, and then I saw a rolling yellow sand galloping across the plain. After a while, a light blue dinosaur chased an antelope and appeared in the line of sight. The dinosaur was about 2 meters long. Tall, dark eyes are like light bulbs. When the distance got closer, the blue dinosaur saw April, somehow abandoned its prey, and ran towards April instead. Bang bang bang, the dinosaur got closer and closer, and the ground began to vibrate because of its footsteps. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. April hugged her head in fear, and fell to the ground with her eyes filled with tears immediately. Woo, terrible, don't eat me. The blue dinosaur was already close at hand, and April could even feel the heat exhaling from the opponent's nose, but after a while, April did not feel the pain, and opened his eyes, just to meet the blue dinosaur's dark bulb-like eyes. This is a very young blue dinosaur. Its big head is close to April. It has black horns on top of its head and on both sides of its jaws. It shines brightly under the sun, and its belly is fat and full. The white scales, the pair of small wings behind them flapped, and instead of flying, they raised up a choking dust. Squeak! Click! The blue young dragon yelled, tilting his head towards AI and approaching Prior, but his eyes were aimed at the sugar bowl in April's arms. Do you want to eat honey? April reacted and tremblingly opened the lid of the sugar bowl and handed it over. Hiss! The blue young dragon stretched out his tongue and licked, making a cheerful cry. The childlike April seems to have forgotten her fear at this time. She happily raised the honey jar and continued to feed her honey. You like to eat too, these sweet honeys are the best, you can try it again. For children, they like sharing their own happiness the most. As long as they share common interests, they can become good friends soon. The little blue dragon licked April's fingers, and then licked it towards her cheek. Hee, stop licking, can you take me away with you, I can't find a way back. Haka! The little blue dragon called out, as if he did not understand. Chapter 46, Meet Again. At a post on the edge of the chaise plain, a soldier-like person is looking around with a telescope. At this time, the figures of April and the little blue dragon entered his vision. The soldier was taken aback for a moment, and hurriedly compared the drawing in his hand, and after repeated confirmation, the soldier immediately sounded the alarm bell. The whistle rang. Go and report to Lusha boss, the person he was looking for has been found. Yes, there is a dinosaur next to her in the chaise plane. What? The boss has to come here in person. Okay, I will stare at them. Hung up the phone, the soldier continued to observe with the binoculars, thinking that he would soon make a great contribution. He even more earnestly performed the stalking task. The command room of Lusha troops. After receiving a report from his subordinates that Lusha, who had found the little girl, heaved a sigh of relief. He is now looking forward to catching him quickly. If Claren's robot drawings are the best for her, if not, he will arrange the way forward. Come on! Thinking of this, Lusha yelled for his subordinates. Boss, what's your order? Hurry up and get ready for the plane. We will rush to chaise plane as fast as possible. When the subordinate heard the boss's order, he immediately called out a shock, and said in surprise, Boss, did we find the person we were looking for? At this time, Lusha's ferocious face showed a rare smile. Yes, I found it. It seems that expanding the search range is still effective. Damn, that little guy can run so much, he actually ran to 1,000 kilometers away. Place, but she still can't escape my palm. Great boss, let's arrange the men and horses. The subordinate also showed a trace of ruthlessness, and immediately went to arrange the voyage plane. Go down. Lu Sha waved his hand, and his hanging heart finally relaxed a little, then lay on the sofa and squinted his eyes. The recent urging from the headquarters has already made Lu Sha's spirits stretched to the extreme. 10 minutes later, a propeller plane took off from the tarmac and flew towards the chaise plane, more than 1,000 kilometers away. 6 hours later, the plane arrived over the sandy plain. There was no moisture on the cocky plain. Everything was dry. The wind blowing in the dry environment was dry. After the plane landed, Lusha and his party walked off the plane in a hurry. Where is that little girl? The soldiers at the outpost here quickly reported, My lord, the little girl is walking westward along the nearest river, but there is a young dragon-like creature following her for some reason, and our people are afraid of shocking each other. So I dare not get too close. Well, you did a great job. Lusha patted the sentinel on the shoulder, and then, with a fierce light in her eyes, she turned her head and said, Let everyone bring their weapons. I don't care about the life of the dragon, but I want to catch that girl alive. No more misses this time, or I will chop him off. Lusha warned severely. Understand the boss. The members of the Snake Husband Corps lived a life of licking blood from a knife. To put it bluntly, they were no different from bandits. After receiving the instructions from the boss, they all showed excited smiles. Go! With a big wave, a group of people got into the jeep, rushing towards April. At this time, April and her new partner still knew that the danger was approaching them. On the other side, after helping the residents on the island destroy several nearby fortresses of the Snakeman army, and after confirming that the Snakeman army's armed forces will no longer affect the retreat of the residents on the island, Muiyang flew towards Daking Mountain. On a sunny afternoon, the cool wind brings a coolness. Daking Shan is located on the back of the original mountain range. Because this mountain range that has been standing for many years has blocked the cold air from the north, the Daking Shan area is like spring all year round. Climate change is not obvious. Seeing that the Daking mountain was not far away, Mu Yang flew to a stop, not in a hurry. Hula! A burst of light passed over the vast plain, and Mu Yang flew directly over the edge of the sandy land where the environment was the worst. At this moment, the line of motorcade below was raising long dust, which immediately attracted his attention. That convoy consisted of more than 20 convertible cars, filled with people, all dressed in rusty grey uniforms, and all kinds of standard firearms were placed on the cars. People from the Snake Husband Corps actually appeared here. Mu Yang frowned. His excellent eyesight made him see the opponent's appearance at once, and recognized those who were from the Snake Husband Corps. There is only a small plain separated from the Daking mountain. It is not a good phenomenon for the people of the Serpent Fighter Corps to appear here. Although Mu Yang himself could ignore them, the ordinary residents near Daking Shan did not have the ability to resist the firepower of the Serpentman army. So Mu Yang slowed down and moved closer to the convoy, preparing to explore the opponent's purpose. A neighing sound suddenly came from a distance with bursts of grief. Mu Yang noticed there. At this time, he saw a group of people and horses in front of them. Those people were also members of the Ophiuchus Corps, and they were now resembling a dinosaur. Confrontation. Squeak! Squeak! His dark eyes burst into flames, and the little blue dragon glared at each other, protecting a little girl behind him. At this time, the little blue dragon had several bullet holes in his body, and the scarlet blood rushed down. Wu, Zioka, are you okay? April sticks behind the blue dragon, crying sadly www.readaloud.com. Damn, a young dragon can't solve it, keep firing on me, remember only aim at the dragon, and don't hurt the little girl behind. Lu Shat, the commander of the Snakeman's army corps, had cold eyes shining with a chill, and angrily gave orders to his subordinates. Yes. Everyone raised their guns. You bad guys, bad guys. April blushed and shouted sadly. It is these bad guys who have let them lose their parents and sisters, and now even her new friends are not let go. Hey, kid, as long as you hand over your father's design drawings, I promise to let you go. You are bad guys, I won't give it to you. April stared with angry eyes, but she didn't know her answer had confirmed that the drawing was on her. Sure enough, when the Lusha heard April's answer, his face suddenly overflowed with a smile, and seemed to be relieved. Fire! Commanded coldly. Roar! The little blue dragon breathed fire in his eyes, and he was desperately neighing. At this moment, a light and fluttering voice suddenly came out. Are all the members of the Snakeman's army like this? Not even a little girl. Look at the young dragon. It is more humane than you. Who is talking? The people of the Snakeman's army heard the voice and all became alert. They looked around, but couldn't find who was talking, and finally found that the person was floating in the air. Mu Yang watched in the air for a long time before, and probably figured out the ins and outs. Those in the Snakeman army seemed to be robbing something, and that thing was on the little girl. Not even letting go of a little girl, Mu Yang really couldn't see it. Chapter 47, Save April. Who are you? The Snake Husband Corps handles affairs, don't get involved in any wise things. Seeing that the task was about to be completed, a troublemaker suddenly appeared. Lu Sha frowned, and her heart was full of anger, but seeing the other party floating in the air, she couldn't help but throw a mouse. It's best. After hearing the name of the Snake Husband, he can voluntarily give in, Lusha thought. But this is obviously unrealistic. Tisk, members of the Snake Husband Corps. Mu Yang gently shook his head and slowly landed next to the little girl and the blue dragon. Glanced at the little girl, her brown hair was a bit messy, her face was stained and she couldn't see her face, but her blue eyes were as spiritual as sapphires. Is a bit familiar, Mu Yang glanced twice, but still didn't think of it. He said coldly to the members of the Snake Husband Corps, to be honest, I don't have any good feelings for you. I have met several times, either by burning, killing, or looting, or bullying orphans and widows. I think your living in this world is a pollution to this world. Boy, you are looking for death. Seeing the other party's rude words, Lu Sha's heart sank, knowing that the other party had already indicated that he would intervene. Suddenly, his black face became more gloomy, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. Muiyang shook his head and narrated, "It's not that I'm looking for death, but I never put you in my eyes." After finishing speaking, a forcing cold light suddenly burst out of his eyes, and his whole body became blurred. When the people on the side of the snake husbandry group had not yet realized what was going on, Muiyang had already flashed a few steps, circled around them. The strength of the two sides is too different. Muiyang is considered to be one of the top martial artists on the planet, and the boss of Lusha is just a bunch of reckless men except for the guns in his hands. It's okay to deal with ordinary people. Martial arts, they can only let the other side slaughter. In just a short time, only a crackling fight was heard, and the various figures were thrown out, and the scene instantly became very messy. Damn, let's fire! A trace of panic appeared in the eyes of the boss Lusha, and he gave orders stubbornly. But just after he gave the order, he was shocked to find that there was no one else around to command. This demon killed all his subordinates in a blink of an eye. To know this trip, in order to be foolproof, he brought a lot of people over, and they were all killed. Lu Sha swallowed his saliva, and his entire face became more sordid because of fear. He directly took out his pistol and fired at Muiyang. Bang! The bullet popped out and flew towards Muiyang quickly. Muiyang won. He dodged the bullet directly sideways, and then stretched out his finger to aim at Lusha. Tianxin Qigong. With a cold call, a small Qigong beam flew out from the fingertips. The light flashed, and the Qigong beam directly hit Lusha's head. Puff, like a watermelon bursting, the blue light beam shot out from the other end of the head, blood spattered and splashed all over the floor. With a bang, Lusha's pistol fell to the ground, and her body softened against the car seat, her pupils in her eyes dilated naturally, her face still solidified with the color of horror before death. Ah, the boss was killed. The newly arrived convoy just saw what was happening ahead and quickly turned around to prepare to escape. But now that they are here, how could Muiyang let them leave? Cutting the grass but not removing the roots, the spring breeze blows and regenerates. It is not beautiful to keep the tail. In order not to cause trouble in the future, we must cut the roots and clean the ground now. There is no class. A flash of light and shadow flashed by. Muiyang started killing, and directly slaughtered the group of people. Killed all the members of the Snake Husband Corps. Muiyang changed his cold face before, and a flash appeared beside the little girl. At this time, April fell on the side of the little blue dragon and cried loudly, "Oh, oh, don't die, Zioka!" Squeak! The blue dragon stuck out his tongue, panting weakly. Muiyang shook his head. Sometimes animals are more humane than humans. He squatted down and took out a fairy bean and handed it over. "Come on, let it eat this, and it will be good after eating." "Really, Zioka can still be saved?" April stopped sobbing and asked suspiciously after taking the fairy bean. "Let it eat it and you will know it. This bean is very expensive. If you doubt it, I won't give it to you." Don't, I don't doubt it." April quickly wiped away her tears and stuffed the fairy bean into the little blue dragon's mouth. After the pump fairy bean was bitten, it immediately played a magical role. The eyes suddenly rounded, the muscles in the wound squirmed a few times, and several bullets were squeezed out. All the injuries were healed. Om! Aum! The little blue dragon flapped his wings, his black eyes regained their light. "Wow, that's great, Zioka is all right." April cheered happily. "Big brother, thank you, if it weren't for you, Zioka would have died." April bowed gratefully to Muiyang, then tiptoedly untied the small school bag behind, took out the sugar bowl from it, and raised both hands. "Brother, this is April's favorite honey. There is a little bit left." I will give it to you from Yu reading www.youcancha.com. April. Hearing this name, Mu Yang was taken aback for a while, feeling a bit familiar. I took a closer look at the little girl in front of me. She had brown hair, beautiful eyes, and the déjà vu behavior. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. Brother, these candies are for you, they are sweet. Well, April loves candy the most. The scene that happened on the train half a year ago overlapped with the present. Only then did Mu Yang realize that the little girl in front of him was actually the one he met on the train. You are April, do you have a younger sister? Mu Yang asked. April opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. Big brother, how did you know that April has a younger sister, but Cipril is gone with his parents? April talked about her experience intermittently, and as she talked, the little girl cried sadly. At this moment, Mu Yang already knew the whole story. Seeing April's sad look, a cold stern flashed in his eyes. Those guys in the Serpent's Legion, really it? Looking at April, his eyes were full of pity. This little guy is now an orphan. Sighed lightly, he said to April, this is not far from my brother's school, or you can go with me. Well, can I bring a small card? April whispered. Mu Yang looked at the little blue dragon with a swollen head, which was quite cute. Yes. Okay. April cheered happily. Mu Yang smiled slightly, bent down to hug April, and flew in the air towards the Daking Mountain, while the little blue dragon followed behind, flapping its wings continuously. Chapter 48, Tianxinliu and Temple. The Shays Plain is very close to the Daking Mountain. Not long after flying, there was a towering mountain range in front of me, the original mountain without a name. The mountains lay across, flying over several hills, and the big green mountain appeared in the field of vision. At this time, he had entered the boundary of Qingshan town, and Mu Yang flew for a while, then descended from the sky, and walked along the country road with April. From time to time, people from busy farming villages passed by, and when they saw Mu Yang they greeted him, but when they saw the little blue dragon following them, a trace of horror flashed across their faces. April was surprised. She found that since she came here, everyone seemed to know the big brother next to her, and the friendly attitude was just like those of the kind people who helped her, which was not scary at all. Of course, they seemed to be scared of Little Card. Obviously Little Card is so cute. Bang bang, Zioka really doesn't like crowded places, especially don't like to be looked at with strange eyes, trotting quickly to Mu Yang and April. Poking his head, April made him laugh. Oh, Mu Yang, you are back. Hey, who is this little girl? Back to Tianxinliu's resident, Isof, and his mother Alice, who had received news from the villagers, greeted them. When they saw Mu Yang followed by a little girl and a young blue dragon, the faces of the couple were full of doubt. Teacher, Madam. Mu Yang stepped forward and shouted with a smile, and then a few people entered the house together. The little blue dragon had no choice but to arrange it to stay in the yard first because of his huge build. Inside the house, Alice has already poured the tea, and there are fruits on the coffee table. Mu Yang handed an apple to April, and then told Ishoff what he knew about April and the Snakeman army. After listening to this, Ishoff patted the table angrily. The gang of Snakemen, it's really nasty. At this time, the teacher Alice looked at the 5-year-old girl in front of her, and she felt sympathy. She hugged April in her arms and said distressed, "Poor child, I really have suffered you." Wandering outside for half a year. April was held in a daze by Alice, holding an apple in her hand, and calling to Mu Yang at a loss, "Brother." Mu Yang smiled lightly, "This is my sister, you can treat her as your own mother." "Yes, yes, just treat me as your mother. Alice is a kind woman." Looking at April's cute appearance, she missed her daughter Mejia, who was far away in the south and had not seen her for a long time. "Hey, look at the way you are now. Take a shower with me. Mejia's clothes are still there. I will buy you some new clothes at the next market." A hint of warmth flowed through April's heart, nodding as light as a mosquito. Just like this, after April was dragged by Alice to take a bath with a bewildered look, only Mu Yang and teacher Isif were left in the room. There was a brief silence. Looking at his disciple who had just returned, Isif broke the silence and said happily, Mu Yang, you performed very well in the martial arts meeting, and you have made a name for our Tianxinliu. Mu Yang smiled faintly, looked at Isif's happy appearance, did not speak. Do you know that when I received a letter from Sith saying that you won the championship of the world's #1 Budokai, I still couldn't believe how much strength my disciple had. How could I not know, until Sith came back? I personally told about the process of the martial arts club, and I believe that these are all true. Good boy, you will hide your clumsiness, even the teacher will hide it. Silently, you actually took a champion back. Thinking of the sensation of the whole day's heart flow when Sith came back, Ishav's heart was still a little excited. Teacher, it's not that I want to conceal it, but I really didn't expect how strong I was at the beginning. Mu Yang smiled lightly. He was able to win the championship, relying on the older generation of martial arts experts who did not participate. Isaf waved his hand, expressing his understanding. I understand, I underestimated your growth rate. I heard Sith say that you have completely mastered the release of Tianxin Qigong. Yes. Mu Yang nodded. After finishing speaking, Mu Yang opened his palm, his formed a sword, and a bright blue light rose from his fingertips. Is an energy ball the size of a glass marble. When I saw it, Isaf took a deep breath, as if seeing something incredible, his eyes opened wide. You have mastered Qigong so proficiently. This is the result of my practice outside during this period of time. Mu Yang smiled lightly, waved his hand, and dispersed the Qigong wave. Ha ha ha, well, it seems that you have surpassed me a lot, maybe no one in the whole sky flow is your opponent. Isaf saw him, his face flushed as if he had drunk, excited. Shouted, quickly tell me how you spent the past 6 months and how your strength has improved so much. Mu Yang nodded, and then slowly told Isif about his experience in the past 6 months. When he said that he stopped by the Superpower Academy to visit Mejia after practicing outside for a while, Isifar also showed a trace of longing on his face. Later, when he said that after meeting Mexia, he went to Kailan Shrine to challenge Kailan Tower, and Isif's expression became serious. That's it, when I saw you just now, I felt that your words and deeds were a bit confusing to me. It was obvious that every movement was very casual, but it seemed to be full of meaning. It turned out to have accepted Kailan's guidance. Isif sighed. My own disciple managed to climb the Kailan Tower and accepted the guidance of Kailan Fairy. If this were said, how many people would envy him? This is far more shocking than winning the world's #1 Budokai Championship. Because the last person who climbed the Kailan Pagoda was teacher Wuxian, who is known as the god of martial arts. I benefited a lot from Kailan's guidance, and it also promised me that as long as I reach the level it recognizes, it recommends me to practice in more sacred places. To his teacher, Mu Yang said truthfully. At this moment, Isifar's face became serious, and he murmured, a more sacred place, is it the temple of the heaven? Teacher www.readaloud.com. Do you know the temple? Mu Yang asked in surprise. Ishav nodded, showing that he really knew about the heavens. He said with emotion, I do know one thing. Speaking of it, it is a secret that has been passed down from ancient times to our Tianxinliu. Except for our Tianxinliu, no one in the martial arts world knows that there is a legend on top of the Kailan Tower. Temple in the middle. Hearing this, Mu Yang was a little surprised. Isaf continued, in fact, the inheritance of our heavenly heart flow is not simple. It is said that a predecessor lived in the legendary temple a long time ago, but it is a pity that a catastrophe more than 250 years ago almost destroyed in the entire martial arts world. Our Tianxinliu has also suffered heavy losses, and we have still been unable to restore our former glory. But it's all right now, I see the light in your body. Isafar looked at Mu Yang with a lot of emotion, and became more satisfied with his disciple. Mu Yang was a little stunned after listening. Hearing what the teacher said, Tianxinliu had a predecessor who lived in the temple. Could it be that he was once a god, or a disciple of the god? In short, it must be amazing. As for the disaster more than 250 years ago, he speculated that it should be the disaster in the world of cholera, the great demon of Piccolo. It's no wonder that the cat fairy looks at him differently, and even wants to recommend himself to the temple to practice. If it is because the predecessors of one's genre have lived in the temple or held the position of a god, then it is a bit of an incense relationship with the cat fairy, and it makes sense to value yourself a little. Could it be? I was dipped in the light of Senior Tianxinliu. The more Mu Yang thought about it, the more possible it became. At this time, it became clear that Tianxinliu's martial arts and Kailan martial arts had similarities and similarities. Because that is probably the same inheritance passed down from the temple. Chapter 49, 2 Things in School Bag. I really didn't expect that our Tianxinliu would have such a source. Mu Yang was a little bit emotional. He never expected that the sect of martial arts he was in would still be connected to the temple. Maybe compared with the past, Tianxinliu really declined. Isafo laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha ha, this is indeed the case. Don't look at our small population, but the inheritance is very reliable. Well, I'm very happy today. Let your wife cook a table of hearty dishes in the evening. You uncle, let's have a good meal together." "What are you talking about?" A soft voice sounded, and Alice walked out holding April's hand. At this time, April was already dressed in clean clothes, and her hair was neatly combed by the teacher. The brown hair was used. The root ribbon is tied. "Brother!" April called crisply, with a smile on her face. Ai Saifo looked at his wife and the little girl next to his wife, and smiled. "We are talking about making a good table in the evening, and then calling everyone to have fun together." "Ah, if that's the case, I will start preparing now." Alice covered her mouth. Without the help of electrical equipment, even a hard-working woman like Alice would need to prepare a good table. Busy for most of the day. Seeing that his wife is about to prepare, Isafar smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll help with it later." Turning to look at April, "Today is a happy day, little April. When we get to our house, we must treat her well." "Brother, look at my clothes, April loves them very much." For a little girl over 5 years old, her memory is very hazy and her mood changes quickly. At this moment, she seems to have changed back to what she was like when she met on the train. "Just like it," Mu Yang said with a smile. At this time, April, who was wearing Mahia's childhood clothes, looked lively and lovely. He suddenly felt that having such a younger sister seemed pretty good. Took April to the yard, and saw that little blue dragon was lying on the ground and taking a nap, his tongue stretched out from time to lick. The leisurely and quiet environment of Daking Shan made it very comfortable. Seeing Mu Yang and the others coming, the little blue dragon raised his huge head raised up, and yelled at them, then turned over and lay on the ground, revealing his snow-white belly. Mu Yang watched with interest for a while, and then took April to stroll around Daking Shan to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment. Evening. Several elders such as Yura, Sith, Carl, Clarissa, Yaris, etc. all came to Isaf's hut. When they saw Mu Yang, they inevitably felt caring and homely, and then everyone sat at the table, coveted, expressing my feelings. Mu Yang recounted his experience once again, which caused everyone in the audience to be amazed. Of course, the new arrival of April was also the focus of everyone. After getting to know him, April became a member of Tianxinliu. The dinner party went on until very late, and when everyone was happy, it ended in drunken eyes. In the early morning of the next day, April ran over in slippers, holding her little school bag and handing it to Mu Yang. "What's in it?" After receiving April's school bag, the surface of the small school bag has been damaged in several places, and it is full of stuff and a little heavy." April shook her head, took out her beloved sugar bowl from it, and said, "I don't know. It was given to me when Dad left, so that I can keep it." Yang heard the words, opened the school bag and took out the contents. It was a large stack of thick drawings and 3 black stones. Yang glanced at him, and said in amazement, "This is what the snake husbandry army wants to arrest you for?" "Yet." April nodded. Yang vaguely remembered that the reason why the gang of snake husbands wanted to capture April was to get the drawings drawn by her father. Opened the stack of drawings and looked at it. It was full of complicated lines, which looked like mechanical drawings and electrical drawings. In the previous life, Yang was a special type of high-voltage live operation, but he could barely understand a small part of it. This is a design drawing of a robot. After a while, he put down the drawings, and some people who understood the Ofi-Yuki army would follow these drawings. If the robots in the drawings are made and put into battle, in the current era when the technology is not particularly advanced, the Snake Husband Corps will have the opportunity to fight against the United Kingdom. Going further, even dominating the world is not impossible. What do you plan to do with these drawings? Yang asked April. April thought for a while and replied, "Brother, I want to go to school, and I will become a scientist in the future, and then study these drawings of my father." Yang touched the little girl's brown hair, nodded and said, "Well, April will become a female scientist in the future." April narrowed her eyes and let out a low moan. "But martial arts can't be left www.readaloud.com from now on. You will also be a disciple of Tianxinliu. You can't just learn. In this world, there is no safety guarantee without strength, although most people can live in peace and stability." After a lifetime, but Yang didn't want April to waste a life in a dull life. "I know." "Then what is this?" Yang picked up the 3 weird-shaped stones. They were dark and autumnal. They couldn't see the material at all. Yang squeezed it hard, but they still couldn't break. He suddenly knew that these stones were too not a general thing. April bit her lower lip and said softly, "I don't know, Dad didn't tell me. However, I will definitely figure it out later." The little girl stubbornly raised her head, her blue eyes filled with determination. Yang was taken aback for a moment, stroking her fluffy hair, as if seeing a star of science rising. "By the way, April, do you want to avenge your parents?" "Think, but my strength is not enough." At this point, April was depressed. "How about your brother destroying it for you? The people of the Snake Husband Corps are too disgusting. Keeping them in this world will only give birth to more tragedies." For the Snake Husband Corps, Yang has no good impressions. The original plot: there is no organization called Snake Husband in China, so there is only one possibility that this organization will be destroyed in the future and replaced by the Red Ribbon Legion. Now Yang has an intersection with the Snake Husband Army, and the relationship is not harmonious. For the enemy, Yang's creed cannot be easily let go. Even if there is only a slight threat, it must be completely destroyed. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book League of Routines first, a book about League of Legends, from the substitute to the protagonist. You can read it if you are interested. Chapter 50, Go straight to Huanglong. But they are very powerful, there are many people. April hesitated, but from her eyes, Yang could see that she actually hated the Snake Husband Corps, just worried about the crowd. Yang smiled proudly, disdainfully said, "With those guys, no matter how many people they are not my brother's opponents. On this planet, there are not many people above me." It's not that Yang is proud, it's the fact that even if it's Immortal Turtle, apart from his rich experience, Yang can't match him. He thinks he's not much worse than him. April's eyes brightened, thinking of Yang's appearance when she was so powerful yesterday. She waved her fist and said fiercely, "Then brother will defeat all the bad guys." Necessary. In the next few days, April officially went to Tianxinliu to learn the basics of martial arts, and after knowing that April's wish was to become a scientist, Isuf and Mu Yang wondered how to choose a school for her. Arrange for April to go to school. At the same time, in order to take care of April's martial arts, she usually lives in the Tianxinliu Martial Arts Museum under the Daqingshan Mountain. There is a Budokan for ordinary people. It is looked after by a few disciples of Tianxinliu and teaches the locals some simple ways to defend against enemies. It is a resident of Tianxinliu among the people. At the same time, Eastern Mountain Range, the headquarters of the Surfman Army. Commander Wian looked at the information reported by his subordinates with a sullen look, and frowned slightly. It said that Liu Shat, the person in charge of the southeast region, seemed to have discovered something, and then led a group of people into the Shays Plain, but never came out afterwards. According to the message sent back by the follow-up personnel, they found Lusha and the bodies of those subordinates there. Those subordinates were all fatal with one blow, and the guns in their hands did not even have time to use, which shows that there is no room for resistance. There is also a hole in Lusha's head, which is directly penetrated by the high-energy beam. Pop! Pressing the report on the table, Commander Wian picked up the wine glass in a bad mood and took a sip. Who killed Lusha? A certain master who passed by chance, or other forces with the same purpose, such as, from the United Kingdom. Wian's face was uncertain. If the first situation is still well, it is not targeted. If it is the second type, it means that someone else is also eyeing the drawing. However, no matter what the situation, the drawing he wanted is impossible to find, or the hope of finding it is already extremely low. Useless things, not only lost my life, but also lost the blueprints. He cursed Lusha for being unfavorable, but Commander Wian had to think about the next thing: if the blueprint was taken by someone from the United Kingdom, or if other forces get it, then it will be a big disadvantage to their serpent husband army. Doran, do you know any powerful martial arts schools near the Shays Plain? Win asked his confidant. The man named Duolong quickly recalled the message in his mind, and shook his head. The Shays Plain is a very desolate place, with a radius of more than 100 kilometers without many people. By the way, there is a very magnificent mountain range to the west, where monsters are rampant, and most people can't get in at all. After crossing that mountain range, there is a martial arts school, but the commander, those martial arts schools are all simple and easy to understand. It's hard to provoke. The confidant named Duolong persuaded, emphasizing the strength of the martial arts school. Wian commander shook his hand. Okay, let me think about it. Of course, someone who can become the commander of an armed organization has some brains. Of course, Wian knows the horror of the martial arts school. There are some powerful martial artists who are not afraid of guns. When they encounter such people, the armed forces will be useless. In addition, Commander Wian himself is an orc warrior, and he knows the abilities of the martial artist very well. But after all, the current times are different. With the development of science and technology, powerful weapons are constantly being produced, and the martial arts deterrence against some organizations is declining. Even if there is a little doubt at this time, Wian will not let it go easily. Of course, it is impossible for him to shoot himself. Come here! Commander Wian yelled. Soon the door of the hall opened, and a soldier in an earthy grey uniform ran in. Commander, may I ask what you can order? I immediately contact the killer Mr. Tao Bibai, saying that I have a task to entrust him, and ask him to find a drawing for me. This is the specific address. Commander Wian wrote down the address and gave it to his subordinates. You read www.yuyuganshu.com. If Muyang is here, you will definitely find that the address on the note is the location of Tianxinliu and Daqingshan. If there is a date and no date, I will play 3 strokes first. The intention of the Commander-in-Chief Wian is very simple. If the drawing is really there, it will be better. Even if you are not there, it is nothing more than spending some money. What can be solved with money is all trivial. Commander Wian hopes that the drawings are there. At first, hearing that he wanted to contact the murderous killer Tao Bai, the soldier's face suddenly turned pale. Why, there is a problem. Commander Wian's deep cold eyes stared. The soldier suddenly seemed to be stared at by the devil, shuddering, and tremblingly said, "No, the subordinates will do it immediately." After finished speaking, he took the note and ran out. Commander Wian snorted disdainfully and lay down on his soft sofa in a comfortable sleep. At this moment, a violent roar came from a distance, rumbling, like the sound of a cannonball attack. The entire castle was shaking, and the chandelier on the ceiling was shaking from side to side, as if it was about to fall. Is there an earthquake? No, this is someone attacking here. Commander Wian's face immediately darkened. He walked out with a murderous face, but saw that the guards outside were urgently dispatching to organize a defensive posture. What happened? Wian said with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Commander, someone has invaded the headquarters, and our troops will no longer be able to resist. A guard carried a gun, his face pale. Hey! Commander Wian was stunned for a moment, and was stunned by the phrase "I can't resist it anymore." Then, his ferocious face became more brutal. Damn, this is the headquarters of the Snakeman army, who's so bold, dare to invade here? It's a boy. Chapter 51, Number 1 killer in the world. Is thousands of kilometers away. In a small town hotel. Ring. The phone rang quickly, and it was a call from the special line of the killer organization. Hey, it's vacation time. Don't disturb me. A man with braids just took a shower and his hair was still dry. He grabbed the phone and said in a cold voice. I'm sorry, Mr. Tao Bibai, it is a mission issued by the Serpent Fighter Corps. They beg you to take the mission. You can set the price. On the other end of the phone, the operator spoke very carefully, knowing that the person talking with him is no a killer is in vain. Tao Bibai was interested in her heart, but her mouth was still very cold. I don't have time. Sir, everything is negotiable. 4 million. Everything is negotiable. Who is the target? A martial arts school called Tianxinliu is a small school. The information was reported on the other side of the phone. Tao touched her beard in vain, twisted her neck, and immediately made a click, and said viciously, well, the martial arts school, hee, you know I never attacked the martial arts school. This. The other party panicked. It is said that Tao Bibai also comes from a certain martial arts school, so the tasks he performs have always been personal, and there is no precedent for the entire school. Hey, I have to add money. Tao said plainly. It's, well, okay. The person on the other end of the phone kept wiping sweat. 30 million, no one can be less. After finishing speaking, Tao Bibai hung up the phone, then sat beside the bed and lit a cigarette. The hotel room quickly became smoky. Tianxinliu, the genre of the champion of this world's number 1 Budokai. After a while, Tao Bibai extinguished the cigarette in her hand and changed into his representative costume, black trousers, a pink coat, and a big kill written on her left chest. Yan, the red color seemed to be stained with blood. He usually wears this suit only when he is working. After finishing the image, Tao Bibai walked straight out of the room and came to the front of the hotel counter. Boss. The cold voice was chilling. The boss was wearing glasses, and when he heard the sound, he looked around. When he saw the other party's dress clearly, a cold sweat ran down. The number 1 killer in the world, Tao Bibai, how could he be in my shop? The boss's face suddenly turned pale. What's your request for this guest? The boss spoke tremblingly, constantly wiping the cold sweat on his head. Tao Bibai looked at him coldly. It's about how far away is from the eastern primitive mountain range? About 2,600 kilometers. He bowed his head and said. It's quite far. Tao Bibai touched her chin and started walking around the lobby. While observing, she stretched out her fingers, tapping on the stone pillars in the corner of the lobby with her knuckles, as if looking for a suitable pillar. After a while, he nodded and took a fancy to one of the stone pillars. With two sounds, Tao Bibai jumped up and hit the top and bottom of the stone pillar twice. The vague strength suddenly penetrated into the stone pillar, destroying the internal structure, and forming two sections above and below the stone pillar, and then with a click, the entire stone pillar was folded down. Witnessing this amazing scene with his own eyes, the innkeeper's eyes widened, and the whole person was in a bad mood. Well, that's the direction. Tao Bibai found the direction, and immediately threw the stone pillar out. With a sound, the stone pillar instantly turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the clouds. For the sake of the holiday, I won't kill you this time. Thank you for accepting this good luck. Tao turned her head back to the innkeeper in vain and finished speaking. With a little tiptoe, the air dance was activated instantly, and her body had turned into an afterimage, and she had caught up with the fast-speeding stone pillar. With pure throwing power, it takes about 4 or 5 relays to reach Daking Shan. Pump, after the white figure disappeared, the innkeeper could no longer support him, and his legs fell directly to the ground. The innkeeper's face was extremely pale. God, that man is the #1 killer in the world, and the man who kills without seeing the blood is white. I actually survived from his hands. Suddenly, the innkeeper thought about it again, but still no, don't worry, quickly shut the door of the hotel for fear of causing any trouble. This time I was able to survive Tao Bibai's hands. It was because he was lucky. Next time, he won't have such good luck. For safety's sake, I should go out and avoid. On the other side, the headquarters of the Snake Husband Corps was already full of smoke and flames, and the explosion of various artillery shells and the sound of bullets were intertwined. Boom! Another building was hit by a cannonball, and the splashing stones smashed down. With the thick black smoke, the castle continued to collapse. Large and small cannonball craters can be seen everywhere on the ground. www.readaloud.com. Today is definitely the Sniff Legion, the disaster of extinction. It was a young man who caused all this. Is Muyang. On the same day, after finishing the conversation with April, Mu Yang exchanged information with Isif and others about the Snake Husband Corps. After getting everyone's unanimous consent, Mu Yang first found the Snake Husband Corps distance. The nearest branch of the primitive mountains staged a devastating sweep. In the process of sweeping down that branch, Mu Yang received information from the headquarters of the Snake Husband Corps. At this time, he thought, cutting the grass is worse than removing the roots, so just like the Monkey King destroying the Red Ribbon Corps in the original work, Mu Yang went straight without stopping. Go to the headquarters of the Snake Husband Corps, and this is what happened now. Mu Yang is a person with strong mobility. In his eyes, once he is identified as an enemy, then only cutting grass and roots is the safest. Tut. The fire snake danced, dazzling red sparks splashing. Rows of soldiers rushed to the forefront carrying muskets, and the flying bullets were intertwined, forming a fire net and encircling Mu Yang. But these were of no avail, because they were facing martial arts masters who surpassed ordinary people on the earth. Go back, go back! Facing the enemy's ghostly attack methods, the soldiers of the Serpent's army were shocked, and no one dared to rush forward. No retreat, all rush to me! The commander shouted angrily, and the machine gun in his hand kept shooting forward. Help me, who will help me? There was a cry of ghosts and wolf howlings, and the soldiers murmured in their mouths, all eagerly trying to escape from here, and they did not dare to resist. Mu Yang watched with a cold face. The Qigong wave in his hand was constantly firing, and with a bang, another building collapsed. Chapter 52, Peach White. Okay. At this time, Mu Yang noticed the commander Wu Yan, who was being maintained by heavy armored vehicles not far away. With a sneer on his face, he turned his attack direction and rushed towards Commander Wu Yan. Damn it, my army! Wing Commander's face was somber as ink at the moment, and his whole body exuded a biting murderous aura. The loss of the Legion made his heart bleed. If you have time to worry about this, why not worry about your life? A cold voice suddenly rang in my ears. What? Commander Wian's pupils shrank, and the cyan hair stood up suddenly, and the instinct of the orc made him feel a threat approaching. Before he could react, suddenly a huge force hit his chest, like a truck full of goods crushed over. Bang! Commander Wian didn't have the slightest resistance, his body turned into a cannonball and hit the wall. Damn martial artist! Commander Wian grinned his sharp fangs and said fiercely. In front of him, stood a young man, the white martial arts uniform rustled in the wind, and his body was filled with a strong momentum, especially the eyes that made people dare not look straight like a falcon. Muiyang looked at the Commander-in-Chief Huayan, a little surprised that he could survive. Orc? Look at your costume as the commander of the Ophiuchus Legion? You actually have good power. No wonder you can rule the entire Ophiuchus Legion, but after today, the Ophiuchus Legion will no longer exist. Muiyang's voice was very cold. Announce the death of the other party directly. You guy! The Commander-in-Chief Huayan was very angry, and he had to say something, but Muiyang had not given him a chance. A whirlwind blew up on the earth, Muiyang stepped forward, his body became blurred directly, appeared again, and he had come to Huayan's side. Hiss! When? Wian's pupils shrank a little, and cold sweat ran down. You can't resist. Since you attacked April's family, you were destined to use your blood to repay this debt, go to death. After Muiyang appeared, he did not give the other party a chance to defend, and a wave of qigong was directly thrown away. After going out, the bright light burst into a gorgeous flower bone in the air, the flower bone exploded, and the terrifying energy directly engulfed the body of Commander Wian. Accompanied by a deafening loud noise, Commander Wian was strangled by the chaotic airflow of qigong waves without any room for resistance, and disappeared into the void. After finishing all this, Muiyang glanced at the remaining Legion members expressionlessly, and directly flew high into the sky using the air dance technique. Your commander is dead, and this world has no place for the Serpent's Legion to stand. Let me end your lives in the most brilliant way and disappear with this headquarters. Muiyang looked down at the castle below in the air. The dark eyes killed the thick killing intent, and then used the qigong wave at the castle. Tianxin qigong. A terrifying beam of energy fell from the sky, and suddenly split when it fell halfway, like a huge pot lid directly covered. This qigong wave condensed Muiyang's whole body energy, although not comparable to the power of Gaixianren destroying the Frying Pan Mountain, but destroying a castle is more than enough. Boom, boom. The energy light blasted down and penetrated the ground. The mountains on both sides began to shake violently, and all the areas covered by the qigong wave burst into brilliant flashes, and the sun seemed to be dimmed at this moment. The fiery airstream steamed the earth. When the thick smoke dissipated, the original location of the Ophiuchus Corps headquarters had been razed to the ground. The hot blue smoke was floating on the surface, and the original magnificence was no longer visible. Stately appearance. This is the end of the Serpentman army. Muiyang was floating in midair and panting violently. The qigong wave just consumed the qi in his body 7 or 8. After landing on the ground and resting for a while, Muiyang's physical strength recovered a little bit. He did not use fairy beans, because fairy beans are too expensive for him, and can only be used when his life is threatened. In case of recovery, try not to use fairy beans. After thinking about it, Muiyang's figure flashed, and he entered the acceleration space to recover his strength. After half a day, Muiyang, the original headquarters of the Serpent Husband Corps, came out of the acceleration space. His body had been restored to his best condition, and his energy seemed to have increased. The headquarters of the Snake Husband Corps was destroyed, and the branches outside are not a cause for concern. Wait for a while and then wipe them all out. Thinking about this, Mu Yang floated into the air, turning his direction towards Daking Mountain. Catch up! After half an hour, the majestic mountain range is in front of you. As long as you climb over that mountain range, you will see Daking Shan in front. Just at this time, a fast black shadow chased up from behind Mu Yang, and quickly paralleled Mu Yang. It was a fast-flying stone pillar, and there was a person standing on the stone pillar. His cold, dry cheeks and the pink coquettish dress were very eye-catching, especially the word kill on the chest, which was particularly eye-catching. After seeing the person's appearance clearly, you read www.yuyuganshu.com, especially the maverick dress, Mu Yang's heart cocked and his face became more serious than ever. The number one killer in the world, pure white. This very characteristic dress is only white. In the original work, Tao Bibai accepted the mission of the Red Ribbon Legion to capture the Dragon Ball, but was finally defeated by Monkey King who climbed the Kylin Tower. At that time, the transportation he used was a stone pillar, just like the current situation. Unexpectedly, this world's number one killer, the habit of going out for decades has not changed, and he is still traveling the world on a pillar. No, Tao Bibai's direction is Daking Shan. Across the primitive mountain range, behind the Daking Mountain, Mu Yang's face became a little ugly in an instant. I hope he just passed by. Tao Bibai's strength is definitely not to be underestimated, even if it is comparable to Gaixianren. He is a super master who can count all 5 fingers on the earth. If his goal is Daking Shan, then it will be a disaster for everyone. Hey, boy, you are a disciple of Hezian Liu? Why haven't I met you? Tao Bibai saw that the person in front of her was actually using Crane Immortal's unique dancing technique, and asked faintly. Mu Yang didn't answer, instead he jumped on his stone pillar and stood opposite Tao Bibai. Tao Bibai, where are you going? Mu Yang asked seriously. Tao Bai white complexion unhesitating. Junior, didn't the Crane Immortal teach you how to respect the teacher and how to talk to the elders? The voice was cold and ruthless, but because of the identity of the other party's Crane Immortal disciple, he did not show the usual strong killing intent. Turned out to be a disciple of Hexian Liu. Mu Yang remained silent, taking advantage of this moment to quietly look at Tao Bibai. Chapter 53, Life is like a play, it all depends on acting. Tao Bibai's image is not so good in general, and it can even be described as shame, a thin face, a flat body, and that extremely uncoordinated clothing and hairstyle. It looks weak and skinny, but that's it. A person is actually a master in the world. So when facing Tao Bibai, even Mu Yang didn't dare to look down upon it. Tao Bibai's current combat power is about 135, and his strength is not much weaker than Gaixianren. On the contrary, because of years of murder, he has extremely rich experience in a person. This is an extremely difficult opponent, and countless thoughts flashed in Mu Yang's heart. Tortoise Immortal may be conservative in the manner of a master because of the restraint of the martial arts school. Generally speaking, he will not easily kill him, but Tao Bibai is different. Killing is commonplace for him and his job. Studying a person more accurately may be his daily practice. Mu Yang, who is familiar with the original works, knows how despicable he is. When he met Monkey King who had climbed the Kylin Tower and was defeated by Monkey King, in order to save his life, Tao Bibai could immediately put aside the dignity and arrogance of a martial artist, and would not hesitate to kneel and beg for mercy, but when he felt that he had a chance, the sneak attack was carried out quickly, and the result was that the attack failed and was killed by Monkey King. From all the signs, we can see that Tao Bibai is a total egoist, sinister, despicable, and ruthless, without the integrity of a martial artist. But it was also this kind of unethical behavior that enabled him to avoid a lot of unnecessary entanglement and seize more opportunities when facing the enemy. Perhaps this did meet the basic qualities of a killer. Hearing Tao Bibai's cold questioning, Mu Yang seemed to react, slapped his head, an apologetic smile appeared on his face, and apologized, Master Do Bibai, my nephew had offended just now, and my nephew was also in his heart. Excited, Master often mentions Shishu in front of me, saying that Shishu is the #1 killer in the world, and his power is not under the old turtle known as the god of martial arts. This time when Shishu met the real Shishu, Shishu felt uncomfortable. Ban, offended, offended. Seeing Tao Bibai did not seem to have any reaction, but when he heard Old Turtle, his face improved slightly. Mu Yang had a bottom, and Dui smiled and said, "Uncle Master, are you going to perform a mission this time?" Tao Bai white eyebrows raised, his face was already cold. "Is this what you can ask?" "Hey, it's my nephew who overstepped." Mu Yang hurriedly apologized, and at the same time looked at Tao Bibai. He found that he was not too angry. "Uncle Shi, there is a primitive mountain range in front, and Daking Shan is in the past. My nephew has been practicing here recently, and I am familiar with it. If I have a task, my nephew is willing to help him." Hearing the words, Tao Bibai's face was surprised, and she nodded and said, "It's rare that you have such filial piety, but your master has taught well. Where? It is an honor for my nephew to have a glimpse of the demeanor of the uncle." Yet, Tao Bibai smiled and nodded, and said, "This mission is a martial arts school, and the disciples under the sect also have masters. Come here and let Shishu see your strength first. Otherwise, in case they are injured, Shi uncle is not easy to explain to your master." Said, Chao Muiyang waved. Muiyang smiled humbly when he heard the words, "I would like to ask the uncle for advice." After speaking, he walked towards Tao Bibai. Tao Bibai maintained a master demeanor, as if she really wanted to point her nephew, but when Mu Yang approached only a step and a half away, she suddenly showed her killing intent and shouted, "Dong Dongbo!" At almost the same moment, Mu Yang also reacted, slamming a fist. Fist hit the cave wave, the beam of red energy suddenly deviated from the direction. With a bang, backlashing vigorously, Mu Yang and Tao Bibai each stepped back, looking at each other in surprise. Life is like a play, relying solely on acting skills. Maybe she didn't expect the other person to have the same thoughts as her. Tao Bibai laughed loudly, interesting. I don't expect a young talent like you to appear." Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Mu Yang sighed secretly, unfortunately. Judging from Tao Bibai's behavior, perhaps he has long realized that he is not a disciple of Crane Xian Liu. The reason why he played this scene with him was because the killer's instinct made him aware of the danger. "Oh, it seems I misunderstood, you are not a disciple of Xian Liu at all." Tao Whiteley touched the beard on her lips, and then she carried her back with one hand, looking like a master, but his thin cheeks were full of coldness, and his eyes flashed with ruthless cold light. "I never said that I am, and you have not misunderstood it from the beginning." Shaking his head, knowing that the play could not go on, Mu Yang calmly looked at Tao Bibai. "I said, Xian Liu is not like you at all." Tao finished in vain, silent. The two stood on top of the high-speed flying stone pillar, passing through the mountains at extremely fast speed, and flew towards the Daking Shan. Suddenly, Mu Yang moved. He mobilized the energy in his body and floated his body slightly with the air dance technique. He lifted his foot and suddenly stamped towards the speeding stone pillar. With a bang, the stone pillar was smashed in the direction by the fierce force. Flew down toward the primitive mountain range at a right angle of 90 degrees. With the sound of crackling, the stone pillar broke in two during the fall. One broke apart in mid-air, and the other fell to the ground, hitting a 2-meter deep and 3-meter wide impact crater at the same time. Long loud bangs rang through the sky, and the earth, all within a radius of tens of meters, was overturned, and thick smoke rose. Cough cough, two figures popped out of the smoke, fell to the ground, and stood each not far from the impact crater. They were holding their noses, and there was no trace of injury on their bodies. "Boy, the kung fu is good. I don't know where you stole the air dance skills, but you use them well. You have such a powerful power at a young age. If you grow up, I'm afraid you will make great achievements. Even I have a love for talent. But it's a pity, you offended me Tao Bibai, and meeting me is your greatest misfortune. Tao Bibai shook his head faintly, as if everything was under his control. Yang sneered, it's ridiculous. The tricks are all created. Who stipulates that Wukong can only be the stunt of Crane Zion Liu? Tisk, boastful junior, how profound is air dance? You can create it by creation? I have not seen anyone in this world who can create a trick comparable to air dance. Tao Bibai said disdainfully, compared with the martial arts era more than 200 years ago, the martial arts world has fallen a lot, and even the inheritance of Qigong is very few, let alone the creation of Qigong techniques. If the use of Qigong is so creative, Turtle Qigong and Dong Dongbo will not become legendary tricks. In his opinion, Mu Yang is more like a villain who has learned the tricks of Hexian Liu and still refuses to admit it. This kind of person kills 10,000 times is not too much. It can only be said that you are lonely and unheard of. Mu Yang said coldly. This era is indeed inferior to the Wu Taidu era hundreds of years ago, but it is not without genius. Humph. Hearing this www.readaloud.com Tao Bibai snorted coldly, a sharp color flashed between her eyebrows, and the coldness on her body became more intense. He said coldly, a madman who knows nothing about life and death, you have successfully angered me. It happens that there has been no murder in these 2 days. It is good to have a warm-up exercise before performing the task. I will let you know what life is better than death. Of this sentence, give it back. Seeing Tao Bibai laughing arrogantly, a cold murderous intent flashed across Mu Yang's face, not to mention whether Tao Bibai's mission goal at this time was Tianxin Lu, just with the arrogance just now, he wanted to let Tao Bibai completely from this world. Disappeared. Thinking of this, Mu Yang decided to do it first. With a squeak, Mu Yang stepped forward, his body instantly turned into a high-speed moving streamer, and came to Tao Bibai's face. When he didn't respond, a fist was strong. The momentum went down. Boom! Mu Yang's fist halted, and a trace of stunnedness appeared on his face. Then, before he could react, a strong counterattack came from the fist, and a huge whirlwind was immediately stirred up around him. The reaction speed is quite fast, I don't know how long you can support. With a cold voice, Tao Bibai's body appeared at Mu Yang's original position like a ghost, and then her body was pressed closely, and one vicious attack swept over. He sighed, the sound of tearing the cloth strips rang, a crack appeared between Mu Yang's sleeves, and a piece of white cloth was torn off by Tao Bibai. As expected of an experienced killer, he will follow his way if he doesn't pay attention. Mu Yang quickly got rid of the attack and walked away. To be honest, Mu Yang's strength is already comparable to Tao Bibai, but Mu Yang is not as good as Tao Bibai in experience, and in terms of skills, Mu Yang, who has been trained by the Cat Fairy, is much better than Tao Bibai. Chapter 54, Fight against Tao Bibai. Shoo! 2 fast-moving figures shuttled through the forest. They appeared for a while and disappeared again. Each appearance was accompanied by violent fights and violent shocks again and again. Pop! Tao Bibai grinned, and the attack landed on Mu Yang's body. With a pop, Mu Yang's expression paused, and the corners of his mouth overflowed with blood, but his counterattack was also swift. The moment Tao Bibai was injured, Mu Yang the attack also fell on Tao Bibai. Cough, cough, cough. Tao Bibai Union had her face, and quickly withdrew, her face dark as charcoal. After several fights, he found that he underestimated the opponent, and the person in front of him was so young that he had fought with him so many moves without fail, and even made himself suffer. Tao Bibai couldn't help getting angry, her cold eyes swept towards Mu Yang, a terrifying killing intent seemed to condense into a ball. Mu Yang looked at Tao Bibai with a solemn expression, carefully gathering the qi in his body, ready to attack Tao Bibai at any time. I just looked down on it, but the next attack depends on how you dodge it. Tao Bibai gave a soft drink, the power of the whole body was converted into speed, and she came to Mu Yang in a few steps. Facing the sudden attack of Tao Bibai, Mu Yang's eyes were shining brightly, and his hands reflexed to grab the ground, using this as a fulcrum, and using the twisting force of his waist, he kicked the opponent with his legs. Tao walked back a few steps embarrassingly. At this time, he even used the trick to press the bottom of the box. Dong Dongbo. Along with Tao Bibai's burst of shout, his finger pointed towards Mu Yang, and a blood-red energy ray was emitted. At this moment, Tao Bibai's aura surged. Dai me! The terrifying energy condensed into a beam of light and shot towards Mu Yang. In the huge momentum that suddenly increased, Mu Yang's face changed suddenly. The cave waves of the crane fairy flow. Compared with the previous one, this time because he didn't have to cover up his killing intent, the cave waves he released were complete. Even if the energy of your cave wave is strong, it won't help if the quality is not good. Before he could think about it, Mu Yang stretched his hands and held them together in a grasping shape, with a buzzing sound, blue and white light covering his palms. He actually just like Monkey King, he has to accept the peach and white hole. Pang! The strong attack ignited a huge whirlwind, and a fiery burning sensation came from his palms. The huge pressure made Mu Yang's arms numb, and sweat dripped from his forehead. The moment the Qigong wave hit, his body turned straight back. Moved 4 or 5 meters, 2 deep groove marks were shoveled under his feet. But Tao Bibai's Dong Dongbo did not defeat Mu Yang. How could it be possible that my cavernous waves were followed by? Tao sees this in vain, and both eyes will stick out. He has traversed the world for so many years, Dong Dongbo has always been the most proud killer in his hand. No matter what kind of powerful enemy he faces, as long as he uses Dongbo, his opponent will be penetrated by this terrible energy shot without exception. And death is not bad. But he didn't expect that today, his move would be taken over by someone abruptly. This person must be killed, otherwise it will be too terrible to wait for him to grow up. Tao Bibai's heart is flustered. And the killing intent in her eyes is more intense. He was not so strong when he was young. Who are you? Aren't you going to the direction of Daqingshan? You haven't even investigated your target person, right? I'm the Tianxinliu disciple there. Mu Yang seized the time to adjust the qi in his body and quickly recovered. Tao Bibai was stunned. It is actually a disciple of Tianxinliu. Does this small school have disciples like you? Damn the intelligence department, where is this little genre? It is possible to teach such a disciple, even if it is not bad compared to Hexian Liu and Gaixian Liu. Tao Bibai's face is extremely bad, thinking that she is not organized by the killer. Reliable intelligence agencies are dragged down. Although he knew earlier that Tianxinliu had produced a disciple who won the championship of the world's #1 Budokai, he never paid attention to it. It is only now that he vaguely feels that he shouldn't take this task, but now it is too late to say anything. Man has been completely offended by him, and now he can only cut the grass and remove the roots, and according to Tao Bibai's conceit, he does not allow another person like the turtle immortal to appear in the world. Especially this guy, the level of treacherousness is as good as his own, and he can't stay. Thinking of this, Tao Bibai, regardless of the consumption of using Dong Dongbo just now, once again killed Mu Yang. Come back, now it's my turn to attack. In the face of Tao Bibai, who had recovered his physical strength, would never sit still. Then with a loud shout, he attacked again regardless of the huge consumption of his body, and continued to wander all the way. Mu Yang came to Tao Bibai's behind with extremely clever movements, the light in his hand turned, and a crystal of energy was attached to his palm. Above, in Tao Bibai's stunned expression, a faintly glowing palm hit. Peach Bibai, die for me! Mu Yang burst into a drink. With a muffled bang, the palm fell on Tao Bibai's body. After taking such a blow, Tao Bibai's body was knocked out more than 10 meters, hitting the giant tree in the distance, and the giant tree shook suddenly, a thick giant tree. Break directly in the middle. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Attacked just now, Mu Yang obviously had the upper hand. Ah! Tao Bai stood up in embarrassment and roared in anger. The clothes on her body had become strips, and the broken clothes were blowing in the breeze. Damn it, it hurt me. Tao Bibai was very angry. In addition to Turtle Immortal and Crane Immortal, Tao Bibai encountered such a difficult opponent for the first time, and he might lose. How can this be done? He is the #1 killer in the world. Since his fame, no one in this world has been his opponent. Tao swears in vain that he will use the most cruel method to kill the man in front of him. Looking at Mu Yang with cold and merciless eyes, Tao Bibai's dark cheeks twitched a little, he licked his lips, the blue veins on his forehead burst out, one hand pulled his fist tightly, and said maliciously, "Damn boy, it actually hurt me, then, what kind of death do you want to accept?" While talking, Tao Bibai's anger became messy. With him as the center, a disgusting murderous aura spread. After being a killer for so many years, there are more than tens of millions of dead souls who died in Tao Bibai's hands. Frowned, sensing the guilty breath emanating from Tao Bibai's body. The energy detector in his arms crackled and flashed, and the displayed value reached 144, which was a bit higher than before. This is the so-called explosive gas in the Earth's martial arts. After Tao Bai became mad, his energy rose a lot, but it was much worse than his 150 combat effectiveness when he fought with Monkey King. Mu Yang thought about it, if you try your best, the two may not be the same, but they will definitely lose. Did you fight? Mu Yang gritted his teeth and decided. This is a battle of life and death, not a martial arts competition. In any case, you must first defeat the opponent. Chapter 55, That Shriveled Bean. Ha ha ha, now you know how to be afraid, I will let you see how powerful the world's #1 killer is. Tao Bibai twisted that hideous face, because of the explosion that exceeded the limit, his body was now under tremendous pressure. Under the pressure, every muscle is constantly trembling. Hearing the words, Mu Yang sneered in his heart, and immediately released his breath to the extreme. Huo ran an airflow no weaker than Tao Bai wrapped around his body. I have done it, and today I must finish here. Hey! An endless stream of terror surrounds them, and the deep aura continues to spread, making the entire forest become quiet. At this time, both sides are in a state of madness, and one person must fall in this battle. Bang bang bang! The battle was triggered once again, a series of fierce fights, flying sand and rocks in the field, dizzying. The speed of the two parties has reached the extreme. If there are ordinary people here, you can only see two vague figures colliding and flashing, but you can't see the specific process clearly, because their speed has exceeded that of ordinary people. The limit of observation. Hey! Mu Yang slammed on the ground, and the ground suddenly cracked with winding cracks. With this force, his body rushed straight up. After reached a certain height, Mu Yang clasped his fists in both hands and sent a heavy blow at Tao Bibai. Pang! One move knocked Tao Bibai down from a high altitude, and a large wave of air was connected in a series, forming a cyclone that broke through the sound barrier, and Tao Bibai's face twisted and hit the ground. At this time, Mu Yang continued to flicker again, coming to the ground faster than Tao Bibai, bowing slightly, bending his knees, and attacking continuously. Tao Bibai accepted the attack in embarrassment, her eyes flashed with thick murderous intent, but a crazy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. After receiving Mu Yang's attack firmly, Tao Bibai glided all the way. Dong Dongbo! The blood-red light suddenly shot towards Mu Yang. Tianxin Qigong! Mu Yang's face appeared cold, and at the same time he made a counterattack. It was also a ray-like attack, and the azure blue light beam greeted the peach and white whole waves. The two energy shocks met halfway, exploding into a fine mist of energy smoke. Impossible, this move is actually so similar to Dong Dongbo. Tao Bibai looked at him in surprise, somewhat surprised. Dongdongbo is an improvement from the Qigong gun left by the great master Wu Taidu. It is one of the few legendary tricks that can compete with the Turtle School Qigong. Now I see a weakly crowned teenager using a similar attack mode. Tao Bibai is the first. The reaction was unbelievable. Hey, this is the inheritance of my Tianxinliu Qigong, which is completely different from the principle of your cave wave. Mu Yang panted violently, and used this free time to recover his strength. The previous battle made his consumption reach the extreme. Tao Bibai heard the words and was silent. Each genre has its own unique practice mode, and the connotations of natural Qigong are also diverse. Although Mu Yang's Qigong wave looks very similar to Dongdong wave, but the color is different. The different colors indicate that their operating modes are completely different, or even completely different. Tianxinliu, a martial arts school, even has Qigong wave. At this time, Tao Bibai's mood was extremely bad, and her thin cheeks kept twitching. A feeling of powerlessness suddenly appeared in my heart. Last move, let's decide the winner. Tao breathed in for nothing and screamed madly. At this moment, the energy in his body has been almost consumed. If he continues to support it, it will only add damage alone. It is better to use the strongest attack to determine the outcome. Even in Tao Bibai's heart, he was ready to run away at any time. Tao Bibai is very life-saving. It is not easy to live for hundreds of years. If the next move does not work, he is not willing to continue to pester. Whatever accomplishes the task, what masters reservedness, is all vain in the face of life. Has no value. Kaka, it was like the sound of a string breaking. At this moment, Tao Bibai and Mu Yang's originally vain aura rose again. From their twisted faces, it could be seen that this time it was really their limit. Dongdongbo. Tianxin Qigong. The two beams of energy met once again in mid-air, and the power generated this time was even greater. The storm generated by the explosion directly destroyed trees in a radius of more than 300 meters. Along with the rumbling noise, a fiery red energy group leaped into the sky. At the beginning, the huge energy directly swallowed Mu Yang and Tao Bibai. After a short while, a scorched earth was exposed on the spot, and the bare surface was barely growing, and there was hot blue smoke. Ahem, do you think you can beat me? Tao Bibai covered his chest with both hands, spit out a mouthful of blood, and supported it with difficulty. At this time, his face was charred, his limbs were full of scratches, and his clothes were turned into ashes in the explosion. www.readaloud.com. On the opposite side, Mu Yang's image was also embarrassed. The martial arts suit on his body was torn into cloth strips. Several parts of the cloth had already burned. A light cough was accompanied by severe pain throughout his body. Mu Yang snorted and twisted his face. His body injuries have spread to his internal organs. Oh, why, can't it? Mu Yang pressed his voice and said. Hey! Tao Bibai sneered. Although his body was seriously injured, at least he could still move. On the other hand, the one on the opposite side was very difficult to move. He could only wait and die there. Isn't that why he won? As expected, no one can beat himself in this world. Tao thought, whitely intoxicated. Little devil, it's also your honor to die in the hands of this uncle, Tisk, I remember you today. Don't worry, you won't be lonely in the underworld. Your senior brothers will also go with you soon. Do you think you are determined to win? Mu Yang asked indifferently. Isn't it? Mu Yang didn't speak, he didn't know when there was a dried bean in his hand, and then he held it in his mouth with difficulty. Dao Tao saw this in vain, and nodded, you have to eat something before you die, but a small bean, you are really shabby. Hey! Mu Yang let out a sigh, his voice seemed to sigh with emotion. For some reason, this voice reached Tao Bibai's ears, but he suddenly felt a chill, as if something unfavorable to him was about to happen. P.S. It seems that there are not many authors who wrote Dragon Ball Daijin at the beginning. Recommend a copy of Dragon Ball Daijin Scion Dragon God, reborn as the son of Dragon God. Chapter 56, Cut Grass and Roots. Tao Bibai, do you know that if it is an ordinary life and death struggle, we are likely to suffer both losses as we are now, but your biggest disadvantage is also because you met me, your luck is not as good as mine. Muiyang's words made Tao Bibai stunned, and the anxiety in his heart became more obvious. Muiyang smiled, and while talking, he crushed the fairy beans in his mouth, and suddenly a strong vitality filled his mouth. The magical effect of Xiandu was brought into full play at this moment, and Muiyang's physical injury was instantly repaired, and he was returned to his peak moment all at once. What is going on? Why are all your injuries healed? Tao's eyes widened in vain, unbelievable, and even somewhat horrified watching what happened before her. The injury on the opponent's body actually recovered in an instant. How is this possible? At this moment, his current mood was as if he had fallen from heaven to hell, and he suddenly realized his dangerous situation. Bean, it must be the shriveled bean just now. Tao Bibai said bitterly, is it really the effect of the bean just now? How could there be such a holy medicine in this world? Tao Bibai thought in disbelief. A trace of greed appeared in her eyes, and then the greed disappeared in the next second, replaced by deep fear. To escape, you must escape quickly. He can't be the opponent of this person in this state. Tao's pale face turned pale, and an emotion called fear emerged in her heart. With a plop, Tao Bibai knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed and said, Master, I was wrong, please spare me, I will definitely change my evil and return to the right. Muiyang looked at with a sneer, as if he was watching a clown jumping beam. He wouldn't be a benevolent woman at this time, and today he would not let Tao go alive in vain. Kumpet, even if you knock your head more, I don't even believe a punctuation mark in your words. He knocked his head several times without seeing the other party's reaction. He made a pale face and didn't know what was thinking in his heart. Suddenly he seemed to know that appeasement would not be a way for the next life, but his attitude became tough. You can't kill me, or mine the big brother Hexianren will not let you go. He has only me as a younger brother. If you kill me, it will only bring danger to your relatives. Hey, is that enough? Muiyang interrupted him, disdainfully said, if you don't say whether Crane Immortal will know what happened today, even if you do you think I will be afraid of him? Since he is determined to become a strong man in the universe, the mere Crane Immortal wants to threaten him? If the Crane Immortal really finds him, it will be his own destruction. No matter what, Tao Bibai is dead today. Then you die for me. Tao Bibai shouted, taking out a grenade at some unknown time, pulling out the shoots on it, and throwing it towards Muiyang. Muiyang saw this, a thick murderous intent flashed across his face. This peachy white is really to keep the original heart for decades as always, and it is this kind of trick in the end. But how could Muiyang, who had recovered his heyday, be hit by a grenade? He leaped slightly, and kicked the grenade back in the direction of Tao Bibai. No! Tao Bibai shouted hysterically. Rumbling, the bomb burst open, and the huge flame swallowed the whole person. If it were an ordinary person, he would definitely be dead in this huge explosion, but the other party is pure and white. Will he not have a trick to save his life after hundreds of years? This grenade is not so much for serving Muiyang, it is better for him. To show the enemy's weakness and hide from the sky, Tao Bibai is absolutely capable of playing tricks. And according to the original book, Tao Bibai survived the explosion in the confrontation with Monkey King. This little trick can fool Monkey King, but it can't fool Muiyang's eyes. Suddenly, Muiyang looked in a direction in the forest. Hey, Tao Bibai, you want to run away? After speaking, Muiyang directly launched a wave of Qigong towards that side. Wow! The Qigong wave that runs through everything whizzes away. Zizi, the trees along the way are all destroyed by the Qigong wave. On the other side of the forest, the seriously injured Tao Bibai leaned against a big tree and gasped. He drooped his eyelids, and his 7 orifices were bleeding. At this moment, he felt a terrible energy approaching, and he had not waited for him. After reacting, a azure blue energy appeared in front of his eyes. Can't hide, Tao Bibai's head is blank at this time. Bash! A sharp energy ray penetrated through the chest, and then pierced out from behind. Tao Bibai's consciousness gradually became blurred. Ahem, it's impossible. I'm the number one killer in the world. How could I die? His brain was uncontrollably dizzy due to lack of oxygen, his pale lips moved slightly, and the words were full of unwillingness. Muiyang appeared in front of Tao Bibai, staring at him with cold eyes. It's only blame for you to find the wrong opponent. Ha ha ha, I was wrong, I shouldn't take this task. Death is approaching, now can you tell me who commissioned you to carry out this mission? Ahem. Is Supernatural Peach in vain, his face flashed a fierce-looking color, never expect. Let me tell you. It's the snake husband core, right? Muiyang leaned in his ear and whispered softly, and finally saw Tao Bibai's eyes suddenly widened. He smiled, well, you don't need to say, go to death with peace of mind. You. Tao's white consciousness began to disappear, and her voice gradually became inaudible. Dead. Muiyang stepped forward to check and confirmed that Tao Bibai was really dead. Smiled, Muiyang launched a series of Qigong waves at Tao Bibai's body www.readaloud.com until the other party's body was completely reduced to ashes with the Qigong waves. Chopping the grass does not remove the roots, and the spring breeze regenerates. Although there is no mature robot technology in this era, to prevent the emergence of machinery in vain, Muiyang simply destroys the corpses. After doing all this, Muiyang stayed quiet for a while, took out a new set of clothing from the acceleration space, and then jumped up and flew towards the resident of Tianxinliu. When I returned to Tianxinliu, it was getting late. Muiyang came to Isif's residence and told Isif about what happened today. After listening to Muiyang's description, Isif was taken aback. He didn't expect his disciple to go out, not only to wipe out the headquarters of the Snakeman's army corps, but on the way back, the killer Dobai was also eliminated. This Tao Bibai is not an ordinary person, he ranks among the top 5 in the martial arts world, and his reputation is even more frightening. Such a person was actually killed by Muiyang, and it is incredible to think about it. Don't say anything about this. I heard that Tao Bibai has a very close relationship with Hexian Liu. Although you may not be afraid of Hexian Liu by your strength, you are still young. No. Speaking of this, Isifar calmed down, shook his head and said, oh, now the martial arts world is not as good as before, and can no longer stand the toss. Well, I know, as long as Hexian Liu doesn't provoke us, I won't shoot them. Muiyang said seriously. Isif smiled when he heard the words, fortunately you rushed back in time this time, otherwise waiting for Tao Bibai to find here, the consequences would be disastrous. Muiyang nodded his head appreciatively. Tianxinliu's overall strength was relatively weak, facing Tao Bibai, there was no resistance at all. Chapter 57, Tianxinliu Budokan. This time I encountered Tao Bibai and killed it. It can be said that it was completely an accident. Beforehand, Muiyang had never considered that he would have any intersection with this number one killer in the world. Although it is inevitable to deal with some martial arts celebrities as he grows up, it is still a bit rich and colorful to directly kill the peach. It can be said that if this matter is publicized, it will definitely cause an uproar. These are the pots of the snake husband core. Fortunately, Tao died in vain, and the snake husband core was also wiped out by herself. For the time being, it has become a headless case. As for whether he will show his feet from the killer organization, Muiyang thinks it is possible. After all, this mission was issued by the Snake Husband Corps. If anyone wants to check, he can also find out the destination of the mission. But this matter is also easy for Muiyang, just make up his mind to refuse to admit it. Anyway, Tao Bibai did not reach Daking Shan in the end, and there was no battle here. Tao Bibai killed countless people and had several powerful enemies. Not surprisingly, maybe halfway through the enemy. Those enemies are so hateful that they actually killed Tao Bibai, almost making Tianxin be in the wrong. Muiyang's dinner was eaten at teacher Isuf's house. In the kitchen, his mother, Alice, prepared a table of hearty dishes and brought them with April. There are a total of 6 dishes, plus a bowl of soup. The meat and vegetables match reasonably, and the dishes are very rich. Muiyang, you eat more. At the table, Alice kept feeding Muiyang with vegetables like a mother. Muiyang smiled and passed the bowl of rice. Thank you, master. Isufo laughed loudly, opened a bottle of long-preserved wine, and poured a glass for everyone. Come and taste the taste of this bottle of wine. I have treasured it for a long time and have been reluctant to drink it. Try it today. Taste. Master, I want to drink. The little girl April picked up the small wine glass, took a sip, and quickly stuck her tongue out. Woo, what is this so awful? I don't like it. Ha ha ha, April can't drink, so I'd better eat more. Isafar laughed heartily. April pecked her head, her small face turned red after only a sip of wine, and her head was dizzy. Seeing April's face flushed, Alice complained to Isuf, April can't drink, so don't give her a drink. You see, it looks like this. She stood up and walked from the kitchen. Pour a glass of water and hand it to April. Come on, drink a glass of water and rinse your mouth. April was feeling thirsty, and she drank the tea in one sip, then lowered her head to eat the food. She vowed never to drink again. Isuf slapped his head and smiled. After dinner, the master and the disciple began to chat. He said to Muiyang, Muiyang, your strength is already above that of being a teacher. The teacher can't help you on the next path, you can only comprehend it by yourself. Aishafu is also telling the truth, he is far inferior to Muiyang in his cultivation, and he can't imagine Muiyang's current realm, and Muiyang will have to rely on himself in the future. Wei Tianxinliu has a martial arts gym in the village below the Daqingshan mountain. April is usually there. I think you can go there to meditate for a period of time. By the way, give pointers to your juniors. The martial arts have reached you like this. It will be beneficial to settle the realm appropriately. Okay. Muiyang nodded in agreement. Now he really needs to settle his own practice. Tianxin Martial Arts Hall is a good place. In addition to practicing on your own, you can also give pointers to the juniors there. Brother, are you going to live with me in the martial arts hall? April blinked Shu Lingling's eyes, her azure pupils flickering like blue crystals. Smilingly rubbed April's brown hair, Muiyang smiled and said, yes, I will also supervise your practice in the future. Although April, you want to be a scientist when you grow up, but scientists are generally thin. A strong body can also support your better research. April giggled, I see. At the end of the family dinner that night, April stayed at Isuf's house. On the second day, she and her little friend Lanlong Zioka appeared in Muiyang's residence early in the morning. Brother, we went down the mountain. Silver bell-like children's voice shouted outside the house. Muiyang opened the door and saw April and the little dragon flapping its wings. All of April's things were wrapped in a cloth bag and hung on the neck of the little blue dragon. At this time, the little blue dragon had a cute head. He kept leaning toward Muiyang's stomach, and he made a ukaka sound in his mouth. Muiyang smiled and said to them, wait a moment, I will pack things up. Back in the house, put all the things needed into the acceleration space. Muiyang clapped his hands and took April's little hand, let's go down the mountain. Along the way, April kept tilting her head and staring at Muiyang fiercely. What's wrong? Muiyang asked strangely. Brother, where's your stuff? April couldn't help asking. It's all put away. Why didn't I see it? Take it out and let the little card carry it. Muiyang smiled lightly, I put it away in a special way, of course you can't see it. Is that right? April blinked. Ha ha ha. Muiyang laughed loudly, and did not continue to explain to April that he put the things there, otherwise the little girl should ask questions again. Talking and laughing along the way, the beautiful scenery kept retreating on both sides. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com quickly turned from the winding path into the road, and they entered the village under the Daking Shan mountain. There are about a dozen villages under the Daking mountain. Muiyang and the others are now entering a relatively large village, with more than 300 households and nearly 2,000 villagers. Tianxinliu Budokan was set up in a place to the west of the village. The geographical location is not too bad. Due to the existence of Tianxinliu Budokan, this place has gradually become a bazaar selling goods in several nearby villages. Practice teaching is also the busiest time of the market. When Muiyang and April were walking on the village road, the villagers along the way saw them nodding kindly. Even if they saw the little blue dragon following by their side, they did not show any timid expressions. Wow, what a cute dragon, with a big head. A few children ran on the street, pointing at the blue dragon. The little blue dragon raised his head and called out, with a majestic look. Muiyang smiled and said to April, "Zioka is very popular here." April happily said, "Well, Zioka is so good, everyone likes it." Muiyang nodded. There are 2,000 people in this village. The ordinary lifestyle is very simple. The buildings are all wooden low houses. In addition to plowing the fields and planting crops, they also live on hunting. So many villagers go there in their free time. Tianxin Budokan learns a little fighting skills. April and Blue Dragon have lived in the martial arts museum for so many days, and they have already known many villagers. They continued to walk towards the Budokan, and after 10 minutes, they came to the west of the village. Tianxinliu Budokan is not very big. The buildings in the front row only look like 6 or 7 indoor dojos together. However, outside the Budo building, several simple open-air dojos are fenced out for nearby villagers, where they practice and learn. Chapter 58, Daogwen Disciple. The trainees are roughly divided into 3 categories. One is that a direct disciple who worships Tianxin Liamen Wall like April can learn all the martial arts of Tianxin Lu. Second are martial arts enthusiasts who come from nearby, or the more talented teenagers in the village. By paying a certain fee to become a dojo student, they can learn the fighting skills of Tianxin Liu. The third is the villagers who are observing. The Taoist master will not give them special instructions. They can understand how much they can understand. Of course, through selection, the Budokan will also recruit a group of people who are permanent in the gym to become instructors, who are responsible for teaching basic martial arts to everyone. At this time, among these people who are resident in the Budokan, the number of students in the first category is the least, because there are originally only a dozen disciples of Tianxin Liu's progeny. Except for some individuals who need experience and live in the Budokan, the remaining few are it is a young child like April who needs to learn cultural knowledge in the village. When Muiyang and April opened the door and walked into the gym, there were already many disciples practicing in the martial arts gym. Most of them were children from several nearby villages, because there was a school not far from the martial arts gym. The parents in the village are also happy to let the children learn a little self-defense. If the possibility of further studies can be detected, it is also great to enter the gymnasium and become a student inside. Brother Muiyang is here, Brother Muiyang is here. As soon as he stepped into the door, the disciples inside saw the big brother coming, and hurriedly yelled loudly, and soon 3 or 5 teenagers rushed over. They were about 14 or 5 years old and were official disciples of Tianxin Liu. Some of the older ones are martial arts enthusiasts practicing in this martial arts gym. Brother Muiyang, I heard that you won the championship of the best martial arts club in the world, can you tell us about it? Yes, tell us quickly. The younger and younger brothers and sisters gathered around and kept talking, and even the other students who were studying in the gym also approached them, all watching with envy. Muiyang had a smile on his face. There were not many people in Tianxinliu who knew the world's #1 martial arts club before, but since Muyang won this championship, Isifer and the others are of course vigorously promoting it. So much so that the people in the nearby Shili and Baxiang knew about this, and the number of students in Tianxinliu Wudao Hall also increased. Listen to this name, the world's #1 Budokai, how noble and classy. Since Brother Muyang won the championship in this competition, wouldn't he be the best player in the world? Although there are some deviations in this perception, in fact, with Muyang's current strength, he is qualified to claim to be #1 in the world. Well, I'll talk to you in a while. Muyang nodded and smiled. Brother Muyang, why do you have time to come to the martial arts gym? Is there any explanation from the teacher? It was a sister of Muyang, named Nisai, who was one of the temporary instructors of the martial arts gym. Muyang nodded and said, yes, this time I come to the gym, I will stay here for a while. If you have any questions about your practice, you can ask me. Really, great, we have a lot of questions to answer here. Teachers often say that Brother Muyang's strength has surpassed them. Several disciples opened the gate, and were very excited that Muyang could stay in the martial arts hall. Because Muyang's Kung Fu has always been the best among all his disciples, and the words that the teachers often talked about after the world's #1 martial arts association gave them greater confidence in Muyang's strength and hope can learn something from him. Similarly, when other students in the martial arts gym heard Muyang say this, their faces were all excited. Most of them are not talented in martial arts, but they are desperate to become dream chasers of martial arts. It is an honor to have a champion of the world's #1 Budokai to give them advice. They have made up their minds to study hard later. If they can learn a little bit, they will be able to use it in their lifetime. At this time, April pulled a senior around him and asked, now, Brother Yiya www.readaloud.com, what is the world's #1 martial arts club? The disciple named Yiya glanced at April and said, the world's #1 Budokai is a grand event attended by martial artists from all over the world. It is said to be held only once every 5 years. Only once in 5 years. April heard an exclamation and cocked her hands to count. She was shocked very quickly. She herself was just over 5 years old. Thinking about it this way, the world's #1 martial arts club seems to be very powerful. Yiya proudly said, yes, the most recent event attended by masters from all over the world was half a year ago. At that time, senior brother Muyang participated in that event and defeated all opponents to win the championship. Sister you say it's not great? Awesome. April opened her mouth, and the chick nodded like a little girl. Suddenly I remembered the power that my brother showed when he rescued him. At that time, my brother fell from the sky and defeated the bad guys in a few swishes. My brother is of course the best in the world. Muyang looked at everyone with excitement and pressed his hands. Well, you continue to practice, I and April will go to put the luggage, and you can ask me if you have any questions later. Brother Muyang, I will take you to the room. A junior brother volunteered to lead Muyang and the others to the backyard. Tianxinliu Budokan is in front of 6 or 7 indoor martial arts venues, and behind it is a large courtyard with 8 or 9 rooms. It is a private residence for disciples and teachers of the dojo. After Muyang and the others left, the trainees in the gym began to recover from their excitement. Under the command of the instructor, they waved their fists and feet sharply. The teaching in the gym is all basic boxing techniques, but if you can master them, you can also become a majestic fighter. Chapter 59, Instruct Martial Arts. On this day, due to the arrival of Muyang, the whole martial arts hall was filled with a different atmosphere from the usual. The students worked harder and practiced enthusiastically. The instructor in the hall was also very serious today and taught them with a very serious attitude. Students, everyone is holding back, and there is an unspeakable motivation in their hearts. On the east side of Budokan, trainees practice basic moves in groups of 3 or 5 under the arrangement of the instructor. This is the basic foundation for Tianxinliu Budokan. Speaking of which, they practice several times every day. But it was this very ordinary practice that gave them a vigorous momentum. In a small corner, April is also under the guidance of her elder sister Nis. She put on martial arts uniforms, tied her waist, and practiced her fists and kicks earnestly. One fist and one kick is sharp and clear, and she has practiced very seriously, little blue dragon. Then lie down and doze. As for the west side of the Budokan, the older students are doing one-on-one confrontation drills. This is already a fight. Ah! Two older students scrambled together. They used the techniques of Tianxinliu to attack and defend. They had a deep understanding of offense and defense, which was very interesting. It can be seen that both students have very solid basic skills. At this time, Mu Yang suddenly called to stop. The two students looked at Mu Yang with a confused expression. Stop, you two have learned other martial arts before, right? The two students nodded, yes, we both studied with a fighting master before, and we have been fooling around since then. Mu Yang thoughtfully after hearing this, no wonder it's like this. Fighting is fierce and fierce, killing people, giving the audience a pleasing sense of viewing and stimulating hormone secretion, producing explosive emotions, but compared with martial arts practice, it lacks internal breath control, and the overall sense of coordination is insufficient. Mechanically. I see your movements just now. Every time you punch you feel a sense of frustration. The punch is sharp and sharp, giving people a sense of angularity, but lack of coordination, so that the follow-up is insufficient. You try again. Mu Yang walked to the side of the two students and tapped their muscles with his fingers when they punched. Here, the arms are lowered a little, the legs are raised, that's right. You look at it, when you punch out, you pay attention to blast. This is potential, but you don't want to use up all your strength. You must reserve a portion of your strength for emergencies. When the trainees were training, Mu Yang continued to correct their mistakes. With Mu Yang's current vision and cognition, his guidance had always hit the nail on the head, and a few fluttering words fell in the ears of the trainees but thundered and deafened. Make them infinitely useful. Brother Mu Yang, I have some questions. A younger brother named Azuo came up, eager to try. Don't look at Aso's young age. He is only 14 years old and his stature is short, but he is a temporary instructor in the gym just like Nis, and he is also quite talented. Mu Yang looked at this junior and stretched out his hand at him. Come, attack me. Only through real combat can we better find out the problem and make up for it. Junior brother Azuo nodded, looking at Mu Yang seriously. At this moment, this junior has entered a state of fighting. It looks decent. Mu Yang chuckled. Now that he is in his current state, many things can be approximated at a glance, especially the lower-level martial arts, Mu Yang can detect from the opponent's starting position. To the problem. Brother, I'm here. Mu Yang nodded, let's start. Yes. Here, Azuo screamed, and stepped on his steps to attack Mu Yang. It can be seen that Azuo's movements are quite sharp, and the sound of his footsteps is simple and clean, without noise. At least this step is required. Years of hard training. Mu Yang nodded secretly, and his body moved accordingly. Azuo's attack is very decisive. It can be said that the moves are clean, without any muddle, but his opponent is Mu Yang. Every time he punches, he always seems to hit a sponge for some reason. There is a feeling that his moves have failed. Back and forth, Aso not only failed to attack Mu Yang, but instead consumed most of his physical strength. Don't use full energy. There are too many extra movements. Physical fitness is important, but don't consume extra energy. Mu Yang's soft voice came from his ear, and a flash of light flashed in Azuo's mind, as if he had realized something. His movements became longer. Continue to maintain this state, and the breathing becomes a little smoother. More than 10 minutes later, Mu Yang saw that Aso had met the training requirements, so he stopped. Okay, I will stop here this time. After I go back, I will understand and adjust my state. Thank you, brother. Azuo reverently said, and the words just now made him deeply felt. Mu Yang waved his hand, my brother, you are welcome. Then Aso walked out of the martial arts arena and came to a corner to comprehend carefully. Seeing that his senior brothers have gained a lot, the remaining fellow students can't bear it. Ia, who had spoken to April before, walked over and said to Mu Yang solemnly, Brother Mu Yang, I want to have a real battle with you. Mu Yang looked at it with a smile, are you sure? The ending may be a shock to you. Ia said seriously, Ms. Clarissa always said that I care too much about victory and defeat, but I think that only when I have experienced failure can I truly know the gap. Brother, please don't be merciful and let me see each other. Gap, so that I can catch up bravely. Mu Yang narrowed his smile and looked at Oia and said, you have such a good sense of consciousness, then I will let you see how far you are from the real master. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After speaking, the smile on Mu Yang's face disappeared, and an inexplicable aura exuded from the whole body. The aura was like a billowing torrent, and it was crushed by pressure. Everyone on the scene turned pale and looked like it's the same as a heavy object. Senior brother Mu Yang's aura is so strong. It's almost the same as Mr. Isafor. It feels even scarier than Mr. Isif. It's so strong, I don't know how many tricks Brother Yiya can persist. The students were whispering, and several of Mu Yang's juniors and younger brothers and sisters all opened their eyes and looked at it carefully. Only April realized afterwards, blinked, and didn't feel anything. Start. Ia stepped on her feet, her body slightly short, like a running porcupine attacking Mu Yang aggressively. As everyone knows, Mu Yang's movements have long been seen through, and his body shook. And all of Ia's attacks failed. Hey, what is that? Someone pointed at the shadow in the martial arts arena and shouted. Others heard the words, and they were all stunned for the next second, only to see a few after-images appearing in the place where Oia attacked before, vaguely, 5 in a row, vaguely able to distinguish. That is the image of Mu Yang. There are so many senior brother Mu Yang, each of them looks real. This is called residual shadow fist. It is an image left in place after a high-speed movement of the body through a special technique. Although these residual images have no attack power, they are good for confuse the enemy. Mu Yang stood on the side and explained, finishing. The body speeded up suddenly, and a dozen similar after-images suddenly appeared in the entire narrow dojo. Compared with the few after-images before, what appears now is closer to reality. In fashionable words, the pixels of these after-images are higher and should be 1080p. Chapter 60, Ripples in the Heart. There are now 18 after-images here. Oia, can you find out which one is the real me? Finding the true body through the after-image requires excellent visual ability and judgment ability, which is not easy for ordinary warriors. Of course, if you can perceive the breath, you can also tell the truth through the breath induction, but even Mu Yang hasn't grasped the breath induction, let alone Oia. Facing the weird tricks performed by the brother, Ia smiled bitterly, and now he understood the gap between them. Ia's face became serious. Since the eyes can't tell which one is the real one, he can only rely on brute force. Puffy. Oia shook his fist and attacked fiercely. His speed was also extremely fast. The dozens of students present, including the villagers who were watching, could not see his movements clearly. When Oia smashed the 17th after-image, his face was high, directly clenched his fist and moved towards the last attack. Hey, rushed, Ia's fist passed the last after-image, but the result was the same as before. The fist passed directly through the after-image's chest. Is empty again. This is also a fake, and Ia exclaimed in her heart, and suddenly felt a little bit wrong. At this time, Mu Yang's figure suddenly appeared behind Yi, raising his hand knife and cutting it towards his neck. The last point, I want to tell you, since you are the opponent, then don't believe any words that the other party said. I said there is me in the 18 after images, do you really believe it? Yi rolled his eyes and Mu Yang's hand knife fell on his neck. The sudden impact made his eyes dizzy and he fainted directly to the ground. Aso, take Oia down. Mu Yang waved to Aso. After Aso took Oia, he turned around and looked around everyone, and said, those words just now are also for you. When you go out, you must always be vigilant. Don't believe what others say. We see, big brother. Understood. Everyone has just gone through a real-life education, and they all nodded deeply, especially those martial arts practitioners who have been outside, knowing that the outside is not an ideal paradise. Seeing everyone listen to what he said, Mu Yang nodded in satisfaction. If he changed to Mexia, he might not be so obedient. Then I told everyone that Mu Yang walked out of the martial arts hall and wandered on the street alone. Soon after Mu Yang left, Aya woke up from a coma. When he heard Mu Yang's words from his fellow students, he couldn't help but sigh, it seems that we are far from the big brother. Yes, senior brother Mu Yang knocked you out with a hand knife. Nice. I smiled and covered her mouth. Aya gave her a white look, and said with no good air, if you change to you, it will not be much better. Aso said indifferently, senior brother Mu Yang's strength is absolutely comparable to that of several teachers, and may even really surpass everyone in Tianxinliu as the teacher said. Maybe, right. The rest of the people couldn't help being silent. Only April was absolutely convinced of Mu Yang's strength, but she hadn't practiced martial arts for a few days, so her eyes were rolling and she didn't understand. What are the senior brothers and sisters talking about? Not a particularly prosperous street, villagers drive cattle and sheep passing by on both sides, with blacksmith shops and grocery stores on both sides. A little further ahead, there is a restaurant, which can be regarded as a rare pastime in 10 miles and 8 villages. Went into the restaurant and found a place by the window to sit down. After the waiter came up, Mu Yang ordered a portion of fried beans and some meat. The fried beans here have been deep fried, they taste crispy, and have an excellent taste. The meat is also marinated by a special technique. It tastes delicious and oily but not greasy. A bowl of sake is served. The alcohol content is not high. Cup, don't mention how comfortable it is. At this time, Mu Yang is here to enjoy. Mu Yang, you haven't been here for a long time. A sweet female voice sounded, and a girl dressed as a waiter came with a plate of desserts. The girl has dark blue hair and is the daughter of the restaurant owner. Because they used to take Mejia down the mountain for fun, this restaurant is a place they frequent, and over time they have become familiar with the person in front of them. Sister Marlene, I am not here to take care of your business, sit down. Mu Yang chuckled and pointed to the opposite seat. Marlene simply sat on the opposite side and said with a smile, I haven't seen you for a while, so what did you do? Going out to practice. Hey, your reputation is so big now, the whole village knows you. Marlene was talking about Mu Yang's victory in the world's #1 martial arts club, which is indeed rare news for a small village. Mu Yang nodded triumphantly and said with a smile, I went to see Mexia this time when I went out. That guy is missing home now. Speaking of Mejia, I have been out for more than 3 years. When will I come back? I miss her. www.readaloud.com. Thinking of Mejia's little sister, there is a trace of nostalgia on Marlene's face. I don't know, it may take several years to wait for her to finish her studies. The two people talked like siblings without a word. It wasn't until the restaurant had more and more customers that Marlene got up and went to the back kitchen to help. When left, Marlene suddenly said for no reason, by the way, when little Mejia returns in the future, do you plan to marry her? Sister, depending on how big and small you are together, you are pretty good. Speaking of this, she leaned over and whispered, I heard that the sisters in several nearby villages are asking about you. If you don't marry Mexia, tell your sister and help you find one." Yang was taken aback after hearing this, and replied, "I won't bother my eldest sister with this matter, you should first find an heir to your restaurant." "Hee, I'm shy, don't tell me, my sister has long been looking for good people here." "Have you really found a good house?" "That is," Marlene said proudly. "That's really congratulations, when will you have a wedding candy?" Mu Yang blessed. "It's coming soon, you must show your face then." "Definitely." Mu Yang nodded. After Malin left, he continued to sit alone by the window eating meat and wine, but for some reason, what Malin said just now seemed to have taken root, and a trace of it felt in his heart. Ripple. What about the future marriage? Speaking of it, he has been in this world for almost 5 years, and the years to come will be even longer, so he should think about it. Well, he can be regarded as a small accomplished person now. There is no need to worry about this. Mejia is a very good candidate. He has a good foundation when he is a child. Last time I saw her, I felt that she had become more beautiful. Chapter 61, Half a Year in the Gym. For the future partner, Mu Yang actually doesn't have much thoughts. 2 people must meet their eyes first, and secondly, they must feel comfortable with each other, not entangled or restrained, and no one is a burden on others. They both feel that I'm okay with you, which is actually enough. Vigorous love hardly has a shelf life. At the end, the heat cools down, that is, plain firewood, rice, oil and salt. If this plainness is still familiar, it seems that her scent is the scent of yourself, then it is actually the right person. Love and family affection are separated by a line, and family affection can last longer. At this time, that flexible figure emerged in his mind. Mejia. Yang smiled slightly, frowned immediately, he was a little young. After a short break in the restaurant, I watched the pedestrians on the road carrying various farm tools and ox carts through the windows. Some of them were local farmers and some were passing vendors. Put down the wine glass in his hand, Mu Yang stood up and walked to the counter to check out. For him, who is now carrying a huge amount of money, there is no problem with money. It should be said that as long as you are a martial artist, there are countless ways to get money. You can find a treasure house, destroy some robbers, open a museum, or become a mercenary, and maintain the justice of the world. The source of income is basically not trapped by money. So I don't know why Monkey King, Clin, and others always live so poorly. Continued to stroll on the street alone for a while, Mu Yang entered an iron shop. The original set of training load was built here. "Ah, Mu Yang, come in and take a look, I don't know what I need." The ironware boss greeted warmly. "Boss, you are busy yourself, I will take a look." Mu Yang smiled and nodded to him, and then strolled around the store. This ironware shop is filled with agricultural tools, and there are kitchen knives, iron pots and other kitchen utensils. There are a few horizontal knives hanging in the corners, and there are also several sets of weights for cultivation. Mu Yang looked at it. The boss glanced at him, and he didn't expect that he could learn and use, and he actually sold the props he had asked him to build. It is estimated that the Iron Boss also made a small profit by taking advantage of the martial arts style that he won the world's #1 Budokai champion. After wandering around in the store, Mu Yang shook his head. The weights made of these ordinary metal materials are no longer useful for him now. "Boss, do you have any smaller and heavier metal here?" The boss shook his head embarrassedly. "Brother, we don't have the kind of metal you mentioned in this small place. You have to find it in the big city." Mu Yang nodded, and made a polite deal with the boss, and then walked out of the store to the location of the Budokan. Back to the gym, the students had already used up their lunch and were resting in the backyard. Martial arts practitioners need to make reasonable arrangements for practice matters, and blindly training is not enough, so the gym will arrange a 2-hour break after lunch. Brother, brother. April's delicate and sweet voice came. Mu Yang turned around and saw April sitting under a tree in the corner of the gymnasium and waving to him, while the little blue dragon was lying beside her and napping. April, what are you looking at? Mu Yang watched as she was holding a book in her hand. April opened the book in his hand. Brother, I'm reading the math. Mu Yang smiled and said, these things can be learned in class. You have worked hard all morning, and you should have a good rest like those seniors and sisters. I can't sleep. April curled her lips. Mu Yang smiled and rubbed April's head with his hands. The child's energy is always vigorous, and I don't know if it is tirelessness or something. It is noisy all day long. In comparison, April is already a lot quieter, and he knows to study at a young age. By the way, how does it feel to practice martial arts? April with a bitter face, so tired. Mu Yang smiled and said, it's right to be tired, practice hard, this can enhance your physical fitness. Yet. April groaned softly, and then focused on the books in her hand, and found a comfortable position with her back against the little blue dragon. Mu Yang smiled upon seeing this, and immediately stood up and walked towards the other junior brothers. After Mu Yang's instruction in the morning, the learners in the gym seemed to find a certain sense, but unfortunately they didn't have a deep contact and were stuck in a layer of mist. So when Mu Yang came towards them, they eagerly surrounded them. Come here, hoping to get the answer you want from Mu Yang. Mu Yang certainly knows everything and patiently explains. After answering the doubts of the juniors, Mu Yang returned to the room and started his own practice. With a swoosh, Mu Yang entered the acceleration space. After he broke the first limit of his body, the time flow rate in the acceleration space has become 4:1, and the opening time has been strengthened as his strength grows. Now he can maintain the acceleration space for 5 hours, which is equivalent to 20 hours. In a white space, a 1 kilometer radius was filled with thin energy. Mu Yang was breathing the vitality gas, and immediately felt that his body was moisturized, and his whole body was extremely refreshed. In the vast and boundless space, Mu Yang began his own practice. The body moved quickly, the figure flickered, and another self appeared not far away, which was the afterimage left by the shadow fist. Tianxin Qigong. Dancing from the sky. Remnant shadow fist. All kinds of tricks were put on display, the azure blue brilliance shuttled through the space, and the space became rich and colorful in a moment. In addition to these few tricks, Mu Yang did not actually involve much in the application of Qigong. Although there are some profound things in the inheritance of Tianxinliu, they are all theoretical. Even Isov himself hadn't figured it out before, so he didn't pass it on to Mu Yang. Now Mu Yang's strength has already surpassed Isov. A few days ago, Isov had handed over all the inheritance to him. This was to cultivate Mu Yang as the next generation leader. The ancient inheritance of Tianxin flow may come from the temple according to Isov, so for the above tricks, Mu Yang is ready to study it. www.readaloud.com. Time is passing by, and years are passing by. In a blink of an eye, half a year passed. During this period of time, in addition to pointing out his younger brother and younger sister and April in the martial arts hall, Mu Yang was studying the mystery of the Tianxin inheritance in the acceleration space. Of course, during this period, Mu Yang also took time to attend the wedding of the restaurant owner's daughter Ma Lin. Her marriage partner was a hunter in the village. She had practiced in the Budokan, so she was also good at her skill. After, he went to the southern area to see Mejia. After all, is a certain future wife, so she has to guard her against others. It is necessary to declare sovereignty in the past. Of course, it is worth mentioning that this time he has also received the support of Mr. and Mrs. Isov. In their minds, they may also believe that it is most appropriate for his daughter to marry Mu Yang. Although their daughter is only 14 or 5 years old. After dealing with these trivial matters, Mu Yang settled down wholeheartedly to practice. The inheritance of Tianxin is worthy of the essence from the temple. In just half a year, even with the blessings inside the acceleration space, Mu Yang only understood a little. This is so, and he has benefited a lot. Now if Mu Yang uses his full strength, his combat effectiveness has reached 150 points. Has already exceeded Gaixianren by a lot. Is roughly equivalent to the Monkey King who killed Tao Bibai. These 6 months can be regarded as the golden period of Tianxinliu. Not only has Mu Yang's own strength improved by leaps and bounds, but several of his juniors and sisters have also made great progress, and their combat effectiveness has reached 40 to 50. Although he can't compare with Mu Yang, he is actually very powerful and has reached the level of those rookies in the martial arts. In addition, those students residing in the martial arts hall are also benefiting. Under Mu Yang's guidance, their strength is also increasing. Chapter 62, Visit Duolin Temple. One day after half a year, Mu Yang decided to go out for practice again after this period of meditation. After all, it's not like Monkey King, who has a special bloodline that can be awkward. Only if Mu Yang travels more and absorbs his parents' knowledge of martial arts, can he keep alive. So after explaining to Yiya and others, Mu Yang packed his bags and prepared to set off. Brother Mu Yang, I wish you a smooth journey. At the gate of the Budokan, Aso and others saw Mu Yang off. Big brother, when you come back next time, I will definitely let you take a look. Junior brother Aya said seriously. Nisai and April were also very upset, and kept waving their hands to say goodbye to Mu Yang. Brother, remember to check back often. Mu Yang almost fell over. This is a bit weird, as if he was married far away. However, the time of martial arts practicing outside is uncertain, maybe it will take 3 to 5 years in a flash. It's really the same as a daughter who married a foreign country occasionally returning to her natal home. Don't worry, you yourself practice hard. Waved at everyone, Mu Yang smiled faintly, and then jumped into the air, soaring directly into the sky with a dance technique, and quickly disappeared into the vast clouds. The blue sky, Mu Yang passed through thin layers of cloud and fog, and kept moving forward facing the moist water vapor. The water vapor stuck to the tips of the hair and quickly condensed into liquid droplets. There are still many ancient cultivating schools on the earth, and their strength may not be as strong as Mu Yang, but it is good to have an exchange. Mu Yang chose Duolin Temple for the first stop. After leaving the Daking Mountain, he turned around and galloped towards Duolin Temple. Duolin Temple, located in the southern hemisphere, is as old as the Maple Leaf Stream in the southern hemisphere. Legend has it that Duolin Temple was rebuilt on the basis of the burning down of Shaolin Temple in ancient times. Mu Yang didn't know how true it was, nor was he interested in knowing it. But there is no doubt that Duolin Temple is a rare and powerful genre on Earth, and Master Ziyulin is a martial arts giant. As the place where Dragon Ball warrior Klin once stayed, Duolin Temple's popularity came from this point, but in the eyes of Dragon Ball fans, the impression of Duolin Temple is generally not good. This, of course, stems from the dislike of Harlequins. The several brothers of Klin who appeared in the original book looked more like embroidered pillows. A certain degree of ugly. After attending the martial arts meeting held on Maple Leaf Island, Mu Yang knew that Duolin Temple was not simple, and there were many masters in it. The cold wind howls, the season changes. A figure quickly crossed the sky, and the horizon in the distance took on a curved shape. Mu Yang had already arrived at the residence of Duolin Temple not far away, and the quiet mountain forest was already in front of him. Duolin Temple is located on a steep high mountain, in a remote location, and there are often beasts. The surrounding area is sparsely populated, with numerous dangerous peaks and very inconvenient transportation. The mountain road leading to Duolin Temple is paved with stone strips. This mountain road is dug along the cracked stone fault, winding and winding with no end in sight. On the top of the mountain, a simple and towering temple stands there. Tianxinliu. Mu Yang, come to visit. The loud voice spread through the entire mountain, and the echoes kept reverberating. Mu Yang waited outside for a while before the closed door opened. A monk wearing a yellow robe walked out. It was Wu Ting, who had fought with Mu Yang in the martial arts club. Ha ha ha, Mu Yang, why are you here? Please come in. Wu Ting's burly body moved to Mu Yang and greeted him warmly. Mu Yang smiled calmly. As a leader in ancient heritage, Duolin Temple has always been hidden. In addition to visiting Master Ziyulan, I also want to gain a little bit of practice. Wu Ting was surprised, and he greeted Mu Yang to enter the temple, and found a monk to give a few words. After a year's absence, Wu Ting realized that the strength gap between himself and Mu Yang had not been shortened, but had grown bigger. He said to Mu Yang, Master is discussing the martial arts insights with several elders. You may have to wait after a while, I will take you around the temple while taking advantage of this time. Sorry to bother you. Mu Yang nodded lightly, and of course there was no objection, so under the leadership of Wu Ting, he strolled around in Duolin Temple. Although Duolin Temple is located in a corner of the lofty mountains, the space inside the temple is not small. In addition to the temple for disciples to visit, there is also a large open space in the temple. This is a place where monks practice martial arts. When Wu Ting takes Mu Yang away in the past, I saw many monks lined up to hone their moves under the command of the monks. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Your scale here is quite big. Mu Yang pointed to the monk in the distance. The monks are arranged neatly and uniformly, all of them are energetic and full of vigor, and there are hundreds of people, and the number of monks is much more than Tianxinliu. Wu Ting smiled and said, These are disciples who are just getting started, please go here. Wu Ting, acting as a tour guide, led Mu Yang to visit everywhere. How did you cultivate, Mu Yang? Why do I feel less and less able to see through you? The gap between the two was not too big before, why a year no, he couldn't see the depth of the other party at all. If you go outside to practice, you can also have my skills. Mu Yang said while watching, this is the result of my practice in Kailan Holy Land. Kailan Holy Land. Wu Ting was surprised and remembered the name in his heart. Soon, Mu Yang walked around in the Duolin Temple, and Master Ziyulan also walked out of the inner hall. When he saw Mu Yang, a faint and compelling aura suddenly came towards him. Master Ziyulan felt at this momentum, a light flashed in his eyes, and an incredible look appeared on his calm face. How does this young man practice? Compared with the time of the Budokai, the young man in front of him is totally different from each other regardless of his aura or his demeanor. He has the demeanor of a master. Master Ziyulan didn't dare to neglect, and hurried forward. Master Ziyulan. Mu Yang said lightly. The last time I saw the opponent was a senior, but now his identity has been reversed. With the combat power of Master Ziyulan 105, it can only be considered good for Mu Yang today. Master Ziyulan was not at all angry at Mu Yang's indifferent tone, smiled on his face, and quickly said, Please come in, little brother. Chapter 63, Young Man in a Boat. The strong always need to be respected. This is an immutable truth. Even if Mu Yang looks very young, his martial arts are ahead of everyone. No matter how aloof, it is the dignity of the strong. Not only will no one criticize it, but it will take it for granted. Mu Yang stayed at Duolin Temple for only one day, and then left on the second day surrounded by Master Wu Ting and Master Ziyulan. In just one day, Mu Yang fully communicated with Master Ziyulan, and was shocked by the shocking power of the world. After all, there was no one who could stand against him in the entire Duolin Temple. Is so young, but far superior to everyone. A new myth seems to be slowly being shaped. And Duolin Temple is just one stop on his journey. Looking at Mu Yang's back figure disappearing between the mountains and forests, Wu Ting was deeply moved. The two people who were able to fight each other not long ago can only rely on looking up. Teacher, my disciple also thinks it's time to go out and practice. Wu Ting's expression was very firm, as if he had made some determination. Master Xiulin said, Where did you think you want to go? Wu Ting was silent for a while, remembering what Mu Yang had said to him before. Yes, my disciple is going to visit Kailan Holy Land. Master Ziyulan heard the words and nodded. Well, the Holy Land of Kailan is the birthplace of martial arts. There is a Kailan pagoda there. You can try to challenge it. I did not climb the Kailan pagoda as a teacher. I hope you can succeed. Master Ziyulan also tried to challenge Kailan Ta when he was young, but he fell down because of lack of physical strength when he climbed halfway to his strength at the time. Later, he tried several times but failed, so he gave up and returned. Dualan Temple presides over the affairs of the temple, so there is no challenge. Now he places his hopes on Wu Ting. Yes, the disciple took it down. Wu Ting folded his hands together and saluted silently. Yet, looking at Wu Ting's resolute expression, Master Ziyulan remembered when he was young and smiled. Looking at the misty mountains in the distance, I was a little lost. On the other side, after Mu Yang left Dualan Temple, he continued to visit various genres according to his plan. It was not an easy task to integrate the strengths of hundreds of families. Mu Yang was prepared for a long-term struggle. Next, he visited the cross-fist genre, which is very similar to Tianxinliu, and there are many gyms in the local area. Mu Yang came to the door directly. This time he did not report to the house, but directly used violent means to go head-to-head, forcing the other party to do their best. This method is easy to offend people, but the gain is obviously even greater. Mu Yang doesn't care about offending people, so next he will simply and rudely hit the door to teach each other. So, at some point, a rumor began to circulate in the martial arts world. It is said that a certain fanatic is constantly challenging the major genres. The several sects that have been rumored are unfortunately defeated by him and the identity of this person. Keep it secret. At first everyone thought that the fanatic was overpowered and tried to become famous in a battle, but gradually as more and more masters were defeated, even some legendary masters were defeated by the opponent. They realized only then that this might be a legend. Mu Yang's constant challenges have caused turmoil in various genres, and he hastily closed the gate, worrying that he will become the next target. At the same time, many people have also recollected that something is wrong. If this person is really for fame, why hide his identity? It seems that the rumors are unreliable after all, but regardless of the truth, it is better not to take this muddy water. One day, on a beach, the white waves hit the shore, breaking into fine water splashes. Mu Yang's eyes were slightly condensed, and his whole body was vigorously fused together, and gathered on the palm. With the sound of, a ball of light appeared on the palm. The bright and flawless color looked as transparent and bright as a night pearl. But this small energy ball gathered most of the energy in Mu Yang's body. After practicing for so long, I finally completed this energy ball. Looking at the buzzing energy ball that kept ringing harshly, Mu Yang's mouth was smiling. Suddenly, his arm shook and he pushed forward with one hand. Heaven slash! A burst of strength slammed from the waist, and the bright energy ball suddenly shook and turned into the shape of a crescent. It quickly accelerated to the extreme and flew straight out along the sea with a swish. Shattered, the sea suddenly boiled, splitting into two halves along the trajectory of Tianxinjian. The fragmented waves seemed to have been boiled by high temperature, directly vaporizing under extremely high energy, accompanied by a fiery ball of fire rising into the sky, the dazzling white light wrapped in a manic storm, spreading in all directions. Mu Yang stood in a position where the storm swept, letting the hurricane hit him. This energy attack may be insignificant in the universe, and it is only equivalent to a random blow from an ordinary army-type cosmic man. But at this stage of the Earth, its power should not be weaker than Wu Taidu's Qigong gun, or the world is shaking. Watching with satisfaction that the spray on the sea gradually subsided, Mu Yang took a short rest and was ready to leave. Just at this time, a small boat floated on the sea, and there was a figure on the boat, shouting at Mu Yang, "Hey www.readaloud.com, it was the Qigong wave you released just now. What kind of trick is that? Can you let me go? Take a look." Hearing this, Mu Yang stopped as he was about to leave, and glanced at the small boat. That was an ordinary-looking young man, about 20 years old. His age looked similar to Mu Yang. He was carrying a cloth bag behind him, and he was dressed for a long journey. But at this sight, Mu Yang let out a soft voice, and felt a little different in that person. Interesting, this person doesn't seem to be weak. Mu Yang's face showed a hint of surprise. The boat gradually approached, and the people on the boat jumped to Mu Yang, and then, regardless of whether Mu Yang agreed or not, they directly attacked. Attack without asking indiscriminately. Mu Yang's face flashed a cold light, and he gave a sneer. His palm slid out, grabbed the opponent's fist, and then slammed the opponent out with his luggage. Immediately flickered, and rushed to the head of the man before he landed. The body floated down, his arms bent, and an iron fist burst out suddenly. Wow! The man yelled in embarrassment, but a roar stopped his body in mid-air. Turtle Qigong! The young man gave a strange cry, and his palms were gathered together. And a beam of Qigong wave shining with deep blue light bombarded Mu Yang. Mu Yang's eyes flashed a little surprise, and the Kung Fu on his hands did not stop. Facing the bombarding Qigong wave, he immediately mobilized his energy and stretched his fingers forward, and the light of the light shone. Tianxin Qigong. The two energies met in mid-air, and rumbling into a terrifying aura. With the turbulence of the atmosphere, the aftermath of Qigong became a strong whirlwind and spread out. Chapter 64, Young Monkey King. At this time, Mu Yang has roughly guessed his identity from the opponent's attacking tactics, and combined with the current background, the answer is more accurate. Needless to say, the person in front of him must be the proud disciple of the turtle immortal Sun Gohan. But the opponent attacked him without asking him indiscriminately, and he still felt very upset. It was a good sounding call to be straightforward, and a bad speaking one was a lack of brains and a bit of guilty. I really thought that as soon as I met, I would attack and call for discussion? Then the other party must be willing. So Mu Yang is going to teach him a lesson. After a Qigong wave disappeared, Mu Yang continuously stepped on the empty foot, and his body quickly approached Sun Wufan. Once Mu Yang got serious, Sun Wufan couldn't help teaching him. He could no longer maintain his balance because of his frivolity because of the release of the tortoise school Qigong. As Mu Yang's attack became swaying, he was suddenly embarrassed. Unbearable! Bang! Bang! The waves on the sea surface were split one after another, and Monkey King's face was shocked, and his face turned pale. Mu Yang fought back and forth with Monkey King expressionlessly, flew into the air for a while, then entered the bottom of the sea again, and the entire surface of the sea was turned upside down. After a while, Monkey King collapsed on the sand like a dead fish, panting. His face was blue and purple, and his clothes had been broken into cloth strips. On the other hand, Mu Yang was going to be much better. Although his face was a little pale, his appearance was much better. Hey, I just say hello to you, don't you need to be so cruel? Sun Gohan was crying, and felt that he was too unlucky. Mu Yang said with a cold face, did you say hello like that, just attack without asking why? Sun Wufan laughed twice, isn't my hands itchy? I just saw you release the Qigong wave, but I didn't hold it back for a while. I said that your Kung Fu is really good. Apart from my master, you are the first one to follow. I've been playing for so long, and it actually beat me. Humph! Mu Yang snorted coldly, took out the energy detector and tested it against Monkey King. The data obtained was 143. Good guys, they are all better than the Turtle Immortals decades later. But it is a little bit worse than myself. Monkey King is definitely a genius character. The Monkey King, who easily defeated Tao Bibai in the original book, also lost the battle when facing Monkey King. Although Monkey King was in an aging state at that time, his fighting power definitely exceeded 150. At this time, Monkey King was still very young, and he was not far from the golden stage. Seeing that Yang didn't pay attention to himself, Sun Wufan smiled awkwardly. Ha ha ha, my name is Sun Wufan, a disciple of Guixian Liu. Yang comes from Tianxin Liu. Yang said lightly. Ah, you are Mu Yang, the champion of the number 1 Budokai in the world last time. Monkey King was surprised, and then nodded. Well, your strength is so strong, it is natural to become a champion. It is a pity. The teacher thinks I don't have to participate in the last competition, otherwise I can meet you sooner. Fortunately, you did not participate last year, otherwise I am not your opponent at all, Mu Yang secretly said. His strength only improved by leaps and bounds after climbing the Kylin Tower. A year ago, his fighting strength was only 80 points. Where is the opponent of Monkey King? Is not beautiful if it is counter-battered. Hey, your Qigong just now is so powerful, it's called Tianxin Qigong, can you let me see it again? Sun Wufan seemed to have a lot of words, and he kept wandering in Mu Yang's ear. Mu Yang gave him a white look. Do you still want to be beaten? Monkey King smiled and closed his mouth quickly. By the way, you are a disciple of Immortal Turtle, don't follow the teacher to practice, what are you going to do this time? Mu Yang asked. Sun Wufan replied, oh, the teacher thought I was ready to go to the teacher, so he sent me out to practice, but soon after I went to see, I saw the Qigong wave you just released, so I rode over. Oh. Mu Yang nodded, and after a long time it turned out that he had attracted the Monkey King. He said that he had just been out of the teacher, which meant that he had not planned to settle down in Baizai Mountain. Where are you going? Sun Wufan touched his head and said honestly, I haven't figured it out yet. Suddenly he thought of something and suggested with interest, but I suddenly thought of a good place. Are you interested in visiting with me? Look. Where? Mu Yang asked. Grandma's ring for divination. Sun Gohan said loudly, I heard the teacher say before that he has an older sister who lives in the desert. The divination mother knows many things in the world, and she has 5 very good ones. Masters www.readaloud.com I think we can challenge it. Mu Yang heard this, and his heart moved. Legend has it that the divination mother knows everything on earth and has the ability to communicate with the yellow springs of the underworld, so many people will make a special trip to her to ask her for divination. Therefore, Mu Yang was a little moved by Sun Wufan's proposal. It's just that the masters of divination mother-in-law seem very ordinary. Are you sure the masters there will be great? Sun Gohan was a little confused when he heard the words. I heard that there are many characters from other races, even people from the underworld, so it should be very powerful. Well, it's okay to take a look in the past. Originally, Mu Yang didn't plan to go, but after thinking about it, other places on the earth, except for the temple, seem to have no place to increase his strength. Go to see the palace, you may be able to gain something. So the two hit it off and decided to go to the divination mother-in-law. Divining mother-in-law's residence is located on a dry river. It used to be an oasis, but as the climate changes, the surrounding area has become a desert. When Yang and Monkey King approached the desert, fiery waves swept across, and the temperature soared to more than 40 degrees. It's here. According to the map, the two moved forward quickly. Before long, an oasis appeared in front of them with a clear lake in the middle. The palace of the divination mother was in the middle of the lake, with several coconut trees planted around it. As soon as he stepped into the territory of the divination mother, the hot air wave outside disappeared like magic, and a suitable breeze was blowing in, and it felt like it was in spring. Yang couldn't help being speechless. Judging from the changes in the surrounding environment, this divination mother did indeed have a hand. Chapter 65, Divining Mother-in-Law. Hey! Formally set foot on the divination mother-in-law's territory, Mu Yang and Monkey King clearly felt that the air was filled with a mysterious power. This power was never seen before, unlike the one on the earth. Involuntarily, Mu Yang began to look squarely at the divination mother-in-law. It didn't seem like she was able to live for so many years after taking the elixir of life by chance. Everyone is in line, don't be crowded, you will be disqualified if you don't follow the rules. A ghost-like thing floats in the air, wearing a pointed hat, directing a group of people at the entrance. Look, it looks like a ghost. Monkey King whispered. Mu Yang took a closer look. What is like, it is a ghost at all. The divination mother has the ability to travel between the underworld and the sun, and letting the ghost work for her is really extraordinary. While talking, Mu Yang and Monkey King walked to the back of the crowd and lined up behind them. Most of the people who came to the palace of the divination mother were well-known wealthy people everywhere. They wanted the divination mother to do divination for them either for treasures or for valuables, but no matter how powerful they were in the local area, they were doing divination. The mother-in-law must line up honestly here. Look at those two people, hey, they came here empty-handed. I really don't know how to do it. A rich man carrying a suitcase laughed, and the same humane lined up beside him. Yes, I dare to come without money. I will be bombarded by the divination in a while. Other people who feel good about themselves smiled disdainfully, straightened their waists, and acted like successful people. Because the divination mother-in-law charges a lot of commission for every divination, this is not the place for the poor to come. At the moment, those people in line are almost all dressed in neat suits and bright leather shoes, and many even bring more than one bodyguard. Cut, you have to say a few words, maybe people plan to pass the challenge to let the divining mother waive their fees. A thin, rich man leaned on a cane, his eyes sneered. Ha ha ha, they want to pass the challenge because of their small arms and legs? I don't think anyone in this world can pass the challenge of the divination. The reason why the mother-in-law set up the challenge is just to give the poor people some illusions. Oh, when I came last time, I saw a strong man over 2 meters tall who wanted to challenge the warrior of the divination mother-in-law. Guess what? What's the matter? I was knocked down in the first round. Ha 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 ha. A group of rich people have the same smell, chatting with each other, laughing and laughing, as if making fun of the poor can make them superior. These bastards! There was anger on Sun Wufan's face, and he waved his fist and planned to go up and beat them up. Mu Yang looked on with cold eyes and shook his head gently. Don't be impulsive, why bother with this bunch of rubbish, anyway, some people also have money to spend their lives. Sun Wufan. Boy, what are you talking about? A rich man with a big belly became angry, and the bodyguards beside him immediately surrounded him. Humph! Mu Yang swept away his eyes, his cold snort sounded like a thunder in his ears, and the rich man's face suddenly turned pale. You, what are you doing in a daze, why don't you go up and teach them? The rich man yelled angrily, but when he recovered, he suddenly heard a puffy voice, and his bodyguards were all collapsed on the ground. Ah, what are you going to do? Don't come here, this is the place for divination. The rich man was shocked when he saw Mu Yang approaching and fell to the ground. Mu Yang came to him and glanced at him contemptuously. Didn't you hear what I said just now? Some people have money and get lifeless flowers, it seems to be talking about you. You, want to kill me? The rich man reacted with a look of horror. You jumped out by yourself. The rich man opened his mouth, speechless. How? No. The rich man glanced at the fallen bodyguard and other rich men who were not in a hurry for fear of getting into trouble. He wanted to cry for a while. Your suitcase is good. Mu Yang suddenly looked away and pointed to the suitcase on the ground. Sir, since you like this box, I can give it to you. Is this bad? Mu Yang glanced at him embarrassedly. Money is something outside of the body, and it is my honor to see it. The rich man's face was stern, but he couldn't hide the guilty sweat on his forehead. If this is the case, then I can barely make it difficult. He said that he lifted the suitcase on the ground, went back to the Monkey King, and said to Monkey King, look, someone said that we were empty hands. No, we stretched our bones a little bit, and we have everything. Yet. Oh, it's quite heavy. He shook the box in his hand. Sweat beads appeared on Sun Gohan's forehead. Just now you told me not to be impulsive. Why did you rush out first? Stupid, I told you not to be impulsive, because I was afraid that you banged forward and beaten up, but didn't get anything back. Think about it, isn't that really a loss? Think more about everything, the impulse is it won't solve the problem. Sun Wufan suddenly realized, he slapped his head, so that's it, I have been taught. Straight boy. Oh, you guys, can you stop arguing at my door? An old Sai came and saw an old woman in a black witch costume sitting on a crystal ball floating over, her face somewhat crumpled, it droops and looks like a ghost from a distance. Mother-in-law, help me, these two rude men are provoking your rules, and they have snatched away the gifts I originally intended to honor you in your territory. Seeing the divination mother-in-law appeared, the rich man seemed to have found a savior, and he immediately moved over. The divination mother ignored his cry and waved to call a group of guards. Come on, drag him down, I don't welcome this guy here, and the few next to him, throw them out. Grandma divination, I did not violate the rules, please let me go. The face of the few rich men who opened their mouths and mocked them turned pale, and they asked for mercy, but the guards would not listen to them, so they picked them up and threw them out of the desert. The hot sand instantly burned the rich men's noses and tears. A lot of them had no choice but to escape in embarrassment. Muiyang stared at the old woman at this time. To be precise, there is also the big crystal ball under her body. There is also one such crystal ball on the Kylan Tower. She is the elder sister of Immortal Turtle, Granny Divination. A big figure in the universe called Master Xionyo came to mind. He also knows everything in the world. Master Xionyo knows everything in the universe. And Granny Divination is to know everything on Earth. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. You two boys, you are really unruly, you are the apprentice of the guy Immortal Turtle. The divining mother looked at Muiyang and Sun Wufan, and immediately knew a lot of things. Forget it, you two come with me. Seems to have seen the intention of the two, the divination mother did not ask much, turned around and walked towards the palace. Muiyang and Monkey King looked at each other and followed them. Hey! Fortunately, we didn't say much before. Otherwise, like the few people who were disqualified from divination just now, it would be a big loss. After a few people disappeared, the other rich men in line shook their heads in fear. Fortunately, I am not as multilingual as those before. People who come here are either seeking wealth or looking for development opportunities. No one wants to lose opportunities. Yes, if I am disqualified, I won't find an underground gold mine. Nelius has suffered a big loss. The mine in his hand has not been contemptible. It must belong to me. P.S. The new book helps each other, cheekily recommending 2 new books from my friends. The first American Man begins with Superman, the old author's vest, the quality is guaranteed, I am also looking at it, it's the food, you can read it if you like this, take a look. Introduction, Leia traveled to the US Emperor and accidentally acquired the friendship system. Since then, Leia has acquired various skills from friends. I am not targeting anyone, everyone here is, all my brother. This one was pushed once before. P.S. Another, the daughter of the future comes to the door, why did all my daughters in parallel time and space run over? Still forcing me to marry her mother? According to the author, this is actually a father's love as a mountain school youth romance essay. The author is the one who wrote The Daily Life of Women's Clothing. By reporting my name, he can make him dress. Chapter 66, Grand Master Wu Taito. Just as people outside were talking about it, the divination mother brought Muiyang and Monkey King to a ring in the middle of the lake. Boy, you two are going to challenge my soldiers, hey, there are no more people on the earth level that are better than you, but I have one here. Granny Divination smiled, her hoarse voice was a little crippled. As long as you can defeat the 2 fighters here, I will do a fortune-telling for each of you for free. Mu Yang was taken aback, and asked, don't you want to defeat 5 people? The Divination Mother looked at him angrily, there are only 2. I don't have so many masters here. This is what I finally found. For you, the average master will not make sense to come 2 or 3 more. This is true, Mu Yang nodded. Assume in advance, even if you succeed in the challenge, I will only give you the divination once. Don't even think about letting me keep you divination by this challenge. The Divination Mother-in-law set up the challenge rules, originally just to add a little fun, never thought of divination for others for free. It's really a guy who regards money as his life. After listening to her mother-in-law, Mu Yang has a clearer understanding of her greedy character. She and Gaixianren are really weird, one is greedy for money, and the other is horny. In addition, Crane's brothers are also sinister and vicious. None of these 4 people who lived a long life was normal. Mother-in-law, the man has come. At this moment, the ghost man next to her walked to the mother-in-law. The Divination Mother nodded and said, my guest here has already arrived. Don't be shocked later. After speaking, the Divination Mother glanced at the entrance to the palace, and 2 figures came from there. Came out of the channel. Those were 2 grey-haired men, both wearing white martial arts uniforms. One of them was not very tall and had a grey beard. What was particularly noticeable was that on his chest, there was a red Wu printed on his chest. Words, the other looks old-fashioned, but his body is filled with wonderful ripples, which makes it difficult to see his appearance. This is the master of divination, why are 2 old people? Sun Gohan saw the 2 of them clearly, and was really worried that he would accidentally beat each other to death. Don't be careless, maybe we will all lose today. Mu Yang looked solemn since the 2 came out. Monkey King heard this and was very surprised. What, do you mean we can't beat them? Mu Yang nodded and said, you see, they all have a light circle on their heads, that is the sign of the people of the underworld. Monkey King took a deep breath, you mean the 2 old gentlemen are dead? Yes. Mu Yang's gaze scanned the 2 of them. Among them, the person with the word Wu printed in red had already guessed the identity. If it is not bad, it should be more than 250 years ago that Baekdu was sealed by himself. Demon King's Wu Taidu. As for the other person who was more mysterious, Mu Yang could not guess for a while. Hiss, the young Piccolo had almost 260 combat power. Wu Taidu was not Piccolo's opponent, so he was sealed by the penance demon Fengbo. But anyway, the fighting power of Wu Taidu at the time was less than 200. It was a great contribution to saving the earth. After Wu Taidu entered the underworld, he retained his body, and he could continue to practice in the underworld. But Mu Yang has been unable to estimate how much Wu Taidu's strength has grown for more than 250 years in the underworld of the strong like a cloud. The next battle will be very exciting and interesting. Thinking of this, Mu Yang's blood is faintly boiling. Haha, it seems that someone has recognized our identity, Wu Taidu. The old man standing beside Wu Taidu said gently. Taidu Wu smiled and looked at the 2 young people not far away. That young man is called Mu Yang, he has really good eyesight. At this time, the divination mother-in-law was sitting in front of the 2 of them with a crystal ball. Teacher Wu Taidu, Master Noah, are the 2 people in front of her. I'm tired, Wu Taidu said softly. Divining mother-in-law quickly said politely, no trouble, no trouble. The old man in front of him is the mentor of his younger brother Gaixianren, and is also his own teacher. In addition, the divination mother was closely related to Wu Taidu's daughter Wu Fangfang. No matter what, Wu Taidu is her elder. Boy, you are a disciple of Guizian Liu, and your opponent is this Wu Taidu teacher. Do well and don't let people down. The divination mother floated back to the center of the ring and spoke to Monkey King. Wu Taidu. Sun Gohan read it suspiciously. He felt that the name was familiar. He suddenly remembered the identity of the other party and pointed at the other party with trembling fingers. "You are the master of Wu-Taidu, the one who sealed the great demon King Piccolo." "Yes, you are Wu Tian's disciple, very good. Your character is not as free as Wu Tian, but your strength has completely surpassed him. Even me, when you were so young, I couldn't match you." Takeshi chuckles. Overall he is very satisfied with Monkey King. Sun Gohan is still a young man after all. Hearing Wu Taidu's praise, his whole body stiffened, and he stammered, "Ziu, Zhu Shi, you passed the prize." Wu Taidu waved his hand, "Okay, don't you want to challenge the fighters here? www.readaloud.com. Now I am your opponent, give my full strength, don't worry about hurting me, I can handle your little strength." "Yes, yes." Monkey King nodded repeatedly, saying yes. The opponent is Wu Taidu Patriarch, winning or losing has become unimportant, and I must learn a lot in this battle. Mother-in-law, the martial arts master is a figure more than 200 years ago. It would not be so coincidental that he is here today. Did you know that we would come? When Monkey King was preparing to fight Wu Taidu, Mu Yang walked to the divination mother-in-law. It takes only 1 day for the soul of the underworld to return to the Yangjian. Mu Yang feels that no matter how lucky he is, he will not just hit the day when Wu Taidu returns to the earth. The only explanation is that these are prearranged by the Divining Mother, just like in the original book. Sun Wukong met Sun Wufan at the divination mother-in-law. The divination mother-in-law chuckled, her droopy skin squeezed together to make her even more frail. "There are very few things on this planet that old women don't know. Isn't it what you want to fight against the strong? Is this really arranged by you?" Mu Yang's eyes widened. "Why, don't you believe in mother-in-law's ability? I also know that you killed Tao Bibai with your own hands half a year ago. Don't worry, I won't say anything. I can't understand the two brothers of Crane Immortal." The mother-in-law divined her mouth. Mu Yang nodded, "As long as this matter is not exposed, the Crane Immortal guy will not be invited." At this moment, a flash of light flashed in his mind, and he glanced at the old man next to him. Since the Wu Taidu master is the elder of Monkey King, then the one next to him is not the elder of Tian Xin Lu, right? It happened that the old man also cast his gaze at him, so that Mu Yang quickly smiled. Chapter 67, Sun Gohan vs Wu Taidu. With this doubt in his heart, Mu Yang looked at the old man next to him, and he felt completely different. He didn't care about it before, but now looking at it, he seemed to see some familiar places in the old man. Isn't he really an elder who has a lot of hearts? Mu Yang thought. Although he knew that this was by no means a bad thing, but after thinking about it carefully, facing the old ancestor of the martial art inexplicably, and the one that was already dead, his brain was a little numb. "Forget it, don't want this." His gaze turned to the martial arts stage. At this time, Sun Wufan was already standing side by side with Wu Taidu, and both of them entered a fighting state. At this moment, the atmosphere on the martial arts stage was suppressed to the extreme. In a trance, there seemed to be an invisible cyclone surrounding the two of them, making their posture a little ethereal. Zizi, the air trembled slightly, neither of the two sides on the martial arts stage took the lead in attacking. Mu Yang saw that Monkey King's body began to move constantly, as if looking for an angle of attack, but after some time passed, he was not seen. The action even oozes sweat from Monkey King's forehead. "It is true that you are Wu Taidu Patriarch, this calmness is simply unmatched." On the martial arts stage, Sun Wufan felt a panic. Whenever he met Wu Taidu's smiley eyes, he felt that all his actions were seen through by the other party, making him wonder where to start. Opposite him, Wu Taidu looked calm, always holding a calm smile, and calmly turning his body as the Monkey King moved. Before the battle started, Monkey King was in trouble. The gap between the two of them is too big. Mu Yang stared seriously. Although he can't perceive the strength of Wu Taidu's aura, from the scene before him, Wu Taidu's strength and martial arts training are far above that of Monkey King. This battle will be a tough battle for Monkey King. Hey! Sun Gohan stood in a stalemate for a while, and finally chose to launch an attack. At the same time, Wu Taidu's figure began to move when Sun Gohan attacked. Like the sound of Huang Zhongdalu, both of them disappeared, and then the fierce fighting sound of cracking continued, and the rocks on the ground began to crack continuously, shooting small stones toward the surroundings. Click! Click! The two flashes collided and then staggered. Every time there was a pause, a strong cyclone exploded, causing waves of the surrounding lake. This is a relatively advanced battle. The average martial artist can no longer see their movements, but fortunately, those present are not idlers. Mu Yang's eyes keep turning, and his eyes are constantly switching with the movements of Monkey King and Wu Taidu. Angle. The Monkey King had a good start, but the next situation was very unfavorable. Mu Yang's expression was concentrated, his brows frowned slightly. Sun Gohan on the Budo stage has tried his best, and all kinds of strange tricks are endless. But in the face of every attack by Monkey King, Wu Taidu seemed to have anticipated it a long time ago, and his figure moved slightly to avoid the past, but also counterattacked with the momentum of Monkey King. Seek straight in the song, accumulate it and send it later. This means that the use of force to beat people is 1,000 caddies. The whole process is calm and unhurried, giving people an indescribable enjoyment. Pang! 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 The rumbling sound of breaking through the air and the crashing sound alternated with each other, coming in rhythm like playing music. At this moment, time seemed to lose its meaning to them, and they often fought dozens of hands in the blink of an eye. The dazzling light shining from time to time on the ground and mid-air seems to have countless fists intertwined. Divining Mother-in-law smiled and said, "I haven't seen such a wonderful battle for many years. Today is really rare." Next to her, the old man named Noah stared at the stage and slowly said, "The young man named Monkey King is very good, but unfortunately he is a little younger. Facing Wu Taidu, this little strength alone is not enough." Yang nodded in agreement. Since the beginning of the battle, he has also seen some doorways. The battle on the field is fierce, but in fact, Sun Wufan has fallen into the rhythm of the martial master. This is quite taboo in battle. Once you lose the grasp of the rhythm, it is easy to fall into a situation that is beneficial to the opponent. Both mental and physical strength will be consumed at an accelerated rate. If you cannot break free and pull back the situation, then the distance will not fail. Far. Seeing this, Mu Yang sighed and couldn't win. Compared with Wu Taidu, Sun Wufan was far from experience or strength. Then he thought, what would happen if he changed to himself? Will lose. This answer is undoubtedly, and Mu Yang is very silent. Even after so many years of experience, his strength is only higher than that of Monkey King. To be honest, I have never experienced such a high-end battle. In other words, it would be the same situation when facing Wu Taidu. Alas, it's worthy of being a master Wu Taidu, and he continues to practice even in the underworld, which is admirable. On the martial arts stage, the battle between the two has become fierce, and both sides have performed their own tricks. Turtle Qigong. Monkey King roared, pushing out the Qigong wave in his hand. Wu Taidu was amazed, facing the tortoise-style Qigong that was swept over him aggressively, but there was a slight smile on his face, as if he hadn't used real power from beginning to end. Saw him take a step back, put his hands in front of him gently, and snorted softly. Qigong Cannon. Correspondingly, an energy that is more majestic than Gipei Qigong rises into the sky. In front of that horrible Qigong cannon, Sun Wufan's tortoise-style Qigong is like a weak child in a kindergarten. The Qigong cannon is on the way up, instantly devouring the tortoise-style Qigong, and the mighty energy continues towards the Sun Wu. Rice is approaching. Sun Gohan's face turned pale when he saw this, and he gritted his teeth and used his trick again. He roared, "World-shocking palm!" Wow! www.readaloud.com. In an instant, the electric light flickered, and the endless light golden light was wrapped around the palm of Monkey King, and he spied on the Qigong cannon. Okay. There are 2 chances. Wu Taidu's eyes flashed, and then he shouted, "Look at the trick then." I saw his palm turning a beautiful arc in the void, pushing forward horizontally, and the power of the Qigong gun suddenly increased several times. Sun Wufan felt a pain in his chest, the energy of the myriad kingdom's palm was directly dissipated, and his whole body was directly shot out by him. Sun Gohan turned a dozen somersaults in midair and fell to the ground in a panic, but at this moment Wu Taidu appeared behind him. Sun Wufan lost. Seeing this, Mu Yang shook his head regretfully. Was too addicted in my heart. Although he knew from the beginning, the outcome of this test was destined. But even so, the process is still bloody. Wu Taidu folded his hands on his back and smiled, "Boy, you have even learned the world-shocking palm. The Qigong wave you just used is a unique skill invented by Wu Tian. The moves are not bad, but the energy is a bit low." Sun Gohan said with a wry smile, "Master, I lost, I am not your opponent at all." "Ha ha ha, don't be presumptuous, I just practiced for hundreds of years longer than you." Sun Gohan heard that, if he was allowed to practice for hundreds of years, he would surely be able to reach this level, so he regained confidence on his face and bowed politely to the martial master. "Well, the Wu Taidu teacher won this competition, Sun Wufan, you stand aside." The divining mother announced the result of the game, and then turned her eyes to Mu Yang's side. At this moment, the old man named Noah nodded, "It's our turn to play." Chapter 68, Noah. Hearing the words, Mu Yang's heart was stunned, and he nodded solemnly, and jumped forward onto the martial arts stage. For this mysterious old man, Mu Yang didn't dare to neglect, so from the moment he boarded the martial arts platform, he was alive and well. Lingling whirlwind suddenly rose and surrounded him, but facing Liang Lingyun's war intent, the old man Noah held his back with his hands and did not make any preparations, as calm as a Wu Taidu, his face was calm and calm. With a faint smile. "Awesome!" Glancing at the other party lightly, Mu Yang's pupils shrank suddenly, just from the calm and gentle attitude, it was full of the confident style of the martial artist. Eyebrows frowned slightly, Mu Yang considered the timing of the attack. Suddenly, his body leaned forward slightly, his toe muscles trembled slightly, and suddenly exerted force. With a click, the blue and white slab under his feet suddenly shattered into 2 radial cuts, and the fine stones suddenly flew out. With this force, Mu Yang dived at high speed and attacked Noah not far away. Wow, the body shot out like lightning, leaving a long afterimage. Then he lifted his fist, the tip of the fist and the air clashed with a muffled sound. "Haha, come on!" In the face of Mu Yang's menacing attack, Noah moved his body, and his figure shooing disappeared when Mu Yang's attack fell. He appeared again and had come to Mu Yang's side, with one palm flapping like the sky. "Come! What a fast speed!" Mu Yang was startled, his pupils burst out with a sharp light, and he quickly changed direction to defend against the opponent's attack. The offense is left with leeway in order to react at this critical moment. It's a little slow. Noah smiled, and a pair of arms that didn't look like an old man came forward, and suddenly seemed to be enchanted. Mu Yang was shocked to discover that his body was involuntarily taken by the opponent's hand. Passed. Then he shot out with a palm. Mu Yang couldn't avoid it, he was hit in the chest with a palm, and his chest hurt with a bang, and then his body drew a beautiful arc in mid-air. In mid-air, Mu Yang hurriedly opened his arms, and immediately shook his whole body. The mighty power spread to make his body stagnate in the air, and then he jumped down and fell back to the ring. "Boy, your eyesight is still not good, you have to practice." As soon as the voice fell, Noah disappeared again. At this moment, Mu Yang's whole body exuded a bright light, his fists were entwined with vigor, and he turned and slammed in one direction. With a muffled sound, Mu Yang's fist was received by a palm. "Hee hee, it's good to make progress, but it's still not enough." The old man named Noah praised him, and the next attack became more fierce. Muyang flashed his body to avoid Noah's offensive. Noah looked thin and old, but he didn't look like an old man in the fight. The offensive wave after wave, like wolves and tigers, kept roaring and roaring. After several flashes in a row, Muyang's forehead oozes sweat. He backed up one after another, and withdrew tens of meters in a row, but Noah chased him and gave him no time to rest. Heaven slash! Muyang gave a gloomy cry, raised his hand, and suddenly waved a crescent-shaped qigong wave. The thin air blade shining brightly, struck towards Noah. Noah met, frowned, and greeted him with the same attack. Tianxin qigong. A beam of light penetrated the void and hit Muyang's Tianxin Zhan head-on, and the atmosphere above his head suddenly boiled, and the endless gust of wind spread in all directions. It really is Tianxin Liu's Kung Fu. Muyang subconsciously narrowed his eyes, but at this time he couldn't take care of it. The two of them fought again and again soon after an impact, only to see the two short lights and shadows on the martial arts platform continue to collide, and the throbbing drums shocked the mind. Muyang's expression was solemn, his eyes moved quickly following the opponent's trajectory, and he attacked when he saw it. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, bang bang bang, hui! The fist hit the martial arts platform, and suddenly sand and rocks were flying, and huge pits appeared on the flat martial arts platform. Rumbling, like thunder and waves. It's not bad, not bad, the shot is determined and spicy, but these alone are not enough. Noah took the iron fist blasted by Muyang again and again, with a smile on his face, commenting from time to time. Okay, so awesome. Sun Yufan swallowed, and couldn't see what was going on in the ring. It turns out that this is Muyang's true strength. He has been merciful before. I don't know who the person opposite him is, even Muyang is not his opponent. Sun Gohan said in horror, his voice trembled because of the shock. When I met Muyang at the beach before, Sun Yufan thought that Muyang was only a little better than him, but after seeing the current battle, he realized that there was a little difference here. Muyang's energy may only be higher than himself. But both the fighting skills and the grasp of timing are far above him. Maybe if he really fights Muyang, he will be killed in seconds if he meets several times. Monkey Gohan swallowed his saliva, his scalp was a little numb. www.readaloud.com. How did the other party practice? Hehe, that young man named Muyang has the essence of Kailan Fairy, and he will surpass me in time. Wu Taitu said with emotion beside him. Monkey Gohan asked, Patriarch, is the Kailan Fairy who you said is the fairy who lives on the Kailan Tower? You mean? Muyang has accepted the guidance of the Kailan Fairy. Wu Taitu nodded, yes, if you have time, you can also go to the Kailan Tower, it will be good for you. While talking, Wu Taitu was a little bit nostalgic, as if he remembered the scene of hard-training demon Fengbo on the Kailan Tower. Sun Gohan nodded, remembering Wu Taitu's words in his mind, and his attention returned to the martial arts stage again. At this time, on the martial arts platform, Noah has seen Muyang's foundation and nodded, okay, I already know your strength, and you can reach such a realm at this age, you have met my requirements. Muyang took the opportunity to ask, Your Excellency is the senior of Tianxin Liu. Although he wondered from the beginning whether the old man in front of him would be an elder in his own genre, he didn't fully confirm that this Noah was the elder of Tianxin Liu until the other party used Tianxin Qigong. Hehe, the elders of Tianxin Liu, you can say the same, but I hope you call it Tianxin Liu. Noah laughed. Muyang stunned, Tian Shen Lu. Yes, Tian Shen Lu. Just when Muyang was surprised, Noah shook his head, as for why you are called that way, I think you will know soon, then let you see the relationship between you and the strong. The real gap. As soon as the voice fell, Noah's expression became serious, and then he stopped playing with him, and his figure suddenly flickered and disappeared directly from Muyang's sight. Chapter 69, Old Man. Disappeared. Outside the field, Monkey King wiped his eyes. Master Noah is finally about to make a move. Wu Taidu's expression became serious. Even Wu Taidu would call him a master, one can imagine how heavy this Noah is. Hurriedly observed the surroundings, looking for the traces of the other party, but the other party seemed to disappear completely invisible. No matter how Mu Yang searched, he could not find his trace. Senior Noah can't leave this ring, he must still be near the martial arts platform. Mu Yang carefully guarded. Since there is no surrounding area, it can only be in the sky. As soon as this thought passed from the bottom of his heart, Mu Yang's eyes quickly looked towards the sky. No. Except for a few white clouds in the clear sky, there is no sign of Noah at all. Where did go? Mu Yang's brains turned rapidly. Suddenly, an old voice rang in his ear, "Little guy, here I am." There was a flutter in the void, and Noah's figure suddenly flashed out. Mu Yang was horrified. He suddenly realized that Senior Noah hadn't disappeared, he had been standing still. Is clearly standing in front of him, but his body is enveloped with a very mysterious temperament, which makes people unconsciously ignore his existence. At this time, Mu Yang thought of the profound inheritance of Tian Xin Lu that Isof later gave to him, and suddenly felt a little enlightened in his heart. This is Tianxin Liu's use of spiritual power, and it is also different from mass practice. The martial arts on the earth focus on the cultivation of qi. Other schools are just pure qi training. Perhaps Guizian Liu and Hexian Liu inherited the martial arts of Wu Taidu and have some spiritual training, but they are also very simple. Only Tianxin Liu has a completely different understanding of qi, and he pays more attention to spiritual cultivation while practicing qi. At that time, he was still puzzled, whether Tianxin was over-focusing on energy and spirit, which resulted in an over-interpretation of qi so much so that he was stuck in a narrow alley to find faults and couldn't help himself. It seems that at the time, I was still too immature. Tianxin Liu did not go on a crooked road. He just looked at the flowers in the mist and couldn't understand the profoundness. Mu Yang smiled suddenly. It turns out that mental power can still be used in this way. Think carefully, isn't it also thanks to the practice of Tianxin Liu, that when I open the acceleration space, I will be so happy? After thinking about this, Mu Yang's face showed a trace of excitement, and then he calmed down, applying what he learned, and flew towards Noah. Nano smiled and shook his head, stretched out a finger and flicked it in the air, and made a plop. Although he did not touch, Mu Yang flew out. As soon as he landed, Mu Yang rubbed his forehead that was hit by his fingers, and dived and accelerated again. Noah drew an arc again. This time Mu Yang was even more unbearable, and he was directly bounced outside the martial arts platform. Mu Yang, who fell off the field, suddenly thought of Bobo on the temple for some reason. The attacking methods of the person in front of him were very similar to Bobo, and they were all understatement to beat people out. In the original Dragon Ball novel, Bobo is probably the most neglected supporting role. Okay, this is the end. After speaking, Noah nodded to the divination mother. The divination mother-in-law understood her heart and floated to the center of the martial arts platform on the crystal ball. Oh, Mu Yang and Monkey King, you all failed the challenge. It seems that the mother-in-law can't give you the divination. Mu Yang jumped up from under the martial arts platform, and asked, Grandma Divining, may I ask them? These two are indeed your predecessors. Needless to say, Teacher Wu Taidu, that is the master of that boy Wu Tian. As for this Master Noah. The divining mother looked at Noah with fluttering white hair, her eyes filled respect. This master is the pioneer of your genre, and at the same time he is the last god. The creator of the flow of heaven? The last one, the god. A few words of the divination mother fell in Mu Yang's heart, and suddenly it seemed as if a huge rock was dropped on a lake, causing a huge wave in his heart. The creator of the flow of heaven is actually the last god? The sudden news made Mu Yang feel astonished. Throughout the whole plot, there is very little information about the previous deity, only mentioned in the words of the current deity. It is precisely because the previous deity saw a wicked thought in the son of Kadaz, the Namuk. It finally split into the big demon king Piccolo, which triggered the disaster more than 250 years ago. However, Mu Yang didn't dare to think about connecting the last with his genre. Although I have known for a long time that my genre used to have predecessors living in the temple a long time ago, suspected disciples of the gods, or he himself served as the gods, but based on the impression of the decay of the Tianxin flow, Mu Yang certainly prefers the former. Being able to ascend to the temple and receive the training of the gods is a legend in itself in the earth martial arts world. This is more in line with the logic of ordinary people. How dare you take a step further and covet the throne of the gods? But the news now is so heavy, how can it surprise him? Mu Yang asked in shock, "Are you the pioneer of Tianxinliu?" No, the previous nodded, "Yes, Tianxinliu was indeed created by me. At that time, it was to select a new god, but unfortunately, no one could meet my requirements in the end. No wonder, he is willing to call Tianxinliu Tianjinliu, because the identity of the other party is the god, and the purpose of creating Tianxinliu is to select a new god. It's unimaginable." Mu Yang shook his head with emotion. Sun Wufan was dumbfounded at this time. "You reading www.yuyuganshu.com?" he asked Wu Taidu. "Master, there are gods in this world." Wu Taidu said, "Yes, there is a more sacred place above the Kailan Tower, that is, the Celestial Temple, where you can go to practice later." Next, the last Noah called out and threw something towards Mu Yang and Monkey King. Bell bell, Mu Yang subconsciously caught the flying object, and opened it to see. It was a string of delicate bells. Noah God said, "I know that you have passed Kailan's test. This is a token to go to the temple. If you take it to Kailan, it will naturally send you to the temple. As for the one next to you called Sun Wufan Children, you can temporarily practice on the Kailan Tower for a while. I am now eligible to go to the temple." Mu Yang blurted out. He had already received a promise from the cat fairy before that he would be allowed to go to the temple to practice as long as appropriate. But now he has received the approval of Noah God, and he can go to the temple at any time. Is this the benefit of backstage? Own ancestor, the former god, is he opening the back door for himself? Noah's old face smiled, "You are qualified. Only the practice in the temple can help you. This universe is very big. The earth is like a drop in the ocean. The potential of our people on earth is limited. We must dig out more good seedlings and cultivate them." Mu Yang deeply believes that in the entire universe, the physique of a human on earth can only be described as weak. Even if he has the cheating device of acceleration space, he is walking on thin ice at all times, for fear that his power will stagnate any day. "Patriarch, and senior celestials, are you coming to the world this time to test us?" Monkey next to him relieved his shock and asked. Chapter 70, Open a Small Stove. Yes, as far as I know, people from the underworld cannot easily come to the Yangjian. Even if they come, they only have one day. Mu Yang said, looking at the divining mother-in-law. He had already learned that Wu Taidu and Nyoya Tianshen was able to come to Yangjian, indeed because of her. So the purpose of their special trip is really to test the strength of the younger generations? At this time, the divination mother-in-law said, "Hey, all of this is due to the mother-in-law, I brought them here." Sun Gohan asked strangely, "Grandma Divination, why are you doing this?" "Oh, this is a prediction." The divination mother-in-law jumped down from her crystal ball, "Because I have been dreaming about some strange things recently, which may be a bad premonition, so I went to the Huangchuan in the underworld to find the answer. At that time, I met Wu Master Taidu and the others, so they invited them to come to Yangjian with me." The divination ability of the mother-in-law to enter and exit the underworld is also considered a kind of inheritance. She herself eats well in the underworld, so she often enters the yellow spring of the underworld as a guide. It is said that her abilities are related to the Laojun of the Five Elements Mountain, which is the closest place to Huangchuan, and even the crystal ball for the divination may come from there. Mr. Divination, what is the ominous premonition you just mentioned? Mu Yang recalled the details in the original work. Before the plot began, the only disaster that occurred on Earth was that Big Demon ruled the world, but that was more than 250 years ago, and it has long since passed. After that, there was nothing at the beginning of the plot. What other disaster is right? Divination mother-in-law shook her head. I don't know this, maybe it's my illusion. Mu Yang nodded lightly, but did not continue to question. At this time, Noah accepted the words of the divining mother. At that time, Wu Taidu and I hadn't returned to Yangjian for hundreds of years, and wanted to come back and have a look. So when the divining mother invited us, we agreed. I also asked the divination mother-in-law to perform divination, and specially selected the day you came. Well, we only have one day. As your ancestor, we should teach you something, and you should remember it. While talking, Noah Tenjin and Wu Taito looked at each other. The divination mother-in-law also smiled, and as her ghost servant returned to the main hall, leaving time for Noah and them. Gohan, you come with me. Wu Taito waved to Monkey King. Sun Wufan stepped forward respectfully when he heard the words, yes, Wu Taito Patriarch. After, Wu Taito led Sun Wufan under the coconut tree next to the ring, and taught him his own martial arts experience separately, leaving the ring to Noah God and Mu Yang. After Wu Taito left, Noah was silent for a while, and then he opened his mouth and first introduced the basic situation of the universe to Mu Yang. There are countless life planets in the universe where we live, and the Earth is only a very weak one. People on Earth are inherently weak, so the potential cannot be compared with other races. This is a natural gap. Tianxinliu is a practice method that I created after becoming a god. In addition to selecting a new god, it also aims to improve the physique of people on Earth. However, it has many shortcomings. Compared with the popular practice methods in the world, the flaws were also obvious, so it was only spread on a small scale. Yang listened carefully. This is probably the reason why only a small group of people from Daqingshan Tianxinliu practice this kind of method. Then Noah Tianshan analyzed the mystery of Tianxin flow a little bit, and passed down the new practice method. Yang suddenly felt awkward, and figured out many things that he could not figure out before. Tian Xin pays more attention to the cultivation of the body than the practice methods of Gui Xian Lu and He Xian Lu. Its central idea is to nurture the body and replenish vitality. Compared with that, it does not pay much attention to combat effectiveness. Until now, Mu Yang knew that this practice method was created by the previous of the Temple Noah God to improve the physique of the people on Earth. Races in the universe are divided into low-level races, intermediate races, and high-level races according to their talents. The people on Earth are just a very low-level race. The classification of race levels is related to the combat effectiveness of the individual as an adult, and also to the level of the planet inhabited. According to the division of planets in the universe, the planets with the highest combat effectiveness below 1000 are classified as low-level planets, and those with the highest combat effectiveness between 1000 and 10,000 it is an intermediate planet, and the planet with the highest combat power above 10,000 is an advanced planet. Low-level races naturally refer to races that live on low-level planets. The highest combat power value of these races will not exceed 1000 when they reach adulthood. But like the people on Earth, the single-digit combat power is really shabby and makes people feel sad. Of course, the low-level planets and low-level races still account for the majority in the universe. The number of intermediate and high-level races is not large, and it can even be said to be relatively rare. This may be a balance mechanism that exists between the dark and the dark in the universe. Often such a race with extremely low combat effectiveness will have an absolute advantage in terms of population, which can be billions to tens of billions. I have been to a race with a combat power of only 1, and the number is even more frightening, reaching hundreds of billions to trillions. On the contrary, those races with more advanced fighting power will have fewer populations. For example, the Scions, the whole clan does not add up to much, and the Frisia clan is even more pitiful, almost on the verge of extinction. Compared with those terrifying races that are born with the power to destroy the world, the individual strength of the earthlings is too small. Since entering the kingdom of heaven, Noah's horizons have also broadened a lot. When he saw all kinds of powerful races in the universe, he looked back on his earthlings, and his energy value was generally only beating in single digits throughout his life. www.readaloud.com. I feel ashamed. The development of Tianxinliu is not perfect until now. I have been trying to perfect it for hundreds of years when I entered the kingdom of heaven, but the results have been limited. Speaking of this, Noah's old face showed a hint of helplessness. Although Tianxinliu has been perfected by him and fits the life characteristics of Earth people as much as possible, it still cannot fundamentally enhance the physique of Earth people. According to his estimation, even if the new method of Tianxinliu practice is promoted, it can only increase the energy value of the Earth people from a pitiful less than 5 to 20, which is the best effect. Noah Tianchen looked at Mu Yang. You are the descendant of Tianxinliu, and perhaps the best heir of so many years. I hope you can go on and continue to develop Tianxinliu. I hope that eventually I can see it finally evolve. Become a Tianchen Lu. Noah's hope is to make the energy of the Earthlings break through the 100 mark. Although this still can't get rid of the identity of a low-level race, it is already a great improvement compared to before. Mu Yang heard the words and sighed, I will try my best. He couldn't give a promise, and Mu Yang didn't have such lofty ambitions in his heart. He is just a mortal, and it is enough to control himself. While he is strong, he can give Earthlings a certain amount of shelter. This is what he can do. As long as he is an Earthling, he will have such consciousness, but he has to sacrifice with their own interests, set sail with the entire planet. Sorry, his ability is limited and he does not have such lofty ideals. The poor are alone in protecting themselves, the talented ones help the world. Mu Yang always feels that he can only be the poor. Seems to see Mu Yang's thoughts, Noah Tianchen sighed. This was a difficult task, and he wouldn't be too difficult. Chapter 71, Kailan Ta again. Do your best. When you get to the temple, please say hello to Bobo. Bobo is the guardian of the temple and has served several gods. If you have any questions about practice, just ask him, he is great. Most of them can be solved. Noah Tianchen explained. Time passed by, and soon the setting sun had fallen at one end of the desert, and the setting sun dyed the horizon red. That's it, you have all taught you what you can teach, and the rest is up to you to work hard. Noah Tenjin said, looking back at Wu Tai Do, where Wu Tai Do is over. Gave guidance to Monkey King. Because the people of the underworld are not suitable for intervening in the Yangjian, Noah Tenjin and Wu Taidu can only stay in the Yangjian for one day. Thank you very much for the teaching. Mu Yang said gratefully. Noah God's old face showed a smile and waved his hand. Remember, there is no end to the cultivation of a warrior. Stick to your heart, move forward courageously, and improve your strength. The next is your era. We old bones should also go back to heaven to enjoy the blessing. Please rest assured, Patriarch, I know what to do. Mu Yang nodded clearly, with a trace of determination in his eyes. Noah Tenjin saw him and smiled relievedly. Gods are also emotional. There is no black and white truth. There is no God who is truly desireless and demanding. Mu Yang is very good. The fundamentals are good. Even if there is a trace of grey in the heart, it became the driving force for him to forge ahead without any harm. If there is no desire, it is difficult to make progress. Recalling the scene in which the son of Kadaz, the Namek, worshipped in front of him hundreds of years ago, Noah God was also reflecting on his own disposal at the time, whether it was because the son of Kadaz, who split off the great demon king Bik, was missing that part of the desire in the heart, so it is difficult to do anything on the road of practice. The past is so dark, Noah God sighed, where is the real child in the world? At that time, I was too demanding. Time goes back a few hours ago, just when Noah God opened a small stove for Mu Yang. Wu Taidu also passed on his hundreds of years of understanding to Sun Wufan on the other side. Under the coconut tree, Sun Gohan and Wu Taidu stood face to face. I tested your Kung Fu just now. It seems that Wu Tian's teachings to you are very comprehensive, and he has not lost his reputation as the god of martial arts. In terms of details, due to the limited time today, I will not repeat it. It's really good to see that in addition to the Kung Fu called Turtle Qigong, you will also be able to shock the heavens of the world. So today I will teach you 2 more moves. Teacher, please. Seeing Wu Taidu want to teach him new tricks, Sun Wufan's expression became excited. You need to know that both Gipei Qigong and Wangguo Jing Tianzhong are signature big moves. Want to come to Wu Taidu now to pass on his new tricks? No way worse than them. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Wu Taidu more respectfully. The tricks I am going to teach you today are called Qigong Cannon and Mo Feng Bo, which are different from your world-shocking palm. Qigong Cannon and Mo Feng Bo are extremely powerful, but they are very physical. Remember to use it with caution. Takeshi said solemnly. Wu Taidu's unique tricks totaled 2, namely Wangguo Jing Tianzhong and Qigong Cannon. In the past, he taught these 2 tricks to Gaixianren and Cranaxianren respectively. Based on this, the 2 evolved Gipei Qigong and Dong Dongbo. However, compared with Gipei Qigong and Dong Dongbo, Wangguo Jing Tianzhong and Qigong Cannons are more domineering and consume more energy, especially Qigong Cannons. If they are used too much, they will die of exhaustion just like Mo Fengbo. I got it. Sun Gohan nodded his head cautiously, his eyes flashed with scorching light. He heard his teacher Gaixianren talk about these 2 tricks. It is said that Mo Fengbo is a compulsory seal trick. Once the trick is hit, even if the energy is stronger than the caster, he can't break free. This Kung Fu Gaixian himself also yes, but it was not taught to him because the price was too high. As for the Qigong Cannon, it is Hexian Liu's unique knowledge. Even the Turtle Immortal has never learned it before, and its power is definitely not inferior to the world-shocking palm. Now Master Wu Taidu is going to teach him these 2 tricks personally. Thinking of the power of these 2 tricks, Monkey King is very excited. After a long while, after the tricks were taught, and after a live rehearsal, Wu Taidu was very satisfied with Monkey King's talent. No accident, Guizian Liu is a successor. Gohan, your talent is very good. Go to Kailan Tower when you have time. It will improve your strength. Wu Taidu glanced at Noah Tenjin and saw that the other party had stopped and started talking. It was the end, so he gave the final orders to Monkey King. Sun Gohan nodded seriously, then looked at Wu Taidu. The divination mother came over and said, "2, your time has come, let me return to the underworld." Wu Taidu laughed, and stood with Noah Tenjin very smartly. "Hey, one day has passed so soon, the Earth, I am leaving after all." Seemingly full of nostalgia, Wu Taidu and Noah Tianchen sighed, and walked towards the entrance of the underworld with the mother-in-law. 2 patriarchs, go well. Muiyang and Monkey King stood behind to see each other until the figures of Wu Taidu and Noah Tianchen became blurred, and the 2 breathed out a long breath. Muiyang said, "I didn't expect to see you and my ancestor on a trip today." Who said no? Sun Wufan calmed down and asked, "Muiyang, where are you going next? How about you?" Muiyang asked back. Sun Wufan said, "I am going to follow Wu Taidu's advice and go to Kailan Pagoda." Muiyang smiled and said, "Then we are on the same road, I have to go there too." To be precise, Muiyang's destination was the temple above Kailan Tower. He has already obtained the token to enter the temple from NoahGod. www.readaloud.com. That string of small bells is both a token and a pass. If there is no string of bells, even if it is known that the temple is suspended in Kailan Tower above, they will also be repelled by the mysterious powers around the temple. Unless they are at the level of Super Saiyan, or get other tokens or permission, they will never be able to enter the temple. Sun Yufan said, then we are really on the way again, or should we pass now? Let's go. After saying goodbye to the divining mother-in-law, Mu Yang floated up and headed towards the direction of Kailan Holy Land. Sun Yufan froze in place. Hey, why did you fly away? How can I keep up with your speed? If you are on the same route, why did you leave alone? He is a disciple of Guizian Liu. He doesn't know how to dance in the air at all. Sun Yufan smiled bitterly, looking at Mu Yang's back figure that was gradually disappearing into the clouds, calmed down, and started to run wildly when he lifted his foot. Suddenly, a string of yellow smoke and sand began to rise rapidly in the desert, and Sun Yufan quickly ran towards Kailan Holy Land. Karan Holy Land. After half a year's absence, Mu Yang once again stepped into the range of Kailan Holy Land. This time he didn't stay at the bottom of the tower, but just changed direction when he could see the body of Kailan Tower, and directly accelerated towards the top of the tower. A strong whirlwind brought a series of wakes, blowing on the ivory tower of Kailan Tower. Mu Yang rose straight up, and the frantic whirlwind directly dissipated the floating clouds floating around Kailan Tower, revealing a blue void. Soon, the flat spherical top of Kailan Tower appeared before her eyes. It's already here. I didn't expect that after only half a year, I would come again. Mu Yang groaned lightly, aroused a faint smile, and then slowed down and entered from the second floor of the Kailan Tower. Chapter 72, I just came up, you let me down again? Kailan Tower on the first floor. The cat fairy is cooking fresh sea fish on the stove, rolling the fish from time to time, brushing the sauce on it. Since Mu Yang brought him 100 tons of aquatic products, the little life of the cat fairy has been quite moist, and the quality of life has improved a lot. Every day, making different foods in different patterns makes it a pleasant life. Suddenly, the cat fairy felt as if someone had boarded the Kailan Tower. I was thinking about what happened recently. Someone came up again and again. After seeing the person clearly, I realized that it was Mu Yang. Mu Yang, why are you here? Do you think you can meet my requirements? Hey, your anger has really risen a lot. The cat fairy narrowed his eyes, and it has only been more than half a year since the last meeting. The cat fairy suddenly discovered that Mu Yang's chi had risen by a lot. It is worthy of its optimistic people, the qualifications are not bad. The cat fairy touched his beard, secretly proud. Mu Yang smiled warmly, and at the cat fairy took out the string of bells Noah God gave him. Hey, why do you have this thing? The cat fairy stared at the string of bells, his eyes stared, and he approached and took the bell in Mu Yang's hand and looked at it carefully. That's right, it is the power of the gods, and the cat fairy did it immediately. Out of judgment. There is also a string of the same bell here, which is a token leading to the temple. The bell contains the power of the gods, which is impossible to counterfeit. Weird, how did Mu Yang get this string of bells? Could there be any bells left in the world that happened to be picked up by him? This was given to me by Noah God. Mu Yang said. Noah God. The cat fairy murmured, his eyes suddenly staring. The Noah God you said, is it an old man with white hair and beard? Isn't that guy dead? Mu Yang, I saw him at the divination mother-in-law. So, Mu Yang recounted what happened to her mother-in-law. After listening to the cat fairy, he suddenly said, it turns out that it was with the divination mother-in-law, so there is no problem. The old woman is also very good. She can eat well in the underworld. Oh, I didn't expect that Noah God could not bear it and ran to the sun. Here comes. The cat immortal has lived for more than 800 years and has witnessed several gods, so he has some understanding of why Noah came to Yangjian. Well, now that you have gotten the token from Noah, the gate of the temple will naturally open for you. By the way, the temple is suspended above the Kailan Tower, and now you are qualified to go. The cat fairy looked at Mu Yang and said. Then how do I get in? Mu Yang knew that there were only two ways to go to the temple, one was to use the powerful dance technique to go to the temple, and the other was to use the power of the wishful stick to climb the temple, but no matter which method, you would suffer during the login process. The test of thunder and lightning. Mu Yang believed that his current dance art was not up to the standard for entering the temple. Oh, this requires something called a wishful stick. Put it on the top of the Kellen Tower, and it will send you to the temple. Suddenly, the cat fairy was taken aback and patted his head. Oh! I forgot, I gave the wishful stick to the turtle fairy, so I'm sorry, you have to get it yourself. I knew it would be like this. Mu Yang rolled his eyes. Kellen fairy, tell me the address of turtle fairy. Well, Gaixianren has always lived in the Gaixian house in the East China Sea, more than 100 kilometers away from the mainland. The cat fairy licked his palm and told Mu Yang the address of the Gaixian. Mu Yang nodded lightly and wrote down his address, but he did not go to the East China Sea the first time. Instead, he approached the charcoal fire and directly picked up a string of grilled fish that Mao Xianren had placed on it and ate it. Mao Xianren watched his roasted food enter Mu Yang's stomach, and stepped forward anxiously. Hey, don't you go to Gui Xianren and want Ruyi bars, what are you doing with my grilled fish? Mu Yang said lightly, don't be in a hurry, don't worry, if I go to the turtle fairy alone, the other party won't believe me at all. What if I don't give me the wishful stick, so I have to wait for someone? Cat fairy moved his ears. Who are you waiting for? Who am I waiting for? You'll know in a minute, he should be at Kailan Holy Land now. Mu Yang knew that he was looking for the turtle immortal by himself, and because of his personality, he would not easily give him the wishful stick. If he asked him to collect photos or photo albums of beautiful women from all over the world as a condition, that would be difficult. The champion of the world's #1 Budo club collects beauty photo albums. If this spreads in the martial arts world, or reaches Mahia's ears, it would be too bad for face, so he wants to go with Sun Gohan. At this time, Sun Gohan, who came to Kailan Holy Land with bitterness, didn't know that Mu Yang was waiting for him on the top of Kailan Pagoda. He was looking down at the top of Kailan Pagoda in shock. After swallowing, Monkey Gohan suffocated himself and climbed up to the Kailan Tower www.readaloud.com and disappeared into the clouds in a short while. After half an hour, the cat fairy stood in front of the water tank, watching the picture inside. This kid is the one you're waiting for? It's much better than when you first came up. The cat fairy looked at the Monkey King in the picture with surprise, judging from the other's ability to climb the Kailan Tower. Even the turtle immortal and Mu Yang back then could not compare to him. This is the result of Wu Taidu's guidance. Mu Yang was also standing in front of the water tank, looking at the Monkey King in the screen. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Good fellow, he has grown so much in one day. He is Gaixianren's apprentice, let him go with me, and I will be sure of everything I get. Whatever you want, but this kid seems a bit unlucky when he meets you. The cat fairy yawned, and Mu Yang made it clear that it was the kid in the pit, and then waved his hand, as long as Mu Yang stopped ruining his marine fish. It doesn't want to manage everything. Mu Yang smiled faintly, without replying. After another half an hour, Sun Wufan finally climbed up to Kailan Pagoda exhaustedly. As soon as he got up, he lay on the ground and gasped. At this time, Mu Yang's smiled face appeared in front of him. Yeah, it's nice, I climbed up so quickly. Sun Gohan rolled his eyes, panting, you guy is so unjust, you left me alone and ran away. Mu Yang laughed, don't worry, I won't leave you behind. Let me go to the Gaixian house with me. What, I just came up, you let me down again. Monkey King opened his mouth wide, looking at Mu Yang incredulously, and the pointing at each other were trembling slightly. What does this guy mean? Chapter 73, Teacher Wu Tian Gaixianren. Seeing the reaction of Monkey King, Mu Yang laughed and said, I just happened to get something from your teacher Gaixianren. I want you to come with me. If you don't believe me, you can ask Kailan Fairy. Besides, this it is also a kind of practice. How can a martial artist be defeated by a little setback? I think you know this truth. You. Gohan's face was pale, and he almost spewed a mouthful of blood. How could there be such a shameless person in the world? On the contrary, the cat fairy nodded approvingly and approvingly. Climbing the Kylan tower back and forth, isn't this a kind of practice? I think the cat fairy understands this, or else in the original work he would not drop the Monkey King's 4 planets down Kylan tower and let him jump down and pick it up again. Stand up. Although Mu Yang asked him to go down with Sun Wufan as soon as he came up, he was a little deliberately making fun of it, but this is the truth, and it is indeed beneficial to Sun Wufan's cultivation. Here, in the face of Sun Wufan's resistance, Mu Yang completely ignored him and pushed him to the edge of Kylan tower. Hey, what are you doing? It's too dangerous. I'm telling you, it's much faster to just jump down than to climb up, and you'll get to the end in a few minutes. Mu Yang smiled lightly, and pushed the Monkey King onto the edge of Kylan tower and pushed directly on his shoulder. With a scream of awe, as he got farther and farther, the Monkey King fell directly from the top of the tower. Death to death, Mu Yang, I can't fly. Because the falling speed was so fast, the expression on Sun Wufan's face became distorted. At this time, he vowed to stay away from Mu Yang in the future. This guy is too deceptive. Think about it, since meeting him, he has fallen. How many times has it been moldy? Looking at the Monkey King who was gradually disappearing into the clouds, Mu Yang turned his head and showed the white teeth of the cat fairy. What do you think of this guy? Not bad, much more resilient than you. The cat fairy knocked on the cane in his hand, telling the truth. Mu Yang smiled, then wait for him to come back, you can train him well, this guy is good, maybe he can become a master in the future. The cat fairy gave him a white look, and said lightly, it's my job to train martial artists, so do you need to say? I'm overstepping. Mu Yang smiled lightly and jumped off the tower. The cat fairy stared at the place where Mu Yang disappeared for a while, then walked to the front of his oven, added a handful of charcoal, and put fresh sea fish on it again. To be honest, he prefers to cook it than to train others. Food. On the coast of the East China Sea, the sea breeze is gentle and the seabirds call. According to the description in the original book, the distance between Gaixian Wu and the mainland should not be too far. On the coast, Sun Wufan held the 2 dried lentil beans in his hand in despair, and then carefully collected them. Mu Yang gave him this thing called fairy beans. There were only 3 in total. Used 1. Teacher Wu Tian's Gaixian house is more than 100 kilometers eastward. There are many small islands there. Because the seabed is covered with reefs, large ships cannot enter, so you can only take speedboats. Don't be so troublesome, I just fly over. At this stage, if you go for long distance running or repetitive physical exercises without weights, the meaning of practice is not great, and the use of dance is also an exercise for control of qi, which can only be said to be different. There are different stages of focus. Sun Gohan was speechless for a while, and sighed, but the problem is that I don't know how to dance in the air. I'll find a boat. Mu Yang looked at him contemptuously, just look for a boat, just have a plank. Look at that thing, I think it's very suitable. Looking in the direction of Mu Yang's fingers, Sun Wufan saw the thickness of a thigh. The corner of his mouth twitched. Tired and said, forget it, you can just do it. Sun Gohan no longer wants to fight. Is there no boat? As long as there is a foothold, a tree stump can sail on the ocean. So he hit a wave of qigong in his hand, and Monkey King dragged half of the coconut tree trunk into the water as a raft. Go! With a soft sip on his mouth, he confirmed the location of the Gaixianren, and Mu Yang flew towards the Gaixian house. Soon, a wave splashed and Sun Wufan jumped into the water, and the 2 moved further and further towards the ocean. Soon after, a black spot appeared above the water. Is a lonely island. Sun Wufan pointed to the small island and said, "Did you see the small island in front? It is the Gaixian house, where teacher Wu Tian lives." Finally reached. Mu Yang looked in the direction Sun Wufan was pointing. He had excellent eyesight. He had already seen the outline of the small island. It was a small island swaying in the ocean. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com was about 300 or 400 square meters. In addition to a pink tone hut, there are scattered 4 or 5 coconut trees. After I get to the island, I will talk to the teacher about Wu Taitu Patriarch, and you can talk about it by yourself. Sun Gohan declared in advance. Muiyang waved his hand, "Okay, you just have to prove my identity to me." Sun Wufan didn't speak anymore, and the two quickly entered the 1-kilometer range of the Turtle Fairy house. At this time, everything on the island was clearly visible. On the golden sandy beach, the water splashing against the shore, in a shaded place, the Turtle Fairy lies comfortably on a small bed with an indescribable book on his head, and is sleeping. "Teacher Wu Tian, Teacher Wu Tian!" A few shouts awakened Turtle Immortal from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him calmly. "Ah, it's Gohan. Didn't you just leave? Why did you come back?" "This." Monkey King glanced at Mu Yang embarrassedly. Mu Yang said heartily, "You are the legendary teacher Wu Tian. My name is Mu Yang, a disciple from Tian Xin Lu. Tian Xinliu's disciple." Immortal Gui smashed his mouth. He was very familiar with the name Tian Xinliu. He heard the old man talk about it when he followed Wu Taitu hundreds of years ago. Looking at the young man standing beside his apprentice again, Immortal Turtle rubbed his eyes. "Hey, young people are very unusual." Whether it is from Muiyang's standing posture or the adjustment of breath, Immortal Turtle feels a touch of mystery. This is a kind of spiritual understanding. This kind of feeling is quite magical, as if the person in front of him does not exist at all. Turtle Immortal's muddy eyes suddenly became pure, and he looked at Mu Yang with solemn expression. Chapter 74, Turtle Fairy shocked. "You can converge your breath so perfectly," Immortal Turtle said in surprise. Mu Yang smiled lightly, "This is because of the training of the Kailan Fairy." "You climbed the Kailan Tower?" The Turtle Fairy was a little surprised. "It's not just me, but Sun Wufan also climbed up. We're here to borrow some Ruyabang from you." Mu Yang simply said what happened on the Kailan Tower, while Sun Wufan was beside him. Supplement the matter of the divining mother-in-law. When they saw Wu Taitu at the divination mother-in-law, the Turtle Immortal interrupted him. "Wait, Gohan, did you just say that you met Mr. Wu Taitu? Quick, tell me more about it." Kamimori was serious. "Yes." Monkey King responded, and then focused on talking. While Monkey King told the Immortal Turtle about his experience, Mu Yang was also carefully looking at the Immortal Turtle. This old guy was crouched, his white beard was a little messy, his breath was extremely weak, and he looked almost dead. Apparently, the body is also very fragile. But Mu Yang knew that these were just superficial phenomena, because the Gaixian had cultivated the qi in his body to perfection in his nearly 200 years of cultivation. The reason why he looked so weak was because he almost condensed all the qi. Suddenly, Mu Yang glanced at him and saw a dragon ball hanging on the neck of Immortal Turtle. "Samsung Ball Dragon Ball." Mu Yang's eyes flashed with a gleam. This was the second time he saw the Dragon Ball. With the 6-star Dragon Ball in Mahia's hand, he already knew the whereabouts of the 2 Dragon Balls. Glancing lightly, Mu Yang remained calm. It wasn't that he didn't like the role of Dragon Balls. He also wanted to gather all the Dragon Balls to make a wish, but it was too difficult to collect all 7 Dragon Balls in this era. Originally, with the help of the divination mother-in-law, he still hoped to gather the 7 Dragon Balls, but the divination mother-in-law had long stated that she would not help him with divination, and he was helpless. If you want to collect Dragon Balls, it seems that you have to wait until Bulma is born in the future, or you can find Dr. Brives and let him develop the Dragon Ball radar. Muiyang shook his head, and cast aside the idea of looking for Dragon Ball. At this time the conversation between Gaixianren and Monkey King had ended. Gaixianren said to Muiyang with a serious face, "I already understand your intentions. Although I don't know the use of borrowing the Ruyi stick, that thing was originally. If you want to take away the items of the fairy Kylin, they are considered to be returned to the original owner. Please wait, I'll find it for you." After finishing speaking, the turtle fairy walked towards the turtle house with a wooden staff. Don't look at the turtle fairy hanging out like an old pervert on weekdays, but when encountering serious things, the turtle fairy will become extremely serious and full of the temperament of the martial artist. Compared with Tao Bibai, who was killed by himself before, the two are far apart. This is worthy of the title of God of Martial Arts by teacher Wu Tian. Muiyang exclaimed and chatted with Monkey King on the beach. After a while, Immortal Turtle came out holding a red stick. "Take it, this is the wishful stick. I have kept it for more than 200 years. I haven't used it." Took the wishful stick in Gaixianren's hand. Muiyang nodded gratefully. "Thank you, teacher Wu Tian." Turtle Fairy waved his hand, "Call me Turtle Fairy." Muiyang was taken aback for a moment, and said with a smile, "Okay, Immortal Turtle, then we will leave." "Wait a minute," the Turtle Fairy cried. Muiyang looked at Gaixian in doubt. Immortal Turtle said, "You are also a martial artist. I can see that your strength is still higher than that of Gohan. Frankly speaking, I thought that Gohan was already the best martial artist I have ever met. The mountain is still one mountain high, and there are still geniuses like you in the world. When I was practicing with Master Wu Taidu, I visited your Tianxinliu. Your practice method is different from ordinary people, and there is a very mysterious feeling. I couldn't feel it because of my young age. Mysterious, can you let go of your momentum and let me feel it?" "Of course." Muiyang readily agreed. It turned out that as the Gaixian became older and older, he also gradually felt the physical limitations of being a human being on Earth. Seeing Muiyang at this time reminded him of the past many years ago and also remembered Tianxin stream things. After Muiyang agreed, he waited for a while before suddenly letting go of his control of Qi. Suddenly, a very sharp aura spread out centered on Muiyang, an unusual aura with a spiritual suppression, swept toward the people present. Tortoise Immortal and Monkey King bear the brunt and were swallowed by this breath. Sun Wufan has seen Muiyang's aura, so I haven't felt anything yet, but the Turtle Immortal is different. He is more than 250 years old and has a wealth of experience. Even if the Turtle Immortals today cannot feel the level of Tianjin Fan's movements with his eyes closed like Monkey King when he participated in the 23rd World's #1 Budokai, but Muiyang's aura that was different from ordinary people still brought him great pressure. This kind of feeling is different, and completely different from the martial arts circulating in the martial arts world. Long and deep. Although fierce, there is no waste, as if everything is under some control. This is the martial art most suitable for humans. Feeling the enormous momentum of Muiyang, Immortal Gui murmured, he had a feeling that if he had practiced this method back then, he might have achieved even higher achievements. But now it's too late to say this, how easily he can break through after taking the elixir. Of course, the reason why Muiyang's Qi can bring such a great shock to Gaixianren, besides the fact that Muiyang's Qi is really powerful, is mainly because of the unique spiritual effect. Tianxinliu's Qigong is mainly used to nourish the body, and while practicing Qigong, it also combines spiritual strength. This kind of cultivation method is generally only accessible after reaching the temple. In addition, Muiyang is now using the new Tianxinliu Qigong modified by Noah God, which is of course more mysterious than before. Even if it is called Tian Shen Lu, it is not an exaggeration. After a while, Muiyang gradually reduced his Qi. Tortoise Immortal and Monkey King were still immersed in the shock just now. www.readaloud.com. After a while, Tortoise Immortal took a breath. "Well, I have already felt the difference in your heavenly heart flow. If the whole set of Qigong can be popularized, the whole martial arts world may be able to return to its original peak. In the mind of Gaixian, there is only the martial arts of 250 years ago. Realm is the pinnacle. As for now, all martial arts masters are just loaches swimming in shallow water. Yang nodded noncommittently. But he didn't quite agree with him. If the spread of the new Tianxin flow of his practice was just to allow the martial artist to return to the time of Wu Taidu, then he would have underestimated Noah's efforts for hundreds of years. How can it be underestimated that a method of practice that can increase the average combat power of the Earth's people from less than 5 to 20 points? If it can be promoted, there will be no problem at all in the martial arts world beyond 250 years ago. Of course, no matter how good the cultivation method is, it is impossible for everyone to become an excellent warrior. Talent, this is a hurdle that cannot be circumvented. Suffering from hardship is an essential element of early practice. It is of course easy to obtain small gains, but how far you can go depends on whether the person is suitable for this path. Some people are born as martial artists, some are born scientists, and some are born as cooks. They force a martial artist to be a cook to be a scientist, or a scientist to practice martial arts. The end result may be bamboo fighting. The water is empty, and all three are useless. P.S. Recommend to Naruto Dojin, Noha, Strengthening Master, becoming the eldest son of the 4th generation and Kushina, with the strengthening system, strengthening various skills, Noha Food Stall, the first time for young people start a business, open a food stall in Konoha. If you like Hokage, you can check it out. Chapter 75, Temple. Although he thought so in his heart, Mu Yang didn't intend to say it, nor did he have the intention to correct Gaixianren's misjudgment. This matter is over, he generously and courteously once again bid farewell to the Turtle Immortal. Turtle Immortal, I will take the wishful stick, and I have something to do with Gohan, so let's leave first. Tortoise Fairy nodded and turned to the Monkey King who was standing aside and said, Go to Kylin Tower and listen to Kylin Fairy's instructions. It is much better than the teacher and me. Yes, Teacher Wu Tian. Monkey King said respectfully. Immediately, the Turtle Fairy watched Mu Yang and Monkey King leave the Turtle Fairy house. After the two turned into two small black dots and disappeared into the skyline of the water and sky, the Turtle Fairy sighed, and his expression became wretched again. Get up, pick up his little book that depicts indescribable colors, and put it on top of his head to sleep. This old man is hopeless. When Yang and Monkey King came to the top of Kylin Tower again, it was only a day after they left. The Cat Fairy took the wishful stick in Yang's hand and looked at it carefully. After a while, he nodded and said, That's right, that's it. Sun Yufan, you will stay on the first floor first. I will take Yang to the entrance to the temple. After speaking, he walked straight to the second floor, and Mu Yang hurriedly followed after seeing this. Sun Gohan was curious, but knew that there was nothing to do with him, so he simply sat on the ground to rest. Kylin Tower on the second floor. This is not the first time that Mu Yang has come here, but he still feels that it is a bit too empty. The view here is wide, and there is no wall at the edge. There are only 12 embossed stone pillars between the upper and lower floors. Except for a stone platform with super holy water in the middle, and a crystal ball suspended above the stone platform for the purpose of stabilizing the Kylin Pagoda, there is no other unnecessary furnishings. Yang asked the Cat Fairy, How do we get to the top of the Kylin Tower next? It's very simple, don't you know how to dance? Follow me. The Cat Fairy walked ahead and came to the fence on the second floor of the Kylin Tower. Stretching out the wooden stick in his hand and hooking it outwards, the Cat Fairy jumped very flexibly to the curved side of the tower top, and then leaned toward the top as if walking on the ground. Yang saw this and followed up with Wukong. Kylin Fairy, look at the curvature of the tower, the top layer is as thick as the first layer, and there is still a space inside. Mu Yang asked casually on the outside of the curved tower top. The cat fairy replied casually, there is indeed a third layer inside, which communicates the internal space of the crystal ball. It is where I planted fairy beans. I need to use the crystal ball to get in. Muiyang nodded, which was a solution to a doubt in his heart. Here, this is it. The cat fairy stopped at a golden arc-shaped bulge at the top of the tower. The bulge was like a small spire, with a small hole in the center, which was a place to put a wishful stick. Just insert one end of the wishful stick into this small hole, and then shout to make the wishful stick extend, and it will take you to the space where the temple is located. You may experience thunder and lightning along the way. The cat fairy paused. Continued. Remember to put on your string of bells. It is a token. The administrator of the temple will only allow you to stay on it if you see it, otherwise you will be beaten down as an intruder. I understand. These points of attention Muiyang noticed when he was reading the comics, and now Mao Xianren's reminder again only deepened his impression. Then he inserted the wishful stick into the empty space on the top of the tower. After making sure to fix it, Muiyang held the wishful stick firmly in one hand and shouted according to the formula. The wishful stick stretches out. As soon as S words fell, the wishful stick emitted a red light, and it really stretched out, and it stretched faster and faster, and quickly disappeared into the blue sky with Muiyang. Looking at the sky where people can no longer be seen, Immortal Cat washed his face with his paws, and thought to himself, this guy should be able to pass the test, forget it. Leave it alone, you can't die anyway. It's the one of Immortal Turtle. Apprentice, need to hone it. After, the cat fairy walked freely towards the first floor of Kylin Tower. Rumbling, dark clouds in the sky. As the wishful stick took Muiyang higher and higher, he was almost out of the range of the atmosphere, but the magical thing was, the surrounding air did not disappear, instead, many dark clouds gathered. With a loud bang, a sparkling lightning struck Muiyang's body, causing him to shiver, almost loosening his hands holding the Ruyi rod. This space is weird, it should no longer be on the earth. Muiyang's face was bitter, and the martial arts suit on his body had been smashed by lightning in the lightning. He had long known that the road to the temple was not easy, he had to endure various tests, and he was prepared for this. Now, he can only continue to insist, and he can enter the temple after he has passed through this different dimension. The dimension of place. As time passed by, Muiyang couldn't remember how many lightning strikes he had suffered. In short, he could clearly feel his body crackling like fried beans, and the numbness all over his body was both uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Kind of inexplicable comfort. Finally, the days like this came to an end. As the space filled with thick dark clouds came to an abrupt end, the azure scenery appeared again. It's almost here. Muiyang's heart is surging, and a small red dot can already be seen in his sight. The high-level space is wide and empty. In this place that neither belongs to the earth nor the outer universe, a hemispherical temple with a beautiful appearance is floating there forever. www.readaloud.com. In fact, the temple can be mobile, but it has stayed in place for so many years. With a pop sound, the other end of the wishful stick was perfectly fitted into the bottom of the temple. Muiyang turned over and climbed up a staircase along the edge of the temple. Finally, here is the temple. Boarded the platform of the temple, Muiyang took a deep breath, and was expecting to look around, when a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him silently. Hello! Across from Muiyang, a dark-skinned Bobo, who looked like an Arab costume, greeted him. The two were close at hand, and the sudden appearance of Bobo's black face frightened Muiyang. Yet! Muiyang yelled, and hurriedly took a step back, only to realize that this extremely dark person was Bobo. Is also right, besides the gods. There is only Bobo in the temple. But Bobo appeared so fast. He appeared just as soon as he came up, and he appeared without a trace. Is this the real state of heart as still water? It's too quiet, I can't compare it. After recovering from the shock, Muiyang replied, Hello, this is my token. Yang knew that as Bobo, who had lived in the temple for a long time, his strength might be higher than that of the gods. To avoid trouble, he took out his tokens early. Oh, this thing. Bobo looked left and right with the string of bells, as if he was distinguishing the true from the false, making Mu Yang flustered for no reason. He is in this state, could he not recognize this string of bells? I know, you are a disciple of Tianxinliu. After a long time, Bobo said hello. Mu Yang's heart was put into his stomach.